Quick, go save the people. Get the equipment out of the database. It's worth tens of millions. We don't have time. Just grab the hard drives from a national library. We'll go find them. Boom. In the small courtyard of Shifeng, Lin County. In the dim and cold room, Li Chang'an was drenched in cold sweat, his heavy breathing accompanied by a dry whisper, no. It felt as though he had fallen into a nightmare, unable to awaken. No. With all his strength, Li Chang'an finally opened his eyes in the next moment. A torrent of memories surged into his mind, causing him to clutch his head in pain, his gaze losing focus. Where is this? The Jin. Not the Jin of the spring and autumn period, nor the Jin of the Wei, Jin, southern and northern dynasties. I have arrived in a completely alternate world. But this world, if someone could glimpse into Li Chang'an's eyes, they would see countless pages flipping that I can recognize many figures. The classics of the 100 schools are present. Yet from Confucius onward, this world has taken a different path. The literary path is dazzling, unforgettable, theoretical discussions manifesting as laws. A scholar can single-handedly defeat 10,000 troops. The literary way flourishes while the martial way languishes. What on earth is happening? In the dimness, Li Chang'an's breathing gradually calmed. Only endless astonishment remained in his eyes. He had intended to rescue the hard drives from the National Library, expecting to perish in the flames. Yet he found himself in such a world. In this realm, words held the highest esteem, with the sage Confucius preceding, compiling the 6 classics, gathering disciples, and establishing the literary path. His influence resonated for 3,000 miles, becoming the first sage of humanity. He sheltered humanity beneath a vast sky. Following him were Yin Hui, Mencius, Zhuangzi, Dong Zhongshu, and Sima Qian, who inherited the literary path, attaining the title of subsage and safeguarding peace for humanity. A grand scholar of the literary way could stabilize the world with a stroke of the pen or mount a horse to assert order. And they need not mount a horse with just a phrase. The mighty wind rises and the clouds soar. They could traverse 300 miles. Another phrase, 1,000 troops break the enemy's ranks, and with theoretical discussions. One scholar could represent an army of millions. Scholars wield the literary incantations, cultivate literary essence, and open literary halls. With the 9 ranks of literary incantation, one reads 10 lines at a glance, light and agile. The 8 ranks of self-cultivation, words become one with the body, as if aided by divine intervention. The 7 ranks of benevolence, words as blades, theoretical discussions leading to victory. The poetry, calligraphy, and prose rankings shone brightly. Those who ascended the ranks became renowned across the land, their prestige soaring, literary essence flooding their minds, rising straight to the heavens. Moreover, numerous masters of literature competed fiercely for the top position, pouring forth their literary talents. This place has no Chao Chao or Chao Ji, no Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Jui, or Lu Zongyuan, nor Su Dompa or Wen Tianxiang. Li Chang'an's heart began to race wildly. If the literary way flourishes, could I not ascend to great heights in an instant? Just one Bai Jui could elevate me. Not enough. At a Hanyu, still insufficient, I could summon the 8 great masters of Tang and Song, all in one go. Not to mention the overwhelming presence of Li Bai and Du Fu. Even if he couldn't recall them all, the 9 years of compulsory education in the great celestial empire were not in vain at that moment. A book resembling jade appeared in his mind. Opening the first page, Li Chang'an instantly understood. This jade book contained all the information from the National Library, from poetry and prose to calligraphy and novels, as well as encyclopedic knowledge in science. And engineering, everything was included. Coughed that a faint scent of wine filled the air, and as Li Chang'an breathed a little heavier, he broke into a violent cough, as if flames were burning in his lungs, leaving him utterly exhausted. The wooden door creaked open. Erlang, you're awake? A gentle voice inquired. The evening sunlight streamed in. From outside, Chang'an turned his head, momentarily stunned, as the woman before him melded with the memories of his former self. Sister-in-law. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, slender and graceful, with a delicate face and large, expressive eyes. She wore a faded cloth garment. over which was a patched short coat. Her simple attire did not conceal her beauty, rather. It accentuated her gentle, serene demeanor. Her name was Lu Jian, the wife of his elder brother, who had married her in a formal ceremony. However, just a day after their wedding, his brother had departed for the battlefield alongside their father. He had been gone for 5 years, with no news since. The former self had been frail and sickly since childhood and had later contracted a lung disease. Had it not been for his sister-in-law's unwavering care, he would have likely perished long ago. You have been unconscious for 3 whole days. You must be hungry. I'll fetch you some porridge, Lu Jian hurriedly said, rushing to the kitchen and carefully bringing a bowl to the bedside. Li Chang'an looked down. In the bowl, there were only a few scattered grains of rice at the bottom, with the rest being a thin, watery rice broth, so translucent that it reflected Li Chang'an's handsome face. The household wine has not been sold, and all the silver went to the doctor for medicine. Lu Jian murmured, Sister-in-law, have you eaten? Li Chang'an found it somewhat strange to refer to this woman as his sister-in-law. His former self was merely 18, while his soul was already that of a 30-year-old man. I have eaten, she replied. Clearly, she had not. Let us eat together, Li Chang'an said, setting the bowl aside that he attempted to rise but found his hands weak, nearly toppling over. Lu Jian quickly supported him. Erlang, your body is weak, you should rest in bed. A gentle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, not the scent of perfume, but the soft, natural aroma of the woman, pure as a lotus that Li. Chang'an momentarily lost his senses, quickly regaining focus, silently cursing himself for being a fool. After lying down for so long, it's time to move around. Lu Jian fetched a coat and helped him put it on, then assisted him in slowly getting out of bed. To describe this frail body as delicate was an understatement. Seated at the table, he divided the bowl of porridge into 2, saying, Sister-in-law, let us eat together. The house has some steamed cornbread. They'll just have that, Lu Jian quickly replied. Sister-in-law, we are family. Li Chang'an held his half bowl of thin porridge, the warm broth soothing him in the cold room. Finally finding a touch of warmth, Lu Jian returned from the kitchen with 2 warm cornbreads, 1 for each of them. The sunlight outside illuminated the 2 of them, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. Where's Ling Long? Li Chang'an suddenly recalled that his sister-in-law had brought a younger sister with her when she married, a girl 1 year younger than his former self. As she broke the cornbread to mix with the thin porridge, Lu Jian suddenly paused and softly murmured, She has gone back to her hometown. That Li Chang'an set down his bowl and looked earnestly at Lu Jian. Sister-in-law, I have lung disease but not a brain illness. Lu Jian's eyes reddened, and large tears fell into the bowl. Sister-in-law, Li Chang'an looked at her gently yet firmly. We are family, there is no need for falsehoods. Lu Jian's slender shoulders trembled, and finally, she could no longer hold back, leaning over the table and weeping softly. She thought she was taken away by the Baishan Tower. Boom! Li Chang'an felt as if struck by lightning. Baishan Tower, one of the 3 major brothels in Lin County. Sobbing, Lu Jian leaned against the table, her words fragmented. Li Chang'an finally understood the events of the past 3 days. The original owner's illness was severe, demanding a considerable sum, yet the family was destitute. Facing imminent death, his sister, Lu Ling Long, resorted to selling herself for medical funds, securing the services of a physician. By the time Lu Jian became aware of this sacrifice, her sister's indenture had already been acquired by the Baijiang brothel. The brothel has granted me a month's reprieve. Should I fail to amass the necessary funds within this time frame, my sister will be forced into prostitution. I shall endeavor to earn silver to redeem my sister. Lu Jian's eyes were crimson, her sorrow previously suppressed, now unleashed by Li Chang'an's persistent questioning. Li Chang'an clenched his fists. The original owner's ailment had plunged the family into such dire straits. How much silver is required to ransom his sister? 300 taels. Li Chang'an's heart sank. His sister-in-law may claim to redeem his sister, but one could discern the despair in her tone. 300 taels. Given the family's current circumstances, when would they ever accumulate such a sum? In the original owner's memories, a single tael sufficed for a family of 3 to live frugally for a month. 300 taels was an astronomical figure. In the frigid abode, Lu Jian's feigned fortitude only amplified one's heartache. Sister-in-law, be at ease. I shall certainly redeem my sister, ensuring she suffers no harm. Li Chang'an declared, each word deliberate. As night descended, Li Chang'an tossed and turned in bed, contemplating his future path. According to the original owner's plans, he was to partake in the county examination next March. Success in the county examination would grant him the sanctified empowerment of literary energy. Awakening a ninth-grade literary talisman. In this world, acquiring a literary talisman offered an opportunity to ascend to greatness. However, it was only October, 5 months shy of the county examination. Distant waters cannot quench an immediate fire. It was imperative to earn silver swiftly to liberate Ling Long. The following morning, Li Chang'an broke off a piece of cornbread and exited the house. Sister-in-law, how much silver remains in our possession? Lu Jin faltered, then shook her head hastily. The family's silver must remain untouched. It is for procuring your medicine. I shall venture out to sell wine later. Perhaps I can sell 2 jars. And then I shall give you the proceeds. Selling wine was the sustenance of the old Li family. Business had been prosperous, but since the original owner's collapse, Lu Ling Long had been tending to him at home, leaving Lu Jin to bear the burden alone. Coincidentally, neighbors had also set their sights on the wine-selling trade. So they were now barely scraping by. The sisters economized to purchase medicine for the original owner. This time, the original owner's collapse into unconsciousness had been the final straw that broke the camel's back. Li Chang'an entered the winemaking workshop, the air thick with the faint, acidic scent of fermenting sorghum and corn stalks. He opened a sealed wine jar, scooped up a spoonful, and tasted it. Shaking his head, he noted, "This wine is rife with impurities, and its flavor is weak. Second brother, your constitution is frail. Refrain from consuming alcohol," Lu Jin said, ushering Li Chang'an out of the workshop. "Oh, the Li family's second son is awake." At that moment, a burly man with a face full of, dragging a cart of wine, passed by the entrance, his tone laced with sarcasm. Li Chang'an recognized the man's voice and knew he deserved a lesson. Observing the man's gaze fixed upon his sister-in-law, Li Chang'an was certain this fellow was no gentleman. TSK, with such a feeble constitution, you should remain abed. To rescue you, this sickly wretch, your sister sold herself. When will it be your sister-in-law's turn? But fear not, I have already amassed the silver. I shall simply purchase your sister-in-law outright. Damn your ancestors. Li Chang'an's anger flared, and he seized a brick, marching toward the entrance. Upon hearing Li Chang'an's words, the man instinctively sought to set down his flatbed cart, intending to discipline this sickly wretch. However, upon noticing Li Chang'an's gaze fixed upon the wine jars, brick in hand, the man, fearing Li Chang'an would shatter the jars, hastily dragged his flatbed cart away, muttering as he went, so the little brat now has some spunk. You wait. Once you fall sick again, I will buy your sister-in-law for sure." Li Chang'an clutched the brick tightly, his hand devoid of color. He yearned to smash the brick upon the fellow's head and shatter the entire cart of wine into smithereens, but reason prevailed, telling him that engaging in a fight now would only result in his own detriment. A moment's impatience can disrupt great plans. At present, he needed to earn money. If he were to be injured again, the family would truly be ruined. Lu Jin rushed over, snatching the brick from Li Chang'an's hand, and exclaimed anxiously, "Second son, what are you doing? You never used to curse or fight with others." The ferocity in Li Chang'an's eyes had yet to dissipate. "Sister-in-law, the second son of the past is dead. From this day forth, I shall protect you and our little sister. No one shall bully you again." Lu Jin was stunned, her words of reproach dying in her throat. She gazed at Li Chang'an in astonishment, joy, sorrow, and gratitude. Li Chang'an had never witnessed so many complex emotions in a single person's eyes. "Sister-in-law, do you believe in me?" Li Chang'an inquired. Lu Jin nodded blankly, still reeling from the shock. The second son of the past was frail, sickly, and possessed the arrogance of a self-proclaimed scholar. So he mostly swallowed his pride and acted submissively. When had he ever been like this? Daring to speak up and become enraged for her sake? That Wang Ergu lives next door to us. It was he who stole our wine-selling business. Lu Jin regained her senses and quickly cautioned, "Do not clash with him. He is a rogue and a scoundrel. What if he injures you again? What then? Sister-in-law, rest assured, I have other means of dealing with rogues and scoundrels. Once we earn money and rescue our little sister, we shall deal with him properly." Li Chang'an entered the kitchen, gesturing toward the large stove, then retrieved a sheet of paper, laid it upon the table, and sketched a rough draft with charcoal. Seeing Li Chang'an gesturing in the kitchen and sketching on paper, Lu Jin was perplexed. "Second son, if you wish to paint, go to the north room. There, the brushes, ink, and paper are all available. No matter how impoverished the family may be, we cannot allow you to use charcoal." Li Chang'an smiled. "Sister-in-law, this is a method I conceived after pondering deeply last night. We shall rely on this to earn silver and rescue our little sister." "What is this contraption?" A celestial walk. Li Chang'an completed the final touches on the sketch. A celestial walk? I have never heard of such a thing. Lu Jin felt as if the second son before her had transformed into a different person. He had always kept his distance from the kitchen, deeming it beneath him. Yet now he could wield charcoal to create drawings, and his mind was teeming with such strange and bizarre inventions, exuding an air of mystery. I saw it in an ancient tome. It can brew superior wine. Once it is made, you will understand, sister-in-law. Li Chang'an smiled. Sister-in-law? Could you spare me one tael of silver? Lu Jin hesitated, half in doubt, but nevertheless entered the east room, retrieved a piece of silver, and said worriedly, Spend it sparingly, or else your medicine. Sister-in-law, rest assured, await my return at home. Li Chang'an rolled up the sketch, followed the location of the blacksmith shop from his memories, and headed east. Arriving at the blacksmith shop, the blacksmith regarded the sketch in Li Chang'an's hand with suspicion. What is this contraption? I have never seen anything like it. Li Chang'an separated the components on the sketch and labeled them clearly. Just follow these instructions, brother, and I can pay you the silver in advance. The blacksmith initially intended to decline. These two walks were one thing, but the funnel with slender iron pipes at the bottom was truly unheard of. However, upon seeing the silver Li Chang'an produced, the blacksmith said no more and promptly instructed his apprentice to begin work. 2 readily available walks. The crux of the matter lay in the sealed iron sheet encasing a framework, alongside a funnel equipped with iron pipes. After waiting for an entire hour, the 2 assistants, along with the blacksmith himself, finally completed their task. Upon payment, 700 won were returned. Li Chang'an requested the assistants to help carry it back home. As Lu Jin gazed at the oddly shaped contraption before her, she turned her gentle, expressive eyes toward Li Chang'an once the blacksmith's assistants had departed. Is this truly the heavenly pot you spoke of, Erlang? Indeed, he replied. With this heavenly pot, our family's wine will surely become in demand in Lin County. Together, they set up the heavenly pot on the stove. Erlang, can this heavenly pot truly brew fine wine? Lu Jin asked, still somewhat skeptical. Rest assured, sister-in-law. You shall see for yourself, Li Chang'an chuckled. They carried a jar of wine from the winery and poured it into the pot, adding cold water on top. As they stoked the fire to brew the wine, clear droplets of wine essence began to flow slowly from the slender iron pipe. Gradually, a rich aroma of wine pervaded the kitchen. Lu Jin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Chang'an, as someone who had long brewed wine. She understood the preciousness of this clear essence. After tasting a small sip, she was even more convinced that this was the finest wine in all of Lin County. With such exquisite wine, how could they possibly worry about selling it? Overcome with joy, Lu Jin wept tears of happiness. Li Chang'an also took a sip, savoring the flavor. Though the first batch was of average quality, it was still far superior to the previous wines. Once the water in the upper pot heated up, they would replace it with another batch of cold water, yielding an even better flavor. This, he mused, was the essence of traditional erguo. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept in as Lu Jin suddenly embraced him, stifling her sobs. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? He stammered, feeling stiff as he kept his hands suspended in the air. Nothing, sister-in-law is simply delighted, she replied, her voice trembling with emotion. At noon, in celebration, she prepared 2 small dishes and shared a small cup of the freshly brewed erguo. Lu Jin, accustomed to drinking, found this her first taste of erguo. Her cheeks flushed. She looked at Li Chang'an, her large eyes glistening. Erlang, you seem to have changed. Sister-in-law, from now on, I shall support this family. Li Chang'an declared as he enjoyed the meal. Lu Jin nodded slightly, her earlier worries dissipating like clouds under the sun. After finishing their meal, the 2 of them worked for another hour, resulting in a jar of first batch wine and half a jar of erguo. The first batch had a slightly lower alcohol content, but could still be considered fine wine. The erguo was aromatic, rich in quality, and had a lingering finish. After reserving a small portion of both wines, Li Chang'an urged Lu Jin to help him blend the new wine. Erlang, why must we dilute such fine wine? Lu Jin questioned, puzzled. This exquisite wine is only suitable for grand establishments. Our small, obscure winery would be undervalued otherwise, Li Chang'an explained, carefully adding water while tasting the new blend. Moreover, such remarkable wine would draw too much attention. We must be cautious. We aim to create a blend that is slightly superior to what is sold in the taverns. Lu Jin nodded in understanding. All right, I trust your judgment. Once the new wine was blended, Li Chang'an allowed Lu Jin to taste it, and it met their expectations. It was slightly better than the tavern offerings, but not by a significant margin. Let us head to the wine market at Sanyangman, Chang'an suggested, filling a gourd with the new wine. To sell wine, there were three main avenues. The first was the wine market, which opened at the hour of 5 p.m., where various taverns and small eateries would send representatives to reserve the wine they needed for the following day. Large establishments had their own supply channels and typically did not seek low-end wines at the market. Sellers would receive a wooden plaque to inscribe the name of their winery, selling price, and available quantity, along with some sample wine for buyers to choose from. This was the most crucial avenue. The second option involved going door-to-door to promote their wine, but since most taverns would procure their wine from the market, the success rate of direct sales was not high. Lastly, there was the option to sell loose wine on the roadside, which was the least favored method among wine sellers due to the effort required and the meager sales. Chang'an decided to try his luck at the wine market. Sanyangman was the liveliest area in Lin County, encompassing the bustling streets of Huaiyang, Jinyang, and Anyang, along with 8 alleys, accounting for over 70% of the county's commerce. The two changed their attire, and Lu Jin brought along 50 wen. Anticipating the need to purchase dinner, after walking for a short while, they arrived at Sanyangman, where Chang'an paused to catch his breath, astonished by the scene before him. The streets were paved with uniform blue stones, broad and level, with shops on either side adorned with neatly hung lanterns. Street vendors called out their wares, either pushing carts or setting up stalls, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, what truly astonished Chang'an was the organization of the vendor spaces, meticulously marked to ensure they did not obstruct the shops or the flow of traffic. The level of urban planning here was comparable to that of future generations. As they strolled along, Chang'an attentively observed the large taverns and small wine shops, noting the customer flow and the price tags displayed. Everything felt fresh and new to him. His prior illness had kept him bedridden for an entire year, and aside from observing taverns, he also wandered through the entertainment venues, where performers sang and recited stories while most patrons sipped tea, enjoying the company of a few friends rather than indulging in wine. Lu Jin purchased a piece of flatbread, tearing off a large portion for Chang'an while keeping less than a quarter for herself, nibbling delicately. Chang'an could not help but share half of his portion with her. The flatbread was hearty but lacked flavor, merely serving to fill their stomachs. After traversing the entirety of Jinyang Street, Chang'an noticed an intriguing trend. The majority of food vendors sold only flatbreads and noodles, suitable for filling one's belly, while flavorful snacks were nowhere to be found. An idea began to form in his mind. Just then, a voice filled with surprise and delight called out, "Jean? What brings you out here?" Chang'an turned to see a modestly dressed woman in a simple cotton garment. Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback before joyfully approaching Xiaolon. "What are you doing here?" Chang'an stepped aside to avoid the bustling crowd and did not intrude. Xiaolon was selling seasonal fruits, apples, citrus, and a handful of hawthorn berries. Their appearance was decent, but the quantity was limited, likely due to concerns about spoilage if unsold. He overheard the two women conversing. "Isn't your little brother gravely ill? How come you're out today?" "He started feeling better just yesterday," Xiaolon replied. "Where's Ling Long? Why isn't she with you?" After a brief exchange, a customer approached to check her fruits, prompting Lu Jin to bid farewell. "When you were gravely ill, she and a few others helped me sell wine," Lu Jin remarked. "I hadn't seen them in a while. I didn't expect they would all be out here selling." "Setting up a fruit stall like this probably doesn't earn much," Chang'an observed, glancing back to see Xiaolon sitting on a small stool, disappointed after the customer left without buying. "Indeed, the prices are low. There are orchards not far outside the city, and their goods are sourced from those orchards," she replied. Lu Jin offered Chang'an a small piece of flatbread once more. Unless one was pressed for time or genuinely affluent, most would take a few extra steps to the orchard to purchase it at a lower price. "Is the hawthorn fruit selling well?" Chang'an inquired. "Hawthorn fruit? It's both sour and astringent. One might indulge occasionally, but too much can be uncomfortable," Lu Jin replied. "At 2 yen per pound, hardly anyone buys it." Chang'an nodded thoughtfully. The sight of people bustling about the street, with children running around without anything to eat, indeed stirred concern. What about a snack street in the future? Could that be worth exploring? The plan forming in his mind grew increasingly concrete. With over half an hour until the wine market opened, Chang'an sought a secluded spot, pulling out a sheet of paper from his bamboo basket to jot down his thoughts. 43 taverns, 8 brothels, and 85 small eateries, all potential sellers of wine. Among the grand establishments, only the Wangwei Tower accepted external wine. Forget it, that's not reliable. After some contemplation, he decided to strike out the Grand Tavern from his list. An innocent man bears the burden of a prized possession. Lu Jin gently inquired, Erlang. What are you writing? I'm contemplating how to sell the wine, Li Chang'an replied, listing a few taverns with decent business. By the way, sister-in-law, is that Xiaolon you met today trustworthy? Why do you ask? Lu Jin nodded. Of course she's reliable, during our difficult times. Xiaolon and her 3 sisters helped us immensely. Li Chang'an rubbed his hands together. Could you invite them over tomorrow? Lu Jin's gaze sharpened. Erlang. They're all married. You mustn't. Li Chang'an chuckled helplessly. Sister-in-law, where are your thoughts wandering? I have no such intentions. Really? Truly? Yet you turned back to glance at Xiaolon several times today. Lu Jin remained skeptical. I merely admired the fruits she was selling, and in my eyes, sister-in-law, you're 100-fold more beautiful than Xiaolon. As he spoke, Li Chang'an fell silent. Lu Jin's cheeks flushed, resembling spring peach blossoms. Her voice barely above a whisper. Don't say such nonsense. Despite being late October, the autumn air carried an inexplicable warmth. Li Chang'an hurriedly lowered his head, fearful that Lu Jin might notice the fleeting distraction in his gaze. Half an hour passed, and the lanterns at the wine market flickered to life. Sister-in-law, let us go. We must strive to sell the wine tonight. As the market opened, patrons began to filter in. Li Chang'an and Lu Jin found a position towards the back of the middle row, neither too conspicuous nor overlooked. A wooden sign lay on the table. He placed the wine gourd atop it and dipped his brush into ink, writing, Li Family Winery, 21 per pound, 80 pounds. Erlang. Won't 21 per pound be a bit steep? Lu Jin scanned the area before murmuring, I've seen several places offering around 17.1. The fragrant aroma filled the air as Li Chang'an responded, no hurry. There are wines priced at 20 and 22.1. Our price is relatively moderate. The crowd at the market swelled, with people continually claiming spots and writing prices on the wooden signs. Simultaneously, employees from various taverns and eateries arrived to select suitable wines. Unfortunately, one individual paused in front of Li Chang'an, merely glanced, and moved on. Isn't this the Li family's sickly ghost? A mocking voice boomed, followed by several burly men approaching. Li Chang'an recognized them instantly as Wang Ergu and his ruffian companions, their imposing presence overshadowing Li Chang'an and Lu Jin, who felt utterly powerless. The market's constable declared, no disturbances allowed at the wine market. Wang Ergu chuckled, clasping his hands in a gesture of mock respect. Rest assured, we won't cause any trouble. With that, the group settled beside Li Chang'an, each scribbling down the price of 21 per pound. What? Still hoping to sell your wine? Wang Ergu scoffed. The reputation of your Li family winery is nearly ruined. Who would dare buy your wine? Its hue is murky. Its taste sour, and the production is inconsistent. Even the easiest-going Zhangji tavern has turned you down. Why are you still here? Each of Wang Ergu's words caused Lu Jin to bow her head further. In her heart, she felt that the Li family winery had faltered under her watch. Even new establishments like Wang Ergu's were faring better in sales. Li Chang'an seemed to sense Lu Jin's silent despair and gently reassured her, Sister-in-law, we have improved, haven't we? Patience. Our wine will surely sell today. Don't let such scoundrels dampen your spirits. Wang Ergu laughed at his companions. Look, this sickly ghost still holds on to hope. We're all at 21 per pound, and he thinks he can sell? What a dreamer. Laughter erupted, though it remained low, yet it was sharp enough to pierce through the atmosphere. As more people arrived, the market buzzed with activity. Over 40 taverns and 80 small eateries in the vicinity, ensuring a steady stream of buyers. Each worker was well-versed in the nuances of wine, and the quality could not escape their discerning palates. Furthermore, the tavern employees were intimately familiar with the flavors of different wineries. When one approached and recognized a familiar winery, they would directly proceed, write a ticket, and pay a deposit, awaiting the delivery of wine the next day. However, even those who paused briefly, lingering a moment longer on Lu Jin's face after seeing the Li family sign, ultimately chose to move elsewhere. While the widow of the Li family was indeed beautiful, business was business, and the Li family winery's wine remained unsold. Despite Li Chang'an presenting samples, no one showed an inclination to taste. Nearby, Wang Ergu and his companions exchanged banter with the tavern workers. These buyers only compared prices when considering their options, but their decisions were swift. After all, they were old acquaintances, familiar with the flavors of various wineries, and rarely swayed. Li Chang'an held out a sample for each passerby, yet regrettably, few paid him any mind. After a long wait, someone finally took a sip, paused to check the price, but upon seeing the Li family winery's name, hesitated and shook their head. I think I'll look around some more. The wine's flavor was indeed commendable, perhaps even surpassing some priced at 21. Yet, the reputation of the Li family winery loomed large. Even the smallest establishments prioritized consistent supply, shunning any risk of variability in quality. Issues with production had arisen previously, making it seem unreliable. Best to keep looking, they thought. Beside him, Wang Erge couldn't help but laugh, stop struggling, with just a sickly ghost and a woman. How much wine can you brew in a day? 80 pounds. You must be joking. Tears shimmered in Lu Jian's eyes. Offering comfort, Li Chang'an's thoughts began to take shape, and he could no longer suppress them. Wang Erge, we have our own plans. Half an hour later, Wang Erge and his companions rose, holding their tickets. TSK, TSK, TSK. How could this wine sell so easily? Unlike some individuals, they hesitate to purchase the same wine others have sampled, which is truly perplexing. Here is my voucher from Zhang's wine shop. I must deliver 50 caddies tomorrow. Excellent, old Wang. A tale of silver in one go. Several people engaged in lively discussion. Wang Erge approached Li Chang'an. You sickly wretch, hurry home and lie in bed, awaiting your demise. If you contract another ailment, your sister-in-law will be. Wang Erge's words trailed off as he swallowed them back. Li Chang'an suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with a chilling, icy intent. Simultaneously, he seized the wine gourd on the table, poised to smash it upon Wang Erge's head. Wang Erge gulped, glancing at the two constables at the entrance of the wine market, and spitefully spat out a few words through gritted teeth. The Li family's wine will never sell. I guarantee it. With that, they swaggered away. The wine market was thinning out, with most vendors possessing one or two vouchers. While not every order was for dozens or hundreds of caddies, it still represented some income. Only Li Chang'an remained unattended. An hour passed, and the wine market was about to close. Several vendors still lingering in the market wiped the ink from their wooden signs, packed their belongings, and departed. The constables at the entrance also prepared to conclude their duties, chatting and laughing. Lu Jian, head bowed, couldn't help but shed tears. Why won't anyone buy such fine wine? Is there truly no solution? Li Chang'an instinctively patted Lu Jian's back. Sister-in-law, it's all right. We'll continue to sell the wine. I have other avenues for earning money, and I'll surely earn enough silver to redeem little sister within a month. The two erased the writing on the wooden sign, gathered their wine gourds, and left the wine market. Just as they exited the wine market gate, a shop assistant rushed up. Wait a moment. Do you still have wine? The assistant's attire bore the distinct insignia of Zhang's wine shop. He was an employee of Zhang's wine shop. Yes, Li Chang'an hastily replied. Are you from the Li family? The assistant hesitated upon seeing Lu Jian behind Li Chang'an. Yes, I am Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an quickly produced a wine gourd. This is our newly brewed wine. Please, have a taste. The assistant initially intended to decline, but Li Chang'an, with his overwhelming hospitality, had already poured the wine, leaving him no choice but to take a sip. The assistant was greatly surprised, nodding. It's acceptable, but rest assured, the quality is absolutely guaranteed. We can provide at least 50 caddies daily. Li Chang'an's gaze was fervent, fixed upon the assistant. If he could only sell the wine, he was confident he could gradually expand his sales. The assistant glanced at the already closed wine market gate, gritted his teeth, and stamped his foot. All right. I still need 10 caddies. But let me make it clear, if the wine you deliver tomorrow is substandard, don't blame me for never wanting your wine again. Thank you. Thank you. Li Chang'an hurriedly expressed his gratitude, while Lu Jian behind him was overjoyed, unable to resist clutching Li Chang'an's sleeve. How much per caddy? 21. The assistant retrieved a voucher from his pocket, tore off a 10 caddy slip, marked it, and handed it to Li Chang'an. The quality of the wine must be guaranteed, the assistant reiterated before hurrying away. Early the next morning, Li Chang'an carried a bamboo basket on his back, containing a goatskin water bag. This first transaction, though only for 10 caddies, was significant to Li Chang'an, and he also packed a gourd of sample wine, intending to promote it at various wine shops and small restaurants. Perhaps some might suddenly find themselves short of wine. Sister-in-law, don't forget to ask your sisters to come to the night market before evening. And the rock candy, hawthorn fruits, sesame seeds, and bamboo skewers. Li Chang'an drank the medicine brewed by Lu Jian, reminding her before leaving. Lu Jian prepared to continue brewing wine. Air length. What are you going to do with those things you bought? Li Chang'an didn't answer directly. Earning 300 taels of silver in a month was virtually impossible by selling wine alone. I know, so mysterious. Zhang's wine shop ranked in the lower middle tier among the 43 wine shops in Lin County. The owner, Zhang Fugue, was burly, with a thick beard. Appearing to be a rough man, but he was very disciplined and never shortchanged anyone. Li Chang'an arrived at Zhang's wine shop and happened to encounter Wang Ergu unloading wine. "Why are you here, you sickly wretch?" Wang Ergu sneered while carrying a wine jar. "Zhang's wine shop is already buying wine from me. Go promote it somewhere else. Or selling loose wine isn't out of the question, haha." "Wang Ergu, hurry up and move the wine." At that moment, the shop assistant from Yang's wine shop came out and urged, "Li Chang'an, put your wine in the other jar. Don't mix it up." Wang Ergu's eyes widened. You accepted this kid's wine?" "Yes, we didn't buy enough yesterday, so we ordered 10 more caddies," the assistant said, leading the two inside. "Fine. Let this kid take advantage," Wang Ergu said. "Next time, just tell me, and I'll deliver it, won't I?" "We'll see next time. Hurry up. There's a lot to do today. We're hosting a batch of guests tonight," the assistant urged. Li Chang'an poured the wine into the wine jar, took the 201 for the wine, thanked the assistant, and left. Soon, Wang Ergu caught up. "Sickly wretch, you won't be so lucky next time. I won't give you this opportunity again. Next time, I'll prepare a dozen or 20 more caddies of wine, so you can't sell a single caddy." Wang Ergu was smug. This was how he used to seize the Li family's wine business, to the point where Lu Jin couldn't sell even 10 caddies of wine in 2 or 3 days. Li Chang'an twitched his lips, turned, and walked into a small restaurant on the street, never saying a word to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu was stunned, glancing at the patrolling constables not far away, originally intending to provoke Li Chang'an, preferably to make him strike, so he could send Li Chang'an to jail for a day or two. He didn't expect Li Chang'an, who used to act at the slightest provocation, to not even say a word. Soon, Wang Ergu sneered dismissively. If he couldn't sell wine in the wine market, how many caddies could he sell by promoting it? This kind of useless, sickly wretch, just wait for him to fall ill again. Li Chang'an walked into the small restaurant. "Boss, do you need wine here? You can try it before you buy it. Sorry to bother you. If you need any in the future, you can always find me. I'm from the Li family's wine shop." One wasn't enough, so Li Chang'an went to the next one. "Boss, I'm from the Li family's wine shop." After walking around Sanyang Gate for a morning, Li Chang'an was exhausted, and a wave of weakness washed over him. Even though it was the end of October, he was still covered in sweat. He managed to negotiate with 1 for 5 caddies to be delivered in the afternoon. They said they would see how it went before ordering more. Returning home, Lu Jin quickly greeted him, her eyes full of worry. "Look at you. You haven't even recovered yet. Why did you?" "It's all right, sister-in-law." Li Chang'an's face was a little pale. "Help me make a bowl of sugar water." Lu Jin quickly helped Li Chang'an to sit down and hurried into the kitchen, soon returning with a bowl of warm sugar water. After a moment, Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister-in-law, did you buy everything?" Lu Jin wiped sweat for Li Chang'an with heartache. "I bought it, and I've notified the people too." "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Walking around will help my body recover faster." Li Chang'an smiled. "I'll make something delicious for sister-in-law. These hawthorn fruits are very cheap. When I found Xiaolan, I bought 3 caddies for only 5 won, and she even gave me a caddy." Lu Jin helped Li Chang'an. "It's just that the rock candy is a bit expensive, 13 won per caddy, but with the bamboo skewers, it's only 21. Erlang, what are you going to do with them? These can earn a lot of money." Li Chang'an held a handful of hawthorn fruits, rinsing them in water. Lu Jin crouched beside him, wondering if the profits from their venture would surpass those from selling wine. It was difficult to ascertain, but if everything proceeded smoothly, the initial earnings could indeed exceed those from wine sales. Li Chang'an remarked with a smile that their liquor would require time to establish a market. Yet this delicacy was something their county lacked. "What is it?" Lu Jin's tone unconsciously carried a hint of playfulness as she inquired. "You've been so secretive about these items and even informed my friends, yet you still keep me in the dark. It is a delightful snack called candied hawthorn." "Candied hawthorn? I've never heard of it before. I came across it in a book." Li Chang'an, having washed the hawthorn fruits, soaked them in salt water. After a quarter of an hour, he began to remove the seeds, slicing them in half to extract the core, while his sister-in-law assisted by threading them onto bamboo skewers. 8 hawthorn fruits on a single skewer will suffice. "This is candied hawthorn?" she asked, noting that they still needed to be coated in sugar syrup. "Yes. The sugar syrup is the secret ingredient. Only with it can we call it candied hawthorn." As Li Chang'an became accustomed to the seed removal process, his speed increased. A skewer of candied hawthorn could sell for 5 won. 5 won? Lu Jin looked at him incredulously, noting that a pound of hawthorn fruits cost less than 2 won and could yield 30 to 40 pieces. "Can we really sell it for 25 won? After deducting costs, we could earn at least 20 won. Her mind buzzed as she gazed at the threaded hawthorn fruits, hardly able to believe the potential for profit. "We shall know by tonight's market," Li Chang'an affirmed. "Is that why you sought out Xiaolan and the others?" "Indeed, with more people involved, the task will be easier." Lu Jin seemed to understand but still trusted Li Chang'an's every decision. After threading the hawthorn fruits, Li Chang'an began to prepare the sugar syrup, which was the most crucial step in determining the selling price. Regrettably, if only we had rock sugar, it would be better. Nonetheless, this syrup tastes acceptable. Li Chang'an dipped a bit of the syrup into his mouth. He combined sugar and water in a 2-to-1 ratio in a pot, adding a dash of white vinegar to prevent crystallization. Once the mixture boiled and the sugar dissolved, he reduced it to low heat. As the foam became dense and the syrup turned amber, Li Chang'an dipped a chopstick into the mixture and placed it in cold water. The cooled syrup hardened and became crisp. This step was vital in determining the quality of the candied hawthorn. Insufficient cooking time would leave it sticky, while overcooking would render it bitter. What seemed simple involved many subtle techniques. Li Chang'an took a skewer of hawthorn fruits and swirled it through the syrup, sprinkling a pinch of sesame seeds before placing it on a tightly bound stack of hay. "Is this candied hawthorn?" Lu Jin leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Li Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle. "Once the syrup hardens and becomes crisp, you can be the first to taste it." Sensing the humor in his voice, Lu Jin playfully shot him a glance, her cheeks slightly flushed. "If candied hawthorn is truly so lucrative, won't others try to imitate it?" she asked, appearing skeptical. Li Chang'an continued coating the fruits in syrup. "Certainly, others will follow suit. However, the preparation of the syrup requires specific techniques. Most will not achieve the right flavor quickly. Even if they learn, it won't matter. I would rather they learn as soon as possible." "Huh?" Lu Jin was puzzled. "Why would you willingly give up your business?" After a brief moment, Li Chang'an signaled Lu Jin to take a bite to try. Hesitantly, she opened her lips and took a small bite. Crunch. The sugar coating was crisp and sweet tart. She blinked in disbelief, then turned to Li Chang'an. "Is it delicious?" she asked, nodding eagerly. Unbeknownst to her, a piece of sugary residue clung to her nose. Instinctively, Li Chang'an reached out to remove it, momentarily taken aback. He cleared his throat and focused intently on coating the fruits. A blush crept up Lu Jin's neck, spreading to her cheeks and earlobes. The texture was delicate and smooth as jade, prompting Li Chang'an to unconsciously rub his fingers together. This action did not go unnoticed by Lu Jin, who stomped her foot in embarrassment. Feeling a slight itch in his throat, Li Chang'an coughed again, noticing Lu Jin growing increasingly flustered. He promptly spoke to dispel the enchanting atmosphere. "Sister-in-law, do you believe that if the candied hawthorn sells well tonight, we can earn at least 100 taels of silver within 5 days?" In the afternoon, Li Chang'an delivered the liquor to a small restaurant and returned home, where his sister-in-law's 4 friends had gathered. "I appreciate your assistance, ladies," Li Chang'an said with a respectful bow. "Chang'an, why did you summon us?" Xiaolan inquired. Li Chang'an presented the prepared candied hawthorn. "I invited you all here to ask if you could take these candied hawthorn skewers to the evening market and help sell them." "Candied hawthorn? What is that?" Xiaolan and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Li Chang'an explained, "It's a snack that my sister-in-law and I made. For every skewer sold, you will receive 2 However, I have one request." "What is it?" "A skewer of candied hawthorn is priced at 5 no discounts." 5 The 4 women stared at him in disbelief. They could see that candied hawthorn was merely hawthorn fruit, which cost only 2 per pound, yielding dozens of pieces. "Are we robbing people?" Li Chang'an encouraged them to try a piece of the candied hawthorn he had prepared. "We didn't make many today, so each of you can help sell 5 skewers. As long as they sell, you will earn 2 for each skewer. After the market closes, please return here to meet." As he saw Xiaolan and the others off, Lu Jin still felt a twinge of reluctance. "Erlang, is 2 too much for a skewer? After all, a pound of hawthorn costs only 2 One must invest to gain," Li Chang'an replied, clapping his hands, awaiting the outcome of the evening market. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the lights flickered to life, the Sanyang gate sprang to life once more, bustling with activity. Xiaolan remained skeptical that a skewer of candied hawthorn could fetch 5 "Xiaolan, do you think that sickly uncle of Xian's is telling the truth?" "I suspect he's trying to deceive us," another voice chimed in. Xiaolan shook her head. "Xiaofang, what benefit would he gain by deceiving us? He hasn't asked us for money. If we cannot sell them, so be it. If we can, we will still share in the profits." Xiaofang nodded, agreeing. It's hard to believe that a skewer of candied hawthorn could sell for 5 But for Jean's sake, let us give it a try. As they set up their stall, a passerby approached, curious about the candied hawthorn. Xiaolan, Xiaofang. What is this? Candied hawthorn. It's delicious, both sour and sweet, Xiaofang replied with a smile. Oh, it's just hawthorn fruit, right? I'll take 2 skewers for 1 won. Let me taste it, the passerby said, pulling out a coin. Excuse me? 1 won? Each skewer is 5 won. And we do not negotiate, Xiaofang retorted, raising an eyebrow. 5 won? Are you trying to rob me? The passerby exclaimed, startled. Xiaofang hurried back to her own stall. Xiaolan gazed at the bustling street, inhaling deeply as a radiant smile graced her face. Her melodious voice rang out. Candied hawthorn. Sweet and sour candied hawthorn. In an instant, dozens of curious eyes turned towards her. Candied hawthorn. What could this be? It was something unheard of. Come, let us take a look. The candied hawthorn, a reigning street delicacy of the future, was still a novelty in this world. Some intrigued individuals approached, asking, Miss, what is this candied hawthorn? Xiaolan pointed to the 5 skewers of candied hawthorn displayed beside her stall. The crowd focused their attention. Although the treats were encased in a glistening, translucent coating with sesame sprinkled on top, the small red beads inside were unmistakably hawthorn fruits. Miss, how much for this candied hawthorn? Inquired a middle-aged woman. 5 won for a skewer, Xiaolan replied. The woman was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, How much? 5 won for a skewer. She shook her head and walked away. Everyone was aware that hawthorn fruits were typically sold for 2 won per pound, and yet this skewer, containing merely 8 fruits, was priced exorbitantly. How could it cost 5 won? It was outrageous. After all, it was just a few hawthorn fruits. The audacity of the pricing was astonishing. Scatter, scatter. Wouldn't T5 won be better spent on a pancake? The crowd, initially drawn in by her cries, quickly dispersed. Xiaolan's heart sank. Her greatest fear had materialized. Who would be foolish enough to buy a skewer of hawthorn fruits for 5 won? Yet, having promised Lu Jin to assist her, she resolved to persevere. Candied hawthorn. Sweet and sour candied hawthorn. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. Delicious candied hawthorn. The novel treats continued to attract onlookers. But upon learning the price, everyone shook their heads and departed. After shouting intermittently for a quarter of an hour, not a single skewer had been sold. Xiaolan, feeling defeated, sat down on her small stool to rest. Xiaolan, your candied hawthorn is priced too high. You could lower it, someone nearby kindly suggested. I promised it would be 5 won a skewer. I cannot lower the price, she replied, shaking her head, preparing to call out again after a short while. Just then, a young scholar passed by her stall, suddenly stopping. Miss, what is this? How much does it cost? Xiaolan quickly stood up, smiling. This is candied hawthorn. Sweet and sour, 5 won for a skewer. The scholar paused for a moment, then pulled out 5 won, saying, I'll take a skewer. Xiaolan was momentarily stunned. Expecting him to follow suit like the others and walk away after inquiring about the price, she did not anticipate that he would actually make a purchase. She hurriedly handed him a skewer of candied hawthorn. The scholar continued on his way. Hey, Xiaolan, your luck is quite good. Someone actually bought something. The bystander remarked enviously. Selling 1 skewer was equivalent to selling a pound of apples, making it far more lucrative than apples. The scholar walked into an alley, took a bite, and a look of surprise crossed his face. He glanced down at the candied hawthorn in his hand. The sweet and sour taste was refreshing, and he found it intriguing that such a small hawthorn fruit could possess this flavor. It would be perfect to share with Teacher Gu and his classmates. With this thought, the scholar returned to Xiaolan's stall, saying, Miss, please give me the remaining 4 skewers as well. Huh? Xiaolan was taken aback, as were the others nearby. To them, selling a skewer of hawthorn fruits for 5 won seemed akin to highway robbery. Yet, not only did someone genuinely buy the product, but he also requested all 5 skewers. It was utterly incomprehensible. Xiaolan blinked in disbelief before quickly handing over the remaining 4 skewers of candied hawthorn. Selling all 5 skewers at once? Staring at the 25 won in her hand, Xiaolan was left speechless. The scholar took his 5 skewers of candied hawthorn and turned into a narrow alley, eventually entering Zhang's tavern. Inside Zhang's tavern, several patrons were already seated, travelers and porters mingling over small dishes and drinks. The scholar walked in, noticing several tables at the back of the tavern pushed together, where a group of scholars were engaged in toasting and lively conversation. Zizhao, come quickly, Teacher Gu should be arriving soon. One scholar waved. Hey, what is that you have in your hand? This is called candied hawthorn, replied the youth named Zizhao. I found it quite delightful, so I brought it to share with everyone. 1 for each person, and leave a skewer for Teacher Gu. Zhang Fuguwei, the tavern's owner, was behind the counter. Shall see. Do we have enough wine for tonight? Yes, boss. We bought 50 jean last night, and then another 10 jean, the attendant replied promptly. Good. Tonight we have Teacher Gu and these county scholars visiting. Tell the kitchen to prepare more side dishes and bring them 2 more pots of wine. Understood. The attendant, not daring to delay, hurriedly filled 2 pots of wine and dashed to the scholars' table. As the scholars of the county gradually gathered at Zhang's tavern, Teacher Gu arrived accompanied by several students. Teacher Gu, it has been a few days since we last met. Zhang, the tavern owner, greeted him respectfully. I have been busy preparing for the poetry event these past few days, Teacher Gu replied with a smile. Today, I specifically brought these students here to support you. To give us a discount on the drinks. Teacher Gu, with his gray hair and gaunt features, exhibited a slightly hunched posture, yet his gait was vigorous, exuding an air of dignity. We are old acquaintances. Would I cheat you? Zhang chuckled, gesturing to the attendant. The attendant promptly understood and brought over a plate of pig's head meat. The 15 or 16 county scholars gathered around the table, raising their glasses in unison. Thank you. Teacher Gu, I appreciate everyone's hard work during this time. Please do not slack off for the poetry event in 3 days, Teacher Gu said with a smile. As the rounds of drinks flowed, the atmosphere around the table grew lively. Zizhao, what is this? It's sweet and sour, quite delightful. Candied hawthorn. It's good for digestion and appetizing. Teacher Gu, you should try some too. Indeed, it is quite good. I have never heard of candied hawthorn before. It's fascinating. Is there any more of this candied hawthorn? There was tea enough to go around. Should I buy some more? Zizhao waved his hand. It's all gone. I bought the last 5 skewers. How peculiar. Only 5 skewers. That is a missed opportunity to make money. I'll see if I can find some tomorrow. The taste is quite pleasant. Seeing this, Zhang also approached. What is this? Candied hawthorn. Teacher Gu picked one and offered it to Zhang. Zhang tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and savored the flavor. Interesting. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Come, let us raise our glasses in gratitude for everyone's presence. As the group filled their cups, they chorused, Thank you, Zhang. Teacher Gu took the freshly poured wine and filled his own cup, and everyone drank eagerly. Zhang, is there something different about this wine? Why? Zhang inquired. The first cup we had today tasted different from this one, Teacher Gu remarked while pouring himself another glass. Zhang's expression shifted slightly. Let me find out. He called over the attendant. Which winery did we get the wine from today? The attendant, momentarily confused, replied. Mainly from Wang Ergo's winery, but worried it wouldn't be enough. We also bought 10 jean from Li's brewery. But boss, I assure you, the wine from Li's brewery is perfectly fine. Li's brewery? Zhang's brow furrowed. At this moment, the voice of Gu Jiaoyu resonated, urging boss Zhang not to be overly excited. For the wine posed no issues. In fact, it was even more flavorful. Do take a sip, he said, pouring a glass from the wine jug at hand. Boss Zhang, though skeptical, took a cautious sip, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Indeed, it's quite commendable for a wine at this price. The 2 varieties presented distinct flavor profiles. The wine from Wang Ergu's family was of a conventional standard, devoid of impurities yet slightly viscous in texture. Conversely, the second variety offered a crisp and refreshing taste that cascaded smoothly down the throat, leaving a clean, invigorating sensation. It was unexpected to discover that the wine from the Li family distillery possessed such quality. Boss Zhang addressed his assistant, instructing him to order an additional 50 pounds. To ascertain consistency in both quality and supply. Understood, the assistant promptly acknowledged before excusing himself. Subsequently, Boss Zhang and Gu Jiaoyu shared a toast, smiling at one another. At Lin's small eatery, as evening approached, patrons began to fill the establishment, revealing that one attendant was insufficient. The owner, doubling as both host and server, scurried about. Boss, today's wine is quite delightful, more refreshing than yesterday's, commented a customer. Is that so? This is a new batch. If you enjoy it, do return tomorrow, replied the owner, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Several diners praised today's wine, asserting it surpassed previous offerings. As the crowd dwindled, the head cook emerged, commenting, Today's wine is acceptable. While it hasn't improved significantly, it is undoubtedly among the finest at this price point. Which distillery provides this wine? The owner of Lin's restaurant scratched his head, moving to the counter to retrieve today's receipt. Li Family Distillery. At the wine market, Li Chang'an was alone today. His sister-in-law had initially intended to accompany him but was persuaded to remain behind, awaiting news from Xiaolan and her companions. Opening avenues for the beverage trade would likely require time. Nevertheless, The candied hawthorn business, if it could find buyers, would provide ample room for maneuvering. Before Li Chang'an lay a jug of sample wine, maintaining the price at 21 per pound, but the quantity had escalated to 100 pounds. Soon enough, the irksome voice of Wang Ergu echoed through the market once more. "Oh, back again today? I thought yesterday's stroke of luck was a fluke. But do you really believe today will yield similar fortune?" Wang Ergu flaunted the sign in his hand. "I've prepared an extra 15 pounds today. Zhangji's tavern will require wine, so your 10 pounds 1 tea stand a chance." "Ha, daring to claim 100 pounds, you truly broaden my horizons." The laughter of others echoed in agreement. Should the wine fail to sell, it would languish in their hands. The more they brewed, the greater their losses. Li's family, unaware of their misfortune, had gone from 80 pounds yesterday to 100 today. Profit seemed a distant dream. As the number of buyers at the market increased, the atmosphere remained largely unchanged from the previous day. Most sought familiar distilleries, typically overlooking Li's establishment, while Wang Ergu promoted his wares to others. He cast sidelong glances at Li Chang'an, a smirk of derision adorning his face. With Li's reputation, selling wine was akin to scaling a mountain. Li Chang'an persisted in marketing his wine to passing assistants, yet the results showed little improvement. "Best return quickly. You're merely wasting time here," Wang Ergu jested. Just then, an attendant halted before Li Chang'an, inquiring, "Is this the Li family distillery?" Recognizing the individual, Li Chang'an responded with a smile, "Indeed, it is." Pouring a glass for the attendant, the taste was met with a nod of approval. "This is the flavor. I'll order 15 pounds for tomorrow," the attendant declared, tearing off an order slip for Lin's eatery. Wang Ergu, incredulous, shot a disdainful glance, soon breaking into laughter. 15 pounds? What value does that hold? Frankly, Li's distillery can only sell loose wine. The small eatery's demand pales in comparison to a tavern's, where orders typically exceed dozens or even hundreds of pounds. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Ergu sprang to greet an approaching figure. "Do you need 50 pounds today?" It was an attendant from Zhangji's tavern. An old acquaintance. "Yes, 50 pounds, the attendant confirmed, yet continued walking without pausing. "I'm delivering wine to Zhangji today. I'll bring your 50 pounds tomorrow." Wang Ergu chuckled, rubbing his hands in anticipation of another sale. Unable to resist, he glanced at Li Chang'an. "Kid, learn well. This is how to sell wine. How long will you take to sell your meager 10 pounds? However, Wang Ergu's mirth was abruptly halted as the attendant bypassed him, heading straight for Li Chang'an. "Tomorrow. I'll deliver 50 pounds, the attendant stated, tearing off a slip for the order. "The boss insists on quality. Supply must be ensured." Li Chang'an nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Externally composed, he clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve. "It's done." His anxious heart found a moment of solace. This step marked the evaluation phase for Zhangji's tavern. As long as he could maintain both quality and supply, a long-term partnership was nearly assured. Next would come the second and third establishments. With the current pace of brewing, supplying 3 taverns daily was more than feasible. Li Chang'an cast a glance at the astonished Wang Ergu, a sardonic smile escaping his lips as he uttered, "Heh." Li Chang'an lingered for a while longer, before leaving. He noticed that Wang Ergu's wine had yet to be sold, much to his frustration, forcing him to lower the price. By the time he returned home, dusk had settled in. His sister-in-law sat quietly at the entrance of the northern room, illuminated by the flickering light, resembling a lotus flower gently unfurling. In that moment, Li Chang'an felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over him, as if seeing her meant he had truly returned home. Upon catching sight of Li Chang'an, Lu Jin's smile blossomed like a delicate flower, and she hurried over, exclaiming that the candied hawthorns had been selling quite well. Xiao Lan had sold 5 skewers to a scholar, while Xiao Fong was surrounded by a throng of children, quickly selling out her supply. As Lu Jin spoke, her tone was light and her steps seemed to dance with joy. She took out the money pouch, revealing that they had sold a total of 20 skewers, each earning 10 won, and after deducting costs, they still had 40 left. The remaining sugar syrup could be used again tomorrow, which was the main expense, all told. They should make a profit of 51. If they sold everything themselves, they could earn 91. Lu Jin walked ahead, frequently glancing back with a clear smile adorning her face. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a gently flowing stream, serene yet infused with a hint of cheerfulness. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chang'an found a smile creeping onto his face, his heart filled with contentment and calm. "Zhang's Tavern has ordered 50 jin of wine from us today. And the Lin family restaurant has ordered another 15 jin, he mentioned. Wang Ergu was visibly upset. Lu Jin's large eyes curved into crescent moons as she looked at Li Chang'an. "I knew we would sell our wine. Sister-in-law." Tonight I shall teach you how to make the syrup. Tomorrow, I will make a trip out of the city, Li Chang'an replied. Why go out of the city? Your health is still not restored. It would be better not to wander about. Lu Jin expressed her concern, unconsciously drawing closer to him. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of jasmine, elegant and delicate. As the lights flickered, Li Chang'an stole a glance into Lu Jin's eyes, instinctively diverting his gaze elsewhere. Relying solely on selling candied hawthorns won't yield much profit unless we mobilize a larger group to assist us, but that seems unrealistic. I need to make other preparations. Erlang. Lu Jin hesitated, her words trailing off. Li Chang'an smiled as he urged, Come now, sister-in-law. Let me teach you how to make the syrup. Tomorrow, we must sell even more candied hawthorns. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Li Chang'an set out with a small cart to deliver wine while Lu Jin remained at home to prepare syrup and brew. The rising smoke from the kitchen filled the air with the essence of home. He first delivered 15 jin to the Lin family restaurant. Boss, if you find this wine to your liking, you won't need to run to the market daily. I can deliver it to you every morning. Li Chang'an cheerfully suggested while the staff filled the barrels. Your wine is indeed quite good. Boss Lin nodded, not dwelling on the matter. After all, wine was a necessity, and purchasing from anyone was essentially the same. The primary concern was that this wine was indeed superior to others in its price range. Very well. Send me 10 jin each day. If anything changes, I will let you know. Understood. Thank you, Boss Lin. Li Chang'an accepted the payment and continued on to Zhang's tavern. Upon arriving at Zhang's tavern, it was not a staff member who greeted him, but the owner himself. I recall your wine having a different taste previously. Boss Zhang called Li Chang'an into the tavern. Li Chang'an wiped the sweat from his forehead, explaining, We have changed our brewing method. It has improved slightly. Boss Zhang handed Li Chang'an a handful of iron beans, saying, Well, you have your struggles too. As long as you can ensure the quality of your wine, I will continue to purchase from you. Deliver 50 jin each day. Thank you, Boss Zhang. Just as Li Chang'an was about to leave, Boss Zhang added, As a scholar, you should focus on your studies and aim for a degree. Selling wine on the streets is not a sustainable path. Li Chang'an paused, then clasped his hands in gratitude, replying earnestly, Thank you for your guidance, Boss Zhang. Watching Li Chang'an's retreating figure, Boss Zhang returned to his counter, munching on the iron beans and sipping his drink, humming a little tune. After returning the cart and wine jars, Li Chang'an took a moment to rest before hurrying out of the city again. By the time he returned, it was already afternoon. Li Chang'an's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his legs felt weak. The frailty of his body could not be remedied in just a day or two. Upon entering the house, he noticed that his sister-in-law looked rather unwell. Xiaolan and Xiaofang appeared embarrassed and frustrated nearby, and the atmosphere in the courtyard was quite oppressive. Sister-in-law, has something happened? Li Chang'an inquired with concern. Lu Jin's expression darkened slightly as she softly replied. Xiaolan and Xiaofang came by today to collect candied hawthorns to sell, but Li Chang'an nodded, understanding her implication. Her two sisters would not be returning. Lu Jin fell silent, and Xiaolan and Xiaofang appeared too shy to speak. While Li Chang'an did not articulate it, the understanding among them was clear. Their absence implied a desire to work alone, unwilling to share profits. What is the big deal? It's quite normal. To everyone's surprise, a smile broke across Li Chang'an's face. Huh? Lu Jin stared at him in bewilderment, momentarily unable to process his reaction. Shouldn't he be upset? The candied hawthorns were selling well, and everyone could profit. Yet, some individuals, having made a profit, still sought to learn their methods in secret. Sister-in-law, candied hawthorns are not exclusive to us. Your two sisters surely have their reasons. Perhaps it's familial obligations? The fact that Xiaolan and Xiaofang could come today already brings me great joy. Li Chang'an's smile was genuine. We have so many candied hawthorns today. We will certainly make a good amount of money, so worry not. As he spoke, Li Chang'an turned to Xiaolan and Xiaofang, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for their presence today, assuring them they would still adhere to yesterday's pricing, bowing respectfully to both. Oh, no need for that. We should be the ones thanking you and Jin for providing us with this opportunity to earn. Xiaolan quickly waved her hands, her face flushed with urgency. After chatting for a while longer, Xiaolan and Xiaofang departed, clutching their skewers adorned with candied hawthorns. Erlang, I'm so sorry, Lu Jin said, lowering her head in sorrow. It was she who had brought her sisters back, yet within just a day, they had drifted apart over candied hawthorns, potentially impacting their family business. There's no need to fret, my dear sister-in-law, Li Chang'an reassured her with a smile. Even if your sisters hadn't sought to learn from us, there would certainly be others who would. and it was merely a matter of time. So, rest easy. Are you truly untroubled? Lu Jin raised her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, appearing so pitiful. Li Chang'an's heart raced, and he quickly averted his gaze. It was overwhelming. Why did she have to be so beautiful? Of course, I'm fine. Why would I deceive you, sister-in-law? He stammered. However, since Xiaolon and Xiaofang have been so helpful, we must ensure they earn their share in the future. We cannot let them down. Lu Jin nodded. Her head bowed, a faint blush coloring her earlobes. How many times had it been since Erlang had awakened? I am your sister-in-law, after all. In the following 2 days, Li Chang'an continued his routine of delivering wine each morning, spending the remainder of his time at home brewing wine and making syrup, venturing out to the market in the evenings. Unfortunately, they had only managed to add 3 more small restaurants to their clientele. Every day, approximately 100 pounds of wine are sold. Although this is a significant increase compared to before, it still falls short of the 300 taels needed. On the 3rd day, Lu Jin returned with candy and hawthorn fruit. Erlang, there are more and more vendors selling candied hawthorn outside, traversing the streets, she remarked. That's a good thing, Li Chang'an replied with a smile. Lu Jin brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, but clearly, this is all you're doing. Sister-in-law, it's nothing to worry about. The more popular candied hawthorn becomes, the happier I am. Li Chang'an said as he added 2 pieces of wood to the boiler and cleared the ash. You're being so secretive. Is there something you can't share with your sister-in-law? Lu Jin teased. I just wanted to give you a surprise, he smiled. Isn't the hawthorn fruit a bit pricey in the market now? Indeed. The price of hawthorn has risen to 3 won per pound, Lu Jin replied. However, Xiaolon mentioned that the taste of other vendors' candied hawthorn doesn't compare to ours, which is why we sell more. But others are not performing poorly either, Li Chang'an nodded. Candied hawthorn is not difficult to make, and these ingredients are quite common. It's understandable. Sister-in-law, have you calculated the costs? He inquired. What costs? Lu Jin asked, surprised. There are about 40 hawthorn fruits in a pound, which means 5 skewers of candied hawthorn can sell for 25 won. What is the cost control? And will everyone continue selling candied hawthorn? This question left Lu Jin momentarily speechless. She had never considered this before. The reasoning was simple. When costs were spread out, they were very low. 1 pound of hawthorn fruit could yield a profit of at least 21, which is astonishingly lucrative. Moreover, with so many people selling them, there was still a good market. Hence, the business of candied hawthorn continued to thrive. Unfortunately, behind this success, the originator of candied hawthorn had little to do with it. As the first to venture into this market, Li's family had only sold a little over 300 skewers in recent days, netting just a couple of taels. Let me rephrase. If the cost is controlled, to what extent would you still consider selling candied hawthorn? Li Chang'an continued. 10 won? No, perhaps 15 won at most. Lu Jin finally suggested her most extreme figure. Li Chang'an's smile grew even brighter. So, sister-in-law, prepare to count your silver. Candied hawthorn has only 2 main ingredients, hawthorn fruit and candy. The candy is controlled by the authorities, but the other ingredient, at least all the hawthorn in Ling County, has been monopolized by your little brother-in-law. By the way, there's a poetry gathering at Wangxing Tower tonight. Erlang, you should attend, Lu Jin said while washing the hawthorn. What poetry gathering? It's organized by the county school. I heard students from other places are coming too. It's quite a scale, Lu Jin explained. If you perform well, you might catch the attention of the school's head and be invited to join. She turned slightly. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Erlang, you should go. Such an opportunity is rare. I've heard of the poetry gathering, but I'm not particularly interested. Li Chang'an replied as he prepared to boil sugar in another pot. How can you not be interested? You've been longing to participate. Saying there are many erudite individuals there. Lu Jin blinked, and those poems are impressive. Perhaps one could gain fame. Li Chang'an felt a wave of frustration, as Lu Jin's expression seemed to urge him into a situation he wasn't too keen on. Many will attend the poetry gathering. What is the point? Once I rescue my sister, I will focus on my studies for the county exam next March. Lu Jin fell silent. Her gentle eyes filled with disappointment and a hint of grievance. This look softened even Li Chang'an's resolute heart. All right, I shall go. If that pleases you, he sighed lightly. Lu Jin's frown transformed into a radiant smile. That's more like it. You've aspired to pass the imperial examination since you were young. Our family will rely on you in the future. I'll accompany you. How can that be? Lu Jin widened her beautiful eyes. What is unreasonable about it? It's quite normal for ladies to attend such gatherings. But Lu Jin felt torn. To say she didn't want to attend would be disingenuous. After all, Many wished to go but were unable to. Yet, with her status, how could she attend without causing embarrassment for Erlang? Sister-in-law. Let us just go and see. If it doesn't work out, we can always return. It's not like we lose anything, Chang'an reassured her. Besides, it was you who insisted I attend this poetry gathering. How can you back out now? Well, all right then, Lu Jin conceded, albeit hesitantly. As night fell, Chang'an, albeit reluctantly, made his way to Wangxing Tower under Lu Jin's encouragement. To him, any poetry gathering merely represented a congregation of individuals eager to display their superiority, a futile endeavor in his eyes. Instead of engaging in such trivialities, he would rather wander the wine market, perhaps discovering another buyer. Moreover, with a lovely companion by his side, he found no reason to seek distractions elsewhere. Yet, Lu Jin was resolute in her desire for him to attend the gathering, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Wangxing Tower, situated in the southern district, stood as the tallest building in Ling County and was a favored gathering place for literati. Various poetry societies would convene here, exchanging wine and verses, occasionally producing works that gained renown. Tonight, Wangxing Tower was more bustling than the Sanyang Gate. Lanterns adorned the streets, drawing crowds from all corners of Ling County toward the tower. The poetry gathering presented an opportunity for fame, especially with the county school's head presiding over the event, attracting numerous aspiring scholars eager to showcase their talents. Even ordinary folk were drawn to witness the elegance of the literati. As Chang'an and Lu Jin moved with the throng, they approached Wangxing Tower. The closer they got, the more crowded it became. Suddenly, Lu Jin stumbled as someone bumped into her. Instinctively, Chang'an caught her shoulder, and in that moment, both of them froze. Chang'an felt his heart race, while Lu Jin's cheeks flushed crimson, remaining still as the warmth of his touch coursed through her. The atmosphere grew charged. Chang'an quickly withdrew his hand, flustered. Sister-in-law, perhaps we should return. It's too crowded here. Lu Jin bit her lip, her head lowered, yet she continued forward. Amid the bustling crowd, Chang'an was acutely aware of the rhythm of her breath. As if in a world filled with noise, they were the only two present. The two remained silent, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. To enter Wangxing Tower for the poetry gathering, one must possess an invitation. Those without were advised not to press forward. Please enter with an invitation, announced a student from the county school, maintaining order at the entrance. Those without an invitation may attempt to enter through the east gate. Those who succeed may gain entry. Chang'an had yet to fully grasp the words of the county school students when the night suddenly illuminated. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. A radiant curtain of light cascaded from the top of the stargazing tower, as if unfurling a massive sheet of rice paper between heaven and earth. Following this, one after another, bold black characters fell like axes striking wood, crashing into the luminous curtain, creating a shower of light. The theme of this poetry gathering at the stargazing tower emerged, ascending high, climbed the 7-story tower, and compose a poem. An uncontrollable gasp echoed throughout the venue. Lu Jin widened her eyes in astonishment. This was her first encounter with such an extraordinary spectacle. Each character resembled a colossal stone plummeting into a deep pool, seemingly shattering the very essence of one's spirit. The literary path, black words on white paper, and a single character carrying the weight of 1,000. A tremor seemed to erupt within Chang'an's pupils, vibrating incessantly. Fragments of memories from a previous life surged forth, awakened by this magnificent sight. This was the world of literature, a realm transcending the mundane. The crowd at the entrance of the stargazing tower gradually dispersed. Those with invitations were the first to enter. Today's poetry gathering was jointly hosted by the county school and various esteemed poetry societies, intended to celebrate Lu Xiaoxing, a student of the county school, who had been invited to the Bailu Academy. Thus, it attracted considerable attention. Those possessing invitations were indeed few. Even those without sought to test their luck at the East Gate, hoping to ascend the stargazing tower, even if they could not compose poetry. They could still forge valuable connections. Erlang, let us see what awaits at the East Gate. We might as well try our luck there to reach the stargazing tower. Lu Jin whispered confidently to Chang'an. The two approached the East Gate, where a long line had already formed. Who would have thought that the county school's Gu Jiaoyu is stationed at the East Gate? How can we possibly get through? It appears to be a couplet challenge. It should be manageable, said two scholars in front, craning their necks. But it's tough. 10 people have already gone ahead, and not a single one managed to pass through the East Gate. We must at least give it a try. If we can get past the East Gate and ascend the stargazing tower, even if we fail to compose a poem, it would still be a stroke of luck. Soon, it was Chang'an's turn. Crossing through the east gate's archway, everything behind him faded away, leaving only a long table before him. At last, Li Chang'an beheld the much-discussed Gu Jiaoyu of the county school. Dressed in a square cap and appearing somewhat frail, his eyes, however, sparkled with intensity, seeming capable of piercing into one's very soul. Behind Gu Jiaoyu stood 4 students of the county school, who scrutinized Li Chang'an as he entered with Lu Jin. Li Chang'an clasped his hands in greeting, and Gu Jiaoyu nodded, then withdrew 5 wooden tablets from a cloth bag. You have 20 breaths to compose a couplet for each of these 5 lines. Only then may you ascend. Good heavens, 5 lines and only 20 breaths? No wonder so many fail, Li Chang'an thought. The couplets required equal word count, corresponding parts of speech, regulated tones, and identical syntax. It was not merely a test of knowledge, but a trial of quick wit. Yet, to produce 5 couplets within 20 breaths seemed deliberately designed to thwart success. Are you compelling me to cheat? As he scanned the first line, it felt as if pages were flipping in his mind, and he spoke aloud. A talent of 8 Del. Gu Jiaoyu looked up in surprise, then nodded. Not bad. This frail scholar possessed a modicum of quick wit, managing to respond so swiftly. Just as he prepared to draw a passage token, Li Chang'an's voice rang out again. The green mountains paint an eternal picture, while flowing waters play a timeless tune. The students behind Gu Jiaoyu exchanged astonished glances. These couplets had been selected by them, and they had previously been tested on them. Although not absolute, the speed at which this frail scholar produced his responses was astonishing. Did he encounter these couplets beforehand? Moreover, if only 1 couplet was required, why produce a second? Gu Jiaoyu slightly raised his hand to silence the murmurs behind him. Li Chang'an focused on the 3rd line, moonlight cradled in hand. Floral fragrance enveloping the attire. A sudden fit of coughing erupted from one of the students behind Gu Jiaoyu. The other 3 stared at Li Chang'an as if they had seen a ghost. Isn't this a bit excessive? 5 lines, and he has already produced 3 responses. If this isn't cheating, what is it? His fortune must be extraordinary. Li Chang'an turned to the coughing student, this esteemed scholar. The student coughed even more violently, waving his hands in denial, leaving Li Chang'an bewildered. Gu Jiaoyu gestured dismissively, then pointed to the remaining 2 wooden tablets, urging him to continue. Time was fleeting. With only 20 breaths, Li Chang'an hurriedly glanced at the 4th line. A rain of red blossoms falls. Without hesitation, he replied. 1,000 forests scatter green shade. Finally, Li Chang'an pointed to the 5th tablet. Cloud shadows ripple upon the heavens. Pine waves and bamboo melodies grace the waters. Thud. The previously coughing student collapsed to the ground, his face flushed. Li Chang'an felt utterly confounded. Is this student afflicted with some ailment? Has he been unwell since the beginning? Behind him, Lu Jin anxiously tugged at his sleeve. She had little experience, but recognized that these individuals were all esteemed scholars. Gu Jiaoyu was without question, and the students of the county school had all passed the county examination. She had faith in Erlang, but worried that he might fail and suffer a heavy blow. Zizhao, if you're unwell, you may ascend first, Gu Jiaoyu instructed. The coughing student hurriedly rose. My apologies, esteemed teacher, I beg for your forgiveness. Gu Jiaoyu turned to Li Chang'an, a smile gracing his face. Young friend, you seem devoid of literary aura. Have you not yet attained fame? Gu Jiaoyu's gaze was piercing. I am preparing for the county examination next March, Li Chang'an replied respectfully, albeit uncertain of the unfolding events. Very well, said Gu Jiaoyu, nodding. I have 1 more line for you. Why not give it a try? Li Chang'an responded dutifully. As you wish. By the water, an open pavilion, surrounded by cloud-capped mountains like a painting, Gu Jiaoyu declared. Li Chang'an pondered briefly before responding, leaning on the railing. Gazing afar, the smoke of 1,000 homes is filled with affection. Excellent. Gu Jiaoyu clapped in delight, then drew 2 passage tokens. Take these and ascend. Thank you. Gu Jiaoyu, Li Chang'an accepted the tokens, preparing to depart with Lu Jin. After a moment's thought, he could not resist adding, I hope Gu Jiaoyu can forgive me. I have a small suggestion. Oh, what suggestion might that be? Gu Jiaoyu inquired, a knowing smile upon his lips. The time allotted for the couplets is rather short. 5 lines for merely 20 breaths seems a tad excessive. Puff. The student who had just risen from the ground burst into laughter again. The other 3 students struggled to contain themselves, their faces flushed. Li Chang'an scratched his head, utterly perplexed. What is wrong with all of you? What is so amusing? Gu Jiaoyu's face shifted between red and white, taking a deep breath. Young friend, I merely stated that you need only produce 1 couplet. I never said you had to complete them all. The 5 lines were merely options to choose from. Ah? Li Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment, and he repeatedly apologized, imploring Gu Jiaoyu for forgiveness. The young man had mistakenly believed that each couplet required a corresponding response. Gu Jiaoyu could not help but chuckle softly, gesturing for him to proceed. I look forward to your poetic composition this evening. Li Chang'an quickly clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and hastened his steps, almost fleeing with Lu Jiyin into the Wanxing building. Haraha! The 4 students from the county academy could no longer contain their laughter. Even Gu Jiaoyu shook his head in amusement. Teacher, this lad is truly entertaining, Zijao exclaimed, clutching his stomach in fits of laughter. The students had thought he was deliberately showcasing his literary prowess, only to discover he had misunderstood the teacher's intent, and to offer an opinion. How utterly hilarious. Gu Jiaoyu pointed at the 4 students behind him. You all still dare to laugh, regardless of whether he misinterpreted the instructions. Producing 5 couplets within 20 breaths is no small feat. Couplet creation may be a trivial pursuit, yet even if his poetic talent is merely a fraction of that required, he would undoubtedly excel in the county examination. It is crucial to remember that there are always greater heights and more talented individuals beyond oneself. The students took Gu Jiaoyu's teachings to heart, bowing respectfully. After the laughter subsided, they were left in profound astonishment. Indeed, with Gu Jiaoyu's initial couplet included, a total of 6 couplets had been composed in such a brief span of time. It was hardly conceivable that he had encountered them all previously. For an ordinary person, crafting even a single couplet is already a remarkable achievement. The feat of producing 6 in one go is simply unimaginable. Li Chang'an admitted to his own foolishness. The arduous training of the 9-year compulsory education in the Great Celestial Empire had evidently failed him, as he found himself unable to pass even the reading comprehension section of the Chinese language exam. To make matters worse, he had the audacity to offer a minor suggestion. How embarrassing! In his haste to ascend the building, he unconsciously held onto Lu Jiyin's hand, their fingers intertwined, his long fingers enveloping her delicate ones. Lu Jiyin felt as though her hand had lost all sensation, her mind was a blank, and although her eyes beheld the world around her, it seemed as if she were in a daze, unable to truly see anything. The interior of the stargazing tower was far more expansive than she had envisioned. The hall on the first floor alone was capable of accommodating dozens of people, and the upper levels were similarly bustling with activity. Despite the crowd, there was no sense of congestion. Brother Wang, with your presence this time, I am certain the top prize at this poetry gathering will be yours, someone remarked. Brother Chen, you jest. With Lu Chaosheng, chosen by the Bailu Academy, presiding, we can only wait for his masterpiece, came the reply. Indeed, being admitted to the Bailu Academy is akin to soaring to the heavens. The future is promising, far beyond our reach. The murmurs around them flowed into Li Chang'an's ears without any hindrance. He deliberately slowed his pace, keen to absorb the conversations of those in the know. Just then, a figure approached him and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up and ascend. Turning around, Li Chang'an's face flushed with embarrassment upon recognizing the youth from the county academy who had just burst into laughter. Zizi Zhao? He stammered. I am Qin Zizhao. May I ask for your esteemed name? Qin smiled warmly, his eyes still twinkling with mirth. Li Chang'an quickly introduced himself. I am Li Chang'an, he said, gesturing to Lu Jiyin. This is my sister-in-law. Qin Zizhao's gaze turned somewhat ambiguous, yet he maintained his decorum, offering a slight bow to Lu Jiyin. Brother Chang'an, your couplet from earlier has left us in awe. I am certain you have prepared well for this poetry gathering. Qin gestured for Li Chang'an to walk alongside him. Brother Zizhao is too kind. I merely glanced at many couplets before having a moment of inspiration, Li Chang'an replied. I learned of this poetry gathering by chance and thought to witness it for myself. Qin's expression grew earnest. Then Brother Chang'an must exert himself. This poetry gathering is of great significance. Should a remarkable piece emerge, the benefits will be substantial. I hope you will not hesitate to seek my guidance. Li Chang'an nodded solemnly. This gathering is organized to celebrate Lu Chaoshen's acceptance into the Bailu Academy, as you have seen, with Director Gu personally presiding over the East Gate. Not only that, but the esteemed academic officer will also be in attendance, Qin added. I have heard whispers of this. Li Chang'an acknowledged with a nod. Qin leaned closer, speaking softly. In reality, the county magistrate and the deputy magistrate will also be present. Moreover, representatives from the Bailu Academy will be attending. Li Chang'an's pupils widened in disbelief. Brother Zizhao, how can so many dignitaries gather for merely a poetry gathering? It is said that students from the academy happened to be passing through, hence the occasion was arranged to foster closer relationships, Qin replied mysteriously. However, the exact reasons elude me. The winner of this poetry gathering will have their name inscribed on the Wenchang stele in the county, gaining widespread recognition and prestige. This is a rare opportunity. Li Chang'an was momentarily stunned. The Wenchang stele? Indeed. Qin clapped Li Chang'an on the shoulder. Though Brother Chang'an has yet to awaken his literary talisman, one must still prepare early. Once the talisman is awakened, prestige will transform into literary energy, enabling the establishment of a literary palace and the pursuit of excellence. Only then can one truly embark upon the path of literature. While the literary talisman can communicate with the literary sage's list, once a poem ascends the list, it becomes known throughout the realm, and prestige and literary energy flow like a mighty river. However, that realm is reserved for genuine literary prodigies. Each month, only the top 100 are recorded. An unattainable goal for us. It is better to diligently cultivate every ounce of prestige and literary energy, steadily building a literary palace and enhancing one's talisman. The Wenchang stele of this county is well suited for our industrious endeavors. At this point, Qin Zizhao expressed his heartfelt sentiment. Director Gu has also stated that Brother Chang'an's prospects for the county examination next year are exceedingly bright, so we shall surely become classmates in the future. Allowing me to share more with you. Today's poetry gathering requires our utmost effort, while Lu Chaoshan's presence diminishes our chances of taking the lead. A high-quality piece may still capture the attention of significant figures, yielding great benefits. Li Chang'an earnestly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zizhao, for your insightful guidance. Think nothing of it. After all, we shall be classmates next year, and it matters not when we forge our connections, Qin waved dismissively. Once we enter the county academy, we shall be part of the same circle, providing mutual support in many ways. For example, Lu Chaoshan can become our guide at Bailu Academy. Indeed, it is only through unity that we can make our mark at the academy and in the Jin Kingdom. Li Chang'an replied, nodding in agreement. The dynamics here are quite similar to the political arena, filled with factions and alliances for mutual benefit. The greater the power, the more one can gain. The county academy is no different. Various factions exist within, and competition looms outside. Possessing a literary talisman grants one the right to compete. Without it, everything is but fleeting mist. As Li Chang'an conversed with Qin Zizhao, he sensed that, were it not for the couplet he had crafted and the praise from Director Gu, he likely would not have had such a candid exchange. In truth, it was his future qualifications that made this dialogue possible. Otherwise, even if he exerted every effort to ingratiate himself, he would have only elicited scornful laughter. Lu Jin, closely trailing behind Li Chang'an, observed their amiable interaction with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. This was her brother, the sole scholarly hope of the Li family, who, despite merely testing the waters, had managed to ascend the stargazing tower and mingle with the county academy students. She believed he would undoubtedly achieve even greater success in the future. I am certain that Brother Zizhao is quite confident. I shall eagerly await your masterpiece. Li Chang'an said with a smile. Qin Zizhao's face broke into a subtle smile, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor as he humbly replied, Brother Chang'an, do not elevate me excessively. Director Gu remarked that your talent for couplets surpasses ours, and I am sure you have poetry yet to unveil. Do not shy away here. Certainly, I shall take my leave and ascend now. My classmates await me. Brother Chang'an, you must join us, Qin said, patting Li Chang'an on the back before striding up the stairs. Li Chang'an turned to Lu Jin with a smile. This county academy student possesses a forthright disposition. Lu Jin nodded, glancing around timidly before quickly averting her gaze. Erlang, I always knew you would succeed. We should hasten to the upper floor and witness the talents of the scholars in Lin County. Li Chang'an chuckled. With so many poetic verses in my memory, handling a county poetry gathering should be a breeze. Navigating through the conversing crowd, Li Chang'an led Lu Jin up the staircase. At the top of the stargazing tower was a spacious open-air terrace, filled with various scholars mingling in groups, discussing the day's poetry gathering. Beautiful maidservants carefully navigated the throngs while serving snacks. Courtesans from the Baixiang Tower sang lilting melodies, drawing approving nods from the spectators. In the center of the terrace stood a pavilion where only a few individuals gathered, yet they commanded the attention of nearly everyone. As Qin Zizhao reached the rooftop, he quickly joined the ranks of the county academy students. What brings you up here? Were you not below, accompanying the director at the east gate? Qin Zizhao waved his hand dismissively. Let us not speak of it. I just encountered an extraordinary talent in couplets, and it truly left me feeling humiliated. The instructor urged him to come up and refresh his mind in preparation for the upcoming poetry gathering. What was going on? An extraordinary talent in couplets? The other scholars from the county were astonished. Although couplets are considered a minor art, they are closely related to the rules of poetry. If one excels in couplets, their poetry must surely be commendable. It was indeed eye-opening. Qin Zijiao recounted the recent events, and the others gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. 5 upper lines. 20 responses to create matching lower lines, with the instructor articulating the upper lines with remarkable composure. If his understanding of the classics and strategies is sound, he will undoubtedly pass the county examination. It seems we may soon have another classmate among us. Qin Zijiao glanced towards the pavilion, where a young gentleman in white, adorned with a crown and holding a fan, appeared to have come from the Bailu Academy. It was said that his status was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could the county magistrate and deputy magistrate accompany him? You should have seen Lu Chaoxing. He could barely utter a word in the presence of that individual. Merely trailing behind your grandfather as a mere backdrop, Qin Zijiao squinted at the young man in white, feeling that something was slightly amiss. Come now. What do you mean by my grandfather? It's Scholar Qin. If he hears you address him in such a manner, he would surely think I am leveraging his reputation and would not hesitate to give me a good thrashing upon my return. Understood, Scholar Qin, the other students responded. Already accustomed to it. Have you all noticed that this young gentleman from the academy seems rather peculiar? What do you mean by peculiar? Qin Zijiao unabashedly revealed his disdain. He has probably been reading so much that he has dulled his senses. Look at that fellow. It seems he has no Adam's apple. And his face is excessively delicate, peach blossom eyes and thin lips. If he is indeed a man, I shall refrain from drinking for a month. The other scholars, upon closer inspection, nodded in agreement, raising their thumbs in admiration. Indeed, Zijiao, your insight is remarkable. Our focus is entirely divergent. While we ponder what poetry Lu Chaoxing will present tonight, you are concerned with whether he is male or female. Quite impressive. In the pavilion, only 4 individuals were seated, with 2 others standing. One standing was Lu Chaoxing, while the other was the young gentleman's maid. Even as a maid, her beauty rivaled that of the courtesan singing nearby, exuding an endearing and refined charm. The young gentleman in white appeared disinterested in socializing, often sharing laughter with his maid. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a wealthy young lady holding a candied hawthorn skewer, his bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sui Yue, what is that? The maid glanced over and shook her head. This servant does not know. Lu Chaoxing, standing nearby, quickly interjected, that is a newly popular snack from the county, known as candied hawthorn, quite favored here. Candied hawthorn? The young gentleman's gaze shifted. Yue, inquire where this candied hawthorn is sold, and buy a skewer for me to taste. Lu Chaoxing replied, Sir, there are many places selling candied hawthorn, but if you seek the most authentic, it is at Sanyang Gate. That is where it was first sold. Allow me to fetch it for you. The young gentleman showed no inclination to converse, yet the maid inclined her body slightly toward Lu Chaoxing and said, I apologize. Lu Gongzi, my master only eats what I personally procure for him. Her voice was neither warm nor cold, keeping others at a distance. The 3 seated in the pavilion exchanged glances, helplessly shaking their heads. There was no alternative. This young gentleman was the honored guest of the poetry gathering. If he were merely a student from the academy, it would be one thing, for there remains a long road to the officialdom. And whether one can traverse it is another matter altogether. However, this individual was the academy's envoy. To attain such a position within the academy signifies an extraordinary status. Should he choose to pursue an official career, he would conservatively hold a 7th grade position. Moreover, with the academy's backing, his connections are intricate and profound, encompassing more potential than the average person could fathom. Lu Chaoxing's desire to establish a connection was only natural, yet unfortunately, the envoy looked down upon him. Feeling somewhat bored, the young gentleman remarked, this poetry gathering still has a while to go. Sui Yue, let us observe the courtesan. With that, he closed his paper fan, offered a slight bow to the county magistrate, and departed the pavilion, the maid hastily following suit. Li Chang'an ascended the stairs with Lu Jin. Erlang. You have composed poetry, right? As they climbed higher, Lu Jin grew increasingly anxious and could not help but inquire. I have. Li Chang'an replied softly with a smile, Sister-in-law, do not worry. While I may not claim the top spot, I do have hopes of ranking well. Lu Jin gently tapped Li Chang'an, you ought to be more modest. With so many scholars present, do not earn a reputation for arrogance. It would not reflect well on you. Li Chang'an chuckled, I'm only sharing this with you, sister-in-law. Come, let us hurry up and take a look. The moonlight was bright tonight. Perhaps they would catch a glimpse of Goddess Mountain beyond the city. Lu Jin's face blossomed with joy as she nodded enthusiastically. Goddess Mountain. renowned throughout the county and beyond, is famed even in Dongyue Prefecture. From certain vantage points, one can behold the mountains outside the city merging into one, resembling a goddess lying on her side, with peaks like shoulders and valleys like a waist, truly breathtaking. The stargazing tower is the prime location for such views. As Li Chang'an reached the 6th level, he peered through the window opening, where the moonlight cascaded down, faintly revealing the silhouette of Goddess Mountain not far from the city. Sister-in-law, look, we can really see it. Lu Jin leaned closer to the window, her gentle gaze captivated, almost entranced. Erlang, I am so happy. Her voice trembled, and her eyes glistened with mist. This is my first time at the stargazing tower. She turned to smile at Li Chang'an, tears slipping down the corners of her eyes. Not tears of sorrow, but tears of excitement. Li Chang'an's heart quaked violently. In his previous life's memories, Lu Jin had only been 17 when she married into the Li family, tirelessly toiling for 5 years, and due to his prior condition, she had never attended a poetry gathering. How could she have ever ascended the stargazing tower as she did today? In the future, wherever you wish to go, I will take you. Li Chang'an spoke tenderly, yet his words were imbued with unwavering resolve. Let us ascend further. We shall see even more clearly. Saying this, he grasped Lu Jin's wrist, quickening his pace. Lu Jin felt as though her heart had soared into the sky, floating as she followed Li Chang'an through the crowd. Upon reaching the top floor, the view suddenly expanded before them. The clear and pristine moonlight flowed like a gentle stream, illuminating the world in a brilliant white. In the distance, Goddess Mountain appeared ethereal, as if draped in silk ribbons, floating like a celestial being. Li Chang'an's mind was in turmoil, a mysterious power surged within him. And the jade-like verses in his mind began to stir, a poem quietly materializing. The sun sets behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. To exhaust 1,000 miles of vision, one must ascend another floor. An unprecedented thrill surged within Li Chang'an's heart, uncontrollable and overwhelming. It felt as though a cataclysmic event was unfolding in his mind, his pupils quivering as he glimpsed darkness, yet within that darkness, a faint white mist lingered. Deep within the mist, a ray of light yearned to break free, yet was ensnared by the shadows. Anxiety, restlessness, and even a hint of anger surged within him as his heart burned. He could see the light on the brink of breaking free, only to be trapped at the last moment. An oppressive feeling weighed heavily upon him, clamoring to be released. Thud, thud. His heart pounded like a war drum, the blood surging to his head, and the sound of his pulsing veins echoed clearly in his ears. Li Chang'an yearned to shout, yet he could not. Upon the initial inscription on the jade tablet, the paramount concern was avoiding undue attention and potential peril. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of this literary world, caution was paramount. Sister-in-law, he rasped, his voice strained with suppression, we must return. The idyllic scene that had captivated Lu Jin moments before was now overshadowed by alarm. Second brother, what ails you? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with trepidation, witnessing his apparent agony. His bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of a wounded beast cornered, betrayed both ferocity and terror, piercing her heart with anguish. Sister-in-law, aid me. Let us return, Li Chang'an uttered, stumbling precariously. Lu Jin swiftly embraced his arm, exerting all her strength to support him. We shall go home, she repeated, tears streaming uncontrollably. With arduous effort, Li Chang'an suppressed the turmoil within, relying on Lu Jin's assistance as they departed the stargazing tower. A white-clad nobleman, accompanied by his maidservant and attempting to ingratiate himself with the courtesan, experienced a sudden premonition, glancing back to catch a glimpse of Li Chang'an's retreating figure. What is it? My lord? Inquired the maidservant, noticing his furrowed brow, sensing an unusual aura. He dismissed it, attributing it to a misjudgment, and resumed his frivolous pursuit of the courtesan. Qin Zijiao, amidst the county scholars, craned his neck, puzzled by Li Chang'an's absence. I had intended to introduce him to you all, he remarked. Li Chang'an maintained a lowered gaze, wary of attracting attention. The jade tablet pulsed with energy, the poem transforming into a raging beast. Threatening to break free from the confines of his body, he resisted with every fiber of his being, fearing imminent disintegration. An utterance was imminent, the sole means of releasing the pent-up power being the poem's manifestation. Li Chang'an discerned this, recognizing the poem as the very source of the surge. Countless verses resided in his memory, yet none had ever evoked such a sensation. The distinction lay in the jade tablet's inscription. The profound resonance and emotional immersion were indelibly etched in his mind, now transcribed upon the jade tablet. Lu Jin exerted her utmost strength, becoming his anchor as she navigated through the throng. Curious glances were cast their way, swiftly dismissed as mere drunkenness. Upon reaching their abode, Li Chang'an succumbed, vomiting a torrent of blood. His eyes bulged, his hearing distorted, replaced by the thunderous rhythm of his heart. The expulsion offered momentary relief. Yet Lu Jin perceived it as a catastrophic omen. "Second brother, I shall fetch a physician," she cried, her eyes brimming with horror, fearing his imminent demise. He coughed again, regaining his senses. "Sister-in-law, I am unharmed." With newfound resolve, he staggered to his feet, seizing a stone and inscribing large characters upon the ground. Each inscription diminished the surging power, accompanied by a sound akin to shattering glass. Within his mind, the veiled expanse of darkness unveiled a winding fissure, emanating a gentle, jade-like radiance that permeated the shadows. The dissipating mist converged towards the depths. Lu Jin watched in stunned silence as Li Chang'an, seemingly possessed, inscribed characters amidst his coughing fits. He persisted, the fissures multiplying, yet the final breakthrough eluded him, as if requiring the utter annihilation of the darkness. Upon completing the final character, Li Chang'an exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. The poem, like a masterstroke, exuded a faint mist. Suddenly, the ground quaked, the characters sinking into the earth, leaving behind deep trenches. The scene before Li Chang'an shifted, the mist coalescing into a colossal stele, adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly solidifying, albeit at a glacial pace. Regaining his composure, Li Chang'an called out, "Sister! Sister!" Lu Jin, unable to contain her anxiety, embraced him, urging him to rest while she prepared medicine. Her voice, laced with tears, tugged at his heartstrings. Gently patting her back, Li Chang'an reassured her, "Sister-in-law, I am well. I feel improved." The instant the stele materialized, the white-clad nobleman was the first to react, followed by the magistrate and his deputy, all abandoning their composure. Qin Zijiao and the other scholars underwent a similar transformation. "What is transpiring?" they exclaimed, their literary talismans trembling, not with mere agitation, but with submission and reverence. The sensation was fleeting, yet it left an indelible mark. The white-clad nobleman, his expression conflicted, whispered, "Innate talisman." The following morning, Li Chang'an emerged from his dwelling, invigorated. The previous night's ordeal had strengthened his constitution, adding substance to his frame. His once weary body now possessed newfound vigor. Despite his assurances, Lu Jin remained concerned, her eyes bearing the weight of a sleepless night. "Second brother, are you truly unharmed?" she inquired, her face etched with fatigue. Li Chang'an smiled reassuringly. "Sister-in-law, rest at home. I shall handle the remaining tasks." He dissuaded her from accompanying him. Pushing a cart, Li Chang'an walked onto the street, listening to the surrounding discussions, finally realizing what had transpired the previous night. It was said that the poetry gathering at Wangxing Tower had concluded abruptly. Indeed, no one knew the reason. The county magistrate, the dignitaries of the county, and the scholars from the county school had all left in haste. It was truly peculiar. Many had attended the event, and its sudden end left them expecting a wealth of poetic masterpieces, which was regrettable. Li Chang'an too found it strange. The excitement of the previous night had been extraordinary. And with so many prominent figures present, how could it have ended so swiftly? Alas, he could not comprehend the whims of these influential individuals, such a maturity. To abandon the gathering without warning was akin to treating others like puppets, an act of sheer caprice. Upon delivering wine to Zhang's tavern, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Gu Jiaoyu, whom he had met at the east gate of Wangxing Tower the night before. "Gu Jiaoyu, I pay my respects," Li Chang'an greeted. Gu Jiaoyu looked at him with incredulity. "You are?" "I have come to deliver wine," Li Chang'an replied with a smile, waiting for the attendant to bring the wine. Gu Jiaoyu seemed to have stumbled upon something remarkable. He glanced at Zhang Fugui, who was nestled behind the counter. Then at Li Chang'an, unable to suppress a chuckle. "How interesting. I recently found a fine wine that suits my taste. And it turns out you are the one selling it. If you like it, I shall send you a jar tomorrow," Li Chang'an offered. "That won't be necessary." Gu Jiaoyu waved his hand. "Focus on preparing for next year's county examination. Thank you for your guidance." Li Chang'an bowed before continuing on his way. As he watched Li Chang'an depart, Gu Jiaoyu entered the tavern. "What? You know that lad?" Zhang Fugui inquired, tossing a roasted broad bean into his mouth. "Yes. We met last night. He is quite a talented young man," Gu Jiaoyu replied. With business slow at the tavern, Gu Jiaoyu chose not to be particular about seating, plopping down on a bench at the entrance. "As usual, pour me a gourd of wine." "Talented? It has been ages since I heard you praise someone so," Zhang Fugui remarked, signaling an attendant to fetch the wine. "By the way, isn't it time for you to settle your tab?" Gu Jiaoyu remained unfazed. "What payment?" "Our wager was one you lost. We shall discuss it when you can persuade me." Zhang Fugui crunched the roasted broad bean as a martial artist. How can I compete with you scholarly types? You're being quite unreasonable. Care to settle it with a duel? At my age, I think not. Gu Jiaoyu, not wishing to dwell on the matter, redirected the conversation back to Li Chang'an. Do you know him well? Zhang Fugui nodded. I know a bit. His father and brother perished 5 years ago on the battlefield. Only his sister-in-law and younger sister remain at home, and he has been ill for a long time. Living in dire straits. Gu Jiaoyu stroked his beard, grasped the wine gourd handed by the attendant. Very well, I shall take my leave. No need for formalities. Zhang Fugui replied, not even rising to see him off, especially not for a guest who wouldn't pay. After delivering the wine, Li Chang'an did not return home, but headed straight outside the city. Upon reaching the orchard, he found a throng of familiar faces, mostly vendors selling candied hawthorn. Boss, what is going on today? Why aren't the hawthorn fruits for sale? A voice called out. Indeed, we've all been waiting for the hawthorn fruits to be available. How can they suddenly not be sold? A crowd gathered at the orchard entrance, clamoring like a bustling market. Li Chang'an concealed himself among the masses, observing the unfolding situation. Everyone, please calm down. I am powerless in this matter. 3 days ago, all the hawthorn fruits were purchased by a single owner, who even signed a contract. If I were to sell them privately, I would be imprisoned. I sincerely ask for your understanding, the orchard owner shouted, his forehead glistening with sweat as he repeatedly bowed in apology. If you wish to buy other fruits, you may select from those in the small garden. But what about the candied hawthorn business? Another voice protested. You can't conduct business this way. The price of hawthorn has already risen. Why is it still not for sale today? Complaints erupted again. The atmosphere was far from tranquil. The candied hawthorn business was lucrative, and despite the rising prices, no one wished to relinquish this quick profit. But without hawthorn, how could they produce candied hawthorn? Wasn't that akin to cheating? More people continued to arrive, eager to buy hawthorn, yet the orchard owner remained resolute. One by one, disgruntled patrons departed. Finally, Li Chang'an pushed his cart to the orchard entrance. I'm sorry, but the hawthorn. The orchard owner instinctively began, but upon recognizing Li Chang'an, he quickly bowed. Li boss you. Li Chang'an pulled out a stack of tickets from his pocket, grinning. Old Tang, you've made quite a profit these past few days, haven't you? Now it's time for business. Starting tomorrow, I will sell tickets with the dates clearly marked. Each ticket grants 10 pounds of hawthorn, but the collection times vary. Some can be collected tomorrow, others the day after. I must emphasize, only tickets will be accepted for hawthorn. No retail sales. The orchard owner swallowed hard, staring incredulously at Li Chang'an. He never imagined that the one who had bought all the hawthorn would dare to sell them in such a manner. Li boss, is this appropriate? Fear not, old Tang, the demand will only grow, Li Chang'an reassured him, placing the tickets in the orchard owner's hands. And how much for the tickets? 150 each, Li Chang'an replied with a smile. Moreover, tickets can only be purchased tomorrow. In other words, if you want hawthorn, tomorrow is your only chance. Spread the word in the morning, and wait for me to arrive before selling at noon. The orchard owner's pupils seemed to tremble with shock. He was utterly flabbergasted. He had anticipated a high price, but never imagined it would soar to such outrageous heights. Was there any difference from outright robbery? And in such a blatant manner, no less. Li Chang'an pushed his cart. I have 1,000 tickets here. That should suffice. Oh, old Tang, please get me 10 pounds of hawthorn to take back with me. Watching Li Chang'an leave, the orchard owner sank to the ground, despondent. How could he have been so gullible? Over 10,000 pounds of hawthorn had originally sold for merely 10 taels of silver. Gazing at the tickets in his hands, the orchard owner's heart ached as if bleeding. Upon returning home, Li Chang'an prepared to rectify the previous night's mishap. Sister-in-law, are those bricks piled by the wall outside ours? Yes, Lu Jin replied while cooking wine, wiping the sweat from her brow and peering out. Li Chang'an approached the brick pile, noticing fresh footprints on top. Furrowing his brow, he circled the wall, forming a few suspicions in his mind. Carrying a brick into the yard, Lu Jin murmured, I just came back from the market. There are no hawthorn fruits for sale today. Xiaolan also mentioned that the orchard outside the city isn't selling hawthorn. Such unscrupulous merchants. Price hikes are one thing, but now they refuse to sell at all. Who knows how high the prices will soar? Li Chang'an shrugged. My dear sister-in-law, you're inadvertently cursing your own brother-in-law. I brought back 10 pounds. We shall not lack for hawthorn. Lu Jin blinked in surprise, her voice rising. Huh? Where did you buy this? You'll find out tomorrow. Li Chang'an replied. Li Chang'an smiled as he set down the brick and continued his work. All right, I understand, Lu Jin said with a glance at him. emerging from the kitchen while carrying hawthorn fruits to wash. By the way, sister-in-law, when Xiao Lan and Xiao Feng arrive later, just tell them that these hawthorn fruits are the leftovers from before. Li Chang'an found a shovel, preparing to fill in the pit. What? Lu Jin turned her head in disbelief. If the hawthorn fruits were not sold on the same day, they would surely not be fresh the next day. Xiao Lan and Xiao Feng would not believe it. Li Chang'an chuckled. If we bury the hawthorn fruits in sand and cover them with water, they can be stored for a couple of days without issue. Burying them in mud would work just as well. When the time comes, sister-in-law can simply explain the method to Xiao Lan and Xiao Feng. If anyone asks, let them not keep secrets and answer all questions. Lu Jin regarded Li Chang'an with suspicion, feeling that his thoughts were somewhat peculiar and difficult to comprehend, akin to reading a complicated text shrouded in mist. Sister-in-law and I will head out of town together tomorrow at noon. I will explain everything to her then, Li Chang'an said with a smile. Will we still sell candied hawthorn tomorrow? Lu Jin instinctively inquired. Of course, but we need to change the style, and we must also engage in some other business. Li Chang'an replied, shoveling dirt into the pit and compacting it firmly. The lunch was simple, 2 steaming corn cakes accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. After the meal, Li Chang'an busied himself in the study for over half a month, then stepped outside with a piece of paper. He returned to the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith looked at the 2 papers Li Chang'an handed over, a strange expression crossing his face. What is this? He questioned. Last time you made 2 unusual pots, and now you bring another peculiar item? We have a mouse problem at home. This is specifically for trapping mice. Li Chang'an stated earnestly. Are you sure it's for trapping mice? The blacksmith's expression grew even more bizarre as he pointed to the mouse trap depicted on the paper. Is your mouse the size of a dog? Li Chang'an nodded solemnly. The blacksmith rolled his eyes, unable to contain his exasperation. And what is this? He pointed to another sheet of paper, which depicted an even stranger object, resembling 4 nails fused together with sharp barbs protruding all around, unevenly positioned so that one would always stand upright no matter how placed. Just some small trinkets, nothing of significance, Li Chang'an said with a grin. Unfortunately, this world lacks roadblock spikes, so I had to make something up. I can make the mouse traps, but the speed won't be very fast. It's quite challenging. The blacksmith muttered, realizing that this young man was not being truthful. Make 10 mouse traps and 100 of these spikes. I'll come by tonight to pick them up. Can you do it? Yes, but it has to be before the hour of the rooster, the blacksmith replied, summoning his workers with the paper in hand. How much? 501. On the way to the evening market, Lu Jin walked beside Li Chang'an. What were those things you dragged home earlier? I've never seen them before. Our wine sales have been quite good these days, and I'm concerned that someone might become envious, so I'm preparing in advance, Li Chang'an explained nonchalantly, omitting the footprints on the brick pile outside the wall. That evening, the market was fortunate, with a new wine shop opening. But they only ordered 20 jin to test the waters before committing to 50. Upon returning home, Li Chang'an set up mouse traps and roadblock spikes beneath the courtyard wall, then sprinkled a layer of boiler ash over them. Sister-in-law, you mustn't come here anymore, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The roadblock spikes are easy to scatter, but setting up the mouse traps is quite difficult. Thankfully, I added a pry bar in the design. Otherwise, with my current frail condition, I wouldn't even be able to open the trap. Despite the improvements in his health due to the recent changes, his foundation remained too weak. Lu Jin watched the entire process with a sense of dread. These devices appeared quite frightening. Li Chang'an, won't this cause harm to someone? Rest assured. It will only cause injuries, not fatalities, he assured her, closing the door and placing 2 large mouse traps at the entrance, marking them with spikes. As night deepened, a shadow quietly approached the Li family's wall, swiftly concealing itself in the darkness. This scoundrel, the wine sales have been soaring lately, even encroaching on my business. I must see what secrets your wine hides. Waiting until the dead of night when silence enveloped the surroundings, only the distant barks of dogs occasionally pierced the quiet. The shadow finally emerged from the corner. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, revealing the person's face. Wang Ergu. He should have been asleep. Wang Ergu cautiously poked his head out, listening intently to confirm that Li Chang'an and Lu Jin had turned in for the night. He gingerly stepped onto the brick pile, finding it lower than expected, yet not impeding his progress. He nimbly climbed up the wall and leaped down. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Wang Ergu's feet were impaled by the roadblock spikes, sending him trembling backward in pain. Crack. Bang. Ah. A wave of excruciating agony washed over him, as if his right foot were broken, and he howled in torment. In the north room, Li Chang'an jolted awake, hastily rising and grabbing a brick from the door before rushing outside. The lights in the east room flickered on. Holding a lantern in one hand and the brick in the other, he stepped out to see a shadow scrambling over the wall, followed by the sound of something like a sack falling. However, he could only glimpse the person fleetingly. Lu Xijin, draped in her coat, rushed out, her face pale. Li Chang'an. She clutched the hem of his clothing, trembling with fear. It's all right, sister-in-law. That rat has already fled, Li Chang'an reassured her gently, though his gaze was icy. That bastard Wang Ergu, how dare he scale the wall? Lu Xijin seemed like a frightened quail, hiding behind Li Chang'an with wide, terrified eyes. Sister-in-law, go to sleep. In the morning, we will deliver the wine together, he said, escorting her back to the east room. Yet Lu Xijin remained afraid, her voice quaking. Who was that? Was it Wang Ergu? Don't be afraid, sister-in-law, and don't overthink it. Leave everything to me, Li Chang'an replied with a smile, closing the door. He sat on a stone outside the east room. Sister-in-law, sleep soundly. I will keep watch outside. The dim light in the east room flickered, while the crescent moon slowly traversed the sky. Li Chang'an set the brick aside. There is a saying, one may be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. We must take the initiative. Wang Ergu, we have some scores to settle. The cold wind occasionally blew, causing Li Chang'an to shiver. The door behind him creaked open, and a fragrance reminiscent of jasmine wafted through. Lu Xijin, holding her blanket, murmured softly as she headed to the north room. Ah? Li Chang'an's heart raced violently. What does this mean? In the darkness, Lu Xijin's face appeared flushed like peach blossoms. Amidst the chaos, Li Chang'an's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The scent lingered around him, enticing and elusive. Lu Xijin was in the study of the north room, separated by only a curtain. Li Chang'an tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. In his mind, it felt as if two small figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Li Chang'an, she is your sister-in-law from a previous life. What on earth are you thinking? The white figure shouted loudly. However, the other little black figure pressed the white figure down. You are you. And your past is your past. What nonsense is this? Such a beautiful maiden. Slap. Li Chang'an abruptly smacked his forehead, intending to sweat the two little figures away. Erlang, what is wrong? Nothing, just a mosquito. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chang'an felt foolish. It was already the end of October. Where could there be mosquitoes? In the adjoining study, Lu Xijin buried her head in the quilt. Her fair face flushed. The cold winter seemed to bring an unusual warmth. After a sleepless night, when the sun rose, Li Chang'an emerged with dark circles under his eyes. Yawning, Lu Xijin also got up, and, upon seeing Li Chang'an's appearance, her cheeks turned crimson, and she hurriedly quickened her pace, clutching the quilt as she dashed back to the east room. Li Chang'an entered the study, observing the assembled stools, contemplating the need for a bed here. Perhaps a heated brick bed would be better? In the harsh winter months, sleeping on a heated bed would certainly be more comfortable. After finishing breakfast, Li Chang'an escorted Lu Xijin leisurely toward the city outskirts. The city gates were unusually lively today, with a greater throng of pedestrians. Li Chang'an led Lu Xijin to a tea stall near the orchard and ordered a pot of tea. Erlang, what are we here for? Lu Xijin hesitated to meet his gaze, her cheeks still flushed, akin to the blush of peach blossoms. To watch a performance. Li Chang'an poured Lu Xijin a cup of tea before serving himself, explaining that today the orchard aimed to sell all the hawthorn fruits in one go. Lu Xijin, bewildered, looked at Li Chang'an. Is that even possible? Can so many hawthorn fruits be sold in a single day? Who would want that many? They will sell tickets for the hawthorn fruits, and one can redeem them with the ticket, Li Chang'an clarified. So I expect a large crowd today. Ah? Then we should buy some too. If there are no hawthorn fruits, we can't make candied hawthorns. Lu Xijin's urgency was palpable as she instinctively stood up. If they lost the candied hawthorn business, the hope of redeeming her little sister would be even more distant. At that moment, only 23 days remained until the agreed-upon date. They needed to find ways to earn money every day. Li Chang'an quickly stopped Lu Xijin, reassuring her, Sister-in-law, don't worry, the candied hawthorn business will not be affected. Trust me. Hearing this, Lu Xijin gradually settled back down, but her gaze remained fixed on the ever-growing crowd at the orchard's entrance. The tea stall was bustling with business as everyone waited. I never imagined old Tang would be so astute in business. Indeed, selling tickets and allowing redemption for hawthorn fruits is brilliant. He has managed to sell all the remaining hawthorn fruits without worrying about demand. Yes, the candied hawthorn business is thriving. Even the small town outside Ling County has many sellers. He has packaged all the hawthorn fruits to sell in one day. Anyone wanting to do business will certainly scramble for them. As the surrounding discussions reached Lu Xijin's ears, her anxiety intensified. Erlang, we should hurry. If the hawthorn fruits are all snatched up, our candied hawthorn business will be completely lost. Li Chang'an smiled, calming Lu Jin, sister-in-law, don't fret. I have everything under control. The other tea patrons were also conversing, and one remarked that old Tang had even fixed the quantity of tickets, £10 per ticket. No retail. Upon hearing this, several people gasped in astonishment. £10 is quite a lot for one person. It could easily be shared between two. It wouldn't tea stay fresh if not consumed in a day. Would anyone really buy? That's where his shrewdness lies, one person whispered. Yesterday, there were only 2 stalls selling candied hawthorns at Sanyang Gate in the entire county. The preservation methods were shared afterward. So even if £10 seems excessive, most people will grit their teeth and buy, as it can be stored. Several individuals couldn't help but inhale sharply. Has old Tang lost his mind? I suspect the preservation methods for hawthorn fruits were disseminated by him. Hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but widen her eyes at Li Chang'an. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and nodded gently. Erlang. Lu Jin's voice trembled, her body shaking slightly. She had an inkling of understanding, but was hesitant to confirm. Leaning closer to Li Chang'an, she whispered, Did you conspire with Boss Tang on this? Taking a deep breath. The fragrance wafting through the air, Li Chang'an paused, scratching his nose. Something like that. Lu Jin shot him a glare. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You always leave me worrying. At that moment, the patrons at the tea stall heard the news and began to rise, flocking towards the orchard. The entrance was a mass of people. Li Chang'an finally opened his eyes to the reality. He had seen many selling candied hawthorns while wandering the streets. But the scale of this gathering surpassed his expectations. Lu Jin felt a bit less anxious, waiting quietly alongside Li Chang'an. He stood up, circled the orchard entrance, and exchanged nods with Boss Tang before returning to the tea stall. Erlang, how are you and Boss Tang dividing this? He wants to hoard everything for himself. Will he? Lu Jin remained concerned. After all, even if Li Chang'an had devised this plan, he would be powerless if the other party refused to acknowledge it. Rest assured. A contract has been signed, and the officials have notarized it with fingerprints. Li Chang'an poured Lu Jin more tea. Moreover, all the proceeds from the hawthorn fruits sold in the first 3 days will go to old Tang as a benefit. So the price hike in the past few days was due to you? Lu Jin exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to pinch Li Chang'an's ear. Were you secretly pleased after hearing me complain? Sister-in-law, forgive me, I wouldn't dare. Li Chang'an quickly begged for mercy. Lu Jin scanned the surroundings. Only the 2 of them remained at the tea stall. All right, Erlang, stop hiding things and tell me everything. Do you remember, sister-in-law? When I mentioned that the more people who learn to make candied hawthorns, the better, Li Chang'an inquired. Lu Jin nodded. In truth, the candied hawthorn business is not about how much we can sell ourselves, but rather how large the business can grow. Li Chang'an spoke softly. So when you had some sisters learn to sell it, it truly was not an issue. The more who learn, the better for me. Many people in Ling County are selling candied hawthorns. They earn quite a bit, but in the end, they are merely preparing for today. Li Chang'an glanced at the crowd gathering at the orchard's entrance, grinning. The day after I confirmed that candied hawthorns could sell, I secured all the hawthorn fruits from this orchard. His light-hearted words struck Lu Jin like a thunderclap, leaving her in a daze, unable to process the information for a long while. Even though she had anticipated some level of success, she had only hoped that Erlang would benefit. She never imagined he would acquire all the hawthorn fruits. This was no longer merely a share of the profits, it was an entire pot of stew. Lu Jin opened her mouth, but found herself speechless, her heart racing, her eyes fixed on Li Chang'an, filled with mixed emotions. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the orchard. What? Is this robbery? 10 pounds of hawthorn fruit for 151? Who would buy at such a price? The throng of people nearly threatened to overwhelm the orchard. Those who do not wish to purchase may leave now. I, old Tang, am powerless to assist. Boss Tang called out loudly, holding a tin horn. Lu Jin nervously swallowed, feeling dizzy. Erlang, how much does a ticket sell for? 151, Li Chang'an replied with a smile. Sister-in-law, have you forgotten? We discussed this before. Don't worry, those shouting that it's too expensive. Very few of them will actually leave. As expected, among the loud voices, only a handful departed from the crowd, while the rest continued to gather. On the city gate tower, 2 figures stood observing the chaotic orchard below. One woman in a blue long dress stood behind, while the other, dressed in white, held a folding fan and curiously watched the tea stall. Young master, aren't we supposed to attend to important matters? Why are we here watching this crowd buy hawthorn fruits? The one speaking was Tsue Yue, a maid of the academy's envoy. There is no one here. Just call me Mississippi. It's all Miss S bad taste, always making me call you young master, Sue Yue lamented. The young man in white lightly tapped Sue Yue on the head with his fan. Oh, dare you to retort me now? Sue Yue covered her forehead and pouted. I know, miss, your beauty eclipses the moon and flowers, captivating the world. If your true appearance were revealed, it would cause quite a stir, hence your disguise. But miss, you still haven't said why we are here. What is so interesting about a crowd fighting for hawthorn fruits? Aren't we supposed to look for that thing? The young man in white smiled slightly, the delicate curve of his lips revealing a hint of intrigue in his misty eyes. Those two at the tea stall are rather interesting. While the crowd rushes for the hawthorn fruits, they remain calm, like fishing on a quiet day. Moreover, I feel as though I've seen them somewhere before. The sale of hawthorn fruits was thriving, even better than before. The reason was simple. Previously, one could buy as much as desired, but this time, the orchard intended to sell all at once, leaving no other options available for purchasing hawthorn fruits. This situation aptly illustrated the power of the phrase no retail. Chang'an of hawthorn fruits was caught in an awkward predicament. Selling too much in a day seemed excessive, while over 2 days felt insufficient, leading everyone to consider buying less. However, a newly discovered method for preserving hawthorn fruits struck a chord with everyone's weaknesses. What could they do but buy? Even though prices soared dramatically, there was still profit to be made. Far better than setting up a stall and earning just a few in a day. It was either to give up entirely, resulting in nothing, or reluctantly accept and earn a little each day. This was an unsolvable choice, as the majority would certainly choose the latter. In just 1 hour, 1,000 tickets were sold out, leaving Boss Tang numb from counting the money, as sarcastic taunts rained down upon him. But what could he do? The instigator was not him. He was merely helping out. The true benefactor, lurking behind the scenes, was still sipping tea at the stall. The more money Boss Tang collected, the more his heart ached. But what could he do? Who could blame him for lacking foresight? Selling such a money-making tree? Just the thought made his heart bleed. He could not bear the consequences of tearing up the contract, so he could only manage a bitter smile while his heart wept. Eventually, the tumult at the orchard's entrance subsided, and the crowd dispersed, leaving chaos in their wake. Only then did Li Chang'an push a small cart over. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Tang. Not at all, not at all. Boss Tang waved his hand weakly. Li Boss is the one strategizing. I'm just a laborer. His tone was mournful, causing Li Chang'an to jump, thinking he had inadvertently caused some trouble. The coins from selling hawthorn fruits were placed into a box, mostly copper coins, with a fair amount of silver as well, totaling around 30 G. Converted into silver, it amounted to exactly 150 taels. Li Chang'an took a handful of silver and placed it in Boss Tang's hand. Smiling, Boss Tang, consider this a token of my appreciation for your tea. Please don't be too formal. Boss Tang shook the coins, estimating it to be about a G, his expression slightly changing. Li Boss is being too polite. Should there be business in the future, please look out for me. Certainly. Certainly, Li Chang'an cupped his fist towards Boss Tang before pushing the cart back. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was observed by the 2 figures atop the city gate tower. Miss, just as you predicted, it was indeed him. The maid in blue gently massaged the shoulders of the woman in white, speaking softly. He is quite astute, intriguing. The young woman in white, seated gracefully, noted, there are many businesses at home. Perhaps we could recruit him as a manager. It wasn't in vain that we watched for so long. Let us investigate his background. Miss, the family hasn't arrived yet. We still have to wait for 2 days, the maid timidly replied. The young woman lightly tapped the maid's head. Of course, I know that. Come on. We still have important matters to attend to. The maid covered her forehead, pouting. Miss, no more tapping, or I might become foolish. Upon returning home, Lu Jian appeared to linger in a dream, her head spinning as she blankly followed Li Chang'an, not uttering a word. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Li Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. Nothing. I just feel like I'm dreaming. Did we really earn so much silver in such a short time? Lu Jian murmured. Although we made candied hawthorn, we didn't earn much. How did it turn out like this? Li Chang'an shook his head with a smile. In the past, our family relied on brewing and selling wine for a living, earning only hard-earned money. Who would have thought of such a way to make profits? The shock and upheaval were evident in Lu Jian's expression. After moving the box into the north room, Li Chang'an continued to boil sugar. Erlang. We don't have hawthorn fruits today. What is the point of boiling sugar? Lu Jian asked, bewildered. Who says candied hawthorn must have hawthorn fruits? Li Chang'an replied with a smile. Sister-in-law, please wash and chop the fruits that Sister-in-law gave us yesterday. With the streets bustling with hawthorn fruit candied treats, it was the perfect opportunity to create something new. Who would be afraid of not selling? Half an hour passed, and the fruit candied treats were ready. Lu Jin took a bite. Is it good? Delicious. Lu Jin nodded eagerly, her sparkling eyes filled with surprise, resembling a squirrel clutching a pine cone. A playful smile gracing her gentle face. Erlang, how did you come up with this idea? Brewing new wine, making candied hawthorn, and that profit-making method. You never bothered with these before. Observing Lu Jin now, Li Chang'an felt a twinge of compassion. Though she was his sister-in-law, she was only 22. Having cared for her younger sister and an ailing body for 5 long years without complaint. Now, could she finally lay down some burdens? This Erlang has suddenly gained insight, Li Chang'an mused, taking a string of candied hawthorn while sitting beside Lu Jin on the doorstep, munching together. Thus, I will support this family in the future. You can rest assured, sister-in-law, your younger sister will be saved soon. I believe you. After finishing the candied hawthorn, Xiaolan and Xiaofang arrived. Oh, why is there a new variety today? Xiaolan exclaimed, astonished at the fruit candied treats. Sister Lan. Sister Fang, do try some, Li Chang'an smiled, offering them 2 strings of candied hawthorn. Xiaolan and Xiaofang accepted and took a bite, nodding in agreement. Refreshing and sweet. Compared to hawthorn fruits, it's an entirely different flavor. Sister Lan, Sister Fang, from now on, you can make these fruit candied treats yourselves. No need to share profits with us anymore. Li Chang'an stated. What is the matter? Did we do something wrong? Xiaolan and Xiaofang's expressions suddenly changed, and they hurriedly inquired. Although selling candied hawthorn skewers required sharing profits with Li Chang'an, they had no financial investment in the venture, and moreover, Li Chang'an's candied hawthorn was of superior taste, yielding greater profits, which gave them a sense of security in their earnings. Especially today, having heard that the price of hawthorn outside the city was exceedingly high, they were even more resolute in their decision to partner with Li Chang'an in business. However, upon hearing Li Chang'an's words, it seemed he might not want to continue their partnership. Panic instantly filled their hearts. Lu Jin shared the same concern and quickly tugged at Li Chang'an's sleeve. Li Chang'an smiled and clarified, Sisters, you are overthinking. That is not my intention. I am grateful for your assistance these past few days. I wanted to hand this business over to you both so that you could earn more. Later, I will have my sister-in-law teach you the method of boiling sugar. With that, Xiaolan let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. I thought we had done something wrong, and you were going to cast us aside. How could I dare to do that? Li Chang'an chuckled. If it were so, my sister-in-law would scold me to no end. The candied hawthorn business will be entirely entrusted to you both from now on. However, I have another venture in mind. I wonder if you two would like to join me? Absolutely. Xiaolan and Xiaofang nodded eagerly. It was evident from Li Chang'an's tone that he regarded the candied hawthorn business as lacking potential, and the new venture would undoubtedly be more lucrative. Furthermore, Li Chang'an and Lu Jin had been assisting them these past few days, a kindness they would not forget. This new business will likely take a couple of days to set up. I will have my sister-in-law notify you both then, Li Chang'an said as he entered the house to retrieve a piece of paper. In the meantime, you can start gathering these ingredients. Once I have everything prepared, we can start immediately. Xiaolan and Xiaofang quickly took the paper, and Lu Jin leaned in closer. Spinach, cilantro, bok choy, pleurotus, corn, fish balls, pork belly. Liang, what is this? Lu Jin blinked, looking at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an enunciated clearly, street-side delicacy, spicy hot pot. Liang, are we truly not going to sell candied hawthorn anymore? Under the clear night sky, Li Chang'an and Lu Jin sat side by side at the door of the northern room, the stars twinkling above in serene tranquility. This business has reached its peak. Li Chang'an observed, gazing at the nearby Lu Jin, the delicate fragrance of jasmine enveloping them. The process of making sugar was vastly different, and the ingredients were all straightforward. The significant profits they had made stemmed from their foresight. This year, the hawthorn season was ending, and the fruit-flavored candied hawthorn had already been released. After this, there would be no competitive edge left. Next year, this business would become even more challenging, as orchard prices would surely rise, and perhaps others would begin cultivating hawthorn as well. Thus, this strategy could only be employed once. It was better to let it go now. It was a chance to earn quick money. After all, at this critical juncture, every tael of silver was paramount. Lu Jin nodded, a reassuring smile gracing her face. Over the past few days, she had completely come to trust Liang, and her heart finally felt at ease. Whatever Liang said was to be believed. Life would only get better from here. Liang, what is the spicy hot pot you speak of? I have never heard of it before. It is a delicacy I found in ancient texts, Li Chang'an replied with a smile. As long as we set up shop at Sanyang Gate, the business will surely flourish. Is it better than candied hawthorn? Indeed, and even if others attempt to imitate it, they will not achieve our level of excellence, for I possess a unique secret recipe. Beneath the starry sky, the two sat quietly, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloping them. They had already earned half of the 300 taels of silver, and Xiaomei would return soon. Then, the family would be reunited. The essence of spicy hot pot lies not merely in the ingredients but in the versatile base. Beef tallow, dabanjiang, ginger, star anise, bay leaves, and white liquor could all be procured, but there was one ingredient that did not exist in this world: MSG, or chicken essence. A flavor-enhancing seasoning produced through chemical processes in a past life. With the current resources at hand, it could not be replicated. However, Chang'an could create a substitute, chicken powder. Even if others managed to replicate 70 or 80% of the dish, the absence of chicken powder would significantly diminish the overall experience. This was a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, spicy hot pot and traditional hot pot were nearly indistinguishable. Aside from the method of consumption, the base was quite similar, allowing for two distinct paths of development. The following morning, after delivering the wine, Chang'an strolled near Wang Ergu's home, where the fellow was still nursing his injuries from the previous day's wall-climbing mishap. He nonchalantly dropped a couple of roadblock nails at Wang Ergu's doorstep and then leisurely made his way to the market. In the coming days, he needed to concoct the hot pot base. If done well, this business could yield immense profits, and he could not afford to be careless. Watching Chang'an pause at various stalls to sample seasonings, Lu Jin felt as if she were in a dream. Not just her, but many market-goers were astonished. Gentlemen typically stayed away from kitchens, a universally accepted truth in this scholarly world. Thus, few men entered the market, especially one who appeared to be a scholar like Chang'an. This scholar not only entered the market but also personally selected and bargained with remarkable skill. Boss, how much for the scallions? I'll take 2 pieces of this ginger. May I ask if you have fennel, star anise, or bay leaves? If I buy this much, could you offer me a discount? 23 win. Would 21 be acceptable? Rest assured, I will return for more. Chang'an cheerfully placed his purchases into a basket. Lu Jin gently tugged at Chang'an's sleeve. Liang, just tell me what you want to buy. I can handle it. What's wrong? Chang'an replied, picking out 2 chickens and asking the vendor to prepare them for him. People are watching you, Lu Jin said, a bit embarrassed. Chang'an glanced around and saw quite a few onlookers. Laughing, what is there to fear? I am neither stealing nor robbing. I will be coming here often with my sister-in-law. There is no shame in it. Lu Jin nodded gently, warmth flooding her heart as she took the prepared chickens and followed Chang'an home. Upon their return, Lu Jin wasted no time starting to brew wine. While Chang'an prepared to make chicken powder, their division of labor was clear and their efficiency was high. Currently, they could produce 150 jin of wine per day, which was nearly their limit, translating to a profit of about 3 taels of silver daily. Unfortunately, with only the 2 of them and a small distillery, simply selling wine would not suffice to earn 300 taels in a month. While brewing wine, Lu Jin also prepared some medicine for Chang'an. Liang, have you been feeling better lately? Yes, I feel a bit stronger. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I am fine. Chang'an replied, removing the sinew from the chicken and tossing it into hot water. We still cannot be careless. You've been working too hard these past few days. I will go to the doctor later to fetch some medicine, Lu Jin insisted. Chang'an hesitated to mention the mysterious stone tablet, fearing it would only worry her more, and could only nod helplessly. Alas, I am constantly being urged to take medicine by my sister-in-law. It is quite a burden. Finally, the chicken powder was completed. The ground chicken powder, though not as fine as in his past life, was still delicious. Sister-in-law, let us stir-fry a couple of dishes tonight. All right, Lu Jin replied, trusting him completely. When it came time to cook, Chang'an added a pinch of chicken powder. Lu Jin took a bite, and her eyes widened in surprise. This is astonishingly flavorful. Liang, what did you just add? Even a simple stir-fried bok choy could possess such incredible taste, which was simply unbelievable. It had the aroma of chicken, yet was even more savory. How can just a sprinkle of powder transform everything like this? Is it delicious? Chang'an inquired. Lu Jin nodded eagerly, prompting a gentle smile from Chang'an. His affectionate sister-in-law appeared rather endearing. This is chicken powder, a unique secret recipe I discovered in ancient texts. I will add a bit to the spicy hot pot later, Chang'an elucidated. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chang'an seemed a treasure trove, revealing captivating glimpses that enchanted her spirit. Will we be selling it like candied hawthorn sticks? Lu Jin asked softly. Li Chang'an served Lu Jin a piece of chicken, explaining. Candied hawthorn is quite easy to learn, and what we see sold on the streets is fairly consistent. However, this base sauce cannot be replicated to create something truly delectable. We must use our own recipe. As long as Sister Lan and Sister Fong dedicate themselves, we need not worry about business. As Lu Jin savored her food in small bites, she pondered, if we could find some trustworthy individuals, could we expand this business? Indeed, that's a certainty, Li Chang'an affirmed. Should I discuss it with Sister Lan and the others? Lu Jin looked towards Li Chang'an. No need to rush. The moment our spicy hot pot becomes a sought-after delicacy, that will be our opportunity to profit. I already have a strategy, Li Chang'an replied. The following afternoon, in the Li family courtyard, with vegetarian skewers priced at 1 won and meat skewers at 2, all ingredients for the spicy hot pot must be pre-cooked. This way, customers can enjoy their meals without delay. So remember to continually replenish the pot with ingredients, Li Chang'an patiently instructed Lu Jin, Sister Lan, and Sister Fong. This pot is just an ordinary one. I have crafted several partitioned iron pieces that can be placed inside, he continued. We will push a flat cart with a stove beneath it. Additionally, I made a sign. Remember to hang it on the cart so everyone can recognize it. Li Chang'an revealed a wooden sign. Wang Fuji? The three women echoed. Yes, we will ensure that everyone in Lin County knows to seek out Wang Fuji for spicy hot pot. Li Chang'an responded with a smile. Once the brand is established, the business will flourish. Seated together, Li Chang'an demonstrated how to skewer the ingredients, and the other three quickly grasped the technique. A single cauliflower can yield quite a few skewers, he noted, and a small piece of pork belly can be strung into a skewer for just 2 won. Lu Jin was somewhat accustomed to this, having recently engaged in a similar venture with hawthorn, but Sister Lan and Sister Fong were left astounded. Do people really buy these small skewers? Li Chang'an placed the completed skewers into the pot, noting that spicy hot pot can accommodate nearly anything: fish balls, meatballs, pig's blood, noodles, and more. Just be mindful of the quantity. Save the noodles and such for when customers order, while other ingredients can be cooked in advance. Once done, simply ladle them into bowls and drizzle with broth for serving. In no time, Li Chang'an served each of the 3 women 5 skewers, topped with broth. Give it a taste. Lu Jin had already savored the chicken powder's freshness the previous day and had anticipated the flavor from the base sauce she had prepared that morning. Yet, upon tasting, she could not help but exclaim in delight. Sister Lan and Sister Fong were even more dramatic, slurping up the broth with enthusiasm. How is it? Delicious. Truly delicious. Sister Lan and Sister Fong exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. This bowl contains 4 vegetarian skewers and 1 meat skewer, priced at 6 won. Are you full? The 3 shook their heads in unison. This is just a mere taste. 5 skewers sound plentiful, but it's hardly enough to fill one up. To truly satiate, one would need to spend around 21, Sister Lan remarked. Li Chang'an chuckled. Can this business be viable? The 3 nodded in agreement. However, Sister Fong voiced her concern. This spicy hot pot looks simple, and if the business is truly flourishing, others might learn it easily. They had witnessed the rapid proliferation of candied hawthorn vendors just days prior. I've heard many households stockpiled hawthorn, eager to sell it quickly. If the spicy hot pot business is so lucrative, those wanting to learn will likely catch on swiftly. But what is the key to spicy hot pot? Li Chang'an inquired. The last ladle of broth? Sister Lan guessed uncertainly. Precisely. Li Chang'an snapped his fingers. The flavor of that broth is crucial. Those who wish to learn may only grasp about 70% of it. They will lack the essential recipe. Without that distinctive taste, the appeal of the hot pot diminishes. As more people attempt to replicate it, our Wang Fuji brand will only grow in recognition. As he spoke, Li Chang'an's enthusiasm was infectious, prompting the 3 women to nod in agreement. You too can begin practicing how to prepare spicy hot pot. Once you've mastered it, you can prepare to start selling the day after tomorrow. Making spicy hot pot involves simply cooking the ingredients and drizzling them with broth. Both Sister Lan and Sister Fong, being adept at household chores, found no difficulty in the process. They did spend a little time mastering the broth's preparation, but within half an hour, they had it all down. Once you're ready, set up a table and prepare the bowls. One person may find it overwhelming at first, Sister Lan and Sister Fong. You can collaborate initially and refine your skills as you go. Before departing, Li Chang'an reminded them, unfortunately, we lack disposable bowls and chopsticks. Otherwise, it would be even more convenient. How should we divide the spicy hot pot? Sister Lan hesitantly asked. Both the candied hawthorn and spicy hot pot ventures were Li Chang'an's brainchildren. And since they had entrusted the candied hawthorn business to the sisters, it felt unsettling to profit from this hot pot endeavor without his guidance. For the spicy hot pot, you two will source the ingredients yourselves, and I will provide the cookware and stove. Each day, simply come to my sister-in-law for the daily base sauce, Li Chang'an explained, presenting a ceramic food container filled with the prepared base, sufficient for one day, priced at 800 won, with the remainder being the sisters' profit. 800 won for one box. Sister Lan and Sister Fong were immediately taken aback. Lu Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Li Chang'an. Isn't that exorbitantly priced? Both Sister Lan and Sister Fong felt uneasy, questioning whether the base sauce was truly worth that price. Li Chang'an placed the food container down. Let us do this. For the first day of selling spicy hot pot, I will take no payment. After the first day, if you two believe the business is feasible, you can return to my sister-in-law. What do you think? Sister Lan exchanged a glance with Sister Fong, and after a brief moment of awkwardness, they nodded in agreement. Once they departed, Lu Jin quickly closed the door and whispered, "Erlang 800 won for a box of base sauce. We made 10 boxes, which cost us only 60 won in total. Are we really able to earn such a profit from this?" Li Chang'an replied softly, "Sister-in-law, do you think this spicy hot pot business could thrive without my preparation of the base sauce? What holds true value is not the ginger, scallions, or star anise, nor the vegetables and pork belly, but rather the intellect." Here, Li Chang'an pointed to his head. Time flowed by, neither hurried nor slow. 2 days later, Xiao Lan and Xiao Fong arrived at Sanyang Gate, each pushing a small cart. "Hey, what are you planning to sell today? I don't see any of those candied hawthorns," inquired a passerby. "Now, the streets are filled with hawthorn candy. Your business must be thriving," another vendor chimed in. Xiao Fong set up a small table, arranging several stools around it, preparing buckets and utensils. Xiao Lan hung up the wooden sign crafted by Li Chang'an, smiling as she declared, "This is spicy hot pot. Truly delectable." With that, she lifted the pot lid, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. "Spicy hot pot, delicious spicy hot pot. Come and taste it. If it's not good, you don't have to pay." With the confidence gained from selling candied hawthorns, Xiao Lan's voice rang out clearly. Her resonant call quickly attracted a crowd. "What is this spicy hot pot? I've never heard of it before." It seems to be the same duo who were selling candied hawthorns. Let's take a look. Soon, dozens of people gathered around the Wafuji spicy hot pot stand. The iron pot bubbled vigorously, releasing a distinct spicy scent that permeated the air. The onlookers felt their mouths water uncontrollably, their stomachs rumbling with hunger as the dinner hour approached, longing for a hearty bowl. "Boss, how much for this spicy hot pot?" someone inquired. Xiao Fong beamed. "Our spicy hot pot features a mix of meat and vegetables. Each vegetable skewer costs 1 won, while each meat skewer is 2 won. Noodles are 4 won for 2 tails." Just then, Xiao Lan waved the iron pot, and the aroma intensified, eliciting even more audible swallows from the crowd. "Is the spicy hot pot expensive?" It sounded reasonable, considering a meal typically costs 5 to 6 won. However, the portions in the pot seemed somewhat scant. "You can choose your ingredients. Except for the noodles, which require a bit of cooking, everything else can be eaten right away once selected," Xiao Lan cheerfully explained. "It smells delightful, but I wonder how it tastes. Many things smell good but are mediocre once tasted. They should be fine, though. The candied hawthorns were their first venture, and they tasted authentic. This spicy hot pot shouldn't be far off." Eventually, someone took the plunge. A middle-aged man approached the iron pot, carefully selecting his ingredients: 1 skewer of oyster mushrooms, 1 of tofu skin, 1 of pork belly, and 2 tails of noodles. "Got it. Please wait a moment." Xiao Lan expertly tossed a handful of noodles into the pot. In no time, the noodles were cooked to perfection, scooped into a bowl, and topped with a ladle of broth. The man inhaled the fragrant steam, his fingers itching with anticipation. He quickly picked up a pair of chopsticks, took a bite of noodles, and his eyes lit up. "How is it?" The gazes of the surrounding crowd were fixated on him. The middle-aged man said nothing but began to devour the dish with increasing speed, finishing the entire bowl in a matter of moments, leaving not a drop of broth. "Oh." He sighed contentedly. "Please give me 2 skewers of fish balls and 1 of pancake." Xiao Lan and Xiao Fong exchanged glances, their faces radiating genuine joy, success. After finishing his meal, the man patted his stomach in satisfaction. "How much is that?" 13 won in total. "The flavor is excellent, particularly the broth. It has character." With that, he paid and left with a smile. With the first brave customer, soon there were second and third. Someone sighed in delight. You must add the grilled pancake to soak up the broth. It's crispy on the outside and soft within, simply divine. Indeed. I never expected ordinary pig liver could taste so exquisite. Boss, may I have another skewer of cauliflower? The spicy hot pot business flourished unexpectedly. Xiaolon and Xiaofeng had anticipated good sales due to the delightful flavors, but they never expected such overwhelming success. The candied hawthorn sales were incomparable. While many pondered before purchasing the candied hawthorns, strangely enough, more people were eager to try the spicy hot pot. Xiaofeng busily washed bowls, caught up in the frenzy. The pot was replenished several times, and soon there was a queue forming. What draws so many people to line up? Those two who initially sold candied hawthorns have now started selling spicy hot pot, and everyone who has tasted it says it's delicious. It can't be too pricey, right? To fill up, it might not be cheap, but to sample, 5 to 6 one is sufficient. Even 2 or 3 one would allow one to taste it, right? At least it fills the stomach, unlike the candied hawthorns, which leave one hungrier. That's true, let us give it a try. As the evening market approached its close, Xiaolon had sold out all her prepared skewers. I'm sorry, if you wish to eat, please come back tomorrow. Today's spicy hot pot is all gone. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiaofeng tidied up the bowls and utensils, and the two sisters left Sanyang Gate under the envious gazes of nearby vendors. Xiaolon, your brother-in-law is incredibly clever. How did he conceive such a brilliant money-making idea? I've never seen so many people queuing to buy something, Xiaofeng exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she bounced along with the cart. All right, slow down a bit. None of us expected spicy hot pot to be so profitable, Xiaolon replied with a smile. By the way, how much did we earn tonight? We should be able to buy the spicy hot pot base, right? Xiaofeng turned back to ask. I'm not sure yet, but it must be substantial. We prepared several hundred skewers and a few pounds of noodles, all sold out. Even if we had prepared more, they would have sold, Xiaolon replied, shaking her head. We definitely made a profit, and it should be enough to buy at least 800 won worth of base. Instead of heading home, they made their way directly to Li's residence. Suddenly, Xiaofeng remarked, Xiaolon, do you think we could really learn to make that base ourselves? A jolt ran through Xiaolon. Xiaofeng, what do you mean by that? Xiyin and Chang'an have been very kind to us. Without them, could we have achieved today's success? You must remember how we struggled to earn 10 won a day while selling on the street. One must be content. Oh dear. Xiaofeng playfully scolded, Xiaolon, where are your thoughts wandering? I would never do such a thing. I just worry that spicy hot pot, like the candied hawthorns, will soon be replicated, and then can we still maintain today's popularity? Xiaolon pondered, the base's flavor is both spicy and fragrant, with a hint of medicinal essence. The broth alone is incredibly soothing. At least I couldn't replicate it. As for others, I can't say, but we should trust Chang'an's judgment for now. Upon arriving at Li's home, they found Li Chang'an engrossed in a book. Sisters, how did the spicy hot pot sell? Lu Jiyin, who was knitting a winter sweater, hurried out upon hearing their voices. Xiaolon produced a cloth bag filled with coins, exclaiming, tonight's earnings are all here. The spicy hot pot sold exceptionally well. Many who tasted it were eager for more, returning for seconds. We simply didn't prepare enough skewers. Otherwise, we could have sold even more. The four gathered, counting the coins in the bag, collectively exhaling in relief. Xiaolon, Xiaofeng, and Lu Jiyin exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Tonight, a total of 960 coins were sold. This figure is comparable to that of a typical small restaurant, and yet, it merely comes from a humble roadside stall. It is astonishing and hard to believe. After 2 days of worry, Lu Jiyin finally felt a sense of relief. The figure of 800 coins had been quite daunting. She feared that the spicy hot pot painstakingly prepared by Erlang would come to naught. Now, she could finally rest easy. Regardless of the circumstances, this business would not incur a loss. Dear sisters, please take this money, Li Chang'an said with a smile. I wonder if we will continue selling spicy hot pot tomorrow? Shortly after Xiaolon and Xiaofeng departed from Sanyang Gate, 2 individuals hurriedly arrived at their stall, only to find it empty. Is the spicy hot pot being sold here? They inquired of the vendor at the adjacent stall. Yes, it was here, but they have already left. If you wish to eat, you will have to return tomorrow, the vendor replied. The 2 quickly departed. I say, Gu Jiaoyu, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? What on earth is this spicy hot pot? I've never even heard of it before. Is it truly as delicious as you claim? One burly man asked. Why would I deceive you? The taste is genuinely delightful. I bought 2 bowls and finished them both, the other man said, who had graying hair and a lean, bony figure yet possessed an air of dignity. If Li Chang'an were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. One was Zhang Fugui, the owner of Zhang's Tavern, and the other was Gu Jiaoyu from the County Academy. I have a premonition that if your tavern were to offer spicy hot pot, your business would undoubtedly improve, Gu Jiaoyu said earnestly. Why would it be better? I think things are quite satisfactory as they are, Zhang Fugui retorted dismissively. Don't think I'm unaware. With the current business at your little tavern, maintaining the livelihood of a dozen elderly patrons is likely becoming quite strained, Gu Jiaoyu remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Fugui fell silent, struggling to respond for a moment before finally stammering. How would you know? After all, it is merely a roadside stall. How much can one possibly sell in a day? Zhang Fugui commented. So you look down on this business, do you? Gu Jiaoyu scoffed. With the business of your little tavern, you dare to look down upon others? Those unaware might think you a lofty scholar. Yet who knew you were just a blind brute? Zhang Fugui, irritated, retorted, Old man Gu, you'd best know your place. Just because I address you as Gu Jiaoyu does not mean you can trample upon me. A roadside stall has its own way of doing things. And a tavern has its own business. We do not interfere with each other. Are you suggesting that I should follow every business I see? I'm not here to seize anyone's business. Collaboration? Do you understand? Gu Jiaoyu shook his head helplessly since you returned from the northern battlefield. Has your brain been muddled by a pig demon? As they bickered, they walked away from the street. 2 days later, the business of spicy hot pot gradually began to mirror the earlier trend of candied hawthorns. In crowded areas, similar flat carts began to emerge, stocked with nearly identical ingredients. Is this the spicy hot pot from Wafuji? Let us taste it. Everyone outside says it's delicious. Many people, noticing the similar carts and boilers, gathered around. Only to frown after tasting. This flavor is lacking. It has a bitter aftertaste. What good is a price reduction of half a coin? With that money, I might as well dine at Wafuji at Dongyang Gate. As the number of stalls selling spicy hot pot increased, it only served to reinforce the belief in the authenticity of the Wafuji hot pot at Sanyang Gate. Only that establishment possessed the most genuine flavor. Thus, after 2 days of fermentation, Xiaolan and Xiaofeng were pleasantly surprised to find that their spicy hot pot business had not only remained unaffected but had indeed flourished. It must be from your place. What are those other spicy hot pots even worth? Simply cooking them does not suffice, a man remarked, fully satisfied after devouring a bowl. However, the distance is quite far. If one wishes to eat, they must walk quite a bit. When will you set up a stall at Dongfang? There are plenty of people there. Xiaolan smiled modestly. Thank you for your kind words. Boss, give me 2 skewers of pork belly and another skewer of grilled pancake, called a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache as he settled onto a small stool. Xiaolan adeptly filled a bowl while Xiaofeng served it. The man soon finished, savoring the broth at the bottom of his bowl with satisfaction before calling for more noodles. After finishing the noodles, he began sipping the broth again, eventually paying his bill and departing with purpose. The man with the handlebar mustache wound his way through the streets until he rushed into a small restaurant's kitchen, without anyone stopping him. Chili, ginger, star anise, goji berries. He muttered the ingredients to himself, narrowing his eyes as he progressed, slowing down as he went deeper. The small kitchen was stocked with an abundance of seasonings. Nearly all he needed was available. However, in the end, the man with the handlebar mustache furrowed his brow, realizing something was amiss. What's up with Liu? Didn't he say he was going to try that spicy hot pot? A stout man dressed in a white shirt entered the back kitchen and approached the man with the handlebar mustache. Did you eat it? Was the taste off? The stout man asked, confused. No, the flavor is not right. The man with the handlebar mustache shook his head and sighed. Not right? Surely those 2 women wouldn't dare to falsify anything? The stout man questioned. No, it's that I cannot replicate the flavor of that broth. The man with the handlebar mustache replied, pouring the prepared ingredients into the pot and stirring slowly. Based on what I've made, it should not be as good as that from Wafuji. The stout man was taken aback. No, it can't be. You are the best cook we have here. Apart from a few grand restaurants, I doubt anyone can surpass you. You know nothing. There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people, the man with the handlebar mustache responded, adding water and inhaling the aroma wafting from the pot, shaking his head lightly while occasionally adding new seasonings. Hey, give me a bowl of broth, he called to the stout man. The stout man quickly ladled a bowl of broth and handed it over. Watching the ingredients simmer, the man with the handlebar mustache waited a moment before tasting a spoonful. It's about 70% of the flavor, he noted. The stout man also took a taste. The flavor was decent, but something felt amiss. Is it the broth that is insufficient? It shouldn't be. The man with the handlebar mustache replied, tossing in a few bay leaves as if in quiet contemplation. It smells both fragrant and spicy, yet something feels off. What is missing? Not enough? Freshness? Exactly, it lacks freshness. The stout man reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. Not fresh enough? You've added broth. Isn't that sufficient? Let us go eat another bowl and see what else we can adjust, the man with the handlebar mustache said, leading the way outside. I have a feeling that if we can perfect the flavor of that broth, our little shop's business will surely improve significantly. They returned to the Wang Fuji stall, where they formed a queue once more. Look over there. Is that who I think it is? The stout man nudged the man with the handlebar mustache, who looked up. Isn't that Boss Lin from the Lin family restaurant? Not just him. Look in front of Boss Lin, the stout man said with a knowing smile. Boss Zhang from Zhang's tavern? The man with the handlebar mustache exclaimed. Isn't this the busy time? What are these two doing here? What do you think? They're probably here for the same reason as us, the stout man whispered. This spicy hot pot is no ordinary fare. I calculated it yesterday. During a single evening market, just this small stall could sell more than a tael of silver. If placed in a small restaurant or tavern, the business would likely multiply several times. The crux of the matter lies in the flavorful broth, which can significantly enhance the taste of many dishes. Perhaps it could pave the way for the next grand restaurant, a notion we have entertained ourselves. Bazi, who nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a voice greeted from behind. Dalu? Didn't you just eat? Bazi, who paused momentarily, then instinctively turned around and inquired, Old Chin? How did you know I just ate? Old Chin fell silent, clasping his fists and bowing slightly to Bazi, who, and the stout man, the unspoken implications clear. Ah. Yet another who has come to glean knowledge. After a brief wait, they heard Xiao Lan's crisp voice announcing, I apologize, but today's spicy hot pot is sold out. Please visit us again tomorrow. Alas, how could it be sold out again? Wasn't it said that more would be prepared? Several voiced their grievances. Indeed. I made a special trip from Nanfang, another complained. Bazi, who quickly stepped forward to intercept Xiao Lan, Miss, may I purchase a bowl of broth? I will pay you. Xiao Lan was taken aback, hastily waving her hands. I'm truly sorry, but the broth is made in fixed quantities each day, and I have none left. As she lifted the pot lid, Bazi, who peered inside and exclaimed, I see there's still a little left. Could you serve me that? This was the first time Xiao Lan encountered such a customer. She could only ask Xiao Fang to fetch another bowl to scoop up the remaining half-spoonful of broth. I'll buy this bowl as well, Bazi, who said, taking the bowl carefully and handing it to the stout man, then hurriedly producing 20 coins before swiftly departing. Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang were left momentarily speechless, having not even had the chance to respond before the peculiar figure vanished. Today, indeed, there were quite a few odd characters, especially this one, Xiao Fang remarked in astonishment. As they tidied up their stall, another individual approached. Ladies, I am Zhang Fugu from Zhang's tavern. Might we discuss a matter? The next morning, Xiao Fang arrived at the Li household, intent on purchasing the day's base ingredients. Business has been good these past few days, hasn't it? Li Chang'an was in the midst of exercising. Yes, quite well, though we've encountered several strange individuals. Xiao Fang replied as she returned yesterday's food container to Lu Jin. Oh, pray, tell me more, Li Chang'an inquired, intrigued. There were a few customers who returned multiple times, and one particularly odd fellow bought the last half bowl of broth for 20 coins. Xiao Lan and I were left dumbfounded, Xiao Fang recounted. Additionally, someone suggested we open more stalls. The owner of Zhang's tavern also approached us, expressing a desire to incorporate our spicy hot pot business into his establishment. Li Chang'an nodded. Let us wait a bit longer. Once the fame of our spicy hot pot grows, Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang can bring their families into the fold. Setting up stalls in the southeast and southwest corners, as well as at Sanyang Gate, with the reputation of Wang Fuji resounding, we can jointly establish a shop without concern for lack of customers. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang exchanged astonished glances. The leap from a small stall to a full-fledged shop was something they had never contemplated before. Who would have imagined that after merely a few days of business, such an opportunity would arise? Even if the shop carried the Li name, their contributions would undoubtedly be acknowledged. It felt almost surreal. After bidding farewell to the satisfied and motivated Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang, Lu Jin approached. Erlang, are we truly going to open a shop to sell spicy hot pot? Li Chang'an turned with a smile. Spicy hot pot thrives on convenience. A stall is sufficient. If we were to open a shop, we would no longer be selling spicy hot pot. Then what shall we sell? Hot pot, Li Chang'an declared. Uttering the two words that had captivated many in his past life, Lu Jin blinked in confusion. Hot pot? What is that? In the future, we shall establish a hot pot restaurant. Once we have secured our footing, we will showcase the finest ergwood too as our signature offering. Business will surely flourish. Once I have redeemed my sister, I will begin preparations. Li Chang'an retrieved several roadblock nails from the north room. Sister-in-law, I shall step out for a moment. Erlang, why do you always carry those nails when you go out? Lu Jin finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Li Chang'an smiled awkwardly. I merely wish to take a stroll. These nails are for self-defense. He couldn't exactly confess that they were specifically intended for Wang Ergo, could he? Every few days, he would casually toss a few nails near Wang Ergo's home, and after observing for several days, it was evident that Wang Ergo was nearing his breaking point. He walked with a limp, tiptoeing to avoid potential hazards. However, no matter how cautious one is, there are always moments of negligence, leaving Wang Ergo with several bloodied sores on his feet. Physical injuries are merely temporary. The psychological torment is far more debilitating. The constant anxiety of stepping on something, coupled with the unending cycle of fear, had rendered Wang Ergo a recluse for days. As for confronting Li Chang'an, even if he had 2 more lives, he would not dare. After a harrowing encounter with the wall last time, Wang Ergo was nearly crippled, and the torment he had endured in the intervening days had pushed him to the brink of despair. After discarding the nails, Li Chang'an dusted off his hands and hummed an unknown tune as he walked away. Wang Ergo's infatuation with his sister-in-law, even if only through mere words, warranted a lesson. While death may be avoided, the consequences of life cannot. Once he gains an overwhelming position and strength upon entering the county school, he would consider sparing him. Otherwise, should this mad dog go berserk, it could endanger his family, a consequence he would deeply regret. The ensuing days passed in quiet anticipation. The reputation of Wang Fuji's spicy hot pot grew increasingly prominent, with more and more individuals attempting to imitate it, yet the flavors fell drastically short, only serving to further elevate Wang Fuji's standing. 3 days later, the chef known as De Lu, sporting a distinct mustache, returned for the 3rd consecutive day, consuming his meal and purchasing another bowl of broth to take home, leaving Xiao Lan and Xiao Fong in a state of astonishment. In addition to De Lu, many other small restaurant proprietors could be seen among the crowd, all eager to observe the phenomenon. Unlike candied hawthorn, which is destined to remain a mere snack without impacting the business of small eateries, spicy hot pot, while considered a snack, can also stand as a dish in its own right, especially due to that unique broth, which stirred envy among the small restaurants and taverns. Becoming a grand establishment is a dream shared by all small eateries. However, to ascend to such heights, one first requires a signature dish that is uniquely theirs, something that cannot be easily replicated. Furthermore, one must cultivate a reputation through poetry and prose, gradually attaining the status of a grand tavern. There are not many grand taverns in Lin County, totaling only 9, yet each boasts profound heritage. Setting aside literary acclaim, it is essential to develop a distinctive signature dish. Yet, this very step has proven to be a stumbling block for the 85 restaurants and 45 taverns in Lin County. Now, with spicy hot pot gaining prominence in Lin County, its simple ingredients emit a rich and fragrant aroma, the secret lying within that pot of broth. If one could master this broth, they would have the foundation to become a grand tavern. Their anticipation is palpable. Miss, have you given any thought to our previous discussion? As they were closing up, another individual approached Xiao Lan and Xiao Fong. Our price is quite reasonable. We only seek the recipe and will not encroach on your spicy hot pot business. After all, restaurants and stalls operate under different models. Pushing her cart, Xiao Lan shook her head. I'm sorry, but we worked hard to develop this. We cannot sell it. Let us negotiate. How about 50 taels? The man pressed on, resembling a persistent adhesive plaster. 50 taels? Xiao Fong scoffed. Dear guest, are you perhaps overthinking this? Just as another patron was about to speak, a different voice interrupted. Manager Qian, that's enough. Be careful, or they might report you to the authorities for harassing respectable women, and you could end up in jail for 2 or 3 days. Manager Qian turned around, sneering. Boss Zhang, aren't you here for the soup-based recipe as well? We're both in the same boat. So let us not look down on each other. Zhang Fugue rolled up his sleeves, his burly demeanor unmistakable. Manager Qian's expression shifted, and he quickly said to Xiao Lan, Miss, please reconsider. If 50 taels isn't sufficient, we can negotiate further. Once Manager Qian left, Zhang Fugue stepped forward. You must not trust Manager Qian. 50 taels is far too low. It's not for sale. Thank you, Boss Zhang, for your timely intervention, Xiao Lan replied softly, however. We still need to deliberate on the collaboration. Zhang Gui smiled. That's only fair. I didn't clarify things last time. So I came today to discuss the terms with you. I want to purchase the recipe. I only need you to sell spicy hot pot at my tavern. You can prepare it in advance and deliver it to me, and we can settle the payment based on the number of skewers. Xiaolon looked at Zhang Gui in surprise, uncertain how he intended to split the profits. 80-20, you get 80, and I take 20. Very well. I appreciate your sincerity, Boss Zhang. We will discuss this further and get back to you. Zhang Gui nodded with a smile and then turned to leave. Xiaolon and Xiaofang then went to the Li residence to share the news with Li Chang'an. Stroking his chin, Li Chang'an said, "We shall reject all offers for the recipe, but collaborating with Zhang's tavern isn't out of the question. After all, it requires little effort on our part. We just need to prepare the soup base." Xiaolon nodded. Boss Zhang mentioned an 80-20 split, which sounds quite sincere. Yes, it's quite reasonable. He takes 20%. But it will bring business to the tavern, allowing him to earn even more from other sources, a win-win situation. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment. Let us wait a couple more days before responding. However, the following day, Xiaolon's words made him furrow his brows. Someone is following us. We cannot wait any longer. Now that we have someone tailing us, it's possible they will act recklessly next. Li Chang'an couldn't afford to gamble or take chances. I had planned to proceed with caution, but that is no longer feasible. The soup-based recipe has drawn too many envious eyes. He paced back and forth in the courtyard. If this leaks, we won't be able to handle the fallout. I underestimated their determination. I thought it was merely a street vendor business, and no matter how popular, it wouldn't attract such attention. We should have been quietly profiting. But now I realize we can no longer remain discreet, or we will face serious trouble. So what shall we do next? Lu Jin inquired, her delicate brows furrowed. After contemplating for a quarter of an hour, Li Chang'an clapped his hands, since we cannot keep a low profile. Let us be as conspicuous as possible and bring this covert operation into the open, making those who are tracking us think twice, if they want to follow us. Let us give them more places to track. Xiaolon, Xiaofang, today we can set up several stalls in the 4 directions, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, as well as at the Sanyang Gate. Anyone from your families can set up stalls, and the price for the soup base will remain unchanged. In the future, I will find another way to supply you, ensuring your safety from any potential danger. After sending Xiaolon and Xiaofang off, Li Chang'an slung a basket over his back and took a box of soup base, preparing to head out. Erlang, do you want me to accompany you? Lu Jin asked with concern. Li Chang'an smiled and waved his hand. Sister-in-law, don't worry. This will all be over soon. With that, he left for Zhang's tavern. Boss Zhang, he greeted. Li family s Erlang? Zhang Gui was somewhat surprised. Didn't we finish delivering the wine today? What brings you here? Li Chang'an cupped his hands in greeting. Boss Zhang, may we speak privately in the back? Zhang Gui, filled with curiosity, stood up from the counter, asking a worker to watch the store for a moment. He led Li Chang'an into the backyard. What is the matter? I've heard that you've been wanting to introduce spicy hot pot at your tavern, so I came to discuss it, Li Chang'an stated directly. Zhang Gui was momentarily taken aback. You know about this? But why are you here to talk with me? Wang Fuji is a brand I established. Li Chang'an replied with a faint smile. It seems you are quite the clever one, Boss Zhang. Zhang Gui blinked in realization, then widened his eyes in disbelief. You are you? Li Chang'an nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's me. Xiaolon and Xiaofang are my sisters-in-law. Zhang Gui gasped for breath. How can you prove that? Could I trouble Boss Zhang for a bowl of hot water? Zhang Gui called loudly for a worker, who soon brought over hot water. Li Chang'an took out the soup base, carved off a piece, and placed it into the hot water, gently stirring. Boss Zhang, give it a taste? Zhang Gui, still skeptical, sniffed, and then took a sip. His expression changed instantly. It truly was the same flavor. Soon, realization dawned on him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. With this, hot water can transform into soup base? Li Chang'an nodded calmly. I believe in your character, Boss Zhang, both in your dealings with alcohol and your sincerity toward Xiaolon and Xiaofang these past few days. Therefore, I am willing to collaborate with you. As he spoke, Li Chang'an appeared composed, but his heart raced vigorously. Zhang Gui scrutinized Li Chang'an, his gaze filled with mixed emotions. The air seemed to thicken. And after a long pause, Zhang Gui burst into laughter. Interesting, Li family s Erlang. Are you testing my character? Aren't you afraid I might seize your soup base by force? Indeed, it is a gamble, Li Chang'an acknowledged openly, but without the recipe. This base is merely a single pot's worth. it holds little significance. Zhang Gui regarded Li Chang'an carefully. You're quite sincere. Had you lied, I would have declined this business. Li Chang'an cupped his fists. Since you treat me with sincerity, I shall reciprocate. Let us go to the front and have a drink. Discussing how to conduct this business properly, Zhang Gui led the way to the main hall. They sat at a corner table, where Zhang Gui poured a jug of wine and called for 2 plates of appetizers. Before they could settle down, a figure approached. Li Chang'an caught a glimpse and quickly bowed. Greetings, Instructor Gu. Zhang Gui said coolly, what brings you here at this hour? What are you two discussing? Instructor Gu inquired. Zhang Gui invited the two to sit down and explained the situation. Instructor Gu immediately looked at Li Chang'an, a complex expression in his eyes. Chang'an, I'll call you that for now. I was pleased that Boss Zhang could introduce spicy hot pot at his tavern, and I even suggested he do so. But why are you the one engaged in this business? Your priority should be to focus on your studies and prepare for next year's county exam. Rather than juggling both alcohol sales and spicy hot pot, which will waste your time, he added, his tone filled with regret. Li Chang'an understood Instructor Gu's intention clearly and replied with a bow. Thank you, Instructor Gu, for your guidance. However, my family is in urgent need of funds, leaving me with no choice. Instructor Gu remarked, I heard Boss Zhang say you earn a tael daily from selling alcohol here. That should suffice for your living expenses. Li Chang'an sighed softly and briefly recounted his family's situation, concluding with, my primary goal now is to earn enough silver, and then I will prepare for the county examination. Gu Jiayu and Zhang Boss exchanged glances before responding. No wonder, I was worried you might be losing sight of the main goal. But it seems there is a reason for it. How much silver do you still need? I have some here, though not much. It may help alleviate your immediate concerns. Li Chang'an sincerely replied, Thank you, Gu Jiayu. I am close to saving enough silver now. Once the spicy hot pot business flourishes, I will be able to redeem my younger sister. Gu Jiayu stroked his beard thoughtfully, saying, If you encounter difficulties, feel free to come find me at the county school. Do not let important matters slip by. With your talent, passing the county examination should be almost certain. You all continue discussing business. Do not mind me, he added, pouring himself a drink without further comment. At that moment, Zhang Gui interjected, the method I discussed with those 2 young ladies, if you find it agreeable. We can commence this business tomorrow. Zhang Gui was straightforward, not mincing words, as he popped a piece of pig head meat into his mouth. How much spicy hot pot do you need in a day? Li Chang'an inquired. You can start by sending enough for 1 stall, and we will assess the situation from there. Zhang Gui replied. 1 stall? Are you sure? Gu Jiayu chimed in. Zhang Gui shot him an annoyed glance. I meant we will see how business goes. If it thrives, we will need more. Gu Jiayu shrugged and took a sip of his drink. I think we need at least 2 stalls. A warm current surged through Li Chang'an's heart. Gu Jiayu indeed had an eye for talent and was continuously supporting his business. Zhang Boss, I have a new cooperation proposal. Perhaps you might consider it? Zhang Gui looked at Li Chang'an. Speak, but I must clarify that an 80-20 split is already the limit. Li Chang'an smiled. Zhang Boss has misunderstood. You must have noticed that the essence of the spicy hot pot lies in the box of base ingredients. I can send you a box each day. But I have one condition. What condition? Zhang Gui and Gu Jiayu were both astonished. Who would give away money like that? The profits from the spicy hot pot were obvious and significant. A street stall could earn at least a couple of taels, and if it were a tavern, the profits would multiply. Sending it for just 1 day is one thing, but over the long run, that could amount to hundreds or thousands of taels, they mused. What condition could be so valuable? Li Chang'an replied earnestly, from now on, Sister Xiaolan and Sister Xiaofeng will need their base ingredients from you, Zhang Boss. I will deliver the required base ingredients along with the wine each morning. How does that sound? Zhang Gui pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the key. Narrowing his eyes slightly, you are effectively putting my small tavern in the spotlight, hoping I will act as your shield? Li Chang'an forced a smile. Nothing escapes your notice. Zhang Boss, I cannot prevent others from learning how to sell spicy hot pot, but I cannot guarantee that no one will harbor ill intentions. Zhang Gui and Gu Jiayu understood. Someone likely had ulterior motives. In that case, I cannot take advantage of you for free, Zhang Boss declared. These matters indeed pose a risk for you. But if it were my tavern, they would not dare to entertain such crooked thoughts. 2 boxes of spicy hot pot base ingredients for 1 tael of silver. It is settled. Gu Jiayu nodded in agreement. Finally, the weight on Li Chang'an's heart lifted, and a smile graced his face. Thank you, Zhang Boss. Thank you, Gu Jiayu. After concluding their business discussion, The three shared some idle chatter, and Li Chang'an left a box of base ingredients behind before taking his leave. Not long after departing from Zhang's tavern, Li Chang'an heard the urgent sound of galloping hooves approaching, shaking the ground beneath him. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over him, as if someone had gripped his heart. Leaving his breathing quickened, he gazed in the direction of the sound, spotting a dozen tall horses galloping down the street, flanked by 3 large flags billowing in the wind, which made a clattering sound. The massive characters of and on the flags were striking and intimidating. Inside the Jue Xianggu, the hurried footsteps shattered its tranquility. Known as the finest inn in Lin County, it had been deserted for days, with rumors circulating that a significant figure had rented the entire establishment, forbidding anyone from entering. A warrior clad in armor swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor, kneeling before the largest room's door. "Miss, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." "Dismissed," came a cold voice from within. "Did you bring the sacred text compass?" "Following your orders, I have brought it," the warrior replied respectfully. "Go. Search every corner of Lin County and find that person. Also, investigate a certain Li Chang'an's background." "As you command, Mississippi." The warrior accepted the order and hurriedly departed. Inside, the cold voice lightened. "Sue Yue, do we still have spicy hot pot?" The blue-clad maid frowned. "Miss, the bowl today was bought yesterday, if you wish to eat. We will have to purchase more today." "Very well. I wonder who made that spicy hot pot. It truly is delightful." Currently, the most authentic spicy hot pot in the city belongs to Wang Fuji, and they were the first to create candied hawthorns, the maid remarked. "Candied hawthorns? Hearing you say this, I feel it must be connected to that Li Chang'an," she mused. The beaded curtain rustled as a woman in a white brocade robe emerged, her features exquisite. Skin as fair as snow, appearing even more enchanting than in previous days, though she exuded an aura of icy aloofness. "Miss, should we simply capture that fellow?" "Never mind. It is unnecessary. As long as he is of clean background, we can send him directly to the capital. My family will handle him." The woman in white, with a regal demeanor, spoke playfully. "Right now, finding that innate talisman is of utmost importance." Today, the Sanyong Gate buzzed with unusual excitement, especially as the crowd discovered that 2 stalls were selling spicy hot pot, both bearing the Wang Fuji wooden sign. Some skeptics decided to sample the offerings, only to be pleasantly surprised to find the flavors identical. Consequently, the previously crowded stalls found relief. "Boss, why is there suddenly an extra stall today? Did you split up?" someone inquired, drawing the attention of many. "Dear customer, you jest. Today, there are merely 2 stalls. After some time, we will set up more in other locations. As long as it is Wang Fuji, our flavors remain consistent. If you crave spicy hot pot, look for Wang Fuji." Xiaolan recited Li Chang'an's words. The crowd finally understood. It was an expansion of their operations. Several individuals in the throng exchanged knowing glances and quietly slipped away. "Daliu, since they can split into multiple stalls, should we consider partnering with them?" The stout man nudged his mustache. "There were several inquiries before, but I haven't heard of anyone succeeding." The mustached man shook his head. "This is a surefire business. Why would anyone share profits with us?" "True," the stout man sighed. "I truly wonder how they make this spicy hot pot. The flavor we concoct never seems right." The mustached man gestured toward the crowd. "And we are not alone in this. Look at all these people. Who doesn't he wish to know? If they possess a unique recipe, how could it be so easily learned? What sort of unique recipe is that?" Despite the division into 2 stalls, a steady stream of patrons continued to flock to enjoy the spicy hot pot. Xiaolan and Xiaofeng busily catered to the customers at their respective stalls. Before long, a piece of news stirred the crowd into a frenzy. "Have you heard? Zhang's tavern has begun selling spicy hot pot." "What? How can that be?" "Indeed, it has started." Among the queue, some patrons suddenly changed their expressions. Street stalls and taverns represent 2 entirely different realms. The mustached man nudged the stout fellow, saying, "Let us go check it out." They left the line and hurried toward Zhang's tavern. "Daliu, what's the situation? Why is Zhang's tavern meddling in this?" The stout man's flesh jiggled as he walked. "I don't know," the mustached man frowned. "I initially thought Wang Fu's was monopolizing the market, but now Zhang's tavern is selling spicy hot pot too. This seems a bit off. Could they truly be collaborating?" Filled with questions, the duo arrived at Zhang's tavern and found a wooden sign hanging at the entrance, also bearing the name Wang Fu. Upon entering, they indeed spotted 2 pots set aside next to the counter. The aroma confirmed that it was unmistakably Wang Fu's flavor. Business was booming inside the tavern. 7 out of 10 patrons were holding bowls of spicy hot pot. The staff dashed between tables, creating a lively atmosphere. One could enjoy a drink and some snacks at the tavern while engaging in jovial conversation for hours. Now, with the addition of spicy hot pot, one could easily swap the cost of snacks for a bowl of hot pot, and a drink would warm them through and through, providing comfort. The mustached man ordered 2 bowls of spicy hot pot, one for himself and one for the stout man, and they quickly finished, finding the flavor identical. The mustached man, no longer composed, approached the counter and clasped his fists toward Zhang Fugui. Boss Zhang. Daliu, what brings you here today? I heard that Boss Zhang is selling spicy hot pot, so I came to try it. Indeed, it's authentic. Too kind, Daliu. Your skills are not to be underestimated either. What brings you to appreciate this spicy hot pot? Zhang Fugui smiled as he glanced at the staff collecting payments. The mustache man took a few steps closer to the counter. Boss Zhang, let us speak frankly. May I inquire if I could partake in this spicy hot pot business? Well, Zhang Fugui feigned deep thought. We must wait a while longer. The timing is not yet right. The mustached man's gaze shifted slightly, and he soon broke into a smile. When the time is ripe, don't forget about your little brother. I wouldn't dare. Watching the mustached man and the stout fellow leave, Zhang Fugui shook his head and clicked his tongue. That's already the 7th one. Spicy hot pot is quite a handful. Although the Wang Fu stall at San Yingmen had increased, they still sold out completely before the evening market ended. By the next day, the number of spicy hot pot stalls had risen to 4, 2 at San Yingmen and 2 more in the east and south markets. Yet demand continued to outstrip supply. Many began to feel restless, convening to discuss the situation. We cannot allow Wang Fu to continue like this. The spicy hot pot business is too lucrative, and it will impact our profits. Exactly, and Wang Fu is too possessive. No matter how we negotiate collaboration, they refuse to relent, making it quite troublesome. And Zhang's tavern has also inserted itself. Do you think the spicy hot pot originated from there? Who can say for certain? However, I have heard that several stalls from outside visit Zhang's tavern daily. That Zhang Fugui is a greedy bastard. Everyone was filled with indignation these past few days. The spicy hot pot issue had everyone on edge, as it involved too much. It could potentially affect the future and fortunes of all present. Didn't we assign someone to track them? Haven't they found anything? Even if we can't obtain the recipe, preventing them from making spicy hot pot would suffice. Are you really able to make someone disappear? Once the government's wanted notices are issued, who can escape? Moreover, that brute Zhang Fugui is now involved. No matter how underhanded their methods, they can't strike at the root. Inside the room, a dozen or so individuals wore gloomy expressions. At that moment, a figure entered. The seated individuals looked over and rose to clasp their fists in greeting. It was Manager Xie. Manager Xie, what brings you here for guidance? The newcomer was Manager Xie, the steward of the Qingyue Tower in the 9th building of Lin County. I dare not presume to offer guidance. Merely delivering a message from my employer, Manager Xie said with a perfunctory clasp of his fists. The recipe for spicy hot pot holds significant influence, if not curbed promptly. We might see 1 or even 2 more large taverns emerge in Lin County. The gathered crowd frowned but refrained from arguing, recognizing the truth in Manager Xie's words. If spicy hot pot truly flourished, the impact on everyone would be unimaginable. This was not simply about a dish. The broth's formula could enhance numerous dishes, carrying immense influence. May I ask if Manager Xie has any insights? Someone inquired. Manager Xie smiled lightly. It's quite simple. For Wang Fu's street stall, just hire a few thugs to vandalize it, preventing them from setting up shop. It's not murder or arson, merely a few days of closure, rotating several groups to take turns. As for Zhang's tavern, that requires a united effort from all of you. Of course, Qingyue Tower will also lend a hand. As long as we work together, Zhang's tavern with its few pots won't be able to stir up much trouble. The crowd exchanged glances and soon broke into knowing smiles. In that case, we shall heed Manager Xie's advice. The next day, at the Zui Xianggu, Miss, a carrier pigeon has arrived from the academy, requesting your swift return, Qingyi said softly, her dulcet voice evoking a sense of affection. How annoying. I've turned off the communication jade talisman, yet they keep pestering me. Let Lu Chaoxing go to Dongwei County himself. As the pearl curtain rustled, a figure emerged from within, garbed in white today, exuding an increasingly chilling aura, as if to freeze the entire room. The rings adorning Qingyi swayed gently, keeping the coldness at bay while containing it within the room. Perhaps the academy was not concerned about Lu Chaoxing after all? Has someone discovered something? The woman in white frowned slightly, but remarked on an unrelated topic. The candied hawthorn tastes off these past few days. Have those 2 girls at Wang Fu stopped selling candied hawthorn? Qingyi, unable to say much, could only stand quietly beside her like a quietly blooming orchid. Soon, Chingy seemed to sense something and opened the windows. A paper kite quietly flew into her hand. She opened it and quickly presented it to the woman in white. Interesting. This small Lin County conceals such a significant figure, able to maneuver between the 4 major academies and the Guozijian, even ascending to the position of Minister of War. Only to leave the capital at the height of glory and come to Lin County to take on a position that isn't even a proper official title. A tutor? The icy figure in white pressed her lips together, her exquisite phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Gu Weidao. Instruct them to investigate what Gu Weidao has been up to since arriving in Lin County. Yes, Mississippi. Meanwhile, at Zhang's tavern, Gu the tutor, Zhang Fugui, and Li Chang'an, who had just delivered wine, were seated together discussing matters. Last night, they were plotting to make a move against us. Dahlia's side refused, but surely many will comply. Zhang Fugui said, sipping the wine that Li Chang'an had just brought. How will they act? Do they intend to smash your tavern? Gu the tutor gulped down a large mouthful and then picked up a peanut, crunching it with a satisfying sound. Do they dare? Zhang Fugui glared with wide eyes. If they dare to make a move, I'll crack their heads open. Expressing a hint of concern, I found myself hoping they would engage in such straightforward dealings. For at least I would not be intimidated. However, if they resorted to their usual convoluted tactics of exclusion and suppression, that would indeed pose a significant challenge. After all, as a mere martial artist, my skills lie in physical confrontation rather than strategic planning. Gu Jiaoyu raised an eyebrow and turned to Li Chang'an, inquiring, Chang'an, what would you do to deal with Zhang's tavern? Zhang Fugui suppressed his urge to retort at Gu Jiaoyu and also looked at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an pondered, then replied, if not through outright destruction, to undermine the tavern, we must first assess what it contains. Firstly, there is the liquor. Secondly, the side dishes, after all. A tavern is not a restaurant, and side dishes are merely supplementary. Lastly, the newly emerged spicy hot pot, which attracts a significant customer flow and likely serves as their target. If I were to act, 2 approaches. First, seize their advantage, and second, squeeze our mediocrity. Even our disadvantages. Gu Jiaoyu's eyes lit up as he urged, elaborate. Li Chang'an spoke deliberately, each word weighed with consideration, to seize our advantage and press upon our mediocrity. Currently, our most apparent advantage lies in the spicy hot pot. Were I in their position, I would swiftly purchase all the hot pots from the street vendors, placing them in nearby restaurants or taverns. Even if the hot pot remains popular, if all vendors cluster in a small area, our customer flow would undoubtedly be compromised. As he spoke, Zhang Fugui felt a knot of anxiety form in his throat, exchanging a glance with Gu Jiaoyu. Li Chang'an continued, moreover, a more devastating tactic would be to monopolize all the ingredients for the spicy hot pot from the local market, rendering us unable to offer it. Although this may not be feasible, it could still influence the prices of these ingredients. Even if the hot pot is lucrative, excessive price hikes would diminish our profits. Gu Jiaoyu regarded Li Chang'an with a knowing smile. Indeed, the variety of ingredients involved in the hot pot makes total monopolization impossible, unlike hawthorn fruit, which is sold by a single orchard. Chang'an, who devised such a strategy? Li Chang'an, having taken a small sip of wine, coughed, his face flushed. I'm uncertain. But upon hearing of it initially, I found the individual quite formidable. What are you discussing? What hawthorn fruit monopoly? Zhang Fugui interjected, perplexed. Gu Jiaoyu shot Zhang Fugui a glance before urging Li Chang'an, continue. Li Chang'an nodded, suppressing his unease. The second strategy involves squeezing our 2 established offerings, liquor and side dishes. If their liquor surpasses ours in quality and is offered at a lower price, they would achieve a significant advantage. Should they collaborate with restaurants for side dishes, it could indeed impact us, as spicy hot pot is technically a type of side dish. Zhang Fugui's forehead began to glisten with sweat. Scholars often overthink matters. With such intellect, why resort to wrongdoing? Li Chang'an frowned slightly. Ultimately, the influence of a single tavern is limited. If they strategically position several establishments around us and simply lower their prices, we would be struck a severe blow. If they can also monopolize the street vendors of spicy hot pot, they need not focus on profits. Merely prolonging their presence would lead us to defeat without a fight. Gu Jiaoyu nodded, patting Zhang Fugui's shoulder. What Chang'an says is accurate. This challenge is formidable, and you must be prepared. Since Chang'an is managing the spicy hot pot, should we consider closing the street vendors for a few days? Or might we refuse to sell to these individuals? Zhang Fugui hesitated. I'm not so sure about that. Such actions would be futile. Gu Jiaoyu shook his head. Closing the vendors would only last a few days. They need to eat. It would allow them to disrupt our operations without lifting a finger. As for monopolization, it remains impossible to prevent. Simply deploying more individuals to buy in bulk would suffice to circumvent our efforts. Zhang Fugui felt disheartened. Zhang's tavern is merely a small establishment, ranking among the lower tier of the 45 taverns in Lin County. Now, facing the concerted efforts of numerous restaurants and taverns, the odds appeared bleak. Do not despair. Let us see what Chang'an proposes, Gu Jiaoyu's voice reassured. Zhang Fugui turned to Li Chang'an. Chang'an, do you have any good ideas? Do not fret, Zhang boss. Solutions exist. As long as they are not a unified front, there will be vulnerabilities, Li Chang'an stated, gently massaging his fingers. Let them reveal their strategies first, and we shall counter accordingly, thus saving us from unnecessary speculation and chaos. If you do not mind the trouble, I would gladly remain at the tavern these days, ready to assist should an emergency arise. After some time discussing, Li Chang'an took his leave, intending to inform his sister-in-law to alleviate her worries. Gu Jiaoyu followed, carrying a bottle of wine, and called out to Li Chang'an, who was preparing to push his cart home. Have you studied military strategy? I have. Gu Jiaoyu nodded. With such insights, it is clear you have. In the coming days, I will also be at Zhang's tavern. Do not disappoint old Zhang. Certainly, you can rest assured, Li Chang'an replied, saluting Gu Jiaoyu before departing. Upon returning home, Lu Jin was, as usual, preparing to brew and blend the wine. Sister-in-law, let us use less water this time, Li Chang'an suggested. Lu Jin lifted her beautiful eyes, silent yet questioning. Zhang's tavern needs better quality wine. Our previous batches are insufficient. Li Chang'an refrained from disclosing the entire situation, fearing it would unduly worry her. Lu Jin nodded, wiping her forehead before continuing to stoke the boiler. Observing the soot on her brow, Li Chang'an chuckled and pointed at her forehead. Lu Jin paused, realizing, and raised her hand to wipe her brow, only to find it smudged further. Li Chang'an, amused, approached and knelt to gently clean her forehead with a handkerchief. Lu Jin tensed, holding her breath as the air filled with the aroma of brewing wine, while the faint scent of his freshly laundered clothes wafted into her nostrils. Unconsciously, she lowered her head, her heart racing unexpectedly. I must take some wine to Zhang's tavern. I may need to stay longer these days. Li Chang'an spoke softly, sister-in-law. Remember to eat. There is no need to save food for me. Lu Jin responded with a soft nasal sound. Li Chang'an prepared the brewed wine for departure, lifting 2 gourds as he made his way out. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Jin called out, Erlang, drink your medicine first. Watching Li Chang'an grimace as he swallowed the medicine, Lu Jin couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling like a crescent moon reflected in water. After washing her hands, she returned to the east room, retrieving a paper package and offering a piece of preserved fruit to Li Chang'an. Here, have one to temper the bitterness. Li Chang'an instinctively opened his mouth to accept the sweet and tangy treat, warmed by her delicate fingers. He tasted it, savoring the flavor. But Lu Jin hurriedly withdrew her hand, retreating to the kitchen without uttering a word. Li Chang'an awkwardly touched his nose, leaving the house with a hint of embarrassment. Arriving at Zhang's tavern, he found Zhang Fugui and Gu Jiaoyu seated at a table inside, noticing Li Chang'an still carrying 2 gourds of wine. Chang'an, what is this? This is our future wine, freshly blended, meant for Boss Zhang and Master Gu to taste. Oh, let us hurry then. Master Gu does not indulge in alcohol, yet he holds a particular fondness for it, especially for the wine brewed by Li Chang'an, which has recently become his favorite. The clear liquid has a more pronounced aroma now. Master Gu twitched his nose, and his usually serious, slender face took on a playful semblance. After sipping a glass, his eyes brightened, exclaiming that it was indeed better than the previous batch. This wine's fragrance is distinctly different from the ones outside. Saying this, Master Gu poured another glass for Zhang Fugui, urging him to try. Zhang Fugui took a sip and was equally astonished. Chang'an, what method did you employ in brewing this? The taste is crisp, without a hint of heaviness. I sensed this before, but it feels particularly intense today. It differs greatly from the wines available outside. Hee. I've made some improvements recently, reducing impurities, making it undoubtedly smoother, Li Chang'an smiled. Zhang Fugui inquired about their collaboration and what plans he had. Perhaps we should wait 2 or 3 days, assess the situation before acting. Rushing into things would be of little significance and could expose us prematurely. Li Chang'an poured another glass for Master Gu and Zhang Fugui. A toast to kindred spirits. 1,000 cups are too few. I raise my glass to both of you. He lifted his cup and drank it all in one go. Master Gu scrutinized Li Chang'an and clapped, laughing. 1,000 cups are too few for kindred spirits. A splendid line. I knew you had a poetic talent from our last encounter at Wanshing Tower. Do you have a complete poem to accompany that line? Master Gu flattered him. The composition of literature is innate, and this line is merely a spontaneous utterance from a junior, lacking a complete verse. Li Chang'an shook his head. Master Gu's eyes sparkled. Li Chang'an's casual remark had exceeded his expectations, and if it could be developed into poetry, it might even earn a place among the literary saints. 1,000 cups are too few for kindred spirits. This single line could inspire endless admiration from all wine lovers. The love for wine in the Great Chine has endured for millennia, with taverns, restaurants, and brothels being places of indulgence. Inviting friends to share drinks is a common ritual. This line, if included in a toast, would be unparalleled. The subsequent line about innate talent and serendipitous creation also left Master Gu in awe. It encapsulated the sentiments of countless scholars throughout history. Merely these two lines would ensure that Li Chang'an's name would be renowned among the literary circles. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Master Gu seemed to behold a rare treasure, overflowing with admiration. Chang'an, you must delve deeper into poetry and prose. You possess a natural gift for this path. Do not squander it. Among the 3 great lists of renown, the literary saints list, which includes poetry, garners the most acclaim. Achieving recognition on this list means one's name is known throughout the realm, and the resulting prestige can be directly transformed into literary energy. Infusing one's works with power. This is a pathway to greatness. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an understood Master Gu's intentions and voiced his doubts. Master Gu, I have heard that studying the classics is the true path. Master Gu chuckled and shook his head. The study of the classics is indeed a path passed down by the sages. As scholars, we interpret the profound meanings of the classics on literary tablets and can directly communicate with the sanctuaries to acquire literary energy, thus it is undoubtedly a celestial path. But poetry, prose, and songs are equally valid. There is no decree stating that only one path leads to heaven. Contemporary scholars often rely too heavily on the works of their predecessors, resulting in fewer original ideas. However, poetry and prose differ. Attaining a place on the literary saints list is the best way to obtain literary energy. Master Gu's words seemed to open a new door for Li Chang'an. Everyone speaks of the supremacy of classic texts, yet Master Gu pointed out a different, clearer path, one that suited Li Chang'an perfectly. Thank you for your guidance, Master Gu. Li Chang'an said, rising respectfully. Master Gu waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. No need for such formality. The 3 of them continued to enjoy peanuts and wine while engaging in casual conversation. Shortly after, Zhang Fugue stood to attend to business matters. Master Gu, chewing on iron beans, rubbed his hands together. While we have this fine wine, Chang'an, join me for a game of chess. I am not well versed in chess. I only know a few basic moves, so I have not studied the strategy, Li Chang'an replied instinctively. Master Gu blinked. Basic moves? There are also moves like the horse behind the cannon, crossing the river cannon, rolling horse, and double chariot's ambush. Li Chang'an nodded and shared what little he knew of chess strategies. Master Gu seemed to be an expert in the game, and Li Chang'an realized that playing against him would be rather daunting. Master Gu's interest was piqued even further. Chang'an, why not demonstrate your skills for me? All right. I'm a typical novice. Li Chang'an decided to use peanuts as chess pieces, arranging 5 pawns with the Chang'an boundary in between. Rooks, knights, cannons, elephants, advisors, generals. Master Gu appeared to discover a new world, nodding and asking questions. Cannon strikes, horse jumps over the sun. Li Chang'an demonstrated. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Master Gu praised sincerely. Li Chang'an sighed inwardly, realizing that Master Gu was unexpectedly theatrical. Your praise is unwarranted. Chess is profound. This is merely the most elementary strategy, he said. Master Gu's obsession with chess hinted at even deeper levels of strategy. As Li Chang'an spoke, he fell silent upon noticing that the board Master Gu had produced was a Go board, not the chessboard he had imagined. So he is a Go master. Forgive me. Forgive me. Chang'an, what you just mentioned. Chess is something I have never heard of before, Master Gu said, his eyes gleaming, causing Li Chang'an to feel uneasy. Wait, does this world not have chess? It is a game from my hometown. Li Chang'an swiftly deflected the blame. To his surprise, Master Gu fell silent instead. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Master Gu's expression was complex and ever-changing, halting Li Chang'an from continuing. From now on, do not mention anything related to chess. Li Chang'an thought he had misspoken and offended Master Gu, not realizing that Master Gu had said this for another reason. Master Gu, though frail, had an unusually sharp gaze as he lightly tapped the table. A faint glow spread from his fingertips, quickly dispersing like flowing water. enveloping the two of them. Yet from the outside, it appeared as though nothing had occurred. Chang'an, do you know that Emperor Yao established Go, and now the way of Go can lead to sainthood? Li Chang'an remained silent. There are many interpretations of the legends surrounding Go, but the identity of its founder is unquestionable. Go emphasizes strategy. Yet this chess you speak of seems equally profound, full of infinite variations, Master Gu continued. The chess you describe is likely not inferior to Go. Unless your literary tablet has reached the 4th rank, do not engage with chess. Never touch it, nor even mention it. Do you understand? By this point, Master Gu's tone had taken on a grave seriousness. Yes, I understand. Li Chang'an grasped the underlying meaning in Master Gu's words. This was likely not just a pathway to sainthood, but a matter of life and death. If the chess, comparable to Go, were to become public knowledge and gain popularity, it might indeed pave a path to sainthood. However, who does not wish to attain sainthood? Everyone covets it, and without the strength to back it up. One could lose their life, let alone achieve sainthood. The two deliberately avoided the topic of chess and resumed their conversation. However, Master Gu shifted the focus to testing Li Chang'an's knowledge. What insights do you have regarding the discussions of human nature by the sage Confucius and the sage Ming? The sage Confucius advocated that human nature is similar, but habits differ. The belief that human nature is fundamentally indistinguishable, with differences arising solely from education and environment, underscores the profound emphasis that Confucius placed on education, encapsulated in his concept of education without class distinction. Li Chang'an pondered for a moment and eloquently remarked that Mencius asserted, "Everyone possesses a sense of compassion. Everyone has a sense of shame and aversion. Everyone has a sense of respect. Everyone has a sense of right and wrong." In summary, this can be distilled into 4 words. Gu Jiayu nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "What are those 4 words?" "Human nature is inherently good," replied Li Chang'an. Indeed, Confucius and Mencius both espoused this view of human nature, Gu Jiayu affirmed, stroking his beard. "Do you have any further insights?" Li Chang'an, possessing a wealth of knowledge, revealed not only his poetic talent, but also his solid understanding of classical texts. If all goes well, he would undoubtedly excel in the upcoming county examination next year. Li Chang'an nodded humbly, stating that he could only share his thoughts. No matter, Gu Jiayu encouraged him to continue. The concept of human nature as described by Confucius knows no division between good and evil, lacking any formal designation. Closely resembling the saying, "The way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." This illustrates that human nature, at the moment of birth, is devoid of good and evil, existing in a state of chaos. In contrast, Mencius differentiated human nature at its essence, attributing evil to external influences. His hope was for humanity to return to its roots and pursue goodness. While his intention was commendable, it indeed harbored bias. This led to Xuanzi's assertion that human nature is inherently evil. Both sages held distinct viewpoints and have debated for millennia, yet a definitive conclusion remains elusive. In my humble opinion, the contention arises precisely from the inherent bias in the understanding of human nature. Li Chang'an's discourse was not a mere regurgitation of bookish knowledge, but an infusion of his personal insights. Having devoted much of his past life to the study of ancient texts, particularly Taoist classics, he held a considerable understanding of the Tao, which indeed shares common ground with human nature. However, unbeknownst to him, his words struck Gu Jiayu like a tempest. Gu Jiayu's pupils seemed to erupt with seismic intensity, nearly overwhelming him. While anyone could discuss the sages and offer opinions, to dare to distinguish between them was simply astonishing. What astounded Gu Jiayu further was that Li Chang'an's words had indeed persuaded him. He found no fault in Li Chang'an's reasoning, and upon reflection, it stirred the fragments of his scholarly spirit within. This young man, the way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Could such profound thoughts emanate from a mere youth? The brilliance surrounding the two dimmed as Gu Jiayu's mind wavered. Li Chang'an ceased his discourse, sensing a shift in Gu Jiayu's demeanor. "Did I say something amiss?" he asked. "If I have erred, I hope for your forgiveness." Gu Jiayu, suddenly jolted from his reverie, shook his head. "You have said nothing wrong. We are merely engaging in idle conversation." Rising from the table, he added, "I have matters to attend to. Please keep an eye on Zhang in the tavern. His straightforward nature may lead him into trouble with the wrong crowd." "I shall see you off, Gu Jiayu," Li Chang'an responded, puzzled by Gu Jiayu's unusual behavior. Yet he quickly stood to bow respectfully. Gu Jiayu, in haste, exchanged a brief greeting with Zhang Fuguei before departing the tavern. Zhang Fuguei approached, inquiring, "What is wrong with Gu Jiayu?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "We were just having a casual chat. He must have urgent matters at hand. Zhang Fugui settled into a chair, seizing the moment before business picked up to engage in light-hearted banter with Li Chang'an. As long as they avoided discussions of scholarly pursuits or convoluted topics, Zhang Fugui proved to be quite the conversationalist. Li Chang'an listened with intrigue, noting the vast differences between this world and his previous life. There were demon nations in the northern borders, Buddhist realms in the western regions, and even dragon palaces beneath the sea. These were experiences absent from his former memories, akin to listening to tales from a novel, yet these were realities. The world of literature and the Tao was not limited to mere words. Li Chang'an felt a deep yearning for this world. Once he resolved his current predicament, traveling the realm would indeed make his existence worthwhile. As noon passed, the tavern gradually became busy. Zhang Fugui organized the operations and, following Li Chang'an's suggestion, dispatched 2 attendants to gather information. By afternoon, the returning attendants whispered into Zhang Fugui's ear, who then approached Li Chang'an with a grave expression. They have struck. 5 nearby restaurants and taverns have reduced their prices by 20%. Additionally, the lunchtime dishes have been revamped, featuring several items that are clearly beyond our kitchen's capabilities. Likely specialties from larger establishments. Although anticipated, when the reality unfolded, Li Chang'an felt immense pressure. Words were one thing, but any misstep would profoundly impact both Zhang's tavern and himself. Their fates were intertwined. If one faltered, they both would suffer. What shall we do? Zhang Fugui's gaze was fixed intently on Li Chang'an. For the dishes, we can mitigate the impact with spicy hot pot. There shouldn't be a problem for now, Li Chang'an replied, striving to maintain his composure. As for pricing, we must not follow suit in lowering our prices. Rising, he declared, starting tonight, we shall introduce a new wine promotion. A grand celebration for 3 days. With this premise, we can maintain our original prices, and once the promotion concludes, the prices will naturally revert. I will return to fetch the wine. We will assess the evening market situation thereafter. Zhang Fugui pulled Li Chang'an aside. Chang'an, be frank with me. How confident are you? This small tavern cannot afford any mishaps. There are over 40 mouths relying on this for sustenance. I initially hoped to profit from the spicy hot pot, but we cannot afford any missteps. Do you understand my concerns? Li Chang'an paused. 40 mouths? You have that many people? He nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Boss Zhang. Since you place your trust in me, I will not let you down. Give me 5 days. If it does not work, we can halt the hot pot or even sell off the base ingredients. Very well. Zhang Fugui clapped Li Chang'an on the shoulder. During the evening market, as Li Chang'an observed the business at Zhang's tavern, he was abruptly pulled away by the hurried arrival of Lu Jiyin and Xiao Fang. Something has happened, Chang'an. The stall at San Yingmen was destroyed. What transpired? Li Chang'an's heart raced. Were there any injuries? No one was harmed. Those who vandalized the stall have already been apprehended. But today's business is now impossible, Xiao Fang replied, her face pale and visibly shaken, with tear stains still evident. Regardless of the situation elsewhere, she and Xiao Lan were at San Yingmen, the most bustling area in Linxian, where the presence of officials was most pronounced. How could anyone dare to act so brazenly? It was utterly lawless. Upon arriving at the scene, Li Chang'an found Xiao Lan clearing the debris. The boiler lay shattered, the ground strewn with skewers, and the aromatic broth spilled everywhere, its fragrance wafting through the air. Sister Xiao Lan, are you all right? Li Chang'an rushed over to assist, glancing at her. Xiao Lan's eyes were red-rimmed, her lips pressed tightly together. Lu Jin embraced Xiao Lan, who could no longer contain her grief, bursting into tears as large drops cascaded down her cheeks. A crowd had gathered, and those who had intended to purchase spicy hot pot could only shake their heads in sympathy. Where did these thugs come from? How dare they cause a ruckus at San Yingmen? Such sordidness, it is evident that someone is scheming behind the scenes. Undoubtedly envious of the thriving business of the spicy hot pot. The intent is clear, targeting the boiler rather than individuals. The 4 of them, having gathered their belongings, slowly pushed the cart back. The local ruffians and corrupt officials were powerless to intervene, at most managing to impose a brief closure. Lu Jin expressed her concerns, her sparkling eyes now dimmed with worry. Sister Xiaolan, Sister Xiaofang, let us refrain from setting up our stall for the next few days. It's best to avoid further destruction. These ruffians will not relent easily, Li Chang'an remarked. Is it true what they say? Are there those who covet our business? Xiaolan's voice trembled slightly, her anxiety palpable. The fright was real. Everything had been going well until a few had barely settled down when the table was overturned, and the boiler smashed. Fortunately, their aim was not at people. Otherwise, it could have resulted in tragedy. Someone has set their sights on the spicy hot pot, which explains these unfortunate events. Li Chang'an nodded, feeling a pang of guilt. Had it not been for the hot pot, the two sisters would not have faced such danger. You two can continue selling candied hawthorns. Once this matter is resolved, you can return to your stalls. Instead of heading home directly, after reassuring Xiaolan and Xiaofeng, Li Chang'an escorted Lu Jin back. Sister-in-law, please stay home for the next few days and avoid going out. He set up a makeshift wooden bed in the study of the northern room. Lang, what is this? A faint blush crept onto Lu Jin's fair cheeks. Li Chang'an, focused on his task, did not notice her subtle beauty. Given the recent unrest, I worry that someone might once again scale the walls. It is safer for you to sleep here. Lu Jin blinked, softly acknowledging his words. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, occasionally sparking embers. As she arranged the bedding, she voiced her concerns. Lang, if it's too dangerous, should we reconsider this venture? This endeavor is essential. If successful, we can bring my sister back. Thus, it must be done, Li Chang'an insisted. For now, I have not found an alternative. Do take care of your safety, she urged. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will stay at Zhang's tavern and remain out of harm's way. Li Chang'an placed 2 mousetraps by the door. Lu Jin peeked out, her head just visible above the curtain, gazing anxiously towards the other bed. A price war is indeed one of the most direct and effective strategies, yet Li Chang'an found himself unable to engage in such tactics. Zhang's tavern was merely a mid-tier establishment in Lin County. Faced with the coalition of numerous restaurants that could afford to lower their prices, while Zhang's tavern could not. The following day, nearby restaurants further slashed their prices by an additional 10%. The coalition grew from 12 to 28 establishments. Zhang's tavern, relying on new wine promotions and the enhanced quality of their offerings, barely managed to sustain their business, yet foot traffic had diminished. Most patrons, accustomed to wandering the streets, would choose the cheaper option available. Daily Yu relayed news that yet another party had sent word. Boss Zhang, furrowing his brow, sat on a stool, drinking in silence. It was evident that a larger establishment was orchestrating this, as the unified front suggested a deeper motive to acquire their secret ingredients. Zhang Fugui's expression spoke volumes. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, with more collaborators joining forces, adding to the pressure. Just 2 days in, the adversary's tactics had already escalated. If Zhang's tavern continued to resist, further price cuts were inevitable, and even the appeal of spicy hot pot might not suffice. Li Chang'an's thoughts raced as he reflected on the recent vandalism of the hot pot stalls. If the issue remained unresolved, Xiaolan and her companions would not return to their trade in the coming days. It was precisely due to the absence of hot pot vendors that their own business continued to hold steady. Zhang Fugui, restless and agitated, felt as if ants were crawling all over him, an unbearable discomfort. Chang'an, what shall we do next? Wait. Are we to simply sit back and allow them to ruin us? Zhang Fugui exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Old Gu, too, had been acting strangely, seemingly out of sorts, and had not shown up today. Though no immediate crisis had arisen, he understood that the tavern had reached its limit. The quality of their wine improved, yet the prices remained stagnant, and with the new wine promotions, their revenue had diminished. Despite the introduction of spicy hot pot, business had not improved. In fact, the side dishes suffered a significant decline. Maintaining the status quo effectively equated to defeat. If the opposition lowered their prices even slightly further, it would be the proverbial last straw, leading to the downfall of Zhang's tavern. Boss Zhang, do not be alarmed. I still have a trump card. The reason for waiting is to identify the principal conspirator behind this larger establishment, ensuring our actions are precise, Li Chang'an quickly reassured him. Otherwise, revealing our trump card prematurely would yield little effect. We must strike decisively. Zhang Fugui paced anxiously, his agitation evident. Very well. I shall inquire further to ascertain which large establishment is behind this. Boss Zhang, it would be prudent to identify at least 20 establishments that have not joined this coalition. They could serve as our strongest allies. I will set out to find them. Zhang Fugui left one attendant to guard the counter while dispatching the others to gather information. Hurrying away himself, Li Chang'an requested paper and pen from the remaining attendant and began sketching at a table. The attendant glanced at his work, barely able to decipher a peculiar shape resembling a pot. On the 3rd day, the nearby restaurants continued to drop their prices by another 10%. Even with the allure of fine wine and spicy hot pot, Zhang's tavern could no longer withstand the pressure. Customer numbers dwindled by 30%, with most patrons arriving solely for the hot pot. The original business of side dishes and beverages suffered significantly. Zhang Fugui, increasingly agitated, contemplated consulting with Gu Jiaoyu for strategies. But for some reason, Gu had been elusive, hiding within the county school and avoiding all contact. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an diligently visited the establishments listed by Zhang Fugui, starting with the highlighted Liu family restaurant. Boss Liu, it is an honor to meet you. And you are? I am Li Chang'an, also known as Erlang of the Li family, and I supply the spicy hot pot to Zhang's tavern. Boss Liu, sporting a distinctive mustache, appeared momentarily taken aback. How could this scholarly-looking young man possibly be involved in the hot pot business? Had he not received a heads-up from Zhang Fugui, he might have dismissed it entirely. With a slight nod, Liu gestured for Li to enter. Please, come inside. As they walked toward the inner courtyard, Liu inquired, What brings you here today, Mr. Li? I have come regarding the hot pot, Li Chang'an replied directly, keen on discussing the matter at hand without engaging in excessive pleasantries. Given the current popularity of hot pot, we are but a small restaurant and cannot afford to incur the wrath of the masses at this juncture. Liu replied, I understand well what you mean. But to be frank, the situation of Zhang's tavern is clear to all. If I were to ally with them at this moment, I risk becoming the next target. If Zhang's tavern were to fall, Liu family restaurant would likely follow suit, Li Chang'an stated calmly. Once Zhang's tavern disappears, they are bound to employ the same tactics again. Who could withstand such pressure? This time it is due to the hot pot. Next time, it may be a new recipe. Without breaking the stranglehold of the large establishments, the 10th largest tavern in Lin County will never emerge. Anyone seeking to rise will inevitably be cast down. The Liu family restaurant, though currently promising, is also the most vulnerable to attacks from larger taverns. Li Chang'an did not engage in pleasantries, but instead laid the situation bare. The man with the mustache furrowed his brow, quickening his pace as he led Li Chang'an into the inner courtyard. Li Chang'an's words had indeed struck a chord within him. Who does not desire to expand their business? However, the larger the enterprise, the more susceptible it becomes to targeted attacks, particularly when on the brink of a decisive step. Where peril lurks at every turn, and a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Should Zhang's tavern emerge victorious this time, it would serve as a banner, a flag that breaks the siege imposed by the grand taverns, demonstrating that such collusive blockades are mere paper tigers. In such a case, others would follow suit. And who could guarantee that the next contender would not be Liu's restaurant? Yet, if Zhang's tavern were to falter, who would dare to resist thereafter? The mustached man poured a cup of tea for Li Chang'an, who took a delicate sip, observing him in silence, awaiting his reaction. This matter did not require explicit articulation. The owners of the restaurants and taverns not involved in the alliance could discern the truth themselves. Yet, these individuals lacked the courage to commit fully. The steam rose from the teacup, filling the stillness of the room. The mustached man, deep in thought, eventually lifted his gaze to Li Chang'an, asking, What can Master Li provide us? Spicy hot pot base, Li Chang'an replied. Not the recipe? Liu's boss interjected, half-jokingly. If you were to provide the recipe, what would we do afterward? To be frank, this opportunity hinges on a wager involving Zhang's tavern and the spicy hot pot base. However, I can assure you that we can supply 5 boxes of the hot pot base daily. The room fell silent once more. The mustached man suddenly spoke. The risk is too great. Should we win, all would rejoice. But should we lose, it would be a catastrophe. To blockade Zhang's tavern would necessitate involving 5 surrounding restaurants. If there were 5, or even 10 Zhang's taverns, does Liu's boss believe they could maintain their blockade? They merely rely on the attitude of minding their own affairs. If they were to unite, how could the grand taverns act so brazenly? Li Chang'an's voice rang out firmly, unintentionally raised in volume. The mustached man regarded Li Chang'an as if seeing him for the first time, attempting to discern any semblance of the scholarly demeanor that seemed incongruous with the resolute spirit he now exhibited. Upon their initial meeting, Li Chang'an had been mild and courteous. Yet now he had unwittingly caused the mustached man to straighten his back slightly. What does Liu's boss believe the grand taverns rely upon? The mustached man asked. Reputation, fine wines, and specialty dishes, he replied instinctively. Aside from reputation and fine wines, I possess those as well. With the hot pot base, I do not believe Liu's boss cannot create his own signature dishes, Li Chang'an asserted, his expression hardening, as if transforming from wood to iron. Excellent. The mustached man remained silent for a long while before finally uttering this word. Upon exiting Liu's restaurant, Li Chang'an held the drafted contract as he made his way to the next establishment. This was an opportunity. If successful, the path to the grand tavern would be unobstructed. Liu's restaurant had already agreed, and the contract was in hand for Boss Qin to review. Arriving at the next establishment, Both Lu's restaurant and Qin's tavern had consented, and the contract was with him. There could be no further hesitation. The next opportunity might indeed be the last. This time, Zhang's tavern and the spicy hot pot base were at the forefront, and the risks were not as daunting as anticipated. After visiting 20 establishments, the afternoon sun had waned, and Li Chang'an's throat felt parched while hunger gnawed at him. He purchased a piece of flatbread and, squatting by the roadside, devoured it ravenously. Upon returning to Zhang's tavern, he found Zhang Fuguwei pacing within, resembling an ant on a hot stove. Upon seeing Li Chang'an, his eyes brightened, and he hurried over to inquire, "How did it go?" "Mission accomplished. 13 restaurants and taverns are willing to introduce the spicy hot pot," Li Chang'an reported. "We shall commence deliveries tomorrow." 13 establishments. I shall be eager to witness how they intend to maintain their blockade. Zhang Fuguwei's face finally broke into a smile, though it appeared somewhat intimidating alongside his bushy beard. "If we could identify even 1 or 2 weak points among the establishments involved in this joint blockade, persuading them to defect and adopt the spicy hot pot would greatly undermine the morale of the opposing side," Li Chang'an suggested. "Do you have any targets in mind, Boss Zhang?" "I will seek out some tonight." 28 establishments cannot be a united front, Zhang Fuguwei mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Which establishment is behind this blockade, Boss Zhang?" Li Chang'an inquired. Qingwei Tower. Zhang Fuguwei divulged the information he had gathered. "They have supplied their wines to the surrounding taverns and have also introduced specialty dishes." "What is the finest wine that Qingwei Tower has to offer?" "The Baiwa wine. A small bottle weighs merely 5 taels, yet can fetch a price of 1 tael of silver, ranking among the finest in Lin County." As Li Chang'an and Zhang Fuguwei entered the inner courtyard, he asked, "Boss Zhang, if I may, I have a business proposal that I wonder if you would be interested in hearing?" Zhang Fuguwei, noting the seriousness in Li Chang'an's expression, nodded in agreement. "Do share. This blockade may present us with an opportunity to elevate Zhang's tavern to one of the premier establishments in Lin County," Li Chang'an asserted with solemnity. Zhang Fuguwei's pupils constricted. "Chang'an, are you certain? Surviving this blockade is already a remarkable feat. There is no need to take such risks. Moreover, to aspire to become a grand tavern, we do not yet possess that capability." Li Chang'an produced the blueprints he had drawn the previous day. "This is an entirely new dish that does not exist throughout Lin County. Moreover, I have a wine that rivals Baiwa and may even surpass it. Boss Zhang may wish to consider this. Should you decide to proceed, I would require a 50% share of the profits. Of course, as you mentioned, maintaining the current status alongside the addition of 13 more establishments should ensure survival through the blockade." Zhang Fuguwei released a long breath, his heart racing. "Chang'an, what do you call this business endeavor?" Li Chang'an smiled gently and uttered the 2 words that had swept through his previous life: hot pot. At the blacksmith shop. Upon seeing Li Chang'an, the blacksmith felt a sudden startle, then muttered, "What brings you here today?" Li Chang'an grinned. "I need a pot. I would like it made of brass." The blacksmith glanced at the blueprint. "Why is the middle of this pot hollowed out? What is the purpose of the upper section?" "A small chimney," Li Chang'an replied. "Should the tray beneath also be made of brass?" Indeed, Li Chang'an hesitated, initially considering using cast iron to save costs, but then reconsidered that the hot pot would enter the high-end market, and appearance was crucial. After all, the cost difference would not be significant. "This small pot only requires the outer ring." "How intriguing," the blacksmith chuckled, shaking his head. "This young man always brings fresh ideas. Is just one sufficient?" Li Chang'an paused, biting his lip before responding. "Make 20, 10 with dividers and 10 without." "Very well, come tomorrow to collect them. The cost will be 5 taels of silver." The blacksmith gathered his apprentices, assigning them tasks based on the blueprints. "Agreed. I will return early tomorrow to collect one." "Thank you, master." Li Chang'an placed a 5-tael silver ingot down and turned to leave, for he had many matters awaiting his attention. Since he was to embark on the hot pot venture, modifications to the base recipe were necessary. More chicken powder and additional chili should be included. Spicy oil hot pot, clear broth mushroom pot, and the yin-yang pot must all be prepared. Boss Zhang had merely suggested sampling the flavor of the hot pot and had not made any definitive decisions regarding transforming Zhang's tavern into a hot pot establishment. Nevertheless, Li Chang'an was confident that once they experienced the hot pot and erguo too, the hot pot restaurant would undoubtedly thrive. The first hot pot restaurant in Lin County, complemented by erguo too. How could the business possibly falter? This time, the covert blockade orchestrated by King Yuela has laid bare the shortcomings of Zhangji Tavern, revealing a severe homogenization of products. Once ensnared in such a predicament, one inevitably tumbles into the vicious cycle of price wars and unending struggle. To fundamentally resolve this issue, differentiation is imperative. Hot pot undoubtedly stands as the optimal choice. They cannot engage in a price war, for they cannot even master the basics of spicy hot pot, let alone hot pot itself. Moreover, the 13 restaurants and taverns negotiated today will draw fire from the opposition, undoubtedly minimizing risk. Upon returning home, Lu Jin hurriedly approached. Erlang, how did it go? Has everything been handled? Have you eaten? The sight of Lu Jin instantly soothed Li Chang'an's heart. Having arrived in this world merely 10 days prior, it was this nominal sister-in-law who had bestowed him with the warmth of a home. I have eaten. Do you need me to prepare something for you? Upon seeing Li Chang'an return safely, a smile graced Lu Jin's face, her eyes sparkling like the moon, causing Li Chang'an to momentarily lose his train of thought. Let's warm up 2 steamed buns, he suggested, rubbing his belly as he followed Lu Jin into the kitchen. Tomorrow, I will prepare a feast for my sister-in-law. What delicacies do you have in mind? A secret. Did Erlang not mention this last time? You cannot keep this from me. Is it not permissible for me to prepare a surprise for my sister-in-law? Very well, but if it is not delicious, I shall have to reprimand you. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth involuntarily curled into a smirk. Li Chang'an promptly raised his hands in surrender. Understood, sister-in-law. Tomorrow, I shall also bring a pot of wine and erguo too, guaranteed to make Boss Zhang and Master Gu drool. Master Gu? Lu Jin exclaimed. Are you quite familiar with him? Master Gu and Boss Zhang are well acquainted. I have been delivering wine frequently, which has led to many conversations. Li Chang'an replied. However, Master Gu has been rather elusive these days. Boss Zhang mentioned he hasn't left the county academy. I hope to see him tomorrow. Master Gu is an erudite individual. If you can learn from him, Erlang, it will surely be beneficial. I know. Li Chang'an took a warm steamed bun, tearing off a piece to savor it, smiling as he spoke. At that moment, Master Gu, whom Li Chang'an had just mentioned, was greeted by an unexpected visitor. Master Gu, or should I refer to you as Minister Gu? The newcomer donned a white brocade gown, exuding an aura as if frost had crystallized around her. With a slightly raised chin and exquisite features, her face, which should have been alluring, instead bore an ethereal cold beauty, her smile inexplicably chilling. From the Yin family? Master Gu's expression darkened. His meticulously arranged hair had become somewhat disheveled. Had the sealing technique begun to falter? He had not anticipated that the Yin family would possess such a rare and formidable icy physique. I am Ananji. I have met Minister Gu. The woman in white finally performed a curtsy. Please, come in. There is no need for titles like Minister Gu. He waved his hand dismissively. I, Gu Weidao, am merely an old man, teaching in this humble Lin County. May I inquire what brings Miss in here? Ananji regarded Gu Weidao, the innate literary talisman. If it were not for the resonance of the innate literary talisman causing my own talisman to tremble, the sealing technique upon me would not have collapsed. Surely, Minister Gu has sensed it as well? Gu Weidao maintained his composure, leisurely pouring a cup of tea for Ananji. Although my literary talisman is fragmented, I indeed sensed the innate literary talisman. However, Missin, finding the innate literary talisman should be easier for you than for an old man like me. Especially since the Yin family Xianyi guards have already arrived in Lin County. Why have they not found it yet? Is Minister Gu feigning ignorance? The ability to obstruct the Holy Literary Compass's investigation requires either a protective literary treasure or that the innate literary talisman has yet to fully form. In Nanji's cold gaze fixed on Gu Weidao, the room seemingly growing colder. I require the list of literati from Lin County, including those who have not entered the county academy but are merely registered past examinees. Gu Weidao sipped his tea, chuckling as he shook his head. Though the innate literary talisman can only be detected for a month once fully formed, is Miss in not being overly hasty? While innate literary talismans are rare, they do exist. Instead of fixating on one that has yet to mature, why not pursue those that are nearing completion? Or has the Yin family taken to bullying the weak? At this point, Gu Weidao gazed at Ananji, unperturbed. Ananji narrowed her eyes, her thin lips pressed together, adopting a demeanor that signaled her unwillingness to engage further. Is Minister Gu being overly meddlesome? Gu Weidao replied coolly, ordinary literary talisman lineages decline in quality with each generation, ultimately leading to mediocrity, and even the literary talismans of the saints follow this pattern. Only innate literary talismans, regardless of how many generations they pass through, retain their excellence, capable of nurturing an invincible lineage. Regrettably, although 1 or 2 innate literary talismans appear each year, few reach maturity, most tragically falling to an early demise. Miss and should be aware that these premature demises are often the result of your family's actions, are they not? A veil of frost seemed to cloud in Nanji's stunning face, her icy demeanor intensifying as she retorted, "Will Minister Gu truly not provide me with the list? I regret to inform you that I cannot comply." Gu Weidao waved his hand. "You may leave as you wish. I cannot see you off." And Nanji cast a deep glance at Gu Weidao before huffing and turning away. Gu Weidao observed the frosted teapot on the table, chuckling to himself. "This and family young lady." As he muttered to himself, Gu Weidao rose and pushed open the door, deciding he must visit the tavern tomorrow. And Nanji returned to Zhe Xianggu, her temper flaring as she stomped her feet, shedding her earlier aloof and icy demeanor, appearing more like an aggrieved young girl. "Miss, please do not be angry. That old man's literary talisman is shattered. You mustn't let it affect your health. It is not worth it. The sealing technique is nearly ineffective. You must return and have the clan elders re-establish a layer of sealing technique," Sue Yue advised. "I cannot rest until I find that innate literary talisman." And Nanji plopped down onto a chair. Sue Yue stuck out her delicate tongue. "Miss is worried about the engagement with the Duke of Dinghua. Hence you wish to find the innate literary talisman to groom a husband, ultimately marrying him?" Slap. And Nanji shot her a glare, pulling out a folding fan and tapping it on Sue's forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? You deserve a scolding. I am nearly suffocated with frustration. Quickly, knead my shoulders for me. I've been too tense, my shoulders are sore. I detest dealing with matters concerning outsiders." "Understood, my lady." Sue smiled indulgently, parting the beaded curtain and stepping behind Nanji to gently massage her shoulders. "By the way, if that literati with the innate literary talisman happens to be handsome, would you consider him?" "Ah, Sue, how dare you jest with me? You are not considering finding a husband for yourself, are you?" And Nanji suddenly reached out her delicate hand, tickling Sue. Sue, about to protest, was halted by Nanji's command, "Do not move." Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She let out a soft whimper. "And miss, I was wrong." The next morning, Chang'an set out with 2 gourds of wine and a freshly prepared hot pot base. After circling the blacksmith shop, he rushed to Zhangji Tavern with the newly crafted brass hot pot. He had expected only Boss Zhang to be present, but to his surprise, Master Gu was also there. "I have met Master Gu." Chang'an hurriedly bowed and asked, "What is this?" Gu Weidao, seeing the object in Chang'an's arms, was filled with curiosity. "Is this the hot pot you mentioned yesterday?" Zhang Fugue exclaimed, gazing at the peculiar little boiler that Chang'an was fiddling with. It was unlike any pot he had ever seen. Typically, pots were made of iron, but this one was crafted from brass and bore an odd shape. "Zhang boss, have you prepared the charcoal?" Chang'an inquired. "After you mentioned it yesterday, I instructed my assistant to get it ready, along with some fine beef, pork belly, and pig kidneys. Shall we start now?" "Yes, we shall soon indulge," Chang'an replied, his mouth watering at the thought of savoring hot pot in this world. Zhang Fugue and Gu Weidao watched him busily at work. "What is hot pot?" Gu Weidao nudged Zhang Fugue. "Did I not tell you this morning?" Zhang Fugue, unable to tear his gaze from the brass hot pot on the table, explained, "Our business has encountered a blockade, and this lad intends to seize the opportunity to venture into a new trade. Soon, we shall have a taste test. If it is delectable, we will switch." Gu Weidao was taken aback. "You truly intend to gamble?" "We have no choice. Business at the tavern has been poor, and having recently located Shaoqi's family, our current earnings are barely sufficient." Zhang Fugue sighed, his eyes reflecting nostalgia. "Chang'an has many clever ideas. If the hot pot proves to be exquisite, it is worth the risk." Gu Weidao sighed lightly, unsure of how to respond. "You have 100 brothers to support. Can you truly provide for them all? Even a grand tavern would fall short. What am I to do? All my brothers have perished, and I alone escaped from hell, clinging to half a life. At the very least, I must ensure they rest in peace." Gu Weidao glanced at Zhang Fugue, falling silent thereafter. Soon, their contemplations vanished. The tavern's main hall was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of spicy hot pot. As they observed the bubbling red broth in the brass pot, Zhang Fugue and Gu Weidao could not help but swallow. Chang'an picked up a thin slice of beef, marveling at the knife skills that rendered it as delicate as paper while remaining intact. He submerged it in the hot pot for just 3 breaths before it cooked. Ignoring the heat, he quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Authentic. Chang'an felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. This is the flavor. Genuine spicy hot pot from the mountain city. If only I had a cold soda to accompany it. Unfortunately, that was not to be. Oh well. One flaw cannot overshadow the brilliance. I shall have a glass of chilled plum juice later, which will be equally delightful. Without bothering to address the other two, Li Chang'an grabbed a slice of beef tripe, and after a moment of hesitation, placed it in his mouth. The crunchiness exploded in his mouth, awakening his taste buds. This is the essence of hot pot. Zhang Fugui and Gu Weidao could no longer resist the tantalizing aroma that filled the air, compounded by Li Chang'an's exaggerated expressions. They each took a pair of chopsticks, mimicking him. A slice of beef disappeared into their bellies. Ah, hiss. Ah, hiss. The spiciness made them stick out their tongues, their lips tingling, yet it was impossible to stop eating. They had never tasted anything like this before, savory, spicy, and numbing. It struck straight to their heads. After just one bite, Gu Weidao started to sweat, his scalp tingling, but he could not resist picking up his chopsticks. Zhang Fugui fared slightly better, but was not far behind, gasping for air, devouring faster than anyone else. Li Chang'an relished several bites, exhaling contentedly. What a thrill! Observing Zhang Fugui and Gu Weidao devouring the food with fervor, constantly exclaiming about the spice, yet eating faster with each passing moment. He smiled as he opened a wine gourd, pouring 2 cups for them. Gu Weidao downed his drink in one go, immediately coughing yet resolutely swallowing. His face turning crimson as he looked incredulously at Li Chang'an. Zhang Fugui, seeing Gu Weidao's reaction, burst into laughter. They say you love wine, Gu. What fine vintage have you encountered? After swallowing the beef tripe, he too downed his drink in one gulp. Li Chang'an found it hard to watch as both men turned red-faced, gasping for air. What kind of wine is this? Zhang Fugui stammered, eager to know. Gu Weidao scoffed. You dare ask me? Li Chang'an chuckled. This is first pot wine. Zhang Fugui's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of first pot wine is this? It's extraordinary. Li Chang'an poured another cup for them. This time, Zhang Fugui and Gu Weidao did not drink immediately, but inspected their cups closely, then brought them to their noses to inhale the fragrance. The wine was as clear as spring water, with a crisp aroma. They took a sip, and it slid down their throats smoothly. Both exhaled in satisfaction. Indeed, fine wine. Gu Weidao contemplated, his gaze fixated on Li Chang'an. Chang'an, is this wine akin to what you usually send us? Zhang Fugui also leaned in closely. Li Chang'an nodded. The wine I usually send is merely diluted with water from this very brew. TSK, such extravagance. Gu Weidao exclaimed, shaking his head. I would rather have 1 sip of first pot wine than an entire jar of the usual fare. You have truly put me in a predicament, having tasted this. How can I ever enjoy other wines again? Li Chang'an chuckled, finding amusement in Gu Weidao's uncharacteristic demeanor, all for a cup of wine. If you fancy it. I can ensure a jug daily. Curious, he asked, but I wonder, how does first pot wine compare to the floral brew from Qingwei Tower? The table fell silent once more, with only the bubbling broth punctuating the stillness. Zhang Fugui mused. First pot wine is refreshing, while floral brew is rich. It's hard to compare. However, I prefer first pot wine for its invigorating quality. Gu Weidao pondered, sampling again. You are right. First pot wine suits my palate better. Yet, in truth, they are quite comparable. Floral brew is smooth and fragrant, perfect for sipping, while your first pot wine is dry and crisp, with a stronger punch, appealing to any wine lover. Li Chang'an understood, so. First pot wine can indeed stand on equal footing with floral brew? Both men nodded. Then, I implore you, Gu and Zhang, to taste this cup of wine. Li Chang'an opened a second wine gourd, refilling their cups. Gu Weidao sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up. He carefully lifted his cup, fearing a single drop might spill. Like the first pot wine, this liquid was clear, but the aroma was even more potent. He tilted his head back and downed the entire cup, closing his eyes. He sighed deeply. The wine is rich, smooth, and refreshing, with an endless aftertaste. If this were to be served outside, floral brew would surely feel ashamed. Zhang Fugui, hearing Gu Weidao's exaggerated praise, asked, is it truly so? He took a sip himself and nearly overturned the table. What in the world is this? Compared to floral brew, it doesn't even deserve to carry its shoes. What manner of wine is this? Gu Weidao and Zhang Fugui asked in unison, looking at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an replied, this is Erguo Tu. Before either of the two could speak, Li Chang'an turned to Zhang Fugui. Boss Zhang, with this Erguo Tu and the hot pot, can we open the hot pot restaurant? Absolutely. Anyone who doesn't is just asking for trouble. Zhang Fugui thumped his chest, making a resounding noise. The burly man with a thick beard made Li Chang'an's eyelids twitch. He resembled a living Zhang Fei. The three of them devoured the prepared meat and meatballs, with Zhang Fugui and Gu Weidao eagerly downing 2 gourds of wine. They ate with great gusto. Chang'an couldn't resist taking a few sips, his entire body breaking into a sweat. The hot pot restaurant plan was finalized. Zhang's Tavern would be renamed Wangfu Ji No. 1. Zhang Fuguei would provide the venue and manpower, while Chang'an would supply the base ingredients and wine, with both sharing profits equally. In the future, the spicy hot pot business could be handed over to other restaurants and small stalls. Our No. 1 restaurant should compete with those grand establishments. The prices will be slightly more affordable, ensuring that a majority can dine here regularly, at about 1 or 200 won per meal. As for the erguo too, the price will be set high to elevate its status, making it the signature treasure of the restaurant. Chang'an's handsome face flushed as he spoke with fervor. What does status mean? It signifies prestige and refinement. The first hot pot restaurant in Lin County was established amidst the lively banter at the dining table. The interior decor needed an overhaul, and some elegant private rooms should be added, as space seemed a bit cramped. Rest assured, I'll convert the inner courtyard into private rooms. It will be more than sufficient. Zhang Fuguei, his face flushed from drinking, spoke animatedly. Isn't the timeline a bit tight? We can have everything ready in 3 to 5 days. One of the students under Gu's tutelage comes from a family that specializes in this, paired with the right rituals. Their craftsmanship is commendable. I've consulted them before. All right, let's commence preparations today. We'll set up a stall for spicy hot pot right outside the restaurant to avoid disappointing those 13 families. After a thorough discussion, Chang'an hurried back to make arrangements. Gu Weidao was also assigned by Zhang Fuguei to find his students, while Zhang Fuguei began organizing the upcoming schedule. The restaurant needed renovations. Other business could pause. But the spicy hot pot must not stop. In Chang'an's words, this was an attitude of resilience and unwavering determination. By noon, Zhang's Tavern closed its doors, gathering a crowd outside. Boss Zhang, what's going on? Why are you closed today? Yeah, are you no longer selling spicy hot pot? The crowd murmured, some speculating whether the restaurant was struggling. Nonsense. Zhang Fuguei's voice boomed, louder than anyone else's, as if amplified by a loudspeaker. Our establishment is undergoing renovations. We will no longer be operating as a tavern. We reopen in 5 days. But for these 5 days, don't worry, we will still sell spicy hot pot. I'll set up a stall outside for those who wish to eat. The crowd erupted with excitement. Boss Zhang, what business will you be in after this? What about our drinks? Exactly, we need a place to gather. Zhang Fuguei chuckled. Of course, we will still sell wine. There will be excellent wine, even better than Baihua's brew. If you want good wine and delicious dishes, come to me. From today onward, Zhang's Tavern is renamed Wangfu Ji No. 1. Please help spread the word. We reopen in 5 days with a 50% discount on the first day. Someone shouted, Boss Zhang, you're bragging a bit too much. Better than Baihua's brew? Aren't you afraid of those from Chang'an Tower coming to argue? Many nodded in agreement. Baihua's brew was renowned in Lin County and a signature of Chang'an Tower. There might be drinks comparable to Baihua's, but none were known to surpass it. Hey, don't underestimate this. Zhang Fuguei held up a freshly crafted wooden sign, hanging it prominently on the tavern's exterior. 8 bold characters caught everyone's eye, seeking the finest wine in Lin County. I'm making this proclamation today. During these 5 days, feel free to search for excellent wine in Lin County. On the opening day, we will display all the names. Anyone who brings us the best wine will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. 100 taels. That's enough for an ordinary family to live on for a month in Lin County. 100 taels. The eyes of everyone present glimmered with excitement. And the murmurs grew louder. Of course, I will only choose one type of wine, and it will be first come, first served. So hurry and find good wine. The verdict will be revealed in 5 days. The crowd dispersed in a rush. That's 100 taels. Quickly go to the taverns and buy good wine. The more expensive, the better. As long as we win, we can not only recover our costs, but also make a fortune. Zhang Fuguei's grin was wide and gleeful. It's all thanks to Chang'an's cleverness. A single sign has created quite the buzz, and we needn't worry about a lack of patrons on opening day. Even while renovations were underway, the reputation of Wangfu Ji No. 1 had already begun to spread. The news of Zhang's Tavern closing for renovations and rebranding quickly circulated through the streets, largely due to that wooden sign. The promise of 100 taels ignited the interest of Lin County. However, a group of individuals gathered with worried expressions, led by Manager Xie of Chang'an Tower, including the proprietors of the restaurants involved in the blockade. What should we do about Zhang Fuguei's commotion? Should we continue lowering prices? The doors are closed. What good would lowering prices do? The room buzzed with chatter. Manager Xie raised his hand for silence. Everyone, please calm down. My employer has indicated that Zhang Fugui's move is likely a desperate last-ditch effort. What do you mean? Many turned to him. In recent days, Zhang's tavern's business has been precarious. Without the support of Spicy Hot Pot, it would have closed long ago. But even with the hot pot, it cannot last much longer. Manager Xie continued, so, we should simply close our doors and wait for the right opportunity. But that's 5 days. How is that any different from conceding defeat? Manager Xie's words temporarily quelled the unease among the crowd. That 100 taels is merely a gimmick to attract more people. No matter how he reopens. If he still serves wine and dishes, can he really turn the tables? If we cooperate sincerely, even if we lower our prices for a month, what harm would it do? Rest assured, my employer has promised that once we succeed, Qingwei Tower will provide each of you with a unique dish recipe. Manager CS seized the moment, offering reassurance. I've heard that Zhang's tavern is also seeking allies. How should we respond? Someone asked. What is there to fear? How many would dare ally with Zhang Fugui at this time? Besides, we have Qingwei Tower backing us. Let us continue the blockade. The recipe for the spicy hot pot base will be ours in the end. Li Chang'an was exceptionally busy today, delivering spicy hot pot base ingredients. Overseeing the production of brass hot pots and stocking up on more hot pot base, ensuring everything was arranged by the afternoon. Finally, he approached Gu Weidao, presenting a gourd of erguo to. Teacher Gu, I have a modest request. Go ahead. Over time, Gu Weidao's admiration for Li Chang'an had grown immensely. Not only was he gifted in poetry, but he also had a knack for clever ideas, even concocting things like hot pot and erguo too. Most importantly, there was the chess strategy that was bound to remain hidden for a long time. As long as it did not falter midway, Li Chang'an's future was boundless. I previously mentioned my younger sister to you. Li Chang'an respectfully stated, today my sister-in-law wishes to visit my younger sister, but has been halted, being told that she must present 300 taels of silver. He assured that he could indeed gather the silver, yet he sought the assistance of Gu Jiaoyu to mediate. At the very least, during this month, let Baixiang Tower guarantee my sister's safety, ensuring she suffers no humiliation. Gu Weidao stroked his beard and replied, very well. I shall speak on your behalf. Although my position as a tutor is not an official one, I still hold some influence in Lin County. Thank you, Gu Jiaoyu. Li Chang'an bowed once more in gratitude. Upon returning home, Li Chang'an recounted the situation to Lu Jin, which somewhat eased her anxious heart. However, with merely a few days remaining until the stipulated month, the gap of 300 taels still loomed large, leaving her in a state of worry. When she had initially approached Baixiang Tower, she had intended to offer 100 taels for a brief extension, only to be turned away. Without the full 300 taels, she could not even catch a glimpse of her sister, let alone negotiate for more time. Observing the deep concern in Lu Jin's eyes, Li Chang'an softly reassured her, sister-in-law, do not fret, the remaining silver will be swiftly earned, and my sister will surely be safe. He added, yesterday I promised to prepare a delightful meal for you. Let us indulge tonight. Is it that peculiar little pot that Erlang brought back today? Indeed, you shall surely enjoy it. As Lu Jin busied herself with the ingredients, Li Chang'an hurriedly departed. Upon his return, he bore a string of candied fruit skewers. Erlang, what is this? Lu Jin inquired. The book states that indulging in sweets can uplift one's spirits during times of discontent, so do give it a try. Lu Jin's eyes fluttered as she beheld the fine sheen of sweat on Li Chang'an's brow from his exertions. Her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Then, under Li Chang'an's eager gaze, she opened her cherry lips and took a bite. It lacks the sweetness you concocted. I shall prepare syrup for you daily, he promised. But I've heard that too much sugar can lead to toothaches. Fear not, I will vary the flavors. You may indulge whenever you wish, and store the rest in a jar. 5 days later, Li Chang'an arose early, gazing into the bronze mirror at his reflection, momentarily lost in thought. This visage appeared both unfamiliar and familiar. He gathered his scattered hair into a bun, securing it with a wooden hairpin, presenting himself as a refined young scholar. Lu Jin paused when she saw him. Erlang, shall I assist you with your hair? Li Chang'an, still unripe in age, usually wore his hair loose. And Lu Jin had never witnessed him in such attire. No need, sister-in-law, this is quite sufficient, he replied with a smile. After breakfast, the pair hastened to depart. Erlang, is everything you said true? Lu Jin still found it hard to believe as they made their way to Zhang's tavern, her heart racing with trepidation. Zhang's tavern, though only middling in Lin County, was still a respectable establishment. Who could have anticipated such a day? Not only had it changed its name, but Erlang also held half of it. As they approached Zhang's tavern, Lu Jin felt an increasing sense of anxiety. Everything is prepared. Today we need only observe. Li Chang'an said cheerfully, producing a small iron box from his pocket. Here, sister-in-law, have a piece of sour plum candy. Lu Jian placed a piece in her mouth. Her eyes fluttering shut. This was indeed the candy Erlang had made in recent days. Sugar? Yes, the sugar is preferable for the candied fruit. But I was in a rush and opted for frosting instead. Now that I have time, I made the rock candy. Li Chang'an explained with a smile. I worried that plain rock candy might become tiresome, so I prepared various flavors for you to enjoy. Lu Jian squinted her eyes in amusement as she leaned closer to Li Chang'an. Aren't you concerned I might overindulge and suffer a toothache? A few pieces daily pose no issue. Brushing with salt can prevent toothaches, he replied. As they conversed, they unconsciously arrived at Zhang's tavern, now renamed Wangfuji No. 1. The new Fa boasted a vibrant red signboard, and even the door had been replaced with a grand red painted copper ring door, exuding an imposing presence. A red cloth hung from the sign, and strings of firecrackers adorned either side of the entrance, awaiting the auspicious moment to commence business. Upon his arrival, Li Chang'an found the area bustling with a crowd, all eagerly anticipating the opening. Zhang Fugue, the boisterous proprietor, had stirred up quite a commotion in Lin County over the past 5 days. Daily, he unveiled a list of exquisite wines, each announcement grander than the last. By the 3rd day, drums and gongs heralded his endeavors, capturing the town's attention. Everyone was abuzz with the question, who would seize Zhang Fugue's bounty of 100 taels? Which establishment would be crowned the finest in Lin County? Thanks to Zhang Fugue's extravagant promotions, the alliance of 13 restaurants had introduced spicy hot pot. And the surrounding competition had not been as fierce as anticipated. With the hot pot base available, many eateries had devised new dishes, drawing in even more patrons. As the crowd swelled, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Fugue, who, with hands clasped in greeting, exuded an air of uncontainable pride. Today marks the grand opening of Wangfuji No. 1, and to express my gratitude for your support, I, Zhang Fugue, am delighted to present a special treat. With that, he unveiled an unfamiliar object beside the crimson door. Zhang boss, what is this? Someone called out. The crowd turned their gaze to Zhang Fugue, who explained. This is a spinning wheel. See the arrow on the circular board? Spin 101 in the tavern today, and you may spin the wheel. Whatever the arrow points to, that is your prize. He boomed. I shall read some of the rewards. There are red envelopes worth 88 wine, and 50 vouchers that can be used in Wangfuji No. 1. And the grand prize? A bottle of our prized spirit, Erguo 2, worth 1 tael of silver. Do not forget, today all expenses are 50% off, and with the spinning wheel's prizes, if fortune smiles upon you, you could dine and drink for free. Zhang Fugue, do you think I'm generous? The crowd below perked up their ears, unable to resist exclaiming, Boss Zhang, where did you learn these tricks? It's quite a show. Indeed, it seemed that Boss Zhang was prepared to invest significantly today. With a booming heart, he believed that on the inaugural day of business, one must seek auspicious beginnings by treating everyone to food and drink. Hurry up and open, Boss Zhang. We can hardly wait. We still don't know what delights await at Wangfuji No. 1 store. It wouldn't be spicy hot pot, would it? The atmosphere outside the shop was electric, with many eager patrons yearning to glimpse the interior. After 5 days of anticipation, coupled with today's lively atmosphere, the hype surrounding Wangfuji No. 1 store had reached a fever pitch. The townsfolk of Lin County had never witnessed such marketing tactics. They were utterly dazzled. Shopkeeper Xie scoffed derisively, finding Zhang Mengfu amusing, as he followed one trend after another, seemingly oblivious to the futility of his confidence. As long as they sell liquor and vegetables, how can they escape our grasp? Truly ignorant. As he spoke, the auspicious hour arrived. Zhang Fugue struck the large bronze gong hanging on the wall, and 2 attendants ignited firecrackers, creating a cacophony of sound. The crimson doors slowly swung open, and the crowd erupted in astonished cheers. A dozen young attendants clad in red short jackets, with the words Wangfuji embroidered in bold yellow on their chests, formed 2 neat rows, bowing in unison as the doors parted. Inside the shop, a festive red adorned the decor. Though not as lavish as a grand restaurant, it exuded a rustic elegance, imbued with a spirit of grandeur. The previous row of tables had been replaced by a massive bluestone screen, intricately carved with a panorama of mountains and rivers, teeming with flora and fauna. The screen bore a couplet. With fire, one stabilizes the universe. In the pot, one melds heaven and earth. Before the screen stood a makeshift platform draped in yellow cloth. Zhang Fugue removed the red cloth from the sign at the entrance. The 5 gilded characters Wang Fuji hot pot immediately caught the eye, with no one store inscribed in the lower right corner. Simultaneously, Gu Weidao and a group of county scholars approached. "Everyone, please step inside," Zhang Fugui bellowed with laughter, gesturing invitingly into the shop. Gu Weidao and the scholars entered first, leaving the surrounding crowd exchanging glances before following suit. "Boss Zhang, what is hot pot?" Someone finally could not contain their curiosity. "Indeed, I have never heard of it." The eager young attendants, trained beforehand, warmly and skillfully directed the guests to their seats. Gu Weidao and the 18 scholars dispersed across 5 tables, gathering near the platform. Zhang Fugui refrained from immediate explanation. "First things first. We must conclude the significant matters of these past few days. I believe everyone is eager. As for hot pot, Gu Jiayu and the scholars will provide a demonstration." As he spoke, an attendant hurried over, balancing 5 red oil brass hot pots. All eyes fixated on these peculiar little pots. Just the sight of them seemed promising. The brass heated quickly, soon bubbling enthusiastically, releasing an enticing aroma of spice and numbing heat. Galugulu. A distinct sound of swallowing echoed as one man near Gu Jiayu sheepishly smiled at those around him. "Boss Zhang, is this hot pot?" "Indeed, this is hot pot." Zhang Fugui replied with a grin. The hall was now filled to capacity, with more heads peeking through the doors. The fragrance wafted through the air, prompting many to smack their lips in anticipation. "What is this scent? Why does it make my mouth water just by inhaling it? I thought it was just me." "You feel it too?" Low murmurs filled the room. There was no need for further explanation from Zhang Fugui. The arrival of the 5 hot pots, accompanied by their enticing aroma, made everything clear. Gu Weidao took the first bite, prompting the other scholars to follow suit. The moment they began, it was as if a dam had burst. The initial curiosity transformed into a fervent hunger. Even the dignified county scholars and Gu Jiayu lost their decorum, and who could resist? Was hot pot truly this delicious? Everyone craned their necks to watch the scholars devour their meals with enthusiasm. Sitting at the edge, shopkeeper Xie furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Something felt amiss. What exactly was hot pot? How had he never heard of it before? He glanced at a corner of the table where the delectable qualities of hot pot were described, detailing the nuances of beef tripe and the ideal pairing of chilled sour plum soup. This was an entirely novel dish, one he had never even heard of. It was far more terrifying than a mere specialty dish. A grand restaurant might offer a few unique items, but Wang Fuji hot pot had turned the table, creating an entirely new culinary genre. The mere thought sent chills down shopkeeper Xie's spine. All prior arrangements seemed futile. The tavern's offerings were limited, and competition was straightforward, but how could they contend with hot pot? Each vendor offered something different, rendering direct competition impossible. "Shopkeeper Xie, this hot pot appears quite simple." Someone leaned in to whisper. "Once you've had it a couple of times, there will be no secrets left. We could open several hot pot restaurants, and Wang Fuji's business would surely be affected." Shopkeeper Xie eyed Zhang Fugui, who was preparing to step onto the platform, feeling a nagging doubt. He shook his head. "It's hard to say. We know how easy it is to make spicy hot pot, yet replicating that flavor is another matter entirely. Hot pot might be the same. If the taste isn't right, people want to return after a few tries. Specialty dishes remain unique not because no one tries to imitate them, but because they cannot be replicated. That's what makes them special, and that's their trademark." The person continued, "Since hot pot offers various flavors, we could certainly develop our own unique broth. If we could attract even a portion of Wang Fuji's patrons, it would suffice. Then we could open several more locations in Lin County, and Wang Fuji's business would undoubtedly suffer." Shopkeeper Xie let out a hiss, fiddling with the ring on his thumb. "Indeed, it's worth a try. We should taste the hot pot first and see how it really is." He felt that Zhang Fugui had a backup plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making such a grand display. Surely, he had some leverage. Regardless, today they must secure that 100 taels to prove that our Qingwe Tower Baiwa wine is truly the finest in Lin County. While shopkeeper Xie and others continued their discussion, Li Chang'an and Lu Jin were mingling in the crowd, realizing there were no seats available. An attendant approached to bow, but Li Chang'an gestured him to stay back with a glance. This was not the time to attract attention. The two stood in a corner, observing the bustling hall. "Look at all these people, Erlang," Lu Jin said, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes sparkling with joy. The fragrant breeze wafted over, momentarily distracting Li Chang'an, who replied, "After today, our Wang Fuji will undoubtedly be renowned throughout Lin County." Given the nature of their conversation, they leaned in closely, ensuring their words remained private. As Zhang Fugui's voice resonated, just as Li Chang'an was about to raise his head, a sudden jostle against his lower back sent him staggering. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Li Chang'an's eyes widened in an instant, the softness against his lips causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Before Li Chang'an could fully savor the sensation, he quickly straightened up, protectively shielding Lu Jin by his side. Ahem, it's a bit crowded, he remarked. Lu Jin's body trembled slightly, her fair face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, appearing exquisitely charming, her smiling eyes filled with shyness. How could this happen? Lu Jin's gaze gradually shifted upwards, stealing a glance at Li Chang'an's expression. Noticing the faint blush on his face as he looked ahead, her own embarrassment deepened. She nervously averted her gaze, staring blankly into the distance, lost in her thoughts. Li Chang'an's heart pounded like a drum. Despite his past relationships, this simple, accidental touch, merely a brush against her cheek, stirred an unexpected turmoil within him. Wake up, he mentally scolded himself. This is your sister-in-law. Namo Amaba, Namo Amaba. Suppressing the emotions within, Li Chang'an focused his attention on Zhang Fugui on the stage. At that moment, Zhang Fugui unveiled the yellow cloth, revealing rows of wine bottles adorned with red paper slips. The bottles were identical, concealing any distinctions from the outside. As you can all see, Zhang Fugui announced, these are the fine wines contributed over the past 5 days, totaling 43 varieties. The red paper slips bore the corresponding wine names and the names of the contributors, along with assigned numbers. Each bottle yields 30 cups, so I will select 30 individuals to serve as judges. Zhang Fugui produced a box. Today, we are honored by the presence and support of Instructor Gu and the scholars from the County Academy. I implore Instructor Gu and the esteemed scholars to assist me in completing today's evaluation. With the presence of the County Academy scholars, the evaluation will undoubtedly be fair and impartial, preventing any accusations of my, Zhang, being a boorish fraud. His words drew nods of approval from the audience below. Indeed, with the County Academy scholars judging, it couldn't be more appropriate. Invoking the literary mandate will surely ensure that no one utters falsehoods. Shopkeeper Xie's expression underwent a drastic change. Zhang Fugui had unexpectedly enlisted the help of the County Academy scholars. He had anticipated that Zhang Fugui, like himself, would appoint more of his own people to secure the top spot for his wine. However, Shopkeeper Xie had never foreseen that Zhang Fugui would openly strive for a fair evaluation. This Zhang, does he truly believe his wine is the finest in the county? When it comes to superior wine, the Clear Moon Pavilion has never been defeated. You're courting your own demise, Zhang. Don't blame me for what's to come. Amidst the applause, Qin Zijiao and 2 other County Academy scholars rose and ascended the stage, cupping their fists in salute. We are honored by Boss Zhang's recognition, and we will naturally judge with impartiality. With that, the 3 extended their palms, and 3 ancient literary mandates, radiating a bronze luster, slowly materialized. The entire hall fell silent, the eyes of the crowd burning with fervent anticipation. This is the literary mandate, the emblem of a scholar. Only with a literary mandate can one be considered a true scholar. Li Chang'an's heart surged with emotion. Is this the literary mandate? Could the anomaly within my mind be related to the literary mandate? Despite his best efforts over the past few days, the darkness filled with cracks, constantly emitting light, remained impenetrable. The upright stone tablet formed by the white mist before the darkness also seemed to have fallen into a state of dormancy, showing no signs of activity. The bronze literary mandates held by the 3 on the stage, in terms of shape, resembled miniature upright stone tablets, although he couldn't discern any patterns on them. Li Chang'an could sense a similarity between the 2. Just as Li Chang'an was pondering, Qin Zijiao and the other 2 scholars spoke, their voices resounding like a great bell, echoing throughout the hall. Without loyalty and trustworthiness, one cannot stand in this world. Literary art, sincere disclosure. 3 streams of bronze light ascended, converging into a luminous curtain that cascaded down the steps. Those who pass through this gate of light must have a heart that matches their words. Zhang Fugui drew paper slips from the box, each bearing a table number, corresponding to randomly selected judges. The crowd was filled with eager anticipation, unable to remain seated. The aroma of the hot pot filled their nostrils, and the sight of the selected individuals methodically sampling the wine created an atmosphere of intense excitement. The title of the finest wine in Lin County would be decided today. As time slowly passed, Shopkeeper Xie, in contrast, no longer felt anxious. As long as Zhang Fugui didn't interfere, 100 Flower Brew was guaranteed to win. I truly don't know what Zhang is thinking, daring to make such bold claims with a wine he found from who knows where. Once 100 Flower Brew wins, his reputation will be tarnished, and he will be forced to slap himself with money. Such a sight is indeed rare these days. After a little less than an hour, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent. Conversely, Gu Weidao continued to eat, paying no attention to the events on the stage. Finally, the results were announced. Qin Zizhao peeled off the red paper slip from a bottle of wine, then raised the bottle, displaying the name to the audience. A total of 30 individuals participated in the evaluation, and in the end, all 30 chose the same bottle of wine. Everyone craned their necks, their gazes burning with anticipation. Shopkeeper Xie was no exception. Although he was confident of victory, this was, after all, a matter of reputation, which could only benefit the Clear Moon Pavilion and 100 Flower Brew. Wang Fu Shop Erguo Tu. However, the following words caused shopkeeper Xie's mind to reel. How is this possible? What kind of Erguo Tu is that? How could it possibly win first place? This is impossible. Shopkeeper Xie exclaimed subconsciously. All eyes immediately turned to him. Qin Zizhao also looked at Shopkeeper Xie. Isn't this Shopkeeper Xie from the Clear Moon Pavilion? Are you questioning the literary art jointly cast by my fellow students and me? Or are you suggesting that we would tarnish our reputations for a bottle of wine? His seemingly light words weighed down on Shopkeeper Xie like a mountain, causing his heart to tremble and instantly sobering him up. He was terrified, cold sweat trickling down his back. He hurriedly cupped his fists in salute. No, I wouldn't dare. Right and wrong will be judged fairly. Everyone can sample the Erguo Tu, and after tasting it, they can make their own judgments. After saying that, Qin Zizhao didn't even glance at Shopkeeper Xie, cupped his fists towards the crowd, and leisurely returned to his seat to continue enjoying the hot pot. Zhang Fugui laughed heartily. But due to his appearance, it couldn't be said that he looked like a flower. Erguo Tu is a top-quality wine that I painstakingly found. Its daily production is limited. So if you want to try it, you must seize the opportunity. Without further ado, those who want to eat hot pot can start ordering. As soon as he finished speaking, waiters carrying menus enthusiastically and respectfully approached each table, guiding the guests in ordering. Zhang Fugui stepped down from the stage and changed into the attire of a performing artist. He then held a bottle of wine in one hand and a wine glass in the other, warmly toasting each table. Shopkeeper Xie lowered his gaze, concealing the resentment in his eyes. Damn Zhang, we merely lost one battle, which is insignificant. The real key is the hot pot. Zhang and his Wang Fu shop won't last long. One hot pot after another was brought to the tables, and the aroma in the hall grew even richer, accompanied by constant exclamations of surprise. It was the first time for many to eat hot pot, and they found it both novel and delicious. Wow, it's so spicy and hot, but it's really delicious. This beef tripe is simply amazing. No wonder they say it's the essence. Is there really such an emphasis on dipping it 7 times up and 8 times down? The duck intestines are also good. Who would have thought that duck intestines could be eaten like this? Praises resounded incessantly. Suddenly, a cry of surprise erupted in the hall. It turned out that a waiter was performing the art of noodle pulling. Wow, the skill of pulling noodles is incredible. A ball of dough is actually turned into a flower. I must say it's flashy and quite fun. Who here had ever seen the noodle pulling performance of the previous world's Heideleo? It immediately stunned a large group of people. As the proprietor Skye grew increasingly uneasy, he took his first bite of the hot pot before quietly setting down his chopsticks. The people around him only heard him utter a faint remark. This hot pot is difficult to master. He then deliberately ordered a bottle of Erguo Tu, priced the same as Bai Hua wine, took a sip, and, with an inscrutable expression, slowly rose to leave the Hua Fuji hot pot restaurant. Before departing, Xie cast one last glance at the smiling young attendant stationed at the revolving door. Unable to resist the slightest twitch of his lips, those accompanying him felt a sense of trepidation. Today seemed plagued with misfortune. Moreover, Ste's reaction left them feeling even more unsettled. What shall we do next, Master Xie? Should we continue to seal off Hua Fuji? Xie shook his head, remaining silent. The person continued, Wang Fuji is the only one of its kind. We can certainly seal it off. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Enough, Xie snapped, shaking his hand. Are you instructing me on how to conduct business? With a long breath to release his pent-up frustration, Xie coldly replied, We'll discuss this later. A vague premonition gnawed at him. If the sealing off failed, he might very well face dire consequences himself. Wang Fuji Hot Pot had, on its very first day, made a resounding debut. As the first hot pot restaurant in the county, it also boasted the finest liquor, with an entirely new cuisine and exquisite wines. The two trump cards rendered the previous sealing attempts mere folly. Those who had indulged in the hot pot and savored the erguo sang its praises. After bidding farewell to the last batch of guests, Zhang Fuguei and his team of attendants collapsed into chairs, utterly exhausted. Today, everyone will receive a red envelope of 301 for the grand opening, Zhang declared with a flourish. Thank you, boss. Your generosity is unmatched. The attendants cheered in unison. Once they had all departed, Li Chang'an sauntered into the restaurant, smiling as he inquired, "How was business today, boss Zhang?" Zhang Fuguei, unable to contain his grin, playfully clasped his fists and said, "Boss Li, your business is thriving." Li waved his hands in modesty. "Oh, please. If you continue to flatter me like that, I might just turn around and leave." Zhang, holding today's ledger, approached Li Chang'an, excitement evident in his voice. "It's all thanks to your brilliant ideas, Chang'an. With the hot pot and erguo being offered at half price today, our profits have far exceeded expectations." "How much?" Li asked, eyes wide with anticipation. 43 taels, 673 won, Zhang stated, emphasizing each figure. "Net profit of 30 taels. Li's eyes widened further. "That's so much?" "Indeed, and that's only at half price. If we revert to the original price, it will be even more astonishing," Zhang continued, holding up a finger. "We sold 15 taels of just erguo." Li Chang'an was astounded. It was clear that the big taverns were the real moneymakers, something he had never dared to imagine before. Yes, Zhang Fuguei still found it hard to believe, reflecting on how previously, a tavern would barely see 3 or 4 taels in business a day. Never had we experienced anything like today. It felt akin to robbing money. Today was merely the first day. As word of mouth spread, Wang Fuji's business would only improve. Li flipped through the ledger, his heart racing with excitement. If we can seize this opportunity to challenge the larger tavern's reputation, it all hinges on these next few days. If we succeed, we will secure a stable source of income. This was unlike the one-time deal of buying hawthorn fruit. That was merely a quick profit. But with Wang Fuji Hot Pot, a mere 150 taels would be just days' worth of profit. After chatting idly with Boss Zhang for a while, Li Chang'an returned home under the night sky to share the good news with Lu Jin. On the following day, Wang Fuji Hot Pot was bustling with patrons, and the 13 allied taverns finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, they had been under considerable pressure supporting Zhang's tavern, but with Wang Fuji now bearing the burden, their stress diminished significantly. Some had even begun to inquire about the hot pot, secretly expressing interest in partnering to open their own. By the third day, Wang Fuji's business showed no signs of decline. The occupancy rate of the private rooms in the inner courtyard was also on the rise. As the genuinely affluent began to explore the newly introduced cuisine, though some sought to follow the trend, they struggled to replicate the spicy hot pot base and were met with failure when attempting to create a hot pot formula. Many taverns, even grand establishments, endeavored to try, but all ended in disappointment. The grand taverns could barely manage to achieve 70 to 80% of the flavor, but the costs were too high. Should they attempt to sell it, they could hardly recover their expenses, not to mention the smaller taverns. Moreover, Wang Fuji Hot Pot had the erguo as its signature treasure. Unless a new liquor emerged to overshadow it, the name of Wang Fuji erguo would remain synonymous with the finest wine in the county for the foreseeable future. As long as that name stood, the benefits to Wang Fuji would be self-evident. Each day, the sales of erguo alone could rake in 20 to 30 taels. A staggering profit that left Li Chang'an astounded. On the fourth day, another hot pot restaurant emerged in the county, though it was far smaller than Wang Fuji, accommodating only 20 tables. However, by the sixth day, it attracted no customers, its taste paled in comparison, and the prices were not favorable. It was preferable to dine at Wang Fuji Hot Pot, albeit at a higher cost, where the ambience was delightful, the food satisfying, and the choices abundant. By the eighth day, Wang Fuji Hot Pot's reputation had firmly established itself. Others noted that the only thing separating Wang Fuji from joining the ranks of the grand taverns was a literary name. The most crucial step had already been taken, leaving only the accumulation of time. Remarkably, this assessment was met with little controversy. Rather, it garnered widespread agreement. That evening, as the hot pot craze sparked by Wang Fuji began to settle and business grew increasingly stable, Li Chang'an arrived at Wang Fuji with 2 gourds of erguo for a celebratory banquet attended solely by 3 individuals. Zhang Fuguei had already sent the attendants away. The central table was laden with delectable dishes, and a pot of hot pot bubbled enticingly. "Longan has arrived. We've been waiting for you," Zhang called, waving eagerly. Gu Weidao had yet to touch his chopsticks, waiting for Li Chang'an. "Greetings," Instructor Gu, Boss Zhang, Li said, clasping his fist in salute. The three took their seats, and Li poured drinks for both men before finally serving himself. Then, Li Chang'an and Zhang Fugui turned their attention to Gu Weidao. Though it was merely a gathering of three, the highest-ranking person should always commence the meal. Gu Weidao chuckled. Why are you looking at me? I'm just here for a free meal and drink. Hurry, let's eat. I barely touched my lunch in anticipation of this feast. With that, he was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Li and Zhang exchanged amused glances before joining in. After a few bites, Li Chang'an raised his cup. For the first toast, I honor Instructor Gu. Without your dedicated assistance, the opening of Wang Fuji would not have gone so smoothly. Zhang Fugui raised his cup in agreement. Gu Weidao waved his hand with a smile. You two are too kind. What are you being so polite for? I'm not without my benefits. Coming here for a free meal and drink is quite the deal. The three clinked their cups. Li Chang'an lifted his cup again. For the second toast, I honor you. Boss Zhang, I've heard of your warm-heartedness, and during this period of cooperation, I have developed immense admiration for you. Zhang Fugui stroked his beard and laughed heartily. If we're talking admiration, both I and old Gu hold you in high regard. Without me, Wafuji would have opened eventually, but without you, it simply wouldn't exist. Come. Li boss, let us drink to that. Beside them, Gu Weidao chuckled. The two bosses are starting to flatter each other. Li Chang'an laughed heartily. Have the 300 taels been gathered? Gu Weidao dipped a slice of beef into the hot pot and turned to Li Chang'an. Yes, I just gathered them today. I plan to redeem my sister tomorrow. Li Chang'an nodded, pouring wine for Gu Weidao and Zhang Fugui. I must also express my gratitude to you, Gu Jiaoyu, for assisting in the negotiations at Baixiang Tower. It's merely a trifle, Gu Weidao replied, downing his drink in one gulp. I'll accompany you tomorrow morning. Li Chang'an promptly expressed his thanks. With the weight of anxiety finally lifted from his heart, Li Chang'an felt a profound sense of relief. Over the past 20 days, he had refrained from mentioning his sister's situation to avoid worrying his sister-in-law, but as the day approached, he could hardly contain his impatience. Now, with the funds secured in time, he experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation. Chang'an, you mentioned discussing the opening of a branch store after redeeming your sister. Is it time to consider that now? Zhang Fugui asked, tossing a piece of roasted chicken into his mouth, crunching the bones in the process. Many people have approached me these days, and I can only keep deferring. If we open a few more stores, it could yield substantial profits. Gu Weidao couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Fugui. You seem consumed by thoughts of money. How else do you expect to survive? Do you think one can fill their belly merely by reading and writing all day? Zhang Fugui retorted, rolling his eyes. I have many mouths to feed. It's not easy. Li Chang'an chuckled softly. Zhang boss, there's no need to rush. I already have a plan. We can establish the branch stores based on the model of our first shop, with you and I holding 50%, the branch owner 40%, and the staff sharing the remaining 10%. We will supply the hot pot base and ergo too, while the owners and staff will need to raise their own capital. Moreover, we must be judicious in choosing the locations for the branches. They should be densely populated, yet not interfere with the business of existing stores. Gu Weidao lifted his gaze to Li Chang'an, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Are you suggesting that the staff should also hold shares? Li Chang'an nodded. Precisely. This will motivate them to work harder and take responsibility. However, it must be clearly stated that they can only share in the profits, not partake in the management. Should anyone err, their shares will be revoked without hesitation. Zhang Fugui was taken aback. Chang'an, I've never heard of such a practice before, allowing staff to hold shares. We should implement this at our first shop as well, treating everyone equally. Li Chang'an smiled. This will surely enhance their enthusiasm more than a mere salary. Since they can only share in the profits, they won't become overbearing, and it will also help generate funds. Two birds with one stone. Zhang Fugui and Gu Weidao were still processing Li Chang'an's proposal. It sounded simple, but changing entrenched beliefs was no small feat among the multitude of businesses. Such an approach was unheard of, bordering on the unconventional. Yet, it was Li Chang'an who had proposed it. Gu Weidao let out a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Li Chang'an. This young man consistently brought unexpected surprises. His poetic talent was undeniable, and his understanding of the wisdom of sages was remarkably profound, not to mention his skill at chess, which remained hidden from public view. What pleased Gu Weidao most was that Li Chang'an did not look down upon the staff. Rather, he treated them with equality, a rare and commendable quality. Zhang Fugui took a swig of ergo too. I have no objections to this, but I'm concerned that the other owners might disagree. By the way, Qingwei Tower has sent word. expressing a desire to cooperate with us. Li Chang'an couldn't help but scoff. What do they wish to collaborate on? Have they forgotten about the recent blockade? Zhang Fugui shook his head in resignation. They want to introduce Erguo at Qinghua Tower, potentially doubling the price. Yet they said not a word about the blockade. It seems Qinghua Tower is still diluted, Li Chang'an remarked. In Lin County, we are the sole hot pot establishment, and competition isn't fierce. The 9 large restaurants represent our direct competition. If Qinghua Tower were to acquire Erguo, they would gain a significant advantage over others. Zhang Fugui poured a plate of fish balls into the hot pot. Qinghua Tower has always played dirty. I've heard that they acquired the recipe for Baiwa wine for 50 taels. Engaging in business with such establishments is fruitless, Li Chang'an replied, shaking his head. While business revolves around profit, this is a profit I do not wish to pursue. Neither do I, Zhang Fugui chuckled. They blocked our accounts and now act as if nothing has happened. How brazen of them. Yu Weidao looked at Li Chang'an and Zhang Fugui. Aren't you concerned that Qinghua Tower will continue to sabotage us? The success of Wang Fuji was due to their ignorance and lack of preparation. If they persist in their schemes, we may face significant setbacks. Hearing Yu Weidao's words, Zhang Fugui felt a surge of anxiety. Having already navigated the blockade, he had unconsciously dismissed Qinghua Tower. However, if they continued to cause trouble, Wang Fuji might evade major issues, but small troubles would likely arise. As long as we keep Qinghua Tower preoccupied, we should be fine. Li Chang'an tore off a piece of chicken and took a sip of wine. In the next few days, I will gather stories about Qinghua Tower's past misdeeds, embellishing them as necessary, and turn them into a narrative. Then, I'll pay storytellers to perform it and enlist every beggar in Lin County to spread the tale. If even a few of these stories hold truth, and we find a few people to wail outside Qinghua Tower, it won't take a month for their reputation to be tarnished. Gu Weidao and Zhang Fugui paused, staring at Li Chang'an in unison. Li Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine under their intense gaze. What is it? Zhang Fugui lowered his head, continuing to eat while murmuring, scholars. Gu Weidao fixed a penetrating look on Li Chang'an. Chang'an, you must maintain your integrity. Li Chang'an understood this as an admonition to be virtuous. But I am inherently good, aren't I? This is about dealing with our adversaries. Your perspective is flawed. I have many more insidious tactics yet to employ. Can they not bear a mere assault on public opinion? The three continued to eat and drink for another half hour. Their faces flushed from the alcohol. Normally, Li Chang'an abstained from drinking, but today, with the weight of stress lifted and his spirits high, he felt no reservations. Gu Jiaoyu, I toast this drink to you. Before he could finish, Zhang Fugui interrupted. What is this about Gu Jiaoyu? That is for outsiders. Zhang Fugui's eyes were bloodshot, his hand pressed on the table as he turned to Gu Weidao. Old Gu, this lad is a rare talent. Don't you want to take him on as a disciple? If you don't, I have some acquaintances who can assist him in martial arts, if not in literary pursuits. Gu Weidao leaned against the wine gourd, shaking his head. You reckless fellow, I don't take him as a disciple for his own good. My position is inappropriate. I must wait until he becomes a student of the county school before I can teach him his Gu Jiaoyu. Don't complicate matters. In this era, the realm of humanity is dominated by the literary path. How far can the martial path take you? How many third-grade martial artists are there today? Zhang Fugui, not willing to concede, spread his arms wide, his tongue thickening. And what's wrong with martial artists? If they close in, a martial artist of the same rank is invincible. Besides, reaching the 3rd grade is a formidable challenge. Even for literary scholars, ascending to the 3rd grade is akin to climbing a mountain. What do you know? Gu Weidao took a hearty swig from the wine gourd. With the literary talisman, one may be called a scholar. Below the 3rd rank, the martial men and scholars are evenly matched, but above the 3rd rank, the scholar has the path to enlightenment, while the martial man finds his path severed. Have you not understood this after all those years on the northern battlefield? The influence of a scholar is worth 10 martial men. Li Chang'an, holding his wine cup, was momentarily taken aback. He blinked, realizing he hadn't finished his words, yet these two had already begun to argue. Can you let me drink my wine first? Holding this cup is rather exhausting. Before Li Chang'an could speak, he was interrupted by Zhang Fugui. Chang'an, do not interfere. Old Gu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you are far too rigid. You needn't gather friends and relatives for a grand feast to announce it to the world. Privately accepting a disciple is perfectly acceptable, understand? Zhang Fugui wiped his beard. I admit that Chang'an is suited for the path of scholars, which is precisely why I don't want him to waste his time. The sooner he receives guidance, the sooner he can embark on the path of scholarship. Having literary talismans is an entirely different matter. Li Chang'an shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. He forced a smile and said, Boss Zhang. Why still call me Boss Zhang? After this drink, you and I are brothers. I am older than you, so call me brother. Zhang Fugui insisted. Li Chang'an looked utterly confused. Gu Weidao interjected, calling him brother is inappropriate. At your age, you could be a father. Then call me uncle. Zhang Fugui pounded his chest, and Li Chang'an felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing this boisterous Zhang might break his chest. Old Gu, what do you say? Gu Weidao, in a half-drunken state, conceded, well, privately accepting a disciple, though lacking in decorum, is still a method. Li Chang'an was still in a daze, his head spinning. He only heard these two bickering for a while before he unexpectedly gained an uncle and a master. Zhang Fugui slapped the table. Chang'an, stop dawdling and quickly offer a toast. After 3 cups, you will have a master. This is not the same as the relationship between a teacher and student in the county academy. Li Chang'an's mind was already in a fog, devoid of rational thought. He lifted his cup and declared, Master, this disciple Li Chang'an offers you a toast. Gu Weidao sat up straight, watching Li Chang'an drink 3 cups, and then kneel to bow 3 times before he helped him up. Today, apprenticeship, let it be, but I hope it won't harm you. In the future, just refer to me as teacher like the students in the county academy. Yes, master. Li Chang'an nodded. And after downing 3 cups, the alcohol surged to his head. Once he sat back down, he hastily took a few bites of beef. He struggled to pick up the fish balls swirling in the hot pot, ultimately giving up. Zhang Fugui chuckled. Chang'an, your capacity for alcohol is quite lacking. How can you be so drunk after drinking so little? Li Chang'an shook his head, his eyes half closed. It's no wonder. I am not a match for Uncle Zhang and Master. Today was already excessive. Li Chang'an, not yet drunk enough to act foolish, was nonetheless showing surprising effects of the alcohol. Given the special nature of today, how about we play a drinking game to liven things up? Chang'an, you have a talent for poetry, so why don't you start? Gu Weidao suggested. Zhang Fugui scoffed. A drinking game? That's a scholar's pastime. We martial men prefer to brawl and wrestle. We don't engage in such frivolities. Not that you need to recite poetry or create verses, Gu Weidao retorted. Li Chang'an clasped his fists. Master has given an order. The disciple cannot decline. Allow me a moment to think. As he spoke, Li Chang'an lowered his head, pondering how he might recite a couple of poems. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his mind felt blank. Perhaps he had drunk too much. His spirit seemed out of sorts. And he couldn't conjure a single word. This shouldn't be, Li Chang'an thought, smacking his forehead. After all, Li Bai could compose 100 poems after drinking. And I have memorized 300 Tang poems. How can I not produce a word after drinking? Zhang Fugui found it amusing, patting Li Chang'an on the shoulder. Never mind, Chang'an. Old Gu is doing this on purpose. You can't hold your liquor. It's a miracle you're even sitting here. After this drink, I'll take you home. Li Chang'an, feeling obstinate, replied, Uncle Zhang, don't worry. I will definitely come up with something. Zhang Fugui could hardly contain his laughter. And Gu Weidao chuckled as well. Usually, Li Chang'an was full of clever ideas, unflappable in the face of challenges, always appearing composed. However, today was a first for them. How amusing. This was the way a young person should be. In a state of confusion, Li Chang'an thought long and hard before suddenly slapping his thigh. I know. I must not have drunk enough. Let us drink more. I have only had half a bottle. With that, he grabbed the bottle and drank deeply, swallowing a mouthful. Oh. Refreshing, he exclaimed, his tongue out, fire coursing from his throat to his stomach. The alcohol surged stronger, making his head feel heavy. Li Chang'an attempted to rise but stumbled, knocking over the wine jug on the table. Wine splashed everywhere. Li Chang'an, with his head bowed beneath the table, stared vacantly, resembling a foolish fawn. All right, Chang'an is already drunk. We should hurry and take him home. Zhang Fugui laughed heartily. Today, you finally had your turn. Gu Weidao was similarly at a loss, watching the inebriated Li Chang'an, who resembled a child. Just as they were about to lift him up, Li Chang'an suddenly collapsed to the ground, watching the wine spill around him, laughing heartily. In his mind, the words written in the jade-like book seemed to be struck by an inky brush, falling heavily. Each stroke, each character felt as if it were splitting the darkness of his mind, shattering it piece by piece. Li Chang'an gazed at the characters on the jade-like book and shouted, Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river come from the sky, rushing to the sea, never to return. As these words echoed, it was as if thunder struck from the void. Zhang Fugui froze, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, motionless. Gu Weidao plopped down onto a stool, his eyes wide, breathing heavily like an ox. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall mourns white hair, mourning like black silk. Evening turns to snow. With the second line, a crack of light cleaved through the darkness in his mind. A cascade of brilliance pouring down like a mighty waterfall. The white mist coalesced into a steel, greedily consuming the light, gradually solidifying. In life, one must enjoy to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon, empty. In the hall, a thunderous roar erupted as waves of rich, almost tangible light flowed from Chang'an, like fine wine spilling onto the ground. Gu Weidao trembled all over, his gaze fixed on Chang'an. When he saw the light slowly spreading across the floor, he suddenly came to his senses, quickly extending his hand to press against Chang'an's chest. Behind him, a dim golden light arose. These fragmented golden lights, though shattered, still stubbornly coalesced, forming a dark golden talisman marred with fissures. Zhang Fugui finally snapped back to reality. Springing to his feet, his mouth agape, yet no words would come out, only a face filled with horror. Gu Weidao grunted. The already fractured dark golden talisman instantly burst into powder, transforming into a rain of light that enveloped Chang'an and the radiance emanating from him. At this moment, Chang'an found himself in a profoundly mysterious state, unable to see or hear, with only the characters from the jade-like book appearing in his mind, one after another. In thick, dark ink, born with talents that must be of use, even if a fortune is spent, it shall return. With the fourth line, it felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. The darkness in his mind was completely severed. An endless stream of soft light cascading down like the yellow river from the heavens. The white mist coalesced into a solid monument, its intricate patterns gradually taking shape, revealing enigmatic designs that threatened to ensnare anyone who gazed upon them. Chang'an, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, could no longer withstand the pressure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Gu Jiaoyu emitted a low groan, similarly bleeding from his 7 orifices as golden patterns exploded, encasing Chang'an and preventing even a sliver of brilliance from escaping. Meanwhile, in the Zhuexiang Pavilion of Lin County, Nanji abruptly opened her eyes as the holy erupted with a blinding light. Her gaze burned with intensity, yet an icy aura enveloped her, reminiscent of the bitter cold of midwinter. The innate. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Nanji dashed out of the pavilion, propelled by the direction indicated by the holy. At the Wangfuji Hot Pot restaurant, steam continued to rise from the bubbling pot. Suddenly, an icy chill seeped through the cracks of the door, coating the floor in frost. The doors burst open with a resounding bang, and a white figure appeared in the hall, causing the temperature to plummet. "Missin, what brings you here?" Gu Weidao, who had just clinked his wine gourd against Zhang Fugui's, looked up in surprise at the newcomer. "Doesn't Minister Gu know?" And Nanji's eyes narrowed as she scanned her surroundings, her gaze shimmering with a mysterious light. Yet, within the room, there were only these 2 individuals. In the entire Lin County, aside from Minister Gu, I cannot fathom another capable of sealing the innate aura. Gu Weidao smiled and shook his head, a peculiar flush coloring his cheeks. "Tonight, I am simply enjoying wine and food with a friend. How would I know where the innate is? Hasn't Missin already sought me out previously? Why return today? Besides, I am just a useless old man now, my shattered into mere fragments, no different from an ordinary person. If Missin wishes to inquire, she might as well seek the county magistrate or the deputy magistrate. Perhaps they could provide more information." And Nanji moved gracefully, each step leaving a trail of frost upon the ground, her cold visage betraying no emotion. "Surrender the innate, and the family can assist you in restoring your shattered." "I truly do not know where the innate lies," Gu Weidao protested, attempting to fish in the now cold pot of hot pot. Its surface congealed and solidified, forcing him to reluctantly set down his chopsticks. And Nanji revealed the holy, upon which the sacred symbols shifted incessantly, clearly emanating the aura of the innate. Yet its precise location remained elusive. Damn it, it must be nearby. Yet the aura dissipated too swiftly to pinpoint. For the first time, a glimmer of emotion beyond coldness flickered in Nanji's eyes. "Gu Jiaoyu, do not refuse the offer of wine, lest you face the consequences. I am but a frail life, fortunate to teach here under heaven's grace." Gu Weidao shrugged. "If Missin wishes to take it, I cannot resist. The news of the innate has likely not spread far, but one cannot be certain that other forces remain unaware. Rather than wasting time with me, Missin should swiftly secure Lin County and locate the innate." Zhang Fugui and Gu Weidao shared a sip of wine, and Nanji fixed her gaze on Gu Weidao. "Do you truly believe I would take his life?" Gu Weidao remained silent, merely drinking. Since you refuse to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands. For the time being, I ask that you remain at the county school and refrain from venturing out. With that, a crystalline small seal of sacred script shot forth from the holy, imprinting itself directly onto Gu Weidao's hand. Do not let me discover you leaving, or I shall have reason to act. And Nanji cast a final glance at Gu Weidao before gracefully departing. At the table, Gu Weidao and Zhang Fugui momentarily froze. The chill in the hall gradually dissipated, yet the oppressive atmosphere lingered. After a prolonged silence, Gu Weidao finally exhaled. I shall return to the county school at once. Zhang Fugui opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by Gu Weidao's gaze. If I wish to enjoy hot pot or drink, you must arrange for someone to bring it to me. And do not forget the erguo too. Understood. Will you return now? Zhang Fugui asked quietly. Gu Weidao scribbled on the table with his unmarked hand. I shall finish the wine in the gourd and then depart. Zhang Fugui's eyes gleamed as he focused on the words written in wine. Tomorrow morning, go to Baixiang Tower and bring back Li Chang'an's younger sister. Ensure they leave Lin County without delay, through the secret passage. Zhang Fugui sighed in resignation. Very well, if you wish for hot pot or wine, send a message my way. You have done so in the past. Gu Weidao nodded, writing, stay at the old place for a month. After finishing the wine, he staggered out the door. In the hall, only Zhang Fugui remained, clutching the wine gourd. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Fugui rose and entered the counter, stepping in a specific pattern. Thud, 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 each step causing the stone slabs beneath to sink slightly. After 7 steps, the slabs below the counter shifted quietly, revealing a staircase. Zhang Fugui, intoxicated and buoyant like the morning mist of late autumn, swiftly entered the passage, his previously flushed face now devoid of signs of inebriation. The stout man moved with the agility of a rabbit, disappearing down the stairs. Below the staircase lay a secret chamber where Li Chang'an lay, surrounded by a faint, ethereal glow. The blood streaming from his orifices had dried, presenting a gruesome sight, while dark golden light coiled around his body, tightly binding him and preventing even the slightest glimmer from escaping. Observing Li Chang'an in this state, Zhang Fugui couldn't help but bitterly smile and shake his head. How could it be you? I thought you possessed talent for the, yet who would have known it to be the innate? Such a talent is terrifying. It could cost a life. Old Gu has now lost half of his life. The hope of restoring the already shattered is utterly diminished. Zhang Fugui, wary of disturbing the golden light surrounding Li Chang'an, refrained from making a move. He exited the secret chamber and returned to the hall, clearing the disarrayed table as if nothing had occurred. In the desolate night, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. Lu Jin sat on the threshold of the northern room, her arms wrapped around her knees, her sharp chin resting on her arms, quietly waiting. Erlang had gone out to drink with Zhang Boss and Gu Jiayu. But why had he not returned yet? Was he drunk? Or was he already on his way back? Lu Jin dared not venture out at this moment, fearing Erlang might return to find her absent, so she remained waiting in silence. The candlelight in the lantern flickered, the sound crackling in her ears. On this November night, the air was as cool as water. Suddenly, a gust of wind seemed to sweep through the night sky, followed by a piece of paper fluttering into the courtyard. Landing before Lu Jin, she hurriedly stood, picked up the paper, and brought it to the lantern. Her small face paled in an instant. The paper bore just 8 chilling words. Pack your belongings. Leave the city tomorrow. Li Chang'an felt as though he had been trapped in an interminable dream. Surrounded by a shroud of white mist that obscured all sight, he wandered through the fog, unaware of how long he had walked. Suddenly, the mist parted. A girl with a delicate, oval face, still in the bloom of youth yet already possessing the potential for beauty, blinked her eyes at him. Brother, wait for me. I will surely return with the medicine. In the dim light of dawn, a slender girl sprinted from the courtyard, clutching a sign that read selling myself for medical treatment. His heart felt as if it had been cruelly seized by another, and Li Chang'an found himself gasping for breath, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. He yearned to stop the young girl from leaving, yet felt utterly powerless. The faint sound of crying reached his ears, intermittent and hauntingly reminiscent of the sweet voice of the girl from his dreams. Summoning all his strength, Li Chang'an attempted to open his eyes. Sister, brother's moving. Is he about to wake up? The girl's voice grew urgent and excited. Finally, a sliver of light penetrated Li Chang'an's eyelids, revealing a visage that perfectly matched the innocent girl from his dreams. It's little sister. Did Master and Uncle Zhang bring me here? He glanced around, noting that he was in what appeared to be a secret cave, its walls adorned with clearly visible small seal characters that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. creating a barrier between the cave and the outside world. A man clad in simple hemp clothing nodded vigorously. Yes, Boss Zhang and Teacher Gu cannot come. So they specifically sent me to look after you. Boss Zhang instructed me to attend to any needs you may have. But you must remain in the cave for a full month without leaving. Li Chang'an recognized the man as a diligent worker from the Wangfuji No. 1 shop, whom he had personally trained during those initial days. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. If it weren't for Boss Zhang, my family of 3 would have perished from starvation long ago. Now, thanks to young Master Li, I have found a means of livelihood at Wangfuji, for which I am eternally grateful. The worker removed a bundle from his back. Here are the pills that Teacher Gu asked me to deliver to you, 1 each day. He also instructed me to remind you to rest well. After saying this, the worker clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and quickly departed the cave. Once he left, a figure clad in purple rushed in, leaping into Li Chang'an's embrace, her small head burrowing into him as she affectionately called out, "Brother." Li Chang'an smiled awkwardly, his expression slightly stiff. Since he had regained consciousness, this little sister had clung to him, as if seeking refuge, unwilling to let go. This made Li Chang'an quite flustered. It was not that he was unwilling, but this little beauty, though not yet fully grown, was undeniably as stunning as her elder sister. It was difficult for him to maintain composure with such a captivating girl nestled in his arms. "Ling Long, why don't you come down for a moment? I want tea. Does brother not want me anymore?" Lu Linglong lifted her large, watery eyes to gaze at Li Chang'an, her attachment softening his heart instantly. How could that be? My Linglong is the most well-behaved. It's only Linglong who would ever think of not wanting her brother. Li Chang'an gently patted Lu Linglong's slender shoulder. Linglong will absolutely, positively, never leave her brother. Lu Linglong nestled back into his embrace, emitting a sweet, childish giggle. Lu Jin entered the cave and, upon seeing Lu Linglong clinging to Li Chang'an, sighed in exasperation. "Linglong, come down now. I want tea." Lu Linglong remained stubborn, finding a comfortable position in Li Chang'an's arms, as if she could hear his heartbeat. "You're a young lady now. Besides, I'm going to marry brother in the future, so I want tea." Lu Linglong shook her head defiantly. Suddenly, she looked up, her face alight with joy. "Brother, your heartbeat just quickened." Li Chang'an's heart skipped a beat, his face instantly flushing crimson. He placed his hands on Lu Linglong's shoulders, attempting to create distance. You must have misheard. Quickly come down, or your sister will get angry." Brother, you're blushing, you're lying." Lu Linglong giggled, sounding like a playful fawn in the woods. Unable to watch any longer, Lu Jin tugged at Lu Linglong's clothing, finally managing to pull her away. "Look at you. What do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear the worker from Wangfuji say that your brother hasn't fully recovered and needs to rest?" Lu Linglong pouted, muttering unhappily, "I know, sister. I'm here to take care of brother. You go cook." Lu Jin tapped Lu Linglong's forehead lightly. You. She then turned to Li Chang'an. "Erlang, don't spoil her too much. Ever since this little rascal returned, she has been glued to you. Make sure your injuries don't worsen. Rest assured, sister-in-law." "I'm perfectly fine," Li Chang'an replied with a smile. "Brother, you must lie down properly. I won't disturb you anymore." Lu Linglong's youthful face took on a serious expression, resembling a small adult. "All right, I'll lie down." Li Chang'an found himself both amused and exasperated. "Close your eyes. Brother must be obedient." Lu Linglong leaned closer to Li Chang'an's face, her breath fragrant like candy. Li Chang'an obediently shut his eyes. Satisfied, Lu Linglong settled beside him, her little nose twitching. This silly brother, clearly his heart raced just now, yet he wanted to admit it. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Linglong quickly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Could it be that brother's heart raced because he heard me say I'm going to marry him? Unbeknownst to Li Chang'an, who had his eyes closed, this innocent girl beside him was lost in such whimsical thoughts, which would surely have made him spit out a mouthful of blood if he knew. Having been in a coma for 3 days, he felt some fatigue even after regaining consciousness. Recollecting the events, the only memory that surfaced was of the 3-person banquet that night, where he seemed to have mumbled half a verse of Song of the Wine, before his mind was engulfed in tumultuous change. The jade-like book lay still in the depths of his mind, now capable of being opened to 2 pages. The first page bore Wang Jiwan's ascending the Stork Tower, while the second page shockingly revealed the culprit behind his unconsciousness, half a verse of Li Bai's Song of the Wine. Floating above the jade-like book was a palm-sized bronze talisman, so tangible that Li Chang'an could even feel its chilling essence. It bore a striking resemblance to the bronze talisman summoned by Qin Zizhao and others. Yet the patterns inscribed upon it were far more intricate. Furthermore, Li Chang'an could distinctly observe that these patterns emitted a tranquil white jade radiance, a quality absent from the bronze talismans of Qin Zijiao and his companions. The darkness, once riddled with cracks, vanished, replaced by a magnificent palace. Above the palace, 2 stars sparkled, casting a gentle glow. Li Chang'an focused intently, noticing that the 2 stars bore inscriptions, the very content of the jade-like book. Each poem represented a star. From the stars flowed an essence reminiscent of water, as if a gentle stream cascaded down, wrapping around the bronze talisman like clouds drifting in the mountains. Li Chang'an, with his eyes closed, delved into the changes occurring deep within his mind, while Lu Linglong sat quietly beside him, gazing at him with rapt attention. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Jin entered with a bowl of small dishes. Linglong, go fetch the steamed buns. Understood. Lu Linglong dashed outside, soon returning with a small basket of buns. During your 3 days of unconsciousness, the workers from Wangfuji brought food and drink every day. Lu Jin handed Li Chang'an a bun and pushed some dishes toward him. The cave was converted from a cellar, so outsiders cannot tell. The workers said as long as you don't wander outside carelessly, it's very safe here. Li Chang'an nodded silently, grateful for his sister-in-law and little sister's efforts. Don't say such foolish things. We're united as a family now. What hardship is there? Lu Jin's smile radiated warmth and satisfaction. If it weren't for you, our family would have long been scattered. Suddenly, Li Chang'an remembered something. Sister-in-law, could you please help me find some paper and a pen later? I've been unconscious for 3 days, and with today, it's 4 days. The hot pot base and erguotu at Wangfuji might have run out. The business is likely to face significant issues. Are you planning to present the recipe to Boss Zhang? Lu Jin inquired, casting a glance at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded, affirming that Boss Zhang has been gracious to us, and our efforts are deeply invested in Wangfuji. Thus we cannot idly stand by while it faces tribulations. Lu Jin pondered for a moment and remarked, that night you sought out Boss Zhang and Gu Jiaoyu for drinks, returning home only at dawn, and it was Boss Zhang who assisted in redeeming Linglong the following day, subsequently sending us here. Shortly thereafter, the county was placed under martial law. Li Chang'an smirked slightly, realizing that being sent here was far from a mere coincidence. The true complexity of Li Chang'an's situation became apparent only a month later. Throughout this month, he was confined in a space that resembled a cave but was, in fact, a cellar, its walls adorned with intricate small seal script. Had it not been for his younger sister, Lu Linglong, who filled the air with her incessant chatter and playful banter, and the attentive care of his sister-in-law, Lu Jin, Li Chang'an felt he might have succumbed to despair. As the month drew to a close, neither Gu Weidao nor Zhang Fugui had made an appearance. Moreover, the servants who brought food, drink, and medicine changed every few days. Li Chang'an's apprehension regarding the gravity of the situation grew daily. Finally, a letter arrived, unveiling the truth of his circumstances. The letter was delivered with great caution, hidden within a baked pancake, unbeknownst even to the servant. It was Lu Linglong who, upon tearing open the pancake, discovered the concealed letter along with 300 tael silver notes. As Li Chang'an read the letter, a solemn expression overtook his face, culminating in a deep sigh. Erlang, what has happened? Lu Jin inquired, her voice tinged with concern, having never before witnessed such a countenance on him during this time. Li Chang'an held the letter above the oil lamp, watching as the flames gradually consumed the paper, then shook his head, saying, Nothing, we simply need to relocate to Donghua County. What about home? She pressed. There's no cause for concern. This month, the business at Wangfuji has thrived. Uncle Zhang has kept my share of the profits. There is ample silver for us to settle in the county. He replied with a gentle smile as he handed the silver notes to Lu Jin, having entrusted the entire recipe to Uncle Zhang. Li Chang'an had considered the possibility that Uncle Zhang might harbor ulterior motives, potentially abandoning him. Yet, unexpectedly, his 50% share remained untouched, while the 1% belonging to the servants was, in fact, drawn from Uncle Zhang's own resources. When shall we depart? Lu Jin directed Lu Linglong to bring the meal over, glancing at Li Chang'an. It is better to act sooner than later. The quicker we leave, the better. Let it be tomorrow, he declared, crushing the last remnants of paper. Lu Jin said nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. Lu Linglong, carefree and perpetually cheerful, seemed to sense the undercurrents in Lin County, likely related to Erlang, since he was preparing to leave the cellar for the county. Perhaps matters in Lin County would soon reach a resolution. As long as they remained safe, she thought, being together as a family was all that truly mattered. This was her sole wish. As night fell, Li Chang'an lay on the wooden bed, staring at the small seal script above him, unable to find sleep. Beside him, Lu Linglong had already succumbed to slumber, occasionally mumbling or even laughing in her dreams, blissfully unaware of the world around her. Lu Jin lay on the other side, breathing steadily. Though there were other rooms in the cellar, Lu Linglong insisted on sharing a bed with her brother, thus Lu Jin had no choice but to comply. Inhaling the distinct yet equally pleasant scents of the two women, a tranquil smile crept onto Li Chang'an's lips as he tucked the blanket around Lu Linglong, who had kicked it off in her sleep. The innate literary talisman? One of the most coveted treasures among the aristocracy. Although it was the result of a scholar's own cultivation, its lineage only enhanced its value in the eyes of those powerful entities, who viewed it as a prize to be seized. Even a nascent awakening was deemed worthy of pursuit. They sought to nurture it to the third or even second rank of transcendence before harvesting, thereby cultivating a lineage that would endure for generations. Did they not fear nurturing a tiger at their door? Yet, it made sense, for the risks were proportional to the rewards. Some resorted to brute force, while others employed gentler methods, such as marriage or adoption. Yet, in any case, one would inevitably become a puppet, with few able to truly dictate their own fates. Li Chang'an's fingers absently tapped the blanket as he pondered. His master likely expended considerable resources to obscure his innate literary talisman, even establishing connections with the Bailu Academy, all to conceal his identity. So, what should I do next? With this question lingering in his mind, Li Chang'an closed his eyes. The journey from that obscure village to Dongwei County took almost 10 days. The trio endured the rigors of travel, finally arriving at the towering walls of Dongwei County. Prior to this, Li Chang'an had thought Lin County quite impressive, resembling an ancient city of his imagination. However, upon witnessing Dongyue County, he felt his worldview shatter. How had such colossal walls, reminiscent of hills, been constructed? They soared 30 to 40 meters high, patrolled by armored soldiers, exuding an aura of formidable might. Merely gazing at them left Li Chang'an with the thought, impregnable. Once inside the county, the trio was nearly dazzled. The bustling Sanyang Gate in Lin County was but a modest corner of this grand county. They found an inn to settle down, finally able to freshen up. Li Chang'an cautioned Lu Jin and Lu Linglong against wandering carelessly, clutching Gu Weidao's jade token as they made their way to Bailu Academy. After spending half the day asking for directions, they finally located the place. "You must be the one Vice Master Su instructed to meet? Come with me," said a scholar from the Foreign Affairs Pavilion of Bailu Academy, rising quickly upon seeing the jade token Li Chang'an presented. Under the collective gaze of the group, Li Chang'an hurriedly followed the scholar inside. "Since you seek Vice Master Su, you must be aiming to enter the Tiandi Academy. Henceforth, we shall be classmates," the scholar remarked, his tone now warm rather than the cold demeanor he had displayed outside. Tiandi Academy? Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, having just seen the words Bailu Academy etched on a stone tablet at the entrance. How had it transformed into the Tiandi Academy? "Do you think I cannot read? Are you attempting to lead me astray?" The scholar discerned the skepticism in Li Chang'an's voice and chuckled. "I got a bit ahead of myself. Newcomers often find it confusing. This is the eastern branch of Bailu Academy, primarily impacting Dongwei County. The academy is divided into the Xioshan Academy and the Tiandi Academy. The Xioshan Academy is a scholarly institution where outstanding students selected from various regions study under the guidance of esteemed instructors, including those who have achieved the status of Jinshi. Exceptional students from the Xioshan Academy may be selected to enter the Tiandi Academy, which serves as the foundation of the institution. Bailu Academy spanned a vast expanse. Following the scholar through a series of classrooms, Li Chang'an heard the resonant sounds of students reciting their lessons, eventually turning onto a narrow gravel path through a dense growth. Only upon entering the Tiandi Academy can one truly be considered a member of the institution. Provided one is not expelled, all will eventually attain an official position. In other words, a preparatory official. When suitable positions arise, students from the Tiandi Academy can register for assessments, and upon passing, will be assigned to serve as officials. However, the rank of the official correlates to the grade of the literary talisman, so generally, students below the 7th rank of the Tiandi Academy do not pursue official positions. After all, minor officials of the 8th or 9th rank hold little value. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. What is this? Is this how official positions are obtained? The memories from his previous life had never touched upon the workings of an academy at this level, leaving him utterly bewildered, as this was far from what he had imagined. Should it not be the court's assignment? How had it devolved into an internal assessment of the academy? Li Chang'an felt his worldview crumble. The scholar leading the way remained oblivious to Li Chang'an's expression, continuing enthusiastically. Of course, the Tiandi Academy is not merely a candidate pool for official positions. The external affairs of the Academy are overseen by the Celestial Institute. The Foreign Affairs Pavilion you have just visited serves as the Academy's liaison with the outside world. All external commissions are funneled through this pavilion to the 4 peaks of the Celestial Institute: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. These peaks then delegate tasks to the subordinate towers, which coordinate the assignments. Upon successful completion, the scholars are rewarded with both silver and prestige, the latter being directly linked to their scholarly aura. This presents the fastest and most convenient avenue for the disciples of the Academy to enhance their literary spirit. Consequently, within the Celestial Institute, there exists a faction of individuals who prefer to remain within the Academy rather than pursue official positions, dedicating themselves to the unimpeded cultivation of their literary aura. You will grasp the specifics once you receive the Academy's cultivation manual. Li Chang'an felt a profound tremor of the spirit upon hearing this. Such a path of cultivation was indeed unprecedented. As he traversed the woods, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. His pupils constricted sharply at the sight of 4 majestic mountains, upon which streaks of luminous energy descended like shooting stars, their brilliance remaining vivid even in daylight. It was as though he had arrived at a celestial realm, resplendent and enchanting. The landing sites of these luminous trails revealed ancient, towering pavilions. Each of the 4 peaks, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, boasts 10 towers, with the Vice Master Su presiding over the 9th tower of Bamboo Mountain. The scholar had long grown accustomed to the breathtaking scenery, and with a heart both swayed and enlightened, Li Chang'an approached the nearest pavilion. Li Chang'an observed as the scholar summoned a bronze literary talisman, inscribing an intricate character upon the central landscape painting of the pavilion. The scholar then grasped Li Chang'an firmly and declared, with the literary aura of Bamboo Mountain, "My companion and I shall stand upon the 9th tower of Bamboo Mountain." In the next instant, a radiant light surged forth from the landscape painting, and Li Chang'an, along with the scholar, vanished silently from the pavilion. Li Chang'an scarcely had time to react before he found himself standing before a towering, ancient edifice. Its imposing grandeur resembled that of a majestic mountain, rendering him insignificantly small in comparison. He instinctively glanced back, only to see the woods he had just traversed reduced to a hazy silhouette. The astonishment within him deepened. Had he truly crossed several miles in the span of a mere breath? Though he had long imagined the vastness of this literary realm, this was his first tangible encounter with its formidable power, aside from a superficial brush in Lin County. The scholar chuckled. "When I first arrived, I felt just as you do. With time, you will grow accustomed to it. Come, follow me. Vice Master Su should already be aware of your arrival." Regaining his composure, Li Chang'an promptly followed him into the tower. Inside, the atmosphere was devoid of dazzling lights or astonishing literary spells. It felt more akin to an office space from a previous life. Each individual occupied a distinct partition, merely raising their heads momentarily before returning to their tasks. Piles of ancient texts adorned the desks, and Li Chang'an could distinctly hear the rustling of pages turning around him. After entering the building, the scholar ceased to speak, quickening his pace as he led Li Chang'an upward. As they ascended, the environment grew increasingly tranquil. Li Chang'an could no longer see the partitioned desks, now replaced by independent chambers adorned with nameplates. Upon reaching the 7th and highest floor, he finally encountered Vice Master Su. As described by the scholar, a middle-aged gentleman with a round face radiating a healthy glow. "Vice Master Su, I have brought the individual as instructed," the scholar said respectfully, bowing. Li Chang'an followed suit. "Leave us," Su commanded. In the vast room, only Vice Master Su and Li Chang'an remained. Su said nothing, and Li Chang'an dared not rise, maintaining a bowing posture. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. After a prolonged silence, a brilliance enveloped the room, and a resonant voice declared, "I never expected the teacher would utilize the connections of the White Deer Academy for you." Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lifting his gaze. "Teacher?" He pondered, perplexed. Su rose from his seat. "Although my teacher may not have a multitude of disciples, he has certainly guided many. I have benefited from his teachings and thus refer to him with the respect he deserves. There is no need for excessive formality. As your teacher's student, I am bound to fulfill his request," Su continued. Li Chang'an straightened but maintained a respectful demeanor. Having just arrived at the academy, he knew that this Vice Master Su held the key to his future, and thus he needed to tread carefully. Your situation was not elaborated upon by the teacher. He merely invoked a personal favor, which I must honor. Su's gaze bore into Li Chang'an, as if attempting to see through him. I will refrain from further inquiries, as it is common for 2 or 3 individuals to find their way in through back channels each year. Li Chang'an stood still, arms at his sides, listening intently. According to the teacher's wishes, I have arranged your identity at the Heavenly Earth Academy. This will be a completely new identity, therefore. Your name cannot be used here unless you eventually gain admission to the Heavenly Earth Academy through the proper channels, Su explained, picking up a jade tablet from his mahogany desk. This new identity is exclusively for use within the academy. Do you understand? I understand, Li Chang'an replied, accepting the jade tablet with both hands. Once you inscribe your new name on the tablet, you may proceed to the first floor, where your desk has already been prepared. Su instructed, resuming his seat. His gaze was scrutinizing. From here on, your success will depend solely on your own abilities. I shall not extend further assistance. If you lack genuine talent, you may remain an apprentice for life. Li Chang'an examined the jade tablet in his hand. The back bore several characters, while the front remained blank. May I inquire, Vice Master, how should I inscribe my name on this tablet? Simply use literary energy, Su replied, momentarily taken aback. You do not yet know how to manipulate literary energy? A hint of authority colored his tone, revealing a flicker of other emotions. Li Chang'an nodded helplessly. The room fell silent once more. Su sighed deeply, a note of nostalgia in his voice. The favor invoked by the teacher could elevate a 9th-rank scholar directly to a 7th-rank official, becoming a county magistrate. Very well, during this period, familiarize yourself with the Academy's cultivation manual. Now that you are a scholar, even if only of the 9th rank, you ought to gain some understanding of the cultivation matters. Su appeared to lose interest in further discussion, waving his hand to signal Li Chang'an to leave. Li Chang'an clasped his fists in a bow and retraced his steps. As Su watched him depart, he slowly closed his eyes, pondering. Teacher, what kind of disciple have you taken on? Why can I find no information about him? Upon returning to the first floor, Li Chang'an located his desk in corner 33, adorned with a thick ancient tome, the title Cultivation Manual inscribed in bold characters. He felt a sense of disbelief. You dare call this dictionary thick tome a manual? Nearby, the other students of the Heavenly Earth Academy merely glanced up at Li Chang'an before resuming their work, none even offering a greeting. Desk 32 was vacant, piled high with several stacks of books, but devoid of a student. Li Chang'an felt a torrent of frustration rising within him. His knowledge of the White Deer Academy was limited to its esteemed name. He knew it was formidable, but was otherwise oblivious. He had simply followed along, and was now dismissed. It felt as if he had been cast into obscurity, ignored by all. Perhaps it is better to remain low-key for now. I should first ascertain the situation, he resolved. After sitting down, Li Chang'an opened the cultivation manual and began to read rapidly. His previous understanding of this world had merely skimmed the surface, preventing deeper insight. As he perused the manual, a sense of clarity washed over him, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the light. The 4 great academies of the Great Jin, White Deer, Xiangshan, Songyue, and Wansong, along with the Imperial-controlled National Academy, formed 5 factions wielding immense power over official ranks in the Great Jin. Each of the 4 academies had produced sages, ensuring their enduring prestige, drawing together a multitude of talented students and scholars that even the royal family could not suppress, only supporting the National Academy to stand alongside the 4 great academies. Perhaps due to awakening his literary energy, Li Chang'an read with remarkable speed until he reached the section on the cultivation of literary spells, where he scrutinized each word carefully, fearing the omission of even a single character. Thus, awakening literary spells was merely the first step. Next, he must accumulate literary energy to fill the literary palace. Once the level of literary spells increased, he could then open a second literary palace. There were myriad ways to accumulate literary energy, but all were intertwined with one's reputation, hence the existence of the Heavenly Earth Academy, a place to establish reputation and gather literary energy. Li Chang'an's comprehension of the literary spell cultivation system grew clearer in his mind. As he continued flipping through the pages, his expression gradually turned grave. Accumulating literary energy was already challenging, yet enhancing the quality of literary spells proved even more daunting, with only 6 known methods. The first method involved obtaining official titles through examinations, county, prefectural, and palace tests, culminating in the imperial examination, where one could receive enlightenment from the sacred temple. Awakening a 9th-rank literary spell in the county examination would pave the way for further advancement to the 8th rank if the literary palace was adequately filled. However, this method only permitted initial success to receive enlightenment, with a ceiling at the 6th rank of moral literary spells. If the literary palace's energy did not reach fullness, even enlightenment from the sacred temple would fail to break the limitations, merely allowing for the accumulation of literary energy. The second method relied on the fortuitous support of official positions over the years to enhance literary spell levels. The third method involved leveraging merits and reputation, akin to water wearing away stone. The fourth method was to inherit literary spells, requiring a complete restart in cultivation with each transmission, causing a drop in spell rank. Though it was simple to cultivate, one would never hope to surpass their limits in life. The fifth method entailed entering the sacred temple to cultivate while drawing upon the literary energies of the saints. The sixth method, achieving the pinnacle of the literary sage rankings 3 times within a year, grants one the ability to transcend limits, with no restrictions on attempts. Chang'an's mind raced with thoughts, contemplating the path ahead. The first and second methods are the routes taken by the majority of scholars and are equally applicable to me, though currently I find no hope for an official position. The third method is far too slow, merely a desperate measure for those without any official rank. The fourth method reveals the true reason why my innate literary talent is so crucial. The fifth method is futile, as only a third-rank scholar is eligible to enter the sacred temple. The sixth method is the most arduous, in nearly a century. Only 100 individuals have managed to achieve consecutive victories atop the literary sage rankings, yet perhaps this is my genuine opportunity. Just as Chang'an was about to turn the page, a sudden noise from beside him startled him. Instinctively, he looked up, only to be captivated by a strikingly delicate face, with features exquisitely defined, a slightly upturned chin, skin as fair as snow, and eyes deep as a tranquil pool. His heart raced, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. He had to admit, it was the most beautiful face he had ever encountered, even more so than his sister-in-law. And perhaps only his younger sister, once fully grown, could rival it. However, what astonished him further was that this stunning visage belonged to someone clad in men's attire. Voices from others reached Chang'an's ears. Brother, what the hell? Is this a man? A man more beautiful than a woman? A newcomer? The voice, slightly high-pitched yet undeniably male, sent shivers down Chang'an's spine. Ah, a newcomer. Chang'an nodded hastily, forcing himself to refocus on the manual. The manual detailed the methods of utilizing literary energy, which was of utmost importance. In truth, Chang'an was merely afraid of being swayed. It was too shocking. A man so strikingly beautiful left him utterly disoriented, shattering his perceptions. I really don't have a preference for such beauty in men. My name is Nan. May I inquire your esteemed name? A waft of fragrance approached as the man, more enchanting than a courtesan, drew nearer. Chang'an felt a surge of discomfort. Damn it. I don't wish to converse with you, you charming demon. The more exquisite the man before him, the more anxious he felt inside. I am Tai-Bai. Chang'an stammered in reply. It seems Brother Tai-Bai is quite afraid of me. And Nan's refined face broke into a teasing smile as he leaned closer, scrutinizing Chang'an's features. What a handsome face you possess. A chill ran down Chang'an's spine, nearly causing him to leap to his feet. He hurriedly stepped back a few paces, clasping his hands in greeting. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. His gaze swept over Nan's subtly pronounced Adam's apple, evaporating the last vestige of hope within him. This fellow was undeniably a man. A bona fide man. What a disaster. He was utterly entranced by a man's beauty. And Nan's lips curled slightly as he glanced at the jade tablet on the table. Reaching out to pick it up, Chang'an rushed forward, grasping the jade tablet, which bore no name, revealing that he had just fabricated it. What could be so confidential about this identity tablet? And Nan's gaze fixed on Chang'an, his willow-like eyes narrowing, shimmering with allure. And nothing. Chang'an forced a smile, feeling as if he had been jolted with electricity. Why must a man be so breathtaking? With a flick of his hand, a wisp of literary energy emerged, inscribing the name Tai-Bai upon the jade tablet. And Nan raised an eyebrow, returning to his seat. Dismissed. Everyone, please continue. The atmosphere in the 3rd district resumed its prior calm and bustle. Chang'an exhaled deeply, and suddenly, the jade tablet in his hand trembled slightly. Instinctively looking down, he noticed words appearing. Newcomer, ignore that perverted freak. He enjoys toying with others. District 17. Chang'an was taken aback. The identity tablet had a messaging function? He looked up at the position of District 17, where a striking young man with sword-like brows nodded at him. Li Chang'an reciprocated with a nod and quickly returned to the manual, seeking information on the identity tablet. Beyond proving identity, it indeed possessed a simple communication function, albeit limited to the internal precincts of the academy. Following the manual's guidance, Li Chang'an summoned literary energy once more. Thank you for the information, brother. It's not entirely in Nan's fault. It's merely my first encounter with him. Naturally, I was a bit startled. District 33. P.S. Just a man whose beauty rivals that of flowers. He frequents the brothels more than anyone else, but one gets used to it. District 17. I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. District 33. Zhou Ziyu. District 17. Li Chang'an promptly responded, Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhou. Guidance is hardly the term. We in District 3 are all connected. As a newcomer, everyone wishes to ascertain your background. Which family do you belong to? The Li family of Bailiang or the Li family of Sichuan? District 17. Neither. District 33. Li Chang'an felt a cold sweat break out as he raised his gaze to survey the area. Goodness, are all these individuals connected? Understood. I must be cautious. As long as one remains composed in our district, life can proceed peacefully, unlike districts A and B, where they are perpetually embroiled in struggles for reputation and literary energy. Naturally, they look down upon us in District 3. District 17. Li Chang'an was drenched in sweat. District 3 was comprised entirely of well-connected individuals, and they were not held in high regard. No wonder those he passed in Districts A and B merely glanced up. I shan't disturb Brother Li as you familiarize yourself with the manual. Today marks the end of work. I shall gather a few people to welcome you. District 17. Brother Zhou is too kind. I have just arrived in the county and must settle my accommodations. I shall invite Brother Zhou another day. District 33. Very well. I shall await that invitation. District 17. When the clock struck the second quarter of the afternoon, 5:30 p.m., nearly everyone in District 3 rose simultaneously, resembling students eagerly leaving class. Li Chang'an finally finished perusing the manual in his hand. Though he skimmed through it, he grasped the overall concept. However, many secrets could not be encapsulated within a beginner's manual. As he prepared to leave, Li Chang'an noticed that only those in District 3 were departing, while individuals from Districts A and B remained, engrossed in their writing. Wow, is the disparity between underachievers and top achievers so stark? Li Chang'an felt as if he had returned to his previous life, preparing for college entrance examinations, and he was distinctly among the underachievers. Before he could exit the door, a sudden cacophony of falling fabric echoed from the 9th platform. Everyone looked up in unison as a dazzling light enveloped the 9th platform, transforming into a breathtaking luminous curtain, as if all the radiance of the world was converging. In an instant, the falling starlight dimmed in comparison. The monthly literary sage rankings, 9th platform of Zhushan. The voice boomed like thunder from the heavens, soon resonating within the 9th platform. Li Chang'an felt as if he were facing the weight of the world, unable to resist the overwhelming pressure of the luminous curtain or the thunderous sound. As the voice faded, the brilliant curtain gradually dissipated. Yet the atmosphere within the 9th platform grew tense. Li Chang'an could sense the ominous aura that heralded an impending battle. A storm was brewing, and even the well-connected individuals preparing to leave stowed away their laughter, returning to their desks. Next month's competition for the literary sage rankings now rested upon the shoulders of the 9th platform of Zhushan. Having read the manual, Li Chang'an understood full well the significance of the astonishing spectacle he had just witnessed. The literary sage rankings, a confluence of the human race's sacred temple's fortunes, manifest independently in each of the 7 nations, unaffected by one another. The contest for the rankings on the 5th day of each month represents the pinnacle of prestige within a nation, symbolizing the dominance of literary prowess. Preparing 15 days in advance for the upcoming contest has become customary, allowing ample time for the academies to prepare for battle. Should I try my hand this time? Ascending the Stork Tower has yet to be published in this world. Li Chang'an pondered while hastening his steps, leaving the 9th platform amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. His sister-in-law and younger sister awaited him at the inn. He needed to secure accommodation promptly to avoid unnecessary expenses. The students from Zone A and Zone B exchanged derisive glances, mocking the newcomer from Zone C for his apparent lethargy. The 32 individuals from Zone C exchanged glances, taken aback by the newcomer's unique demeanor. Shouldn't he at least put on a show at such a critical moment? Departing so nonchalantly, did he not fear being cast aside by the tower's master? Sun Yin found himself in a particularly vexing predicament today, a vexation of extraordinary proportions. As the esteemed vice master of the academy, despite lacking official power, He wielded influence over officials and scholars alike, each with their own vested interests. Years of relationship building had woven an extensive network of connections. Regrettably, these connections proved futile in his current circumstance. Having just settled the students sent by his teacher into the Heavenly Earth Academy, Sun Yin received alarming news that sent chills down his spine. The January Literary Sage Rankings contest for the Bailu Academy's Dongwei County branch would be overseen by the 9th platform he managed. Although he held the title of Vice Master, the actual responsibilities of managing over 300 scholars in the tower fell squarely on his shoulders, as the tower's master was rarely seen. However, this time, the master had emerged from seclusion to take a personal interest in the upcoming contest. In December, the literary rankings for the Dongwei branch had landed in a dismal 47th position, and with only 10 days remaining until the final ranking, the prospects for improvement appeared bleak. Chang'an, the tower's master, poured a cup of tea for Sun Yin, the liquid shimmering with ethereal colors, exuding a mesmerizing literary aura. It was none other than the renowned fragrant Luo Chun tea. Under ordinary circumstances, Sun Yin would have relished the opportunity to savor it. For a single cup was worth half a month of arduous study. However, at that moment, he was devoid of any inclination to indulge in tea. Chang'an's words plunged him into despair. The academy was enraged. Their bamboo mountain master was uninterested in worldly affairs, yet the vice master had personally approached him, delivering an ultimatum. Should the January Literary Sage rankings fail to secure a position within the top 25, the resources allocated to the 9th platform would be reduced by 20% the following year. Sun Yin gripped the teacup tighter, his fingers trembling slightly. The tower's master. December was already a battleground for literary giants, and the blame for the 47th position could not rest solely on their shoulders. Chang'an shook his head with a sigh, explaining that Bailu Academy comprised 9 branches, and the Dongwei branch's low ranking naturally made them a target for scrutiny. He had raised this issue with the vice master, who had presented him with a condition that he could not refuse. What condition? To break into the top 25, and the following year's resources would increase by 20%. Chang'an tapped the table, illustrating the stark contrast of a 40% difference. Without needing to elaborate, the implications were clear, beyond mere monetary rewards. It was about the distribution of literary prestige and regional reputation. All 367 scholars in the 9th platform would be significantly affected. Sun Yin sighed, understanding the gravity of the situation. How much influence could he muster for the January contest? From now until the 5th day of January, all resources from Bamboo Mountain would be at his disposal, and both he and the vice master would review any completed works. Chang'an assured him. Sun Yin drank the tea in one gulp, rising to his feet, affirming, "I shall personally oversee this." Just before exiting the room, he paused, contemplating the consequences of failure in the rankings. Would that mean his departure from the position? A solitary word echoed behind him. Yes. Sun Yin's heart was a whirlwind of emotions as he stepped through the door. At the level of vice master, few were willing to leave, for the rewards were abundant, far surpassing the mere title of an official. The vast territories covered by the academy could become their sphere of influence. Furthermore, the resulting prestige and literary aura would yield greater returns without the need for political maneuvering. Even aspirations for higher literary ranks could be fulfilled by securing positions in the most prosperous regions, leveraging the academy's resources to elevate one's status swiftly, only to return to the academy afterward. Yet, all of this hinged on not being dismissed from the vice master position. The notion of leaving with an official title merely meant being dismissed, a mere promise of a low-ranking idle post, left to fend for oneself. Upon returning to his quarters, Sun Yin sank into his chair, furrowing his brow in contemplative silence. The January rankings would not attract as many literary masters as December, after all. As December's contest was renowned as the Battle of the Saints, every literary master in the vast Jin dynasty aspired to claim victory in December, establishing their standing in the literary realm. This had become a time-honored tradition over the millennia. Consequently, December's literary sage rankings became the month with the highest literary prestige. Those who managed to secure a place there reaped rewards comparable to 2 or even 3 months' worth of efforts. January, as the first literary contest of the year, would not bear as much pressure, yet the challenge of breaking into the top 20 remained daunting. Success would solidify one's position, possibly leading to even greater heights. Failure would bring years of hard work to ruin in an instant. Upon returning to the inn, Li Chang'an was immediately enveloped in an embrace by Lu Linglong, her large eyes brimming with unshed tears, her little lips pouting as she questioned, "Brother, why were you gone for so long?" Li Chang'an affectionately ruffled Lu Linglong's hair, explaining with a smile, "I went to the academy today. I must fulfill my duties there. And it seems it will be like this every day from now on." "Huh?" Lu Linglong looked up. "Then what should I do if I miss you?" "All right, Linglong. Brother Chang'an has worked hard all day and must be tired. Let him rest a while before dinner," Lu Jin interjected from the west chamber, her gaze filled with concern for Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an patted Lu Linglong's head and smiled at Lu Jin, sister-in-law. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with warmth as she poured a cup of clear tea for him, gently saying, "Today I found a realtor. But they mentioned that houses near the academy are quite expensive." Li Chang'an accepted the tea cup, "If it exceeds 200 taels. We should first look for a safe and quiet place. No need for anything too large. Once we have the funds, we can move closer to the academy." "All right." Lu Jin nodded softly. Lu Linglong observed Li Chang'an and then Lu Jin, sensing something amiss between them. During her absence, her brother and sister must have experienced something noteworthy. Frustrated, Lu Linglong pouted, feeling irritated that her brother treated her like a child, confiding everything only to her sister. Moreover, did her sister and brother seem overly close? When they conversed, they barely acknowledged her presence. Dinner was simple. Li Chang'an held Lu Linglong's hand, with Lu Jin following closely beside them as they strolled through the county town. The county was much livelier than Lin County. Li Chang'an purchased 2 bags of candied fruits, one for Lu Jin and one for Lu Linglong. "Once we move into our new home, I'll make some rock candy for sister-in-law. This time, I can prepare several flavors," Li Chang'an remarked. Lu Jin nodded, savoring the sweetness of the candied fruits, which delighted her heart. This was their little promise. Lu Linglong bumped her small head against Li Chang'an's chest, asking, "Brother, what is rock candy? I've never heard of it." "In a few days. I'll make it for you to try, all right? It's going to be delicious." "Ah, it is exceedingly sweet." "Is it sweeter than candied fruits?" "Indeed, it is sweeter." "Then I must have some as well." Upon hearing of delectable treats, Lu Linglong's smile could no longer be contained, reminiscent of a child. Both Lu Linglong and Lu Jin possessed statuesque figures, yet their temperaments were strikingly different. Li Chang'an and Lu Jin exchanged glances, both recognizing the mirth reflected in each other's eyes. The trio turned around and returned to the inn. Once they settled in, "I shall discuss with Uncle Zhang the possibility of establishing a hot pot restaurant in the county city," Li Chang'an remarked. "Is that true?" A glimmer of joy sparkled in Lu Jin's eyes. "Yes, when the time comes, we shall enjoy hot pot together," Li Chang'an replied with a smile. "Brother, I want to sleep with you tonight." After freshening up, Lu Linglong dashed into the eastern bedroom. However, Lu Jin swiftly caught her, declaring, "No, that was a special circumstance. Now, absolutely not. You are already a young lady. I refuse. Without my brother beside me, I am frightened. I want to sleep while hugging my brother." Lu Linglong pouted, her large eyes squeezing in an attempt to conjure a tear or two. Yet, Lu Jin was unmoved and dragged Lu Linglong toward the western bedroom, reassuring her. "There is no need to fear. Your sister is here. Tonight, you shall sleep beside me." Lu Linglong gazed longingly at Li Chang'an, turning back repeatedly. Her lips pursed in a show of grievance. Li Chang'an found himself both amused and exasperated by the little girl, and he comforted her. "Linglong, dear, once we settle down, I have something wonderful for you." "Really?" Lu Linglong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes," Li Chang'an affirmed with a nod. Only then did Lu Linglong obediently follow Lu Jin to the western bedroom. Li Chang'an shook his head with a smile, washed up, and lay in bed, staring at the canopy above, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Should I consider attempting to ascend the literary sage rankings? The Cultivation Manual states that striving for the literary sage rankings is an arduous battle, akin to a genuine war. If I were to embark on this endeavor recklessly, might I encounter unforeseen troubles? I shall inquire further at the academy tomorrow. Additionally, I must begin preparing the wonderful items I mentioned to my younger sister. My sister-in-law requires them too. My body has long been plagued by ailments, but with the awakening of my literary aura, I can gradually recover. Though my sister-in-law and younger sister have not suffered grave illnesses, they have endured their share of hardships and require proper care. The medicinal baths recorded in the Cultivation Manual are precisely what they need. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Chang'an slowly drifted into slumber. As the year-end approached, only 9 days remained. Upon leaving the inn, Li Chang'an felt as if overnight, myriad blossoms had burst forth, and the county city was adorned with lanterns and decorations in anticipation of the new year. Arriving at the academy, with the identity token from the Tiandi Academy, He faced no further hindrances. Following the path from yesterday, he reached the 9th pavilion of Zhu Mountain. Today's Zhu Mountain was entirely transformed from yesterday. Yesterday, streaks of light fell like shooting stars. But today, in addition to those descending streaks of light, there were also beams soaring skyward, ascending to unknown destinations. Each streak of light represented an important missive. Among the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, only Bamboo Mountain displayed such phenomena. Scholars hurried to and fro, some with expressions brimming with excitement, while others bore faces marked by sorrow. As Li Chang'an stepped through the entrance, the atmosphere on the first floor felt oppressive, as if a mountain loomed overhead. The number of individuals in zones A and B was slightly greater, totaling around 60, and none lifted their heads. They were all absorbed in deep contemplation, occasionally flipping through texts with a rustling sound. The tension was palpable. Li Chang'an deliberately softened his breathing and quickened his pace to reach his desk. Suddenly, he felt as though everyone was engaged in a fierce struggle while he was stealthily slipping away to indulge in games. The 30-some individuals in Zone C were present, and upon seeing Li Chang'an's arrival, they all expressed admiration. "Well done, Brother Tai Bai." The strikingly beautiful Nan from Zone C32 approached, a charming smile gracing his lips. A waft of fragrance enveloped Li Chang'an, causing him to straighten his back instinctively. And brother, what do you mean by that? This is truly overwhelming. Li Chang'an feared he might be swayed. Such allure transcended gender. Last night, 80% of the individuals in zones A and B had stayed here all night. And Nan tilted his chin, showcasing his exquisite jawline, and remarked, "Even in our zone C, we were compelled to linger here an extra hour. You are the only one in the 9th pavilion who departed punctually. Isn't that impressive?" Li Chang'an tugged at the corners of his mouth. Is it not reasonable to adhere to a schedule? Must one work like a dog to find joy? Why linger here? Brother Tai Bai, are you not aware? In the first month of the new year, the literary sage rankings, we in the 9th pavilion of Zhu Mountain are the primary force. During this period, the entire Zhu Mountain will mobilize its strength. Each of us apprentices on the first floor longs to compete. With Zhu Mountain's backing, the chances of ascending the literary sage rankings are significantly heightened, and anyone who makes the list will reap numerous benefits. Do you not have any thoughts on this, Brother Tai Bai? And Nan inched closer, softly inquiring. Li Chang'an promptly shifted aside, saying, "Brother, are you not standing a tad too close? I am merely a newcomer. What thoughts could I possibly have? When the time comes, I shall simply submit a poem, shall I not?" A glint of mischief flickered in Nan's eyes as he murmured, "Brother Tai Bai, you truly possess a unique character. How about this evening? I invite you to the pleasure quarters for some amusement?" No. That will not be necessary. I must settle my family affairs during this time. It is quite inconvenient. Li Chang'an quickly declined, asserting that he would treat Nan to a meal when time permitted. A word is a bond. Before Li Chang'an's words had faded, Nan had already sealed the deal, leaving no opportunity for Li Chang'an to retract his statement. A sheen of sweat broke out on Li Chang'an's forehead. He considered requesting a change of seat. Sitting next to such a captivating individual was quite overwhelming. Before long, a line of text appeared on the identity token. "Has that fellow in Nan been pestering you again? Zone C17 brother is indeed a bit too enthusiastic. Zone C33 you are new. This fellow will be curious for a while, but it will soon become familiar. However, you are quite bold. You were the only one who departed punctually yesterday, and everyone was discussing it. Zone C17 what you say makes me feel ashamed. I am but a newcomer. What do I understand? I am merely curious. Can one compose excellent poetry and prose by merely sitting here? Zone C33 haha. Brother Tai Bai is indeed amusing. I appreciate your straightforwardness. As apprentices on the first floor, who can truly surpass another? Those over 100 individuals in zones A and B strut around as if they have the right to look down on others. Who knows what they are so proud of? Zone C17 Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Zhou Ziyu was also a person of character. Brother Zhou, I have a question I would like to ask. Next month's literary sage rankings, with our 9th pavilion mobilizing the entire strength of Zhu Mountain, we will undoubtedly promote a particular poem. How will others compete for the rankings? Zone C33, there will certainly be a selection process beforehand, but it will be from higher tiers to lower ones, choosing suitable pieces to concentrate on refining and enhancing before promoting them. The likelihood of being selected from the lower tier is exceedingly slim. However, as long as the Academy's name is attached, everyone will receive at least a basic level of assistance. Zone C17 Li Chang'an nodded. This aligned with what was mentioned in the cultivation manual. By adding the Academy's name, Not only does one receive basic support, but at the end of each month during the literary sage ranking settlement, in addition to the rewards from the rankings, there would also be additional rewards from the Academy. This is one of the primary reasons why the Academy continues to thrive. Non-Academy scholars can only receive rewards from the literary sage rankings, and each competition for the rankings results in them receiving one less reward than the Academy scholars. Over the years, the disparity continues to widen. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your enlightening words. Once I have settled down, I shall certainly treat you to a meal. Being 33, haha, that's a trivial matter. It seems Brother Taibai is also considering a foray into the literary sage rankings. Being 17 indeed, I entertain such thoughts. I might as well give it a try. After all, I have nothing to lose. Being 33, excellent. I shall wish you all the best in your endeavors, Brother Taibai. Once you are settled, we must indulge in 3 hearty bowls together. Being 17, absolutely, without a doubt. Being 33 at that time. I will also invite Brother Annan. Let us not stand on ceremony. Being 17, Li Chang'an nearly choked on his breath, even facing the identity jade tablet. He could sense Zhou Ziyu's mischievous grin. After some idle chatter, Li Chang'an set aside the identity jade tablet and picked up the Analects of Confucius, poring over it meticulously. Currently, his status at the Tiandi Academy was merely a transitional phase, still cloaked in obscurity. To truly become a student of the Academy, one must pass the county examination and be officially recorded in the literary archives. This was the path his master had arranged for him. The first step was to hide within the Tiandi Academy to avoid the kind of lockdown and search that had occurred in Lin County. The second step was to be officially recorded, gaining a legitimate identity as a student, thus completely sealing any loopholes. He had already composed a poem to challenge the literary sage rankings, so we need not dwell on that for now. The most pressing matter was to prepare for the county examination on March 15th of the following year. As Li Chang'an immersed himself in his studies, a sudden flash of light descended into the A district, transforming into a document. This commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone on that floor. A District 37, heading to Shouxian, notifying the county magistrate to inaugurate the Wenchang stele on New Year's Eve. This was merely the first flash of light, one after another. Beams cascaded into both the A and B districts. B District 52, proceeding to Chang'an. Also to inaugurate the Wenchang stele on New Year's Eve and summon the county magistrate for a poetry gathering. Li Chang'an even clearly saw beams of light descend upon the second and even the third floors. The scholars receiving the orders did not dare to delay. They promptly rose and swiftly departed from the 9th floor, documents in hand, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Such fortuitous occurrences, even if they could not secure a spot on the literary sage rankings, would afford them the opportunity to ascend the Wenchang stele of their respective counties, reaping numerous benefits. The recipients of the documents were all regarded as promising candidates. Alas, it seemed that District C would not be included in such fortune. A few whispered comments emerged from District C, seemingly frivolous, yet tinged with a palpable envy. Li Chang'an paid these remarks no heed. Captivated instead by the spectacle of the descending beams of light, pondering the ability to manipulate the Wenchang stele, his musings were overheard by Annan beside him. A delicate fragrance wafted in, and Annan's voice possessed a unique magnetism. Challenging the literary sage rankings is akin to a bloodless war. Not only must the Wenchang stele of dozens of counties be controlled, but even the officials within the academy factions must heed commands, not to mention the auxiliary means. Utilizing the collective power of the entire Zhushan is no simple task. It is entirely customary for literati to promote their literary names through participation in poetry gatherings. In Lin County, there were numerous poetry clubs that convened monthly. However, it was uncommon for the esteemed magistrate of a county to personally oversee such an event. Yet, who would have thought that today, Li Chang'an would witness the issuance of a document from the academy, mandating the 7th-rank county magistrate to preside over the poetry gathering. This was but one among dozens of documents. Though seemingly insubstantial, how much manpower and resources could such a sheet of paper demand? One could only imagine the bustling scene across the counties under Dongyue Prefecture. Even the students of the county school would surely be in a frenzy. And all this commotion stemmed from a single document. Those departing with the documents would also find themselves with opportunities to ascend the Wenchang stele of their respective counties. Though Li Chang'an had not directly witnessed it, it was likely that the Wenchang stele of Dongyue Prefecture would also be included. Indeed, as Annan stated, it was a bloodless war. Before the battle begins, provisions must be in place. These documents serve as the precursor to that provision. Li Chang'an unconsciously caressed the identity jade tablet in his hand, his thoughts swirling. The method to challenge the literary sage rankings was quite straightforward. By directly employing his literary talisman, he could communicate with it. The students and scholars of the academy could also utilize their identity jade tablets to signify their respective academies, allowing them to not only gain the prestige and literary energy associated with the literary sage rankings, but also earn rewards from the academy. If the poetry and prose were promoted by the academy, the time-honored tradition dictated that submissions be made by the 5th day of each month, with the preceding 4 days allocated for ample preparation, as well as to allow space for other literary works. Even a fleeting opportunity to grace the literary sage rankings could yield considerable literary energy. Currently, the pursuit of the literary sage rankings would have to rely solely on his own efforts. Li Chang'an gazed blankly at the Analects of Confucius. Having already tested yesterday that only the poetry inscribed on the jade could exert influence on the literary talisman. Therefore, only the poem Ascending the Stork Tower was available for use, though its title could be altered, as it seemed there was no stork tower here. In his reverie, a delicate, slender hand, fair-skinned, wavered before him. Brother Taibai? Brother Taibai? Huh? Oh, Brother Annan. Li Chang'an snapped back to reality. TSK, TSK, TSK. Brother Taibai, your daydreaming skills are indeed remarkable. I was still speaking, yet you managed to drift off. Annan retracted his hand, chuckling. Li Chang'an instinctively glanced at Annan's hand, hastily averting his gaze. I apologize. An apology? Brother Taibai, you must treat me to a drink. Annan returned to his table, leaving no room for Li Chang'an to maneuver. Li Chang'an never anticipated that this drink would soon become a reality. Over the past few days, he had consistently been the only one to leave the 9th floor on time, becoming something of a legend among the apprentices on that floor. Vice Master Su had even come down to check once, only to leave in a huff upon discovering Li Chang'an's absence. The connections of those in District C left them in stunned silence. Everyone else was here to squander time. How could he act so brazenly? Caught by Vice Master Su, he was undoubtedly the epitome of the underachievers. Yet Li Chang'an continued on his path, for the Tiandi Academy was not as stringent as the Cultivation Academy. After all, one's achievements were solely dependent on oneself. Thus, his behavior was viewed by others as a classic example of self-sabotage. In District C, he stood out as a unique figure. Li Chang'an felt utterly wronged. For the past few days, he had simply accompanied his sister-in-law and younger sister to find accommodations right after finishing his duties. Where was the time to linger around the academy and waste time? He had already composed a poem and was merely waiting for the first day of the new year to challenge the literary sage rankings. Rather than squander time, it was far more practical to find a place to live. Fortunately, the agent had been quite helpful. On the 3rd day of arriving in the county city, he finally found a suitable residence. The location was excellent, nestled in a quiet area away from the main road, yet not too distant from the bustling market, making life quite convenient. It was merely a quarter of an hour's walk to the academy, featuring an independent courtyard with 3 rooms, ample space for Li Chang'an and his family of 3. After securing the house, Li Chang'an felt compelled to invite Zhou Ziyu from District 17 and Annan from District 32 for drinks. As the trio walked along the path, they attracted the attention of passers-by. Not only did their attire signify their academy affiliation, but their appearances were also enough to warrant a second glance. One was as handsome as Jade, another strikingly extraordinary, and the last, though slightly shorter, possessed a countenance that eclipsed the others, catching the eyes of nearby young women. Upon entering the private room of the tavern, Zhou Ziyu casually selected a seat and remarked, Brother Taibai, you've certainly garnered quite the attention these past few days. It is truly enviable. Li Chang'an could only laugh in exasperation. What attention was this? It is estimated that the infamous reputation of being unlearned and inept is widely acknowledged. And Nan, with a charming glance, exuded gracefulness, while Su, the deputy in charge, cast a fiery look at the Analects of Confucius on your table. Upon mentioning this matter, Li Chang'an felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly shifted the topic, insisting that he was overwhelmed with shame. The atmosphere at the academy has been growing increasingly tense, and I wonder if Brother Un and Brother Zhou have any preparations in mind? If selected by the master, soaring to great heights could be but a mere moment away. Zhou Ziyu waved his hand dismissively, stating that he was merely at the academy to appease his family's expectations regarding the literary sage rankings, and it had little to do with him. Nan fiddled with the folding fan in his hand, remarking that while Brother Zhou showed no interest in scholarly matters, he himself was keen to give it a try, although being chosen by the master seemed improbable. We are merely apprentices, the lowest tier in Tiandi Academy. and those likely to be selected are generally from the higher tiers. Brother Taibai probably already has victory in his grasp. And Nan and Zhou Ziyu both turned their gazes towards Li Chang'an. This newcomer, Li Taibai, acted with abandon, not only standing out among the scholars of Districts A and B, but also being quite unconventional even in District C. It was precisely this uniqueness that led them to regard Li Chang'an with a newfound respect. Who among the entire 9th Pavilion would dare to disperse at the appointed time during the literary sage rankings? Even the connections in District C would hesitate, fearing misfortune at such a critical moment for the 9th Pavilion. Yet Li Chang'an dared to do so, although labeled as a superficial individual with no real learning. They could not help but admire him. At the very least, such audacity is rare within the 9th Pavilion. Li Chang'an felt a surge of anxiety under their scrutiny. Thinking to himself, what victory do I possess? I am merely trying the waters as a newcomer. Brother Taibai is indeed overly modest. Zhou Ziyu chuckled, nudging Li Chang'an. I look forward to you giving those fellows from Districts A and B a good slap in the face, even if not selected. Just being able to ascend the literary sage rankings would elevate one's status immensely among the apprentices of the first tier. As food and drinks arrived, the trio indulged in their feasting, and Nan, though seemingly delicate, could drink with the best of them, rivaling even Zhang Fugui. Li Chang'an was left astonished. Haha, brotherin. You've truly startled Brother Taibai. Zhou Ziyu laughed heartily, and Nan burped, his cheeks flushed, his eyes sparkling like dewdrops. Is it? What's that? Wait until New Year's Eve. I'll treat you both to the finest wine at the pleasure quarters. Even if I constantly remind myself that a Nan is a man, I still felt my heart race shamefully at the drunken demeanor, as it was irresistible to steal a few more glances. Avoiding a Nan's gaze, Li Chang'an asked in surprise, aren't you two brothers staying home for New Year's Eve? Shouldn't you at least keep the vigil? Home? Zhou Ziyu and Nan scoffed, shaking their heads. Let us drink. No need to bring up such dreary topics. Li Chang'an shrugged, aware that they had not known each other long enough to delve into personal matters. Deciding it best not to involve himself, he cheerfully remarked, let us drink. Though the wine here is rather mediocre, I promise to bring you both some truly fine wine next time. Agreed. It's settled. Zhou Ziyu and Nan exchanged glances. Laughing heartily, the tension in Zhu Mountain continued to escalate. What began as a matter concerning the 9th Pavilion had mobilized the entire strength of Zhu Mountain, with other pavilions seizing the opportunity to prepare their poetic compositions. It morphed into a grand event for the rankings of Zhu Mountain. The poetic works for the 9th Pavilion were finalized within 5 days, crafted by the scholars of the 3rd tier, and reported to have garnered unanimous praise from both the Master and Deputy Master, even receiving a nod from the Deputy Mountain Lord. The tense and oppressive atmosphere in the 1st tier slightly eased, but some remained unwilling to accept their fate. Since they could not become the main push for poetry, they could only rely on themselves. On the 25th day of the 12th month, the Academy took a break. Most of the students from the Cultivation Institute had departed. Yet 6 or 7 out of 10 remained in the Tiandi Institute. Brother Zhou, brotherin, aren't you leaving? Li Chang'an anxiously glanced at the time every few breaths, feeling as if he were nailed to his chair, unable to sit still. Finally, when it was time to disperse, he hastily gathered his belongings to leave. Leave? We're going to the pleasure quarters with Yang Xian for flower wine later. Are you coming? Zhou Ziyu said, resting his chin on his hand, bored. After their last drink, the bond among the trio had strengthened, with a few more acquaintances introduced, gradually fostering familiarity. Forget it. I have family obligations, not in the mood for that. Perhaps next time, Li Chang'an decisively declined. And Nan suddenly leaned closer, his fragrance wafting through the air, teasingly asking, always brushing us off for the next time? Brother Taibai isn't still a virgin, is he? Zhou Ziyu perked up immediately. Really? Is that so? Approaching Yang Xian, who was puzzled. What virgin? Is there a new arrival at the pleasure quarters? Li Chang'an rolled his eyes, exasperated. I can't be bothered to entertain you. I'm leaving. You can find me with my jade token if necessary. With that, he dashed away. On the 30th day of the 12th month, New Year's Eve, in the morning, Li Chang'an crawled out of his warm bed, just as Lu Jin emerged from the opposite room. Originally, the north room had 2 additional rooms besides the main hall, one designated as a bedroom and the other as a study. However, Lu Linglong insisted on occupying the west room, leaving Lu Jin with no choice but to share a bed with her. The east wing was thus converted into a study. Erlang, why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer? Lu Jin approached to drape a coat over Li Chang'an, gently inquiring. No worries, I'm cooking with sister-in-law. And after breakfast, we'll put up the couplets. Li Chang'an replied with a smile. The room remained relatively warm, yet outside felt as frigid as an ice cavern. Li Chang'an rekindled the charcoal stove and, rubbing his hands, followed Lu Jin into the kitchen. The rock candy was ready, and they could break it down shortly. Li Chang'an lifted the covering cloth from a jar in the kitchen corner, forcefully prying off a small piece of crystallized candy from the jar's wall, proudly presenting it to Lu Jin. A warm current surged through Lu Jin's heart, and her eyes sparkled with tenderness. Here, give it a taste. Li Chang'an offered the candy to her lips. Lu Jin's face flushed instantly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly opened her mouth. Sweet, with a hint of tea fragrance, sweet yet not cloying. Li Chang'an seemed oblivious to Lu Jin's subtle emotions. Popping a piece into his mouth, smacking his lips, I'll let Ling Long have a taste later. This little girl has been pestering me for days. Ling Long is not that small anymore. Many girls her age are already married off, Lu Jin remarked, her gaze fixed on Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an paused. A pang of bittersweetness washing over him, his throat dry. Sister-in-law, how are you planning to? That is wonderful. Then I'll marry my brother tomorrow. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from outside the door as the round and chubby Lu Linglong burst in, joyfully hugging Li Chang'an from behind, wanting to rest her little head on his shoulder. Brother, I want to have your children. Li Chang'an felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The fleeting reluctance dissipating instantly. Get down. No. If you don't come down, I'll have to hit you. I want tea. If you make me cry, you'll be sad too, brother. Lu Linglong stubbornly clung to Li Chang'an's back. Do you even want to eat the rock candy? Li Chang'an pulled out his trump card. Sure enough, Lu Linglong released her grip, peeking out with wide eyes. Where is it? Wow, brother, how can you sneakily eat behind sister's back? Li Chang'an forced a smile, wishing he could thoroughly explain the misunderstanding of sneakily eating. Unable to withstand the playful antics of Lu Linglong, Li Chang'an had no choice but to obediently prepare rock candy. Observing the lively and cheerful Lu Linglong bouncing around him, Lu Jin's heart softened further. It was a comforting thought that their family could remain together forever. After breakfast, Li Chang'an and Lu Linglong excitedly began preparing couplets. Brother, what shall we eat tonight? Lu Linglong asked, mixing the paste. Haven't we just had breakfast? Why are you already thinking about dinner? He replied. But today is New Year's Eve. We must stay up late and enjoy a feast. She insisted. Don't worry, there will be plenty for you. Lu Jin poured a kettle of hot water into a container while scrubbing a piece of cured meat. I must have a lot of delicious food. Lu Linglong pouted, clearly not satisfied with the cured meat. Why do you need so much food? Li Chang'an asked with a smile. Lu Linglong proudly declared. It's because I need to have children for my brother. Don't you have to eat well to have children? Li Chang'an nearly choked on his words. Since she had entered the kitchen, the topic of children had become Lu Linglong's favorite phrase. Lightly tapping her forehead, he said with exasperation, Little girl, get to work. Humph. Lu Linglong replied, raising her chin, These days, my sister and I have been soaking in the medicinal bath that brother prepared for us. We will soon be grown-ups. Hearing this, Li Chang'an couldn't help but glance at both Lu Jin and Lu Linglong. The effects of the medicinal bath might take time to show, but after 5 days, some noticeable changes were indeed apparent. Their skin seemed fairer, and even the calluses on their hands began to fade, their complexions rosy and vibrant. I'm not happy, Lu Linglong exclaimed, stepping on Li Chang'an's foot. Brother looks at sister more than he looks at me. He just glanced at sister 7 times, but only 5 at me. Her words caused both Li Chang'an and Lu Jin's faces to flush crimson. Lu Linglong, are you itching for a beating? Li Chang'an retorted, his tone stern. He. Lu Linglong stuck out her tongue and scampered over to Lu Jin, cupping her face. Sister, shall we both marry brother? But we must agree that I want to have children first, so that sister's children can call my children brother. Lu Linglong's audacity earned her a well-deserved reprimand. Flustered and annoyed, Lu Jin could no longer afford to be shy. She swiftly seized Lu Linglong and delivered a series of playful smacks to her behind. Ah, brother, save me. Sister wants to beat me to death. Lu Linglong wailed. Sister, do you want to monopolize brother? Is that why you want to kill me? Lu Linglong continued, her words hinting at her growing suspicion of her sister's feelings towards Li Chang'an. After the playful scolding, Lu Linglong finally settled down. However, Lu Jin was too embarrassed to lift her head, her hands nearly rubbing the cured meat into shreds. Despite his thick skin, Li Chang'an could not endure Lu Linglong's incessant chatter. He retreated to the kitchen to start preparing the ingredients. It was New Year's Eve, after all, and they ought to have a sumptuous feast. As evening descended, the atmosphere finally relaxed. In a corner of the yard, Chang'an faced north and burned paper money before returning indoors. The family gathered around the charcoal stove, the table laden with delicious dishes. While Lu Linglong sat nearby with a basket of snacks she had purchased earlier that day. Erlang, there's a grand poetry gathering in the city tonight, hosted by the academy. Why aren't you going? Lu Jin asked as she served Li Chang'an a piece of braised meat. Li Chang'an shook his head, explaining, "This poetry gathering concerns the county Aswachong steel. It wouldn't matter if I attended, as the outcome has already been decided." Although it was a holiday, the academy's activities were growing increasingly lively. Various counties were organizing poetry gatherings of all sizes, and the county Aswachong steel was now open, drawing together scholars from all over, creating a spectacular scene. The sole purpose was to promote the recently established reflections on Wanchuan. It would be beneficial to witness it. You've just started at the academy and should make some friends. Linglong and I haven't studied, so we can't assist you much. Lu Jin continued, her concern evident in her tone. Li Chang'an selected a piece of steamed pork for Linglong, smiling as he said, "During this time, I have indeed made a few friends. But compared to them, I would rather spend time with my sister-in-law and little sister." Lu Jin lowered her head to eat, her eyes shimmering with joy. "Brother, I want." Lu Linglong began, but before she could finish, both Li Chang'an and Lu Jin turned to her simultaneously, causing her to quickly lower her head. "All right. I definitely won't say anything today," she conceded. "Sister-in-law, little sister, how about I teach you to read and write?" Li Chang'an offered. "Really?" Lu Jin exclaimed, looking at him with surprise. "But will that take up too much time?" "Never mind. Your time is more precious." As she spoke, Lu Jin lowered her head again, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. The fact that Erlang was willing to teach them indicated that he did not think poorly of them and wished to remain close. However, she and her sister could not afford to waste his valuable time. Li Chang'an instinctively raised his hand, as if to tap Lu Jin's forehead, but stopped midway. Feeling an overwhelming sense of affection for his sister-in-law, who seemed to value him above all else. "Sister-in-law, you and little sister are the most important to me." Lu Jin did not lift her head, but a tear slipped down her cheek, bittersweet, yet warming her heart. Suddenly, loud noises erupted from outside. Lu Linglong set down her chopsticks and cheered, "Brother, sister, come out quickly. They're setting off firecrackers." "Wow, it's snowing again." Li Chang'an chuckled as he stood up. Noticing Lu Jin's shoulders tremble slightly, his heart brimmed with emotion as he carefully took her increasingly soft and delicate hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, let us go outside." Lu Jin dared not meet his gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she did not pull away. Just as they were about to step over the threshold, she exerted a little strength, and Li Chang'an released her hand accordingly. Lu Linglong jumped around in the yard, her laughter ringing out. Li Chang'an looked up, allowing the snowflakes to fall upon his face, hoping to temper the fiery emotions within him. Lanterns filled the night sky above the county, floating gracefully with the wind. From the direction of the academy, lights sparkled brightly, accompanied by resounding cheers that echoed through the air. The year was about to end, and Lu Jin softly wished, "May our family remain safe and sound in the coming year." She glanced at Li Chang'an, then at Lu Linglong, unable to look away. As the long bell tolled in the county, Lu Linglong beamed at Li Chang'an, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to have your children." Just as Li Chang'an raised his hand, Lu Linglong jumped away, giggling, "It's a new year now. I can say it." "Look at you." Laughing so widely, Li Chang'an replied helplessly, "Brother, what is your wish?" Lu Linglong asked, leaning closer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, while Lu Jin also turned to him. "Well, I certainly wish for our family to be healthy and safe," he answered. "That doesn't count. Sister has already made that wish. Brother, you need to think of another one, so we can have an extra wish," Lu Linglong said, shaking his arm playfully. "Well, I truly can't think of anything else. Oh, I wish for another 100 wishes." "Ah, brother, you're being cheeky." Lu Linglong squealed, playfully tackling him. Inside the house, the charcoal fire burned warmly, creating a cozy atmosphere as the three of them enjoyed each other's company. Li Chang'an gazed out at the falling snow, his mind brimming with inspiration, ready to weave his thoughts into words. On the ancient bronze-hued tablet, elegant characters appeared one after another, inscribed with the title Ascending the Ninth Pavilion. The sun sets behind the mountains, and the yellow river flows into the sea. To gaze upon 1,000 miles, one must ascend another level. The literary sage list is a competition that one must engage in. Li Chang'an held an unparalleled confidence. believing that a classic masterpiece capable of enduring through the vast sea of Tang poetry could surely make its mark on the literary sage list. Not to mention securing the top positions. Surely it would at least be among the top 30, right? If it were the complete Song of Wine, there would be no doubt. Even amidst the gathering of great literary masters in December, it would undoubtedly claim the first spot. However, on the first day of the new year, Li Chang'an, reluctant to rise from bed, was pulled out by Lu Linglong. Upon checking the literary sage list with the tablet, he was immediately struck dumb. Li Chang'an tugged at the corners of his mouth, wearing an expression of bewilderment. The literary sage list only recorded the top 100 poets and writers, and as he scanned from top to bottom, his heart sank further. Not a single mention. Wasn't it said that being affiliated with an academy would lend some prestige? This was ascending the Stork Tower. After all, a classic work by the renowned poet Wang Jihuan of the flourishing Tang dynasty. How could it fail to make the list? What a joke. For this, Li Chang'an felt dazed for quite some time, as if caught in a trance, periodically checking the literary sage list. Convinced that he would soon be on the list and fly high. Unfortunately, it was like tossing a pebble into the ocean, creating not a single ripple. Brother, what's wrong with you? Lu Linglong tilted her head, peering at Li Chang'an. Ah, nothing at all. Could you check if the seasonings are ready over at your sister's? We're having barbecue for lunch. Li Chang'an snapped back to reality, carrying Cole towards the courtyard. Got it. Hearing of the delicious meal, Lu Linglong ran off with great enthusiasm. The barbecue grill was custom-made, crafted by blacksmiths from both the county town and the neighboring county. So alike that Li Chang'an almost suspected they were brothers. At noon, the three gathered around the grill, enjoying freshly grilled food. Unable to find fennel, they substituted it with spicy sauce, which only enhanced the flavor. Li Chang'an took charge of grilling while Lu Jin assisted, and Lu Linglong, a true foodie, savored her piece of pork belly, then offered a piece to her brother, followed by a bite of garlic eggplant, sharing it with her sister as well. With her cheeks stuffed like a little squirrel, she beamed. Brother, I eat so much, but why do I never seem to gain weight? Lu Linglong glanced at her sister and then at herself, munching as she queried. Why would you want to gain weight? Lu Linglong remained silent, continuing to alternate bites between her and her brother. Humph, stinky brother. I won't tell you. You just think my sister is prettier, so you pay less attention to me. After finishing the barbecue, Li Chang'an leisurely accompanied his sister-in-law and younger sister, basking in the sun at the entrance of the northern room. A heavy snowfall had blanketed the ground the previous night, but it had ceased by morning. The room was still, with a charcoal stove glowing in the back, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Leaning back in his chair, Li Chang'an began to doze off. Just as he was drifting into slumber, he felt the jade tablet signifying his academy affiliation tremble slightly. It was a summons from Zhou Ziyu. Sister-in-law, little sister, I need to step out for a moment. Where at this hour? Lu Jin looked at Li Chang'an, curiosity evident in her eyes, yet she rose to fetch him a longer coat. My classmates from the academy invited me to gather, Li Chang'an explained as he accepted the coat. All right, be careful on the way. Lu Jin helped Li Chang'an adjust his attire. Lu Linglong was about to leap up to follow but was halted by Lu Jin's glance. Pouting, she returned to her seat. Li Chang'an ruffled Lu Linglong's hair and smiled as he stepped through the door. Upon arriving at the tavern, he found Nan already present, both appearing somewhat dazed, clearly having stayed awake through the night. Are you two really involved in something? Li Chang'an teased, scanning Zhou Ziyu and Nan for hints. Rest assured, I harbor no contempt for you. Although I do not favor male relationships, I certainly do not object. Nan suddenly broke into a smile, illuminating the private room as if 100 flowers had bloomed. Her beautiful willow leaf eyes narrowed playfully. She intentionally sat beside Li Chang'an, her breath fragrant. Brother Tai Bai, you truly have such refined tastes? I wouldn't mind at all. How about we? Li Chang'an immediately bristled, hastily waving his hands. And brother, I concede. I will never joke about you two again. Really not willing? And Nan leaned a bit closer. I am a man, with a preference for women. Known infamously as a straight man, Li Chang'an declared with righteous indignation. Zhou Ziyu, nestled comfortably in the soft chair, chuckled uncontrollably. And brother, give it a rest. If you persist, Brother Tai Bai will genuinely be frightened away. And Nan shook her head, sitting upright. Boring. If you seek excitement, go find those fools. Zhou Ziyu tossed a peanut into his mouth. And Nan rolled her eyes. Those pests? Had it not been for your intervention, I would have crushed them. Well, I did rescue you, didn't I? Zhou Ziyu countered without hesitation. You always claimed to be capable, yet weren't you surrounded by those rascals? This was the first time Li Chang'an had heard of such an incident. In a word, absurd. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. As the food and drinks arrived, the three shifted their conversation to the literary sage list. Were you two at the New Year's Eve poetry gathering yesterday? Li Chang'an inquired. Why should we go? It has nothing to do with us. If we had that time to put on a show, we might as well head to the brothel for some flower wine. Zhou Ziyu replied nonchalantly as he drank, and Nan returned to her usual self, pouring wine for Li Chang'an. Indeed, they were deceived by the Academy's reputation, thinking they would gain something, but in reality, they merely adorned others. Brother Taibai, I am not criticizing you. Even if you have a beautiful wife at home, what's wrong with visiting the brothel? If you go, I would gladly give you the lovely Tsai. Li Chang'an could only smile wryly at the antics of these two, who constantly urged him towards indulgence. Next time, next time. And brother, are you planning to challenge the literary sage list this month? Yes, I wrote my poem on the tablet early this morning, and Nan nodded. And you, Brother Taibai? I did as well, this morning. Li Chang'an sighed, yet there has been no news at all. And Nan poured himself another cup of wine and drank it down in one go. This cannot be rushed. Each month, countless scholars with academy affiliations vie for the literary sage list. It requires time. Zhou Ziyu shrugged. In my view, this is akin to a game of chance, with no certainty, even more unpredictable than a gambling den. And Nan looked at Zhou Ziyu with disdain. Can't you learn something good? Have you dulled your mind with martial training? As he spoke, and Nan gestured dismissively at Li Chang'an. Ignore him. For flower, wine, and brawls, he's your man. But when it comes to the literary sage list, he is a mere layman. Poems and essays from scholars with academy affiliations receive a certain prestige within the academy's influence. However, across the vast Jin dynasty, there are tens of thousands of scholars, and each month, at least 20,000 aim for the literary sage list. Time is essential. Isn't this akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Li Chang'an's heart quaked at the thought. Fear not, it will eventually be noticed, and Nan reassured him. It is already commendable that in the Jin dynasty, there are 30 million scholars possessing literary tablets. Now that is truly searching for a needle in a haystack. Countless scholars, striving for a modicum of prestige, participate in numerous poetry gatherings, exhausting their finances and even performing charitable acts, all in hopes of gaining renown, thus garnering assistance when they challenge the literary sage list. In comparison to them, we are indeed fortunate. Li Chang'an shook his head helplessly. If what you say is true, ordinary scholars truly have no chance of rising to prominence. Of course there is, and Nan replied. As long as one produces a remarkable work, even without a solid foundation, one can soar to great heights. The literary saint rankings cannot be deceived. They reflect the collective fortune of humanity, something even the sacred temple cannot control. However, any talent of such caliber will surely be recruited by the academies. It is merely a matter of time. Zhou Ziyu, listening nearby, chuckled. Enough of that. Let us drink. You two, with your connections, are constantly dreaming of the literary saint rankings. It's quite absurd to hear. Li Chang'an, resigned, accompanied them in drinking and idle chatter. There was little he could do. His kind heart compelled him. These two, seemingly living in luxury and free from want, could not even return home during the new year, making them rather pitiable figures. As Nan extolled the many virtues of Miss Sai, Li Chang'an, listening intently while nibbling on dishes, suddenly felt the jade token of his academy identity quiver slightly in his pocket. Upon inspection, his pupils constricted sharply. The 100th position on the literary saint rankings read, Ascend the 9th pavilion. I must return. Dinner awaits at home, Li Chang'an said absently after downing a few more cups of wine. Is your family that strict? And Nan raised an eyebrow, smirking. Brother Taibai, aren't you still unmarried? Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. That is not the case. I'll see you at the academy on the 5th. The token will convey any matters. He clasped his hands in farewell, settled the bill, and staggered homeward. The streets of the county town were broad and smooth, adorned with colorful lanterns, and every shop displayed bright red lanterns at their entrances. The passers-by radiated joy, greeting each other with clasped hands. As Li Chang'an passed a medicine shop, he picked up some herbs for medicinal baths. With nearly 100 taels of silver left, he pondered how to earn more. He glanced at the neighboring Baotsue pavilion and stepped inside. Upon returning home, Lu Linglong bounded over like a joyful fawn, sniffing the air. Brother, did you go out drinking today? Yes, had a few cups, Li Chang'an replied, ruffling the little girl's hair. From the kitchen, Lu Jin's voice called out. Linglong, help your brother to rest. Dinner will be ready soon. Lu Linglong clung to Li Chang'an's arm. What did you buy? I got herbs for medicinal baths, and wait until your sister joins us to see. At the dinner table, Lu Jin delightedly examined a jade hairpin in her hands, turning it over carefully. Unable to resist wiping it repeatedly, Lu Linglong suddenly hugged Li Chang'an's head and planted a kiss on his cheek, grinning from ear to ear. "I knew brother treats me the best." Lu Jin playfully scolded Lu Linglong and turned to Li Chang'an. "Erlang, why not return this hairpin and buy books, brushes, ink, and paper instead? You just entered the academy. You need to dine and drink with your classmates, which will require some expenses." Li Chang'an felt warmth in his heart. This sister-in-law, merely 3 years his senior, always considered his well-being. He smiled reassuringly. "Sister-in-law, rest assured. You have seen my ability to earn silver. Once we reach the county town, you and Linglong can enjoy yourselves. I will take care of everything." Lu Jin fell silent. But the warmth in her eyes resembled the embrace of spring. After dinner, Li Chang'an entered his study to monitor changes in his ranking. However, from the moment he entered the rankings until now, at least 2 hours had passed, and Ascend the Ninth Pavilion had only moved up 1 position. Is it really that insignificant? Li Chang'an pondered in confusion. As he continued to scrutinize the literary saint rankings, he noticed something peculiar. While the position of Ascend the Ninth Pavilion seemed stagnant, the rankings of other poems shifted rapidly, changing almost every few breaths. The 98th position vanished entirely from the literary saint rankings, while the 99th soared to 53rd. This was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the fluctuations within the rankings. Observing the entire list, it became clear that not only were the lower-ranked poems experiencing significant changes, but even those in the top 10 were in flux. Some continuously fell in rank, while others, from the moment they entered the literary saint rankings, began to rise rapidly, leaving people baffled. Li Chang'an sat at his desk, the bronze literary talisman in his hand emitting a faint glow. The changes in the literary saint rankings were evident. As Li Chang'an focused on his ranking, countless gazes fixated on the literary saint rankings. With only 100 slots available, the stakes stirred the hearts of many. "I never imagined my poetry would have a chance to ascend the literary saint rankings. There is finally hope for recognition. Hurry to the academy and seek support. It's imperative to maintain my ranking before the 5th. If I can break into the top 50, even when the competition intensifies on the 5th, I can secure a place on the literary saint rankings." Those who had already entered the rankings were ecstatically mobilizing every resource at their disposal, summoning even relatives and friends, hoping to elevate their rankings further. Meanwhile, those still aspiring to enter the rankings were either quietly observing or secretly exerting themselves. The 5th marked the day when the 4 major academies and the National Academy would make their moves, and the 4 days leading up to it represented their final opportunity. They had to grasp it firmly. Ascending the literary saint rankings signified visibility to all literati across the vast gene, representing an opportunity for meteoric rise. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chang'an could no longer remain still. It was unbearably tense. If the fluctuations of the literary saint rankings were like clouds, elusive and unpredictable, then Ascend the Ninth Pavilion resembled a stone, remarkably stable yet hardly changing at all. After staring intently for half an hour, it remained unchanged, still lingering in the 99th position. Unable to resist the pull of sleep, Li Chang'an washed up and retired to bed. Yet, in such times, countless others found sleep elusive. Guan Xingren, an ordinary 9th-grade scholar, began his customary perusal of the literary saint rankings on the first day of the month. He hoped to discover exquisite poetry. Though the great contest for rankings would only commence on the 5th, the preceding 4 days would undoubtedly yield high-quality poetry on the literary saint rankings. He was one of many sifting through the sands for gems. Guan Xingren aimed to be the first to identify poems he believed would rank highly this month and evaluate them, promptly spreading the word to gain prestige. The key was his ability to make the right predictions. Not only he, but many ordinary scholars without ambitions for ranking would do the same. Although the prestige gained was modest, it still provided some returns, akin to those who follow behind and share the spoils. Cultivating literary energy relies on accumulating small gains. Even the tiniest amount should not be neglected. Despite it being only the first day, the ranking changes were remarkably swift, signaling yet another long night ahead. Guan Xingren adjusted the oil lamp beside his desk and meticulously sifted through the literary saint rankings, transcribing noteworthy poems. Truth be told, any poem that managed to ascend the literary saint rankings, even for a mere hour, signified that it could at least find its place on the county's literary stele, ensuring its recitation within the county. However, the challenge lay in the fact that these poems merely hovered at a commendable level. But this was the literary saint rankings, a collection of the finest poetry from across G. Evidently, the poems he had encountered thus far did not meet expectations. Aside from transcribing and evaluating the poems that ascended the rankings, Xingren also maintained a mindset of learning and seeking guidance, hoping that one day he too could compose a work worthy of the rankings. Though he lacked the ability at present, his vision should not be underestimated. After reviewing the top 30 poems, Xingren only transcribed 3, and even those left him with a slight frown. On the 5th day of the competition for rankings, the retention of these 3 poems on the literary sage list should not pose a significant issue. However, securing a high position remains virtually impossible. As I delve deeper, I observe that the fluctuations in the rankings of the literary sage list occur at an astonishing pace, with each shift signifying a fierce contest. If the poems promoted by the Academy represent the prevailing trend, then the preceding contests are akin to the collisions that herald this momentum. Xingren rubbed his temples and continued to read. Lacking extraordinary talent, he could only tread the path of diligence, believing that perseverance could yield success. He resolved to take his time, waiting for the literary atmosphere within the literary palace to reach its zenith before attempting the provincial examination. With an 8th grade literary talisman in hand, he would at least qualify for official positions. Even the most trivial of posts could significantly ameliorate his current predicament. As midnight approached, Xingren rose to stretch his limbs, splashed his face with icy water, and reinvigorated himself for the ongoing endeavor. He had already selected 10 poems and intended to choose another 10 for final consideration. While not all would certainly remain on the literary sage list, he hoped to uncover 1 or 2 that might penetrate the top 50. His gaze shifted to the next poem. The title was peculiar, Ascending the Ninth Tower. Xingren paused momentarily before reading further. The lines unfolded. The bright sun sets behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. Xingren nodded gently, recognizing that the poem captures the vistas observed from the tower, a scene both grand and imposing. Continuing, he read, To gaze 1,000 miles further, one must ascend another level. Xingren's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon first glance, these lines appeared to merely describe the act of ascending the tower. Yet, upon deeper reflection, his heart raced with excitement. This poem was extraordinary. He glanced at the neatly transcribed verses beside him, pushed them aside, and began to meticulously transcribe Ascending the Ninth Tower, savoring each word. An indescribable emotion surged within him, particularly with the final 2 lines echoing ceaselessly in his mind, initially like whispers, then crescendoing to a deafening roar. It felt as though he expended every ounce of strength to transcribe this poem. His hands trembled, his eyes reddened, as if he were overwhelmed with 1,000 unspoken words. To gaze 1,000 miles further, one must ascend another level. How much hope and longing do to gaze and to ascend encompass? Without experiencing hardship firsthand, one cannot truly grasp the profound yearning for a beautiful future. Xingren set down his brush, suddenly rising to submerge his head in the frigid water. He was not one of those masters who stood atop the clouds. He couldn't even enter the academy. He was merely a struggling 9th grade scholar. To aspire for the literary sage list? Such thoughts were kept within, for he lacked the courage to voice them. To speak them aloud would only invite ridicule. Those extraordinary talents, those masterful figures, wielded their pens on the literary sage list, stirring awe throughout the realm, captivating countless scholars. And he, lacking outstanding talent, belonged to the mediocre ranks even within the county academy, surviving on the meager remnants of others' endeavors. Yet, what scholar does not yearn to wield authority? What scholar does not desire to shine brightly in the world? The icy water stung, and Xingren slowly arose, gasping for breath, droplets cascading from his face. This poem was the one. He focused his attention on the poet's name, Tai Bai, an unfamiliar name, from Bailu Academy. Xingren suppressed the surge of excitement in his heart, returned to his desk, and set aside all other poems to concentrate solely on interpreting this masterpiece. If I can discern its brilliance, why does this poem rank so low? Xingren shook his head in confusion, added more oil to the lamp, and began to patiently analyze. I too wished to behold more distant vistas. 8th grade, 7th grade, even 6th grade. Tai Bai, I may lack your extraordinary talent, but I shall not surrender. Perhaps soon you shall achieve renown, but I vow to ascend step by step. Perhaps one day, I shall express my gratitude to you for this poem you have penned. His heart stirred, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. I shall ascend to greater heights. I promise. The following morning, Xingren tidied the scattered papers on his desk, leaving behind the final page of his critiques, splashed his face with cold water, and hurriedly departed home. He arrived early at the tea house, as agreed with his classmates. As the tea cooled, he replaced it with a fresh pot. And soon his classmates began to arrive. Why are you so early today, Guan? It appears you were awake all night. 6 individuals gathered around the table. Xingren appeared haggard, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. He produced his meticulously compiled critique. Have you all made any progress with yesterday's literary sage list? As soon as the question left his lips, the others eagerly chimed in. I selected 7 poems. Perhaps there's a chance they may rank in January. One produced his transcribed verses. I chose 10. Although there are no masters to be found on this month's literary sage list, there are still many high-quality works. Indeed. Another added, the fluctuations in the top 50 rankings have been rapid. I identified 5 poems with the most promising upward momentum. Even with the onset of the 5th day's competition, they could still remain on the literary sage list. Xingren surveyed his classmates. Which poem do you value the most? They were clearly prepared. This poem, Inscription on the Stone Forest Tablet, composed by a student from Sonyue Academy, has risen to 13th place. I have a poem, Ode to the Chrysanthemum, which is quite good and currently ranks 17th. The poem Green Pine stands at 3rd place and possesses a magnificent aura. I believe it will soon ascend to 1st. The group engaged in lively discussion, each expressing their opinions. Xingren nodded. He had transcribed these poems last night and recognized their superior quality. As they spoke, their gazes turned to Xingren. What poem have you selected? He unfurled the paper in his hands, ascending the 9th tower. Upon hearing the title, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Guan. It seems this poem is not among the top 50, is it? Where did you find it? Those ranked lower hold little significance. With the arrival of the 5th day's competition, the top 50 will undergo a complete overhaul. The current top 50 will likely become the bottom 50. Selecting from the lower ranks now is futile. They will simply be eliminated. Each of them summoned their literary talismans to check Xingren's mentioned poem, Ascending the 9th Tower. Upon seeing its ranking, they gazed at Xingren in disbelief. This poem, composed by a student from Bailu Academy, had likely begun gaining momentum from the outset. Today was already the 2nd day, and it still languished at 93rd place. There seems to be no opportunity left. We should not waste time on this poem. Xingren shook his head, calmly replying, I have already pledged my admiration for this poem. The table fell silent, all 6 gazing at him in shock. To pledge admiration, the first word, pledge, could imply reverence or a humble acknowledgement of one's inferiority. It signified that on this month's literary sage list, this poem had won his unwavering respect. While speaking casually might bear no consequence, pledging admiration represented a deep connection to the poem, intertwining their fates. The higher the poem's rank, the more literary rewards the scholar who pledged admiration could receive. Yet, should the poem falter, the scholar's pledge could lead to significant literary loss or even turmoil within the literary palace, potentially jeopardizing their literary talisman. Given the stakes involved in a scholar's future, most would shy away from making such a pledge, unless it is a master of literary prowess who takes action. It is unlikely to attract a multitude of scholars to pay homage to literary fame. After all, such individuals, regardless of their rank, are assured of not being left out. Their quality guaranteed. This explains why these literary masters, even without relying on academies or national universities, can still strive for a place on the literary sage list. The act of paying homage to literary fame can indeed help gather greater renown for poetry and prose. It is akin to publicly reciting a poem. Even if 100 hear it, only perhaps 10 will truly be moved, and these 10 constitute the basis of the literary sage list's reputation. Moreover, paying homage to literary fame signifies a scholar's willingness to wager their future and destiny. Where one act of homage can equate to the efforts of 100 or even 1,000, the two are not comparable. Currently, Xingren, known for his steadiness and reliability, has unexpectedly paid homage to literary fame for a poem ranked merely 93rd. Everyone present was taken aback. Surely, one cannot expend their passion so recklessly. Brother Guan, have you lost your senses? We toil hard to accumulate literary energy. Why engage in such unwise actions? Even if one wishes to pay homage, it would be prudent to wait until the 5th day, after the great contest for rankings, and seek a work of masterful caliber. Though the literary energy gained may be less, at the very least, it would not backfire. Brother Guan, you are too hasty. While it is true that the lower the rank at the time of homage, the greater the rewards when the literary sage list is finalized. This is still a perilous gamble. The concern among the 6 was palpable. They were all classmates and friends. Unwilling to see Xingren jeopardize his future due to a momentary impulse, Xingren summoned the literary talisman, and as they gazed upon it, a collective sigh escaped their lips. It was too late. The name of the poem, Ascending the 9th Tower, was clearly inscribed on Xingren's talisman. Do not panic. My friends, examine the poem closely. I trust my judgment. For Chang'an, should his homage to literary fame fail, he could lose a significant portion of the literary energy he had painstakingly accumulated, potentially jeopardizing his standing in the literary community. Yet, he felt no regret. The six friends fell silent, engrossed in the poem that had driven Chang'an to madness. After a while, the tea table was enveloped in stillness, save for the gradually heavy breaths of the group. This poem, though seemingly simple in its expression, inexplicably stirred their spirits. I share this sentiment. Upon first reading, it seems ordinary, yet with each subsequent reading, one can perceive the lofty spirit embedded within. Chang'an gestured to the paper he had laid out, stating, "This is my critique, crafted over 3 hours last night, though it only unearths superficial meanings. The deeper layers lie beyond my current comprehension. In my view, this poem has great potential to soar in the upcoming literary sage list." The group sighed deeply, recognizing the likelihood of its ascendance. Even amidst the contest on the 5th day, it could breach the top 50. The top 50? January is not a month rife with contests. Only a select few literary masters will make an appearance. This ascending the 9th tower must have been penned by someone of masterful caliber, surely placing it beyond the top 50. Master? This Taibai is an unfamiliar name. The first time it has graced the literary sage list. Every master has left at least 5 works in the top 30. I find it perplexing that this poem, clearly crafted by an academy student and of such high quality, is ranked only 93rd. That cannot be right. If it were to be propelled by the efforts of other academy students, ascending the 9th tower would surely break into the top 10. Taibai, perhaps, is a prodigy who has emerged from obscurity, rivaling the masters. Chang'an finished the now-cold tea before him in one gulp. I suspect Taibai has not leveraged any academy resources. His name merely hangs there. Otherwise, this poem would surely have been reserved for the contest on the 5th day. The others nodded in agreement. That seemed the only plausible explanation. One individual could not contain a curse, exclaiming, "Academy?" I believe that Taibai could have written this poem in a pigsty, and it would still ascend the literary sage list. Chang'an was merely discussing ascending the 9th tower among a multitude of scholars. Many more had sought out this poem, compared to the fluctuating ranks of other works. Ascending the 9th tower exhibited an unexpectedly stable ascent. It climbed steadily, untouched by the tumultuous changes of the literary sage list, like a steadfast rock amidst a raging river. Have you seen this poem? It appears straightforward, yet its profundity is striking. Incredible! This poem, devoid of any thematic discussion, reveals its uniqueness merely through its structure. Have you noticed? What's distinctive? A prominent scholar remarked, the first couplet employs a formal antithesis, showcasing a remarkable balance and strength, accentuating the grandeur of the depicted scene. The second couplet, while also contrasting, lacks the hallmark of antithesis. Taibai's mastery of this technique is truly exceptional. It is astonishing that the very first month of the year would unveil such a remarkable talent. It seems to be Taibai's inaugural appearance on the literary sage list. Perhaps it is the culmination of previous efforts. Whether it is a fleeting moment of brilliance remains uncertain. After all, who has not experienced a flash of inspiration? In terms of this poem alone, it certainly meets masterful standards. Have you noticed? Taibai, aside from acknowledging the Bailu Academy, seems to have invoked none of its influence. Otherwise, this ranking would not be as it is. This indicates his confidence in the poem. I am beginning to believe he is indeed a newcomer. Otherwise, this work would have surfaced during the contest on the 5th day. Brother Chen makes a valid point. He is neither among the masters we are familiar with nor has he participated in the contest on the 5th day. This explanation is indeed the most plausible. This only heightens the intrigue. Emerging as a novice yet possessing the caliber of a master, could he be destined for meteoric success? There have been too many tales of wasted potential. We shall observe how this unfolds. At the very least, Taibai will undoubtedly stir the winds of change on this month's literary sage list. Such audacity. The literary sage list is a grand affair, driving scholars to frenzy. Chang'an's ascending the 9th tower slowly entered the awareness of a few, yet lacking the backing of an academy. Its steady progress remained a testament to the growing number of admirers, culminating in results akin to Chang'an's impulsive homage to literary fame. On the morning of the 5th day of the first month, after a heartfelt farewell from his tearful younger sister, Chang'an set off for the academy. Ascending the 9th tower had climbed to 81st place, each step taken with trepidation yet unwavering strength. There was no drop in rank, each advancement, though slight, was solid. Thus, Chang'an's spirits were lifted. He could distinctly sense a delightful transformation occurring within the literary palace, represented by the star of ascending the ninth tower. Increasingly, literary energy cascaded from this star, once merely a delicate mist, now thickening to the point of obscuring vision. To fully refine a literary palace, 3 stages must be accomplished. First, the gathering of literary mist. Second, the transformation of mist into liquid. And third, the solidification of literary energy into elixir. As the literary energy grew richer, the benefits became apparent. Chang'an could feel his body strengthening. Having previously suffered from significant deficiencies and prolonged illness, he was now revitalized by the nourishing literary energy, bringing him nearly to par with any adult man. Chang'an arrived punctually at his desk in Zone B33. At this moment, the atmosphere on the 9th floor was oppressive, as if dark clouds were suffocating the city, and the air was thick with a stifling tension. From the master level down to the apprentices, everyone gathered in the 9th floor, eagerly anticipating the official contest for the literary sage ranking at the hour of the snake, 9 a.m. "You've been looking rather spirited these days," remarked B32. And Nan, seated nearby, could only communicate through the jade token due to the heavy atmosphere. "How have you been, and brother?" he inquired. "Oh, about the same. I've been spending time at the teaching pavilion with the enchanting Kai. I'll invite you for drinks there sometime," replied B32. Chang'an shot a glance at Nan, who raised an eyebrow with a nonchalant expression. Chang'an had to admit that despite considering Nan a good buddy, his friend's looks were undeniably striking. "You flatter me, and brother, I can't help but wonder if Kai would be blushing in your presence," he teased. "Oh, has brother Taibai suddenly become so charming with his words? Even I am being teased now?" And Nan retorted, grinning. "Forgive me, and brother. I've missed you dearly over the past few days. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns," Chang'an replied with a laugh. And Nan turned to Chang'an, his willow-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. "That saying is quite clever. It seems Taibai is not as innocent as he appears. If you were to visit the teaching pavilion, the courtesans might very well offer their services," he joked. "Offer their services? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? For free, no less?" Chang'an inquired. "Of course. What courtesan wouldn't want to be associated with such poetic lines? It could make them famous," and Nan declared. "Your words have stirred my heart, and brother. Here, take this phrase to charm Kai, but remember to treat me to a meal," Chang'an suggested, giving Nan a knowing look. "Taibai brother is generous. Such exquisite words are freely given. Shall I introduce you to Kai?" And Nan offered. "No, I'm not worthy of such favor. Can we refrain from discussing romance? Has your poetry made it to the literary sage ranking?" Chang'an asked. "What? Do you disdain the courtesan status? She ranks 57th. And Nan replied. Chang'an gave a thumbs up to Nan, who was scribbling away, his literary energy flowing effortlessly. "You're impressive, and brother," he complimented. "Vulgar," and Nan quipped, "but still impressive," Chang'an insisted. The two maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, pretending to study while engaging in a lively exchange via the jade tokens. Chang'an, having benefited from compulsory education, was quite experienced, and Nan was equally seasoned. Each character written consumed literary energy, and if anyone were to discover how they squandered it, they would surely be enraged. Chang'an had no concept of this. Since awakening his literary spirit, he had accumulated a wealth of energy, especially after his poem, Ascending the 9th Floor, gained prominence. And Nan, on the other hand, was indifferent to such expenditures. As they continued their spirited banter, a beam of light shot up from the 9th floor, signaling the hour of the snake. All scholars and literati gathered their focus and summoned their literary spirits. Chang'an's gaze sharpened as the previously fluctuating literary sage ranking seemed to momentarily stabilize. The next instant, the names in the top 50 were entirely replaced. The competition for the literary sage ranking had officially commenced. A thorough overhaul had occurred, with all positions from 1st to 50th being reshuffled. At this moment, Chang'an truly grasped the magnitude of the Academy's influence. The previous 4 days of competition had already felt intense, with rankings shifting dramatically. Yet, that apparent ferocity paled in comparison to the overwhelming force of the Academy's authority. Only now did the struggle for the literary sage ranking reach its boiling point. Prior to this, it had merely been child's play. As Chang'an attempted to locate his poem, Ascending the 9th Floor, he realized it had vanished from the ranking altogether. The disparity was staggering. He couldn't help but sigh. Through the jade token, Nan messaged him, "Your poem is gone?" "Yes, and yours?" "Don't mention it. We are kindred spirits in misfortune. After enduring this a few times, you'll get used to it," and Nan replied. Before Chang'an could respond, Nan messaged again. "Lunch at Byway Restaurant?" "It's settled then," Li Chang'an confirmed. He glanced at Nan, who blinked and lowered his jade token. A shiver ran down Li Chang'an's spine. How curious it was that even though his poem had vanished from the literary sage ranking, his literary energy continued to increase. Just then, a booming voice echoed from above. Those rascals from Songwei dared to interfere at this moment. The voice abruptly ceased, leaving everyone in the 9th floor stunned, heads raised in alarm. A powerful pressure descended from above. Oh no, that was Vice Master Su's voice, wasn't he it? This doesn't bode well, they whispered among themselves. The students from Zones A and B seemed unfazed, but those from Zone C began to murmur anxiously. Given the rankings, it was clear that Zhu Mountain had exerted all its efforts, yet only managed to secure 38th place, which would surely incite Vice Master Su's wrath. The 9th floor's reputation was at stake. What did this have to do with Songyue Academy? Who could say? The literary sage ranking showed that 2 of Songyue Academy's poems had broken into the top 50. Might this be connected? Speculations quieted quickly, as the sudden fury of Vice Master Su cast a shadow over everyone's minds. Meanwhile, the focus of their discussions centered on Vice Master Su, who was currently fuming in the office of Master Chain. I truly believed our Dongwei prefecture was united, yet here we are, faced with a crisis. Those scoundrels from Songwei Academy dared to seize a county wench from us. Su was pacing back and forth, his fury escalating. Dongwei prefecture is the domain of our Bailu Academy, and it has been for centuries. The regulations established long ago cannot be disregarded. Those petty people from Baishi County have broken the rules. Do they expect to enjoy smooth sailing henceforth? Su fumed. To rank 38th is nearly a drop to 40th. Such a result is disgraceful for all involved. We cannot afford to fall to mediocrity. Su felt this ranking was a slap in the face, stinging and painful. With the literary sage ranking at stake, which affected the entire 9th floor and his own future, how could he not be anxious? The situation had escalated. They needed to act swiftly to rectify it. Qin Shuman frowned, acknowledging the issue at hand. We must send someone to reclaim the wench from Sui Xian immediately. Additionally, let us send someone to stir things up in Baishi County. Since the regulations regarding literary energy have already been violated, we need not adhere to them either. Even if this escalates to the capital, we are not at fault. Sun Yin nodded, casting a glance towards Qin Shuman. Given the circumstances, should Master Zhang Lu intervene once more? Qin Shuman shook his head, expressing that even he could not consistently produce poetry worthy of the top 20 on the Wenxing list. Every individual in the Academy's leadership was a master in their own right, a testament to the institution's profound heritage. Sun Yin understood this implicitly and sighed softly, affirming, I shall do my utmost. A flurry of orders and missives cascaded down to the 3rd, 4th, and even 5th floors. Li Chang'an, seated in a corner of the 1st floor, stared in astonishment as figures departed from the 9th floor, traversing the void. The scholars and students on the 1st floor were equally taken aback, their discussions once again ignited. And Nan's voice floated into Li Chang'an's ears, filled with urgency. The deputy master was indeed anxious, dispatching such a multitude, all of whom were at least skilled-level students from the academy. Surely, they were not intending to disrupt the event? Skilled? Li Chang'an queried, perplexed. This classification, ranking the students of the 4 great academies and the Guozijian, included apprentice, skilled, craftsman, master, and wenzong. The titles of master and wenzong were widely recognized, representing the pinnacle of scholarly achievement, while the remaining 3 ranks were primarily known to the students of their academy. And Nan withdrew his gaze, a hint of envy in his eyes. Apprentices were those of their ilk on the 1st floor, the most basic level. To ascend from apprentice to skilled, one must compose 10 pieces that grace the Wensheng list. Skilled individuals, with 10 works in the top 50, become craftsmen, while craftsmen must produce 10 pieces in the top 15 to be considered masters. As for the path to wenzong, it seemed nearly unattainable, even for their esteemed master. Li Chang'an felt a rush of understanding. Wasn't the cultivation of literary prowess primarily based on literary talismans? Wouldn't it suffice to assess the quality of the talismans? And Nan shook his head, explaining that while literary talismans were indeed fundamental, within the academy, the 5-tier ranking system served as the basis for evaluation, determining one's potential. The literary energy garnered from a piece that topped the Wensheng list equated to the efforts of a mediocre individual over 3 to 5 years. What a stark contrast. An ordinary scholar, laboring a lifetime to build a reputation, interpret poetry, and annotate classics, might only reach the 6th rank. Yet, those of exceptional talent could ascend to the 5th or even 4th rank within mere years, illustrating the vast disparity. Li Chang'an comprehended the implications. And Nan continued, elaborating on the academy's students striving for the Wansheng list, thereby accumulating prestige and literary energy for the institution. A tenth of this garnered energy would be awarded to them, but for skilled individuals, this reward increased to 30%, craftsmen enjoyed 50%, masters 70%. And Wenzong, a staggering 100%. In essence, when a Wenzong exerted their influence, it was akin to the academy providing free labor. Li Chang'an marveled silently. It was unimaginable for such a colossal institution to offer its resources without recompense. The apprentices of their academy were already far superior to those outside. And in addition to the literary energy from the Wansheng list, they could also earn an extra 10% reward from the academy's literary energy. Who would not wish to strive for greater heights? And Nan sighed deeply. After the day's work concluded, Li Chang'an returned home, still fixated on the fluctuations of the Wansheng list. Although his piece, ascending the 9th floor, did not grace the list, he nonetheless felt a surge of literary energy, rekindling his confidence. On the 6th day of the new year, during the contest for the Suisian Wachang stele, 3 skilled-level scholars from the 9th floor made their move, successfully reclaiming the stele. The poem Reflections on the River rose to the 35th position. On the 7th day, yet another battle for the Wenchang stele erupted at the border of Dongwei County and Baishi County, where the 9th floor dispatched 3 skilled-level scholars along with a craftsman, ultimately capturing the stele, propelling Reflections on the River to the 33rd spot. By the 10th day, 5 days had passed since the fervent contest for rankings. The situation had grown increasingly intricate. While the rankings on the Wansheng list appeared stable, each shift represented a grueling struggle. The rivalry between Dongwei County and Baishi County had escalated to a point of fierce contention. On the first day, Dongwei County seized a county stele, only for Baishi County to reclaim it shortly thereafter. They were not only tasked with defending their own territories but also with breaching the weaknesses of their adversaries. The back and forth continued, with neither side yielding. Reflections on the River laboriously ascended to the 29th position, only to remain static for an entire day. At the 9th floor, Sun Yin approached Qin Xiaoman once more. My esteemed master, could you not intervene again? 29th place is already commendable by past standards. Yet we still fall short by 4 ranks. Sun Yin felt as though these 5 days had stretched into 5 months. Even with the support of literary energy, he felt utterly exhausted. Dongyue County governed 17 counties, each Wenchang stele serving as a critical battleground, necessitating vigilance against Baishi County's assaults while simultaneously mounting counterattacks. It was akin to warfare. I have already reached out to several literary critics. I believe their evaluations will soon be published, Qin Xiaoman assured him. Sun Yin nodded. Literary critics, at the very least, were craftsmen in their own right, skilled at appreciating poetry and critiquing prose. The top literary critics were typically masters, capable of shaping the perspectives of scholars across an entire county or even a prefecture. The pressure on the 9th floor was immense, palpable throughout the bamboo forest. Especially since they were harnessing the energy of the bamboo forest, failure would yield dire consequences. As the day drew to a close, Li Chang'an, Zhou Ziyu, and Anan found themselves at Bai restaurant. The pressure within the tower is overwhelming. It's far more liberating outside, Zhou Ziyu lamented, collapsing into a chair. Li Chang'an and Anan were similarly fatigued. Although there was little to do on the 9th floor, the anxiety over rankings weighed heavily on everyone. In such an atmosphere, even breathing felt burdensome. To be honest, given the current circumstances, our presence there serves little purpose. We simply clock in and out. Those capable of contributing are primarily skilled and craftsmen. Have you not seen how our master has begun to exert himself? Anan mused, perusing the menu and selecting 5 dishes and a soup, along with 3 bottles of wine. Perhaps we should open external tasks. Completing them could yield a modest profit. External tasks? You dream, Li Chang'an retorted. The bamboo forest has already mobilized. Let alone our 9th floor, those capable of action have mostly been dispatched. Accepting external tasks at this juncture risks failure, which would tarnish our reputation. Zhou Ziyu interjected, Tai Bai is correct. We should simply focus on maintaining our presence. Anan summoned a waiter and handed over the menu. My literary energy growth has sharply declined. It has practically stagnated by today. Has there been no further progress? Zhou Ziyu inquired, astonished. If your piece makes the list, you will be even closer to becoming a skilled. Anan shook his head, sighing in resignation. It's not worth the effort. Ultimately, the quality of the poetry falls short. The difficulty of ascending the Wansheng list is immense. Before the academy intervened, there was a fighting chance, but now, the opportunity has vanished. However, within 5 days, the various academies will have exhausted their strategies. It will then depend on the quality of the poetry to prevail. The academy can provide support, yet the key to success on the Wensheng list lies within oneself. External forces are not enduring. At this point, Nan turned to Li Chang'an. Tai Bai, how goes your poem? Is the literary energy still on the rise? Li Chang'an nodded. It continues to grow. Ah, that indicates Tai Bai's poem possesses substantial momentum. There's a chance it may even make the Wensheng list. Zhou Ziyu exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. If it truly makes the list, Tai Bai, you must take us to the Jiafangxi. And Nan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he glanced at Li Chang'an. The difficulty of ascending the Wensheng list was indeed formidable. Most apprentices must endure 4 to 5 years, or even 7 to 8, before they can become skilled craftsmen, which speaks volumes about the arduous nature of the journey. Over the course of 4 to 5 years, producing merely 10 poems worthy of the literary sage's list translates to an average of only 2 compositions per year. Thus, neither Zhou Ziyu nor Nan believed that Li Chang'an could ascend the literary sage's list on his first attempt. The challenge is simply too formidable. Li Chang'an filled his cup with wine and raised it, pledging to heed the auspicious words of his companions. The meal arrived promptly, and among the trio, Zhou Ziyu was the most gluttonous, with half of the 5 dishes and 1 soup ordered specifically for him. This indulgence was a response to the immense pressure from the 9th pavilion, where only feasting could alleviate the burdens of worry. Guan Xingren, as was his custom, sat quietly at his writing desk, engrossed in the literary texts before him. The words of his classmates echoed in his mind, filled with a sense of lamentation. The poem he had hoped would grace the literary sage's list had, unexpectedly, been swept away in the fierce competition on the 5th day. Like a fragile boat tossed helplessly by tumultuous waves, obliterated without resistance. Yet, Guan Xingren felt no regret. Even after attaining literary fame, the bond he shared with his peers remained intact, and he could still sense the upward momentum of ascending the 9th pavilion. Although slow, it was resolute, much like himself. He believed in this poem as he believed in himself. Even in the face of failure, he harbored no grievances or regrets. Guan Xingren slowly rose, preparing to step out and continue to advocate for ascending the 9th pavilion. Li Chang'an and his companions departed from Baiwei residence, exchanging courteous farewells. Brother Tai Bai, I eagerly await the day you ascend the ranks of the literary sage and treat us to a celebratory feast. And Nian's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of the evening glow, enhancing her already striking beauty. Li Chang'an rubbed his eyes, hastily averting his gaze. Rest assured, my brethren, I shall strive to the best of my abilities. With that, he bid farewell to the two and made his way home. As he walked partway, a thought struck Li Chang'an, prompting him to summon the literary scroll to check the literary sage ranking. To his astonishment, the 100th position was boldly inscribed with ascending the 9th pavilion. His pupils dilated, and his heart began to race. Within the literary palace, the first star emanated an increasingly rich literary aura, coalescing into a cascading sea of clouds that enveloped the palace. A brand new poem appeared on the literary sage ranking, displacing the previous entry, instantly capturing the attention of numerous literary scholars. This was not mere child's play before the 5th day. It was a piece that had withstood the fierce competition and emerged triumphant on the literary sage ranking. Such poetry was particularly captivating. At this juncture, those who could ascend the ranking were essentially guaranteed stability. Many scholars turned their gaze towards this newly surfaced poem. Ascending the 9th pavilion. A new poem has emerged on the literary sage ranking. We must go and see. Those that managed to rise after the 5th day of competition are not to be underestimated. Ascending the 9th pavilion from Baishu Academy. We must investigate this situation. Why is there still a disruptor present at this time? The emergence of ascending the 9th pavilion was akin to a drop of ink in a bowl of water, drawing significant attention. Anyone familiar with the literary sage ranking understood its implications. Ascending the literary sage ranking was a solid achievement. At this moment, literary critics finally began to take action. Discovering hidden gems early was advantageous for them, allowing ample time to contemplate and critique the works. To stir the literary atmosphere of an entire county or even a prefecture was no simple feat. Li Chang'an had initially assumed that this time would follow the previous slow ascent. However, he had underestimated the potency of returning to the literary sage ranking. Prior to the 5th day, it was merely a skirmish. The true luminaries had not yet cast their eyes upon it. But after the 5th, the real competition began. Even the masters of literature would scrutinize the poetry remaining on the literary sage ranking. That night, ascending the 9th pavilion secured the 90th position. Ren Jilin, A renowned literary critic voiced his opinions that very night, swiftly igniting a tumult. After reading Ascending the Ninth Pavilion over 10 times, he could only marvel at Tai Bai's exceptional talent. The bright sun sets behind the mountains describes the distant scenery, portraying what one sees from the pavilion. The yellow river flows into the sea, captures the nearby view, depicting the grandeur and might of the water. Tai Bai, with remarkably simple and unadorned language, encapsulated the vast landscapes within merely 10 characters. From the ground to the horizon, from near to far, from west to east. These 2 lines of poetry collectively embrace the essence of the surroundings, showcasing a powerful poetic strength. Had it been only the first 2 lines, I would merely commend Tai Bai for his poetic gift. However, with the subsequent 2 lines, the poem's intention is elevated, evoking admiration. The latter 2 lines, seemingly straightforward in their depiction of the ascent to the pavilion, carry profound meanings, inviting contemplation. They introduce a fresh perspective, catching readers off guard, while seamlessly connecting with the preceding lines, propelling the poem into a higher realm and revealing a broader vista. Furthermore, this poem features a distinctive structural characteristic. It is a perfectly balanced quatrain. The first 2 lines juxtapose bright sun and yellow river, contrasting the colors of white and yellow, as well as the verb sets and flows. The same holds true for the latter lines, achieving formal perfection. Though the poem lacks grandiose phrases, the ambition and positive spirit it exudes are truly remarkable. An absolute masterpiece. This critique, coupled with Ascending the Ninth Pavilion, soon sparked a fervent response across various regions. Even in the deep of night, its influence remained astounding. With Rin Julin leading the charge, numerous literary critics began to voice their thoughts, while students from county academies, such as Chang'an, took the initiative to promote it. Ascending the Ninth Pavilion symbolizes the collective yearning for ascendance to higher positions. Following its return to the literary sage ranking, Tai Bai's name, along with Ascending the Ninth Pavilion, became wildly celebrated. The next morning, Li Chang'an awoke from his slumber, nearly tumbling out of bed. Within the literary palace, the first star poured forth a torrent of literary energy, enveloping the entire palace in a dense literary atmosphere, akin to a thick autumn fog where one could hardly see their hand before their face. Summoning the literary scroll once more to check the literary sage ranking, Li Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. Ascending the Ninth Pavilion, now in the 77th position. How? What has happened? In a single night, it ascended from 100 to 77. This is nothing short of mysticism. After breakfast, Li Chang'an managed to quell his excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor as he arrived at the academy. The atmosphere on the first floor had eased somewhat. Reflections on Wangchuan had reached the 26th position, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just one more position was needed to meet the requirement. With over half a month remaining, there should be opportunities to ascend further. The pressure on everyone's minds began to dissipate. Li Chang'an opened first encounter with rhythm, choosing not to join the discussion, instead quietly perusing it. On the literary sage ranking, Ascending the Ninth Pavilion quietly climbed to the 70th position. On the 7th floor, Sun Yan intently focused on reflections on Wangchuan, eager for it to ascend to the 25th position at any moment. He had dispatched nearly all capable individuals to the task. The rivalry with Baishi County had reached a boiling point. The literary critics entrusted by Qin Xiuman the previous night had also promoted this poem. All possible means had been employed. Now, they could only wait patiently. Just one more position, surely it could ascend. Yet, this small gap made Sun Yan increasingly restless and uneasy. Approaching noon, reflections on Wangchuan finally reached the 25th position. Sun Yan laughed heartily, satisfied that he had not disappointed Zhishan's expectations, successfully entering the top 25. However, before his laughter could subside, Sun Yan's expression suddenly changed. The recently ascended reflections on Wangchuan had dropped back a position. Sun Yan sprang to his feet, his aura uncontrollably radiating outward. Those rascals from Songwei Academy were once again vying for the county Wuchang steel. Sun Yan's frustration mounted, wishing he could personally descend into the fray and engage in literary combat with Baishi County. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. A person burst through the door, breathless. The deputy head of the academy reported that news had just arrived from Lin County. The Lin County Wuchang steel had been seized. Indeed, Sun Yan's eyes gleamed dangerously. Was it those rascals from Songwei Academy? No, it was not. The visitor's expression was peculiar. Speak plainly. It is from our Baishu Academy. The poem is titled Ascending the Ninth Pavilion. Sun Yan's aura trembled violently. It was also from Baishu Academy? Ascending the ninth pavilion? He quickly inquired if it specified which branch. Still investigating. The visitor replied, "No need. I shall investigate personally." Sun Yin waved his hand, a flicker of wrath surfacing in his eyes. Those rascals outside had yet to be dealt with, and now his own people were laying traps for him. All for the sake of vying for the 25th position. Whom had he offended? Sun Yin promptly made his way to the head office. Chang'an had just set down the long-distance communication talisman when he saw Sun Yin enter and said, "News from the Central Academy. Ascending the ninth pavilion belongs to our Dongyue branch." And it utilized the identity jade token of Zhushan's ninth pavilion. Sun Yin's words were abruptly silenced, and he stammered, Our people?" Chang'an waved his hand, and a series of critical essays about ascending the ninth tower hovered in the air. Before the 5th day of the lunar month. This poem had been languishing in the last 20 positions, but after the surge of competition on the 5th, it was pushed down. Last night, it made a triumphant return to the Wensheng ranking, leaping to 77th overnight, and now it had climbed to 70. Vice Master Su. When did our ninth tower produce such a talent? Not a single ounce of the Academy's influence was utilized, and yet it soared like this. Sun Yin felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Usually, Chang'an spoke with gentle demeanor, but it was clear he sensed the discontent in his tone. He quickly checked the Wensheng ranking, and ascending the ninth tower was credited to Tai Bai. Thunderstruck. It was as if 5 thunderbolts had struck him simultaneously. Sun Yin incredulously turned to Chang'an and stammered, This person, is he the newcomer?" Meanwhile, on the first floor, the ranking fluctuations of feeling of Wangchuan elicited gasps of astonishment. It finally went up. Oh no, it dropped again. It must be those fellows from Songyue Academy. How unfortunate. Li Chang'an stealthily glanced at the Wensheng ranking and couldn't help but smirk. 69th place. Had he taken some medicine? The ascent was astonishingly rapid. A pang of anxiety struck Li Chang'an. Could it be that he had siphoned off some of feeling of Wangchuan's reputation points? On the 7th floor, Sun Yin had regained his composure. He had been preoccupied with the ranking of feeling of Wangchuan and had neglected to pay attention to the poem that had just returned to the Wensheng ranking last night. After reading it, his earlier agitation subsided. Feeling of Wangchuan had not lost unjustly. What should we do next? Sun Yin inquired. Let us observe the changes. Since this poem could ascend the Wensheng ranking without any assistance and with such momentum, we shall wait. Chang'an replied, when its potential is exhausted. The Academy will lend its support. Is he a connection brought in by Gu Wei Dao? Chang'an asked, looking at Sun Yin. Sun Yin nodded, confirming that the individual's background was clean. His family had been conscripted 5 years prior to the northern battlefront and had been confirmed dead. The teacher had taken a liking to him, which was why he was sent in early. Have you checked with the Holy Literary Compass? Yes, there were no issues. Chang'an nodded slightly. In that case, let us cultivate and promote him well. If he truly is a prodigy, the status of our ninth tower will rise accordingly. Understood. Sun Yin left the room, still somewhat dazed, and did not immediately summon Li Chang'an. Instead, he returned to his quarters, his gaze vacant. Oh, teacher. What kind of genius have you sent me? Fresh out of obscurity, and already looking to overturn my ninth tower? No one could have imagined that a poem with no Academy support, ascending the ninth tower, would stir such a tempest. The academies in various counties were alarmed to find that their local Wenchang steels had been systematically occupied. Sichuanlu County, Bailiang-Tung County, Baishi Hing County. All had been seized. Despite being a tightly knit county, a newcomer had taken the lead, shocking everyone. Except for Bailu Academy. Other major academies simultaneously endeavored to reclaim the Wenchang steel, dispatching skilled scholars and even artisans. Yet, their efforts proved futile. More and more scholars recognized the rapidly ascending the ninth tower. Guan Xingren, the first to pay homage to literary fame, heard his classmates express their admiration and envy in unison. Brother Guan, your insight is remarkable. Who could have envisioned that a poem which barely made the ranking could possess such potential? Even the literary critics proclaimed it a masterpiece. Brother Guan, you must take us with you next time. This visit to pay homage has yielded great rewards. Guan Xingren merely smiled. His eyes filled with gratitude as he gazed at the Wensheng ranking, where ascending the ninth tower was skyrocketing. The Wensheng ranking was thrown into turmoil due to Li Chang'an's poem. Who could have expected that what seemed like a mere kitten, ascending the ninth tower, would transform into a ferocious tiger? And a famished one at that. Within a single day, it had surged to 60. Li Chang'an was restless all day. The climb was too rapid. Even with confidence in his poem, the speed at which it was ascending seemed almost alarming compared to its previous sluggish pace. Moreover, The higher the ranking, the more attention it drew. His peaceful life was likely in jeopardy. Sure enough, as Tai Bai's name was called out, all eyes turned towards him. Filled with confusion, astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of jealousy, a cacophony of emotions, Li Chang'an suddenly felt like a national treasure in a zoo. Under the scrutinizing gaze of 100 people, as if they were ready to peel away his skin. If he weren't still in the academy, he felt as though he would be torn to shreds. And Nan nudged Li Chang'an, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother Tai Bai." Li Chang'an shivered. "That's enough. You're a grown man. Speaking like that is lethal. Should I don women's attire instead? Get lost. Don't distract me from my reading. Let me see what our master Tai Bai is reading to create such an astonishing work." And Nan snatched the book from Li Chang'an's desk. Everyone on the floor craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse, hoping to uncover some secret. And Nan flipped through the books, his voice carrying throughout the floor. The Analects of Confucius, Initial Understanding of Rhyme, Anthology of Poetry and Prose. As Nan's voice dwindled, he ultimately returned the book to Li Chang'an, dazed. The others, who had been eavesdropping, looked at Li Chang'an in disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" Zhou Ziyu approached, exclaiming, "Brother Tai Bai, you really read these books?" Li Chang'an feigned innocence. "Yes? What's wrong with that? No hidden secrets? What secrets could I possibly have? I haven't even finished these books." "Huh. You're impressive." Zhou Ziyu gave a thumbs up. "These are the introductory textbooks of the Xioshan Academy." "Indeed. I'm still reviewing. I must attend the Xioshan Academy as an auditor next month." The entire floor fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone felt a surge of blood rising, the impulse to vomit. A person hailed as a master talent by literary critics was still poring over introductory textbooks. Even more crushing was the revelation that he hadn't even passed the assessment for the Xioshan Academy. Merely an auditor? Was this what genius looked like? As soon as the designated time arrived, Li Chang'an dashed away. No sooner had he left than people crowded around his desk. They stared at the books, lost in thought. Someone mused, "Could it be that we missed the essence within? I must revisit these books for further study. It shouldn't be. I know these texts by heart. And I've only written 2 poems that made the rankings so far." Even as people continued to overestimate ascending the 9th tower, they ultimately discovered they had underestimated its potential. On the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, the Wenchang stele of Sichuan County was seized. The conflict escalated from a county Wenchang stele to that of an entire region. This marked the first instance in a month where a regional Wenchang stele had been overtaken by an external poem. In an instant, the world was shocked. Ascending the 9th tower subsequently soared to 50, officially challenging the top 50. The students of Bailu Academy have completely lost their minds. Who exactly is this Tai Bai? The Wenxing list only mentions our Bailu Academy, but does not clarify which prefecture's branch it belongs to. With so many 9th towers, who knows which one it is? Given the current momentum, reaching the top 20 seems entirely within reach, and importantly, no help from the Academy has been invoked. It seems we are about to gain another top-tier genius at Bailu Academy. I only wish for the master to take me along. Take you where? Do you think Master Tai Bai would even notice you? Indeed, Master Tai Bai, look at me. Just take me with you. Tai Bai, calm down. Everyone. I will return next month. Master, please contain your powers. The top 50 are already struggling. Upon realizing that Li Chang'an is Tai Bai, Sun Yin immediately issued a gag order. Thus, despite the chaos within the 9th tower, no one outside is aware that Tai Bai is hidden within it. Others from different towers attempted to gather information, but they were met with dismissive responses. No one dares to joke around at this time. This is a direct order from the Vice Master. Who would dare leak it? The name Tai Bai is gaining prominence, and ascending the 9th tower is making remarkable progress. On the 12th day of the first month, it ranked 41st. On the 13th, it reached 33rd. On the 14th, it climbed to 25th. The upward momentum shows no signs of abating, and it possesses an audacious spirit that seems poised to upend the Wenshang list entirely. Sun Yin feels utterly relieved, despite his hopes for Wanchuan Yugan dropping to 27th. The sudden emergence of ascending the 9th tower has saved him. Qin Xiuman is also in high spirits, as with Tai Bai's presence. The reputation of the 9th tower in Jushan will only grow, elevating his own status as the master of the tower. Relaxing in his chair while using a long-distance communication talisman, he converses leisurely. "Zhao Master, you refer to Tai Bai? That is a rare gem I have unearthed with great difficulty." "Mediocre. Really, he still requires careful honing. I fear his pride may lead him astray." "Give him to you? What do you mean? 1,000 Wenjing? I offer you 3,000, and you find another Tai Bai for me. Have you been in the capital too long? Enough of this chatter. don't take it seriously. You mustn't be too thick-skinned, you know? Qin Xiuman switches to another contact. Lu Master, how is the situation on your end? Oh, already at 20th place? That's quite good. My situation isn't looking great. I'm a bit worried. Currently, none of the top 5 are from Bailu Academy. How about a collaboration? How do we collaborate? You follow my lead, and I assure you I can pull one of the top 5 down. What do you mean the capital's headquarters won't allow it? Rules are rigid. But people are flexible, you know? All right, enough of this idle talk. You owe me a meal, don't forget. At Chang'an Academy's Hanhai branch. What exactly is going on with Tai Bai? Who can investigate and provide clarity on the situation? It's becoming impossible to contain. The song ascending the 9th tower has garnered too many admirers, and with the Wenchang monuments across various regions falling, we cannot reclaim them. So, we must just watch it continue to ascend? At this point, the Academy's influence on the Wenchang list has diminished. We can only rely on the quality of the poetry itself to fight. First, we must uncover Tai Bai's background. If he can join Xiangshan Academy, elevating him to the top of the Wenchang list would be a worthy endeavor. At the Imperial Academy in the capital, the headmaster remarks, Bailu Academy stands to gain immensely with the emergence of Tai Bai. We are about to have another master among us. Those literary critics only know how to create a spectacle and exaggerate. There have been too many fleeting geniuses. Who can ensure this is not Tai Bai's peak work? What does the headmaster mean? To wait and see. If more such poems emerge consecutively, then we must strive for it. Understood. Li Chang'an, the center of public discussion, is currently perusing the poetry and prose collection, while those around him whisper and occasionally glance his way. Li Chang'an has become accustomed to this in recent days when his identity token suddenly vibrates. Brother Tai Bai, shall we visit the Court of Flowers today? Let us celebrate properly. Don't call me Brother Tai Bai. I fear the implications if that gets out. Fine, from now on, I shall call you brotherly. It's safer. But you haven't answered. Are we going to the Court of Flowers? Indeed, let's south go to the Court of Flowers. Lady Tsai is brother Anas. But I can introduce you to another courtesan. Li Chang'an glances at Zhou Ziyu and shakes his head in exasperation. Why are you here? I truly do not wish to go. I have matters to attend to at home. I now suspect you may not be a man, so indecisive. I already gave you Lady Tsai. Is that not enough? Brethren, don't be hasty. Perhaps brotherly simply does not fancy that type. I thank you all. What? Could it be you truly prefer men? Shall I accompany you? Li Chang'an nearly spits blood, looking at Nan, who rolls his eyes and turns away. Brethren, please rein in your powers. You're scaring me. 3 brothers, a bond of iron. Do you understand? It's settled then. This month, the 3 of us will visit the Court of Flowers together. Brotherly can choose whatever type of lady he desires. I will cover the expenses. Shunti, we discuss poetry and prose instead of this frivolity about going to the Court of Flowers and indulging in wine? Enough boasting. Your poem still holds momentum. With the Academy's support, a spot in the top 10 is possible. Do you think an apprentice can leap directly to master? What a dream. Even if you write 10 poems that rank in the top 10 of the Wenchang list, an apprentice can only advance to a skilled craftsman. One step at a time, even I know that. While the 3 engage in lively conversation, the Shoshin Academy is equally ablaze with discussion. Indeed, our Bailu Academy's ascending the 9th tower is undoubtedly a masterpiece from a master, exceptional in quality. Of course, with so many literary critics praising it, if it lacked such prowess, it wouldn't have reached such heights. It would be even better if it were from the Donghua branch of our academy. It would be quite the boast. I truly wish to witness this Tai Bai, a future master. I've heard he is quite dashing. Where did you hear that from? Everyone is saying so. Due to their shared affiliation with Bailu Academy, everyone feels a sense of kinship towards Tai Bai and wishes to meet this legendary figure. Having burst onto the scene, he is already known far and wide. However, an hour later, the Shoshin Academy is filled with complaints. No, please. Why has ascending the 9th tower suddenly been added? Wasn't the list already finalized? We haven't even prepared the 10 poems that were previously established, and now there's an additional one? The monthly assessment is only 15 days away. Is this not a deliberate attempt to punish us? With so many pieces to critique, the time is far too short. We cannot organize it all. Please, esteemed instructor, show some mercy. Can we not postpone this to March? I promise I will thoroughly interpret ascending the 9th tower. Tai Bai, as fellow students of Bailu Academy. Why must you do this to me? How does one swiftly diminish one's affection for a poem? Simply turn it into an examination topic. Li Chang'an has also received notice. As an auditor in the Shoshin Academy, he too is required to participate in the upcoming monthly assessment. However, Upon realizing that the primary focus was on understanding ascending the 9th floor, Li Chang'an curled his lips into a slight smile. The heavens have granted me a first-class distinction. After the dispersal of the examination, Li Chang'an departed from the academy punctually, a routine that had become customary for those around him. Yet, the evaluations had transformed remarkably. Once deemed ignorant, he was now regarded as possessing the demeanor of a genius. Li Chang'an did not return home directly. Instead, he made his way to a quaint tavern, where he reserved a private room and patiently awaited his companion while savoring fine dishes and wine. After approximately 15 minutes, a robust figure pushed open the door and entered the room, instantly filling the space with his presence. Uncle Zhang, Li Chang'an greeted, rising to bow respectfully. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Fugui. Shaking off the furs from his shoulders, Zhang Fugui sat down with a heavy sigh, exclaiming how immense the county town had become since his last visit 2 years prior, remarking on how he could hardly recognize the roads. Chang'an, how have you fared in the county town? He inquired, his voice imbued with genuine concern. During his time in hiding, Li Chang'an unreservedly shared the recipe for his hot pot base and the brewing method for ergo to liquor. This revelation brought immense relief to both Zhang Fugui and Gu Weidao, affirming that Li Chang'an did not regard them as outsiders and they had not misjudged him. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang, Li Chang'an said, pouring a drink for Zhang Fugui. My sister and I have only recently arrived in the county town and are gradually acclimating to life here. At least we are free from worries about food and shelter. Zhang Fugui then produced a letter from his pocket. Your master has been quite worried about you. Even after the lockdown in Lin County was lifted, he dared not come searching for you. Had it not been for your letter, I would have waited even longer to find you in the county town. He expressed his concern for Li Chang'an, fearing he might be bullied as a newcomer in the academy. A warm current surged through Li Chang'an's heart. Uncle Zhang, please rest assured, I am doing quite well here. Zhang Fugui continued, pulling out 2 banknotes and a piece of paper. After you left, I followed your advice and opened 3 hot pot restaurants in Lin County, and the business has been quite decent. Please take this money, and here is a new contract that I drafted after discussing it with your master. Take a look, and if everything seems satisfactory, please sign it. Li Chang'an glanced at the contract and frowned slightly before placing it down. Uncle Zhang, are you not mocking me? Why offer me so much? The contract stipulated that Li Chang'an would receive 60%, Zhang Fugui 30%, and the remaining 10% would go to the restaurant staff. For the other partnership, Li Chang'an would receive 40% and Zhang Fugui 10%. Zhang Fugui, devouring a piece of twice-cooked pork, spoke between mouthfuls. Chang'an, the success of Wang Fuji hot pot is ultimately due to your efforts. Without the recipe for the hot pot base or the ergo too, there would be no Wang Fuji. I feel greedy for taking so much. How could I dare to demand more? Uncle Zhang. Li Chang'an attempted to articulate his thoughts, but Zhang Fugui interrupted him. Chang'an, I have felt uneasy taking so much. If it were just for myself, a 10% share would suffice. However, I carry the weight of so many others, which is why I shamelessly took so much as he spoke. Zhang Fugui took a hearty swig from the wine bottle. Recently, I have come across a group of veterans returning from the northern border. Their lives are quite dire. Some have lost their elderly parents and have no spouses, while others have children but cannot even feed them. They fought for the great Jin, yet this is the outcome? Sai's voice was heavy with sorrow. Li Chang'an ordered 2 more bottles of wine and placed them in front of Zhang Fugui. Have you been assisting those veterans as well? Zhang Fugui nodded in affirmation. How about this? Giving me 60% is excessive. I will take 30%. And the other 30% will go to you. Uncle Zhang, Li Chang'an proposed. Zhang Fugui was about to object, but Li Chang'an pressed on. My father and brother went to the northern battlefield 5 years ago and never returned. If they were still alive, I believe they would support my decision. Uncle Zhang has helped me immensely. If it weren't for your trust, I could not have gathered 300 taels of silver within a month to redeem my sister. Even with the hot pot base and ergo too. Without you and my master, I would have been captured long ago and never made it to the academy. Zhang Fugui paused, his chopsticks trembling slightly, his fierce gaze glistening with emotion as he grasped Li Chang'an's hand firmly. Chang'an, Li Chang'an could sense Zhang Fugui's fervor. Uncle Zhang, have you considered an alternative approach? Relying solely on charity is not a sustainable solution. Zhang Fugui looked at Li Chang'an eagerly. What do you propose? Rather than merely providing the veterans with money, we should help them find work to sustain their families. By enabling them to support themselves, their futures will improve, and they can live with dignity instead of relying on handouts, which could lead to their decline. Zhang Fugui's beard quivered slightly, his emotions stirred. Chang'an, you are the first to consider their dignity. I had thought of arranging for them to work at Wanfuji, but there are too many to accommodate, Zhang Fugui admitted. Too many? How many are there? Li Chang'an inquired. 138. Li Chang'an dropped his chopsticks in disbelief. No wonder it was overwhelming. Suddenly accommodating over 100 individuals would be financially unfeasible based solely on Wang Fuji's earnings. After pondering, Li Chang'an suggested, the capital required to open a hot pot restaurant is substantial. We cannot bear that burden alone. Perhaps we could test the waters by opening a single location in another county first. If it succeeds, we can expand further. Then, based on Wanfuji hot pot, we could disperse the veterans. If we cannot accommodate them all in the restaurant, we could also consider selling spicy skewers or setting up street stalls to employ a portion of them. If that does not work, I have sugar-coated hawthorn to sell. As long as they are willing to work hard, they can earn a decent income daily, at least enough to cover their basic needs. Zhang Fugui's eyes brightened, as if Li Chang'an's words had illuminated the dark clouds over his heart. Excellent, excellent, Chang'an. This plan could indeed allow them to sustain themselves with their wages. Thank you. Chang'an, on behalf of those veterans, I express my gratitude. Once Zhang Fugui had calmed down, Li Chang'an spoke earnestly. Uncle Zhang, before we proceed, I must emphasize one last point. We should not extend our assistance to those veterans who are lazy and unwilling to work. Zhang Fugui nodded, patting his chest. Rest assured, I will not allow such individuals to tarnish our reputation. They are all valiant men who have fought countless battles and still possess their pride. Li Chang'an poured another drink for Zhang Fugui. In the future, Uncle Zhang must find trustworthy individuals to assist us. The costs of operating a hot pot restaurant in such a large county town are exorbitant, but we can initially focus on spicy skewers and sugar-coated hawthorn. With the large population here, they will surely sell better than in the county town, allowing us to employ more people. Zhang Fugui laughed heartily. Indeed, Chang'an, your insight is remarkable. My worries are finally alleviated. You are too kind, Uncle Zhang. This is merely my responsibility, Li Chang'an replied, raising his cup in a toast. The two indulged in food and drink until they were fully satisfied. Zhang Fugui clapped Li Chang'an on the shoulder. Chang'an, without you, I truly would not know what to do. Your master has always said you are suited for the path of literature. Yet pursuing martial arts is not out of the question. After discussing with your master, he asked me to bring you this book. With that, Zhang Fugui produced a booklet from his waist. This is a foundational martial arts manual that can strengthen your body. Given your ongoing health issues, you should practice it whenever you have the chance. Li Chang'an took the manual and glanced at it. The 5 animal frolics? Excellent choice. This internal martial art is less intense than external styles and poses minimal strain on the body, making it quite suitable for you. Zhang Fugui meticulously explained the techniques, while Li Chang'an listened attentively and took notes diligently. An hour later, Zhang Fugui rose to prepare for his departure. Chang'an, take care of yourself at the academy. If anyone bullies you, be sure to tell us. Your Uncle Zhang still has strength to deal with a few. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, Li Chang'an replied with a smile. Is there anything you wish to convey to your master? Please tell my master that the words tabai will suffice. He will understand my meaning. Good. Remember to practice the 5 animal frolics. It is excellent for strengthening the body. I shall return to the county city to visit you in due time. After a few more words of advice, Zhang Fugui took his leave, eager to return and organize the group of veteran soldiers, neglecting any rest in the county city. There were matters he would not discuss in front of Li Chang'an, but after today's conversation, he was already contemplating a special gift for him, one that only he could bestow. Li Chang'an watched as Zhang Fugui departed and ordered a lotus leaf roast chicken to take home, knowing it was his sister's favorite. The competition for the literary sage list continued unabated. On the 15th day of the first month, during the Lantern Festival, the academy was closed for the holiday. Li Chang'an stayed home, spending the festival with his sister-in-law and younger sister. Brother, what are you practicing? It looks like a monkey. Lu Linglong giggled, holding a sticky rice cake as she watched Li Chang'an train. This is the 5 animal frolics, based on the tiger, deer, monkey, bear, and crane, corresponding to the 5 elements of the human body. It is extremely effective for physical conditioning, Li Chang'an explained with a smile. Sister-in-law, Linglong, you can learn it too. Great. I want to learn. Lu Linglong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she devoured the sticky rice cake and pulled Lu Jin to follow Li Chang'an. Lu Jin, somewhat exasperated, found it challenging to grasp the movements after 2 attempts, whereas Lu Linglong had already begun to emulate them quite well after just 2 watches. Li Chang'an was astonished. Although the movements were simple, the speed of her learning was remarkable. Who knew our Linglong was a martial arts prodigy? He praised while ruffling her hair. Proudly, Lu Linglong placed her hands on her hips, declaring, of course, from now on, I will protect you and sister, ensuring no one bullies you. I eagerly await that day. Li Chang'an chuckled, taking her small hand. Now, while we have time today, I will also teach you to read and write. After a busy day, Li Chang'an was amazed to discover that Lu Jin excelled at reading and writing, while Lu Linglong outshone her in martial practice. The two sisters balanced each other perfectly, one scholarly and the other martial, leaving Li Chang'an in awe. As the sisters practiced with their brushes, writing the character for person, Li Chang'an glanced at the literary sage list. Ascending the 9th tower, now ranked 19th. He had broken into the top 20, unbeknownst to him. His ranking had sent shockwaves through the academy's higher echelons. Without the aid of Zhu, he had risen solely on his own merit, showcasing considerable potential. We have all read this poem. It can reach even higher, someone remarked. In January, the literary sage did not act, but 21 masters did, among whom 11 have reached a profound level. If this poem can climb to 12th place, we can give it a push from behind. We must at least narrow the gap between Tai Bai and these masters, evaluating purely on poetic merit. Indeed, who could have predicted such a promising talent would emerge at the year's beginning? Zhu 9th tower will surely receive accolades this time. Upon returning from a high-level meeting, Qin Shou began preparations. Originally, there were no plans for such commotion. But who could have anticipated that a newly arrived apprentice would compose a work that stirred the literary sage list? When it rains, it pours. When a voice is heard, it resonates. On the 16th of the first month, Li Chang'an's poem erupted with newfound vitality, surging into 10th place. The literary circles of Jin were abuzz. Everyone knew ascending the 9th tower was formidable, but its strength was extraordinary, even pushing master-level works down the list. Could it rival the literary sage? Simultaneously, the Bailu Academy began to exert its influence. Among the top 5 poems, none belonged to Bailu, the highest ranking lingering in 6th place, unable to rise. This was a significant embarrassment for the Academy. Now with ascending the 9th tower, which was gaining momentum, perhaps they could break into the top 5. If so, having 2 representatives in the top 10 would not be a disgrace. A literary critic voiced their opinion, suggesting that this poem was surely capable of entering the top 5. Having emerged from obscurity, the world will now associate the name Tai Bai with masters. It could only be described as astonishing, making its debut on the literary sage list. It had turned the rankings upside down. The likelihood of this poem reaching the top 5 seemed promising. However, there were dissenting voices, noting that climbing the ranks of the literary sage list became increasingly challenging. Having entered the top 10, each subsequent step was akin to scaling a mountain. Masters were not simply called as such. Each had undergone rigorous refinement, and their published works were meticulously crafted. For Tai Bai to ascend further would be no small feat yet. The dissenting voices grew quieter with each passing day, until they were nearly silenced. On the 17th of the first month, ascending the 9th tower reached 6th place, truly rising from the depths of the literary sage list to the heavens. One more step forward, and it would breach the top 5, a ranking coveted by many masters. Even in the contention for the literary sage list, masters would need to meticulously craft their works, as it was not feasible to simply present a poem to challenge the rankings. Wenliang had been a master for 6 years, yet he remained at the threshold of entry. He had taken only 6 steps on the path of the literary sage, with 24 more awaiting him. To ascend to the rank of literary sage, one needed to produce 30 works that fell into the top 5 of the literary sage list. This was the simplest of the 3 paths, yet even the easiest path barred countless masters. This January, Wenliang unveiled a poem he had honed for 7 months, Frost Moon, which ascended to the 5th position on the literary sage list. His joy was nearly uncontrollable. He hosted a feast for friends at home, replete with fine wines and delicious delicacies. However, midway through the banquet, a friend summoned a literary scroll, displaying the literary sage list for all to see. Look, ascending the 9th tower is gaining recognition and is rapidly approaching your Frost Moon. Wenliang, slightly intoxicated, was jolted awake by this remark. Indeed, the 2 poems were swiftly closing the gap. How can it be catching up so quickly? Wasn't there a claim that it could only reach the top 10? Many friends frowned, and one spoke up. I have heard rumors that Tai Bai did not utilize any academy support before entering the top 10. A hush fell over the banquet. The music ceased abruptly. Do not panic. Let us quickly engage literary critics, at the very least. We can stifle the momentum of ascending the 9th tower. If we could secure a county-level Wenchang tablet, we could surely maintain the 5th position. Exactly. We have been friends for many years. We will assist you. They were determined to secure the top 5. Wenliang swayed as he rose, clasping his fists in gratitude to the 10 or so friends present. All gathered produced sound transmission talismans, reaching out to literary critics and officials they knew. They had to exert every effort. A dozen master-level individuals sought to preserve a 5th position, even resorting to their trump cards. Wenliang understood the enormity of the debt incurred this time. He would certainly repay it in the future. Yet he did not regret it. Securing the top 5 was imperative for advancing his path to becoming a literary sage. On the literary sage list, Frost Moon continued to surge in prestige. Its ascent promisingly robust. Although the gap with the top 4 was significant, holding on to the 5th position seemed well within reach. Wenliang's face gradually revealed a hint of a smile. However, he could not afford to relax. It was imperative to ensure that all was well. He contemplated seeking the assistance of another esteemed master, a top-tier figure who had traversed 23 steps of the path of literature, second only to the literary sage himself. Yet, in the next moment, ascending the 9th tower surged directly to the 4th position on the literary sage rankings. Wenliang slowly lowered the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman in his hand, a trace of bitterness flickering across his countenance. There was no longer any need. It had become unnecessary. If this continued, Frost Moon would have no chance of breaking into the top 5. The gap between it and the top 4 was already considerable, and he merely wished to retain his 5th position. Now that he had been ousted from it, a return was no longer possible. The banquet fell into silence once more. A voice murmured that ascending the 9th tower had seized 2 more county Wenchang monuments, propelling it upward in an instant. All eyes turned to Wenliang. The mixture of hope and sudden despair was an experience that everyone present had encountered to varying degrees. They were at a loss for words of consolation. After a long pause, Wenliang quietly spoke. Why do I feel that ascending the 9th tower can top the literary sage rankings? His words proved to be prophetic. The distance between the top 4 and the 5th was significant, yet the 4 among themselves were not as unreachable as before. Breaking into the top 4 only signified one outcome, a contest for the first place. The entire literary world of the Great Gene was watching, even with some time remaining before the month's end. Yet everyone understood that the current rankings were stabilizing, with little chance for drastic changes. The only potential variable remained that very poem, ascending the 9th tower. Just as the lines of the poem suggested, to gaze far and wide, one must ascend another level. This poem had already scaled countless heights. To ascend further would mean reaching the summit. Was there still room for advancement? The facts delivered a jarring shock to the literary world of Great Gene. On the 19th of the first month, it claimed the 3rd position. On the 20th, the 2nd. On the 21st, it remained 2nd. On the 22nd, it reached the 1st position. On that day, the literary world of Great Gene exhaled a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Although the reputation continued to grow, with more and more Wenchang monuments being seized across the land, the rankings would no longer shift. From never having been on the list to reclaiming a spot on the literary sage rankings, soaring from the 100th position to the pinnacle, Tai Bai had created a miracle. Numerous masters marveled. I believe we have witnessed the emergence of a genius. The very first poem achieved the extraordinary feat of topping the literary sage rankings. An accomplishment unprecedented in history. We cannot fathom the heights to which Tai Bai's future talent will ascend, but at this moment, his remarkable gifts are known to all. Even a literary sage expressed sentiments. This reminds me of the legendary Su Yuanqing. Upon hearing such words, the world was astonished. Who was Su Yuanqing? The youngest literary sage of Great Gene. Even among the literary sages, he was considered a top-tier figure. The comparison of Tai Bai to Su Yuanqing by such a towering figure was nothing short of awe-inspiring. With such a prodigy emerging, the literary world of Great Gene was bound to experience tumultuous waves in the years to come. Meanwhile, Chang'an remained utterly oblivious, for it was night, and he was enduring the greatest torment of his life thus far. I don't want to. I want to sleep with my brother tonight. No, I'm afraid of the cold. It's cozy in your brother's bed. I will sleep here. Today, Lu Linglong was inexplicably spirited, slipping out of the West Room while Lu Jin was distracted, darting into Li Chang'an's bed and clinging to him tenaciously. Linglong, be a good girl and come back with me, Lu Jin implored, draped in a cloak, attempting to pull her back. I won't. Lu Linglong puffed her cheeks, pouting defiantly. Brother goes to the academy every day and doesn't keep me company. He is always practicing calligraphy with sister at home. Tonight, I just want to sleep with my brother. Ling Long. Li Chang'an felt his body stiffen, daring not to move, only able to offer gentle persuasion. However, as soon as he began to speak, Lu Linglong interrupted, "Brother is biased." "How am I biased? I buy you whatever you like to eat. Is that what I wanted?" Lu Linglong lay half on Li Chang'an's chest, staring at him with an annoyed expression. Li Chang'an swallowed hard. This was not how it was supposed to be. Though they both wore night clothes, the softness and warmth in his embrace, coupled with her continuous writhing, tested his composure as a man. "Then, what do you want?" Lu Linglong's large eyes seemed to glisten with moisture. "Does brother not like me? Is it that you no longer want me? How could that be?" Li Chang'an's heart softened, and the fleeting desires vanished as he gently patted Lu Linglong's back. "Brother likes Ling Long the most." He nodded toward Lu Jian, who sighed softly and retreated to the west room. "Ling Long, you should return to the west room to sleep. Otherwise, your sister will truly become angry." Li Chang'an spoke softly. Lu Linglong squirmed, insisting, "No, I want to marry my brother. It is only natural for a wife and husband to sleep together." Li Chang'an faltered, Did brother ever think of marrying me? Brother doesn't want me." Tears streamed down Lu Linglong's face as she lay on Li Chang'an's chest. Li Chang'an sighed deeply, gently stroking her back. "How could that be?" Lu Linglong's voice trembled. "I know brother likes sister more. You are always happiest when with her. But can you not also consider Ling Long? I don't ask for much. Just a little bit of your affection. Sister told me that brother is destined for great things and will become a high official, so I shouldn't cling to you. But brother, aren't we a family? If you become a high official, will you no longer want us? Will there be other sisters by your side in the future? And will Ling Long no longer be seen? Can we wait until Ling Long grows up a bit? I really want brother to see me at my best. Brother, please don't abandon Ling Long." Lu Linglong sounded like a little kitten, softly murmuring, her voice as faint as a feather, tugging at Li Chang'an's heartstrings again and again. Li Chang'an's gaze softened completely as he embraced Lu Linglong, gently assuring her, "Ling Long, brother will always be here." I believe you, brother." Lu Linglong found a comfortable position, nestling against Li Chang'an, and gradually drifted into slumber. Li Chang'an stared at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The next day, Li Chang'an, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the academy, sitting in a chair with a vacant gaze. After days of relentless bombardment, the attitudes of the scholars from the ninth tower towards him had gradually returned to normal. However, yesterday's triumph still left everyone in a state of disarray. "What's wrong? You look like you've lost your soul," and Nan poked Li Chang'an's shoulder. Li Chang'an turned to Nan, appearing as if he had just awakened. "I didn't sleep well last night. Where did you go?" And Nan raised an eyebrow in surprise, then leered, "A sleepless night, huh, brother?" Li Chang'an was well aware of Nan's lewd thoughts. But the truth of the matter was that he had indeed spent a sleepless night, though his heart had been enveloped in tenderness at that moment. A vigorous young man cradling a charming, innocent little sprite was an overwhelming temptation. Moreover, this little sprite was already tall and striking, a budding beauty, making it impossible for his thoughts not to wander. By the late hours of the night, it had morphed into sheer torment. Zhou Ziyu leaned in, patting Li Chang'an on the back. "Hey, young man, take care of your health. You should exercise some restraint. Don't deplete yourself at such a young age." Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, get lost. Those with filthy minds always think of sordid matters. How can this be deemed sordid? The love between men and women is a natural occurrence." Zhou Ziyu bent down and said, "I possess a manual for dual cultivation. Would you care for it? I won't disclose it to just anyone. Could you possibly spare me?" Li Chang'an quickly pleaded, "I have encountered ill-fated company. These two fellows are perpetually off-kilter. You reached the summit last night. What are your thoughts? Shouldn't you treat us to some merriment at the Joy House?" Annan winked at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nearly tumbled from his chair. "I can manage drinking and dining, but must you wink at me? It frightens me. Ultimately, it is merely a poem. Who knows what the future holds? You possess a commendable mindset. If it were anyone else, their pride would be soaring. Outsiders are almost elevating you to celestial heights, proclaiming you as a future literary sage." Annan chuckled. "Enough already. Do you not comprehend the dangers of excessive flattery? I am but a novice at the White Deer Academy, and these fellows would relish in roasting me over a fire." Li Chang'an lamented. Zhou Ziyu shrugged. "However, a touch of arrogance wouldn't be amiss. Your ascent brings you considerable advantages." "Advantages? Is it not merely the literary aura of the literary sage list?" Li Chang'an rested his head on the table. Annan and Zhou Ziyu both shook their heads. "Just wait. The academy will surely bestow rewards as well." Before they could finish, The voice of Deputy Master Su resonated from the rooftop. Tai Bai, come quickly to the 7th floor. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Chang'an ascended the steps. Upon reaching the 7th floor, both the master and the vice-master were present. After greeting them with a respectful bow, he was met with a warm smile from Qin Xiuman, who raised his hand dismissively, indicating no need for excessive formality. An invisible force lifted Li Chang'an back to his feet. Qin Xiuman, a short and stout middle-aged man, stood in stark contrast to Sun Yan, who exuded an undeniable authority befitting a leader. Qin, on the other hand, resembled a middle-aged man from an alleyway, fond of drink, creating a dissonance in their presence. He waved his hand, and a series of square beams of light materialized before Li Chang'an. What are your thoughts on these? Li Chang'an cast a quick glance, discovering that they were filled with praises and commendations from literary critics, although he had encountered numerous such accolades in the streets and alleys of the county town. This was the first time they were accompanied by names, each representing a renowned literary critic, including even the words of masters like L. Wenliang and Qin Changshu, all of whom he had surpassed on the literary sage rankings. What astonished him most was the prominent phrase nearest to him, comparable to Su Yuan King, poised to challenge the literary sect. The weight of this remark, attributed to a literary giant, struck him like a hammer on his heart. Despite having heard countless compliments in recent days, he could not suppress the quickening of his heartbeat. Being extolled in such a manner was a thrilling sensation that stirred his very being. Lowering his head, it took him a moment to quell his inner agitation. News had arrived from the capital's main academy. Qin Xiuman, with a slight lean forward, announced, "You have an extraordinary opportunity before you." Li Chang'an stood respectfully, his demeanor solemn. "I await your command, master." Qin Xiuman observed the glint in Li Chang'an's eyes, delivering the news with palpable excitement. "The capital's main academy wishes to recruit you. There, resources will be at your disposal, not merely fame, but also the cultivation of literary energy, the refinement of literary techniques, and guidance from esteemed masters, including insights from literary sect leaders. You may even receive the works of a literary sect master." Taken aback, Li Chang'an raised his head in disbelief. Can one truly transfer poetry? According to the manual on cultivation, one could not seize the works of others. Doing so would lead to ruin and collapse. Qin Xiuman chuckled, shaking his head. Ordinary methods will not suffice, but the main academy possesses the sacred transmission technique that allows for the transfer of literary works. However, this technique is notoriously domineering. Once employed, the poem becomes severed from its original author, who would willingly part with their painstakingly crafted verses. But you are different. The main academy assures that if you accept, at least one literary sect master will employ this technique for you. Li Chang'an's mind raced with the implications of such a statement. God-making. I trust you recognize the significance of this. Qin Xiuman leaned back in his chair, continuing. The three premier academies, Songwei, Xiangshan, and Wansong, along with the Imperial Academy, are nurturing top talents, preparing for the impending battle on the Ascendant Dragon rankings in March. We at the Bailu Academy have already selected candidates, yet your emergence has caused a stir among the higher-ups at the capital's main academy. A disciple who has not utilized any resources from the academy managing to break into the top 10 is indeed an achievement that shames even the masters. Thus, if you choose to go, that position will be yours, along with resources beyond your imagination, coveted even by masters. In simpler terms, if you can secure this position, the main academy guarantees your advancement to the 5th rank. An overwhelming prospect of wealth and glory crashed before Li Chang'an. Should he accept, it would signify a definitive leap into greatness. High talent and potential are essential, yet growth is necessary to attain true strength. Presently, the academy spoke not of potential but directly promised future mastery, at least the 5th rank. The 5th rank gentleman's literary talisman, impervious to the elements, would allow him to soar effortlessly. At this level, one could rival an army of 10,000. Li Chang'an found himself captivated, his mouth dry with anticipation. This was beyond mere riches. It was tantalizingly close, within reach. Dare I ask, Master, what must I sacrifice? His voice trembled slightly. Masters will be your mentors. Literary sect leaders will be your esteemed instructors. Resources will flow towards you, and literary techniques will be yours to cultivate. Qin Xiuman's eyes narrowed with temptation. And you must, of course, heed the Academy's directives and strictly adhere to all its arrangements. The Academy does not permit failure. Li Chang'an paused, the implications of such arrangements weighing heavily on him. What if I falter? What if I cannot maintain this position? Should you falter? A hint of amusement danced in Qin Xiuman's eyes. The higher you are lifted, the harder you will fall. The Academy has invested tremendous resources in you. Should you fail, their wrath will reduce you to ashes. Li Chaman opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. He was well aware of his own capabilities. He had committed a vast wealth of poetry and prose to memory, the library's treasures residing within his mind. Yet, only the verses inscribed on the pages of the jade-like tome truly belonged to him. Having already utilized his first poem, he had but half of toasting wine remaining, which he would not dare reveal. Despite the Academy's full support and the promise of a literary sect master utilizing the sacred transmission technique, the prospect of conforming to the Academy's every command gave him pause. Choosing to go to the capital meant becoming a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others. What appeared to be a path adorned with flowers was, in truth, fraught with peril. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Master, are there alternative paths? Li Chaman bit his tongue, his voice hoarse. Of course, Qin Xiuman replied, glancing at Sun Yan, both wearing expressions of satisfaction. You may remain at the 9th floor of Zhushan, contentedly serve as a disciple. You must go to the Institute of Self-Cultivation, swiftly pass its assessments, and earn your rightful place as a student of Bailu Academy. Will you choose this path? Silence enveloped the room once more. Should he venture to the capital? It promised elevation, yet each step would be fraught with danger, his life resting in the hands of others, leaving him vulnerable. Alternatively, he could rely on his vast reservoir of knowledge and, even without the Academy's assistance, ascend the literary sage rankings on his own merit. Power would eventually come. But life is singular. With a deep exhale, Li Chang'an declared, Master, I choose the second path. Do you not regret this choice? Qin Xiuman's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing that remaining in Zhushan had not been entirely agreeable. I do not regret it, Li Chang'an affirmed solemnly. Qin Xiuman waved his hand, the tension in his expression dissipating. In that case, we shall not be stingy. The Vice Master has granted you a privilege. If you penetrate the top 10 of the literary sage rankings, you will be granted access to the Zhushan treasury. The Zhushan treasury? The treasures accumulated over a millennium would be contained within, and even Qin Xiuman himself coveted its contents. You must seize this opportunity. Are there any limitations? No limitations. But you may select only one treasure at a time. Understood. At this moment, the remnants of regret in Li Chang'an's heart began to fade. Return now, and remember to remain humble and cautious. Instances of fleeting success abound, Qin Xiuman advised, his tone adopting a more affectionate note. Do not hesitate to seek guidance from Vice Master Su for any academic inquiries. Proceed to the Institute of Self-Cultivation and pass their assessments swiftly. Student understands. Go now. With that, Li Chang'an took his leave. Li Chang'an clasped his fists in farewell. Sun Yan turned to Qin Xiuman, and a smile finally graced his square face. Master of the pavilion, how do you find it? Good. Qin Xiuman sighed in relief, reclining against the chair's back and gazing at the ceiling. At least he has not lost his original intent. He can be nurtured with care. If there are more verses like ascending the 9th pavilion, the loss of not going to the capital will be compensated by Zhushan. It is imperative to be clear in rewards and punishments, lest arrogance arise. Otherwise, talent may be fleeting. Rest assured, Master of the pavilion, I will remain vigilant. On the 30th day of the first month, the Academy was closed for rest. Yet Li Chang'an rose early. Brother, murmured a voice beside him, as Lu Linglong rubbed her eyes and peeked out from the blanket, half awake. Ever since she had snuggled into Li Chang'an's bedding last time, she had taken to jumping onto his bed every few days, unable to endure her antics any longer. Li Chang'an and Lu Jin established a rule. They could share a bed, but each must have their own blanket and sleep separately. You can sleep a little longer. I have matters to attend to today, and I must leave early, Li Chang'an said, stroking Lu Linglong's hair. Throughout this time, with the persistence of medicinal baths, the young girl no longer appeared malnourished. Her skin had become fairer, though still somewhat youthful. A hint of cold elegance now adorned her features, blending two distinctly different qualities seamlessly. You must return early, she insisted, nuzzling his palm like a little kitten. Sister said she would take me shopping today. Very well. I shall return once my tasks are complete. If you wish to eat or buy anything, just tell sister. I have left all the silver with her. Li Chang'an tenderly tucked Lu Linglong's blanket in before leaving the warmth of the bed. At the end of January, the cold weather still made one shiver. Li Chang'an left home without breakfast, stopping at a nearby noodle shop for a bowl of noodles. Boss, add a tiger skin egg, please. Young master, out so early today? Haha. Yes, I have some matters at the academy. Li Chang'an took out 5 coins and carried his noodles to a table in the back, facing away from the entrance. Before long, he heard a gentle voice behind him. Lu Shu, a bowl of clear soup noodles, please. It was not the soft tone of his sister-in-law, but a light, airy sound that seemed to float in the air. Miss Yan, it's been a few days. Ah, I caught a cold a few days ago. No wonder those fellows keep saying that without Miss Yan's pipa, the brothel lacks flavor. Lu Shu, you tease me. After a while, Li Chang'an sensed movement behind him. The young Miss Yan was seated at the table behind him. The brothel was different from the pleasure houses. It was a place where singing, storytelling, and various performances converged. Not a place of fleshly commerce. Performers would take to the stage, and satisfied patrons would reward them with tips, while those who were not entertained were free to leave without recompense. The brothel also offered tea and snacks, enough to sustain itself, though not very profitable. After finishing his noodles, Li Chang'an rose to leave, glancing instinctively at Miss Yan. She appeared delicate and fragile as a willow, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and she wore a long green dress with a short jacket over it. It was remarkable she could withstand such weather in so little clothing. As Li Chang'an looked over, Miss Yan cradled her bowl of noodles in both hands, sipping the broth with a look of pure bliss. Shaking his head, Li Chang'an bid farewell to the shopkeeper and headed toward the academy. The academy was nearly deserted on this day of rest, yet it coincided with the end-of-month examination ranking. Vice Master Su had specifically instructed him to come to the academy. Arriving, Li Chang'an made his way directly to the 7th floor of the 9th pavilion. Vice Master Su awaited him, pushing open a stone door leading to the innermost chamber, where the rich literary aura flowed forth. Enter. The examination ranking will officially conclude at the 3rd watch. The Academy's share of rewards is already prepared. After greeting, Li Chang'an stepped into the chamber, where the walls and floor were made of green stone, and a multitude of crystals sparkled above like stars. The dense literary aura emanated from these crystals. Li Chang'an sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling literary energy to absorb the aura within the chamber. At the 3rd watch, his body trembled suddenly. It was as if a bell tolled within the literary palace, and he perceived a creamy white literary ranking slowly unfurling above him. Simultaneously, a grand voice resonated in his ear. Reputation is fortune. May you gather the fortunes of the human race once more. The voice echoed through the literary palace, causing it to tremble. With each tremor, the palace seemed to grow more solid, as if countless small hammers were refining it continuously. Then, a towering beam of light descended from the literary ranking, landing upon the first star in the literary palace. Thump, thump. The stars pulsed like a heartbeat, and waves of literary energy surged forth. The palace quaked wildly, as if about to collapse at any moment. The stars greedily inhaled and exhaled the substantial literary energy, swelling with each pulse. Time slipped away, and before Li Chang'an's gaze, the stars transformed into a moon the size of a jade plate, suspended in the literary palace. The literary energy coiled around the moon, ethereal and profound. The creamy white energy cascaded from the moon like a waterfall, resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Literary energy liquefied. Li Chang'an's spirit soared. A poem that ascended the literary ranking could directly propel his cultivation of 9th-grade literary energy forward by a significant step. Just as Li Chang'an believed everything had concluded, the previously still sheep-fat jade book suddenly rustled open. The literary energy that had been flowing toward the literary talisman surged into the jade book. On the previously empty pages, changes Li Chang'an had never anticipated began to unfold. Stepping out of the chamber, Li Chang'an remained in a daze. The sheep-fat jade book had revealed 3 new pages. The first page contained 2 new verses of the Willow Branch, featuring a line that has echoed through the ages. Delicate dice rest upon the red beans. Does the deep yearning pierce the bones? The second page recounted one of China's 4 great legends, butterfly lovers. The third page included Wang Shiji's letter written in clear snow and letter to Minister Kong, though the specifics would require further copying to unveil. This was the second transformation of the sheep-fat jade book. After absorbing a vast amount of literary energy, it astonishingly revealed new content, albeit randomly, like unboxing a surprise. What do you think? Sun Yan's voice interrupted Li Chang'an's reverie. The literary energy has indeed liquefied, Li Chang'an replied honestly. What of the poetic star? Any changes? Sun Yan inquired eagerly. It resembles a bright moon. Sun Yan exhaled in relief. Good, good, good. This is your true foundation. The literary energy emanating from the poetic moon surpasses that of the poetic star. In the long run, the benefits are boundless. Come, Follow me to the Zhushan treasury. The master of the pavilion awaits you there. A smile spread across Sun Yin's face, and as he channeled the literary talisman, an ancient character illuminated beneath their feet. Before Li Chang'an could react, he vanished from his spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself before a stone chamber. The short and stout figure of Qin Shimon came into view. I have met the master of the pavilion. Li Chang'an clasped his fist in greeting. Enter. You may select one item, and you have 1 hour. Qin Shimon patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. Li Chang'an could not help but feel a wave of disappointment as he glanced at the humble stone chamber, which appeared even more shabby than his own home. As if sensing Li Chang'an's thoughts, Qin Shimon chuckled and shook his head, pressing down on Li Chang'an's shoulder and giving him a gentle push into the chamber. Li Chang'an stumbled into the stone room, and in an instant, the world spun around him. The scene unfolded before Li Chang'an, arresting him in place, his pupils contracting sharply. It was as if he had been transported beneath a canopy of stars, the stone walls of the chamber dissolving into a breathtaking vista. Countless stars shimmered, stretching out into an infinite expanse. Each celestial body represented a treasure coveted by the scholars of the academy, perhaps a literary technique, a treasured artifact, or a rare elixir. Standing beneath this astral array, Li Chang'an felt dwarfed. A whisper echoed in his mind, urging him to perceive with his literary inscription and capture with his literary energy. He closed his eyes, activating his inscription and focusing his senses. The myriad stars pulsed around him, some blazing with fiery intensity, others radiating icy cold, and still others seeming to possess a vital essence. Li Chang'an's consciousness drifted, weightless, as he perceived the resonance between the stars and his literary inscription. Each star emanated a potent aura that stirred his soul. Even proximity induced trepidation. After an indeterminate time, a particular star captured his attention. It was inconspicuous, lacking the ostentatious display of the others. Yet, its subtle radiance conveyed a unique power. He approached the star. A faint glimmer appeared in his perception, mirroring the star's understated nature. This spark steadily grew, coalescing into a sea of flames that ignited the vast firmament. Literary technique, prairie fire. This was the most harmonious star he had encountered. It was the one. Channeling his literary energy, he reached out and plucked the unassuming star, drawing it into his literary palace. The star transformed into a profound rune, imprinting itself upon the walls of his literary palace like the intertwined characters of prairie fire. Intricate and complex. Simultaneously, the method for wielding the literary technique flooded Li Chang'an's mind. Before he could fully assimilate it, he was ejected from the stone chamber. Qin Shimon and Sun Yin refrained from questioning him, as any treasure acquired from the Bamboo Mountain treasury was to be kept secret. Return and diligently contemplate your gains. Starting tomorrow, attend lectures at the Cultivation Institute in the mornings and resume your duties at the Heaven and Earth Institute in the afternoons. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shimon conjured an ancient seal of the character Xing beneath Li Chang'an's feet. In an instant, Li Chang'an found himself before the academy gates. He glanced back at the academy, marveling at the freedom afforded within. If only I could master this, I wouldn't have to wake up early anymore. Shaking his head, Li Chang'an turned toward home. Just then, his identity jade vibrated. Brotherly, today is the day of the literary saint ranking settlement. Any gains? Being 17. Zhou. Literary energy transformed into liquid, taking another step forward on the path of the 9th grade. So, you could be considered mid-9th grade? Being 33. Impressive. That's worthy of the top spot on the literary saint ranking. One poem, one step forward. If you wrote a few more, wouldn't you ascend to the heavens? Being 17. Write a few more? You think poems are as common as cabbage? Are you still cavorting with brethren? Being 33. Not really. That kid is with Tsai, enjoying marital bliss. I'm in another courtesan's room. Being 17. Li Chang'an was exasperated by these two. At the slightest provocation, they would head to the pleasure district. Young men should practice restraint. Health is paramount. Being 33. Don't worry, I cultivate martial arts, so my body is robust. I could take on 7 or 8 in one night. Worry about brethren, he's too weak. Tsai alone is enough to overwhelm him. Being 17. Martial arts? What are you doing at the academy? Being 33. Li Chang'an was astonished. After all this time, he was only now learning that Zhou Ziyu cultivated martial arts. I don't have much talent in literary pursuits. My literary inscription has been stuck at the 9th grade, but I have a natural aptitude for martial arts. Being 17. After a brief exchange, Anan interjected, Brother Zhou, you dare to use your identity jade so liberally? Is your literary energy still plentiful? Being 32. I know. The further the distance, the greater the literary energy consumption. Even though my literary energy is like water without a source, I have literary crystals. Being 17. Humph. Spendthrift. You're wasting them. You might as well give them to me. I'm currently cultivating literary techniques and need literary crystals to replenish my literary energy. Being 32. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up. Literary techniques? Being 33. Yes, I just started cultivating them. Once I've mastered them, I'm definitely going to beat up this spendthrift. Being 32. Beat me up? You must be joking. Unless you use literary treasures or literary crystals. You won't be able to use even slightly potent literary techniques until you reach the 7th grade. What are you going to beat me up with? Being 17. So what if I'm in the 9th grade? 9th graders can still use literary techniques. I'll break your head with a brick. Being 32. Brother, wake up. Within the same grade, martial artists are invincible at close range. Besides, I'm an 8th grade martial artist. I could beat you to death. Being 17. Zhou Ziyu's confidence was palpable. And Nan bristled. Just you wait. One day, I'll beat you up. Being 32. Wait. I have a question. Are there any other restrictions on using literary techniques? Being 33. Weakling, you answer. Being 17. Spendthrift, you're paying for the drinks today. Brotherly, we scholars are still in the accumulation phase, where we have too little literary energy. The more powerful the literary technique, the more literary energy it consumes. Carelessness can lead to literary energy depletion. Being 32. So many literary techniques can't be used, especially at the 9th grade. At that level, people generally don't use literary techniques. Of course, it's possible if people cooperate, as they can share the burden. Being 32. But things improve at the 8th grade. The 8th grade cultivation literary inscription is known as words upon the body. You can cast enhancements like strength, courage, and speed upon yourself, as well as inflict debuffs like fatigue and slowness upon enemies. Being 32. If you reach the 7th grade Benevolence literary inscription, it's known as words like blades. Armchair strategy. You can conjure weapons from nothing, wielding literary techniques to create blades with formidable destructive power. Being 32. And Nan explained much, enlighteningly Chang'an. Zhou Ziyu grew impatient. That's enough. Within the same grade, martial artists are invincible at close range. Being 17. TCH, only if you can get close. The 6th grade virtue literary inscription is known as eloquence into reality, shrinking the earth into inches. At least you won't get close so easily. Not to mention the 5th grade gentleman literary inscription, ascending to the clouds. How are you going to get close when we're flying in the sky? Being 32. Scholars are physically weak, with obvious vulnerabilities. Those tactics you mentioned can only deal with ordinary martial artists. In a real fight, a 5th grade martial artist can leap dozens of feet and move faster than a scholar can fly. Being 17. Seeing the two bickering, Li Chang'an quickly interjected. Is it possible to cultivate both literary and martial arts? Isn't there a saying about being skilled in both? Being 33. It's possible, but you can't advance equally. High-grade scholars often cultivate martial arts to compensate for their weaknesses. Being 32. But it's just a superficial attempt. Some people never reach the 5th grade gentleman literary inscription. They don't have enough time to cultivate literary arts, let alone martial arts. Being 17. Li Chang'an gained much. These two were reliable and willing to help him. Thank you. Brothers Zhou and Nan. I'll treat you to drinks another day. Being 33. No need to treat. Just come to the pleasure district, and I'll foot the bill. Being 17. Spendthrift. Being 32. Weakling, you should satisfy your tsai first. What use are you if you can't even satisfy one woman? Being 17. This is no longer just a loss of face for you. My dignity has also been tarnished. Chapter 17, Duel. Chapter 32. Li Chang'an gazed at the identity jade tablet, observing the heated exchange between the two from a distance, and sighed deeply. In the teaching bureau, instead of attending to their duties, they were hiding in their rooms, engaging in a verbal sparring match through the identity jade tablet. What would the courtesans think of this? Aren't they worried? The first day of the month of February marked the commencement of the journey to the Cultivation Institute. Li Chang'an rose early, bid farewell to his sister-in-law and younger sister after breakfast, and hurried towards the institute. After returning yesterday, he had spent the better part of the day studying the intricacies of literary laws, finally grasping the fundamentals of the Starfire Blaze. It was not merely about possessing the literary runes. One must also adeptly wield the literary energy to delineate the intricate runes. Li Chang'an wished to experiment further, but alas. At his current 9th tier level, he could only conjure a small flame. While this was convenient for cooking, showcasing the full might of the blaze was beyond his reach. Upon entering the Cultivation Institute, He was greeted by a throng of students, clustered in groups, discussing a wide array of topics. Some deliberated over poetry and prose, while others, like that rascal Zhou Ziyu, chatted about romance and beauty. There were even discussions about which lady at the institute was the most enchanting. As Li Chang'an navigated through the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. This was what campus life was meant to be. Compared to the Institute of Heaven and Earth, which felt more like a workplace with its relentless pursuit of promotions and raises, the Cultivation Institute exuded a vibrant academic spirit. As he settled into a corner of the designated Jiazi classroom, students trickled in. The atmosphere in the classroom gradually grew tense. Were they prepared? Who could truly be prepared? The first 10 pieces had all been critiqued by literary luminaries, requiring only one to be chosen. However, Ascending the Ninth Tower had only been released a month ago, and no literary master had yet provided their insights. How was one to know which master Lu Jiayu favored? Sighing, he thought about the upcoming assessment focused primarily on ascending the Ninth Tower. Was that truly the case? A round, pudgy figure with small eyes plopped down beside him. Are you new here? I am Li Chang'an, he replied with a polite fist clasp. Forget the formalities, there's no instructor present. Why bother with all the etiquette? I am Qian Zhuang. The plump student squinted, trying to make eye contact. Li Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, your family must be quite wealthy to have such a name. Qian seemed accustomed to such reactions. Indeed, my family is wealthy. My father is the richest man in Dongwei. With that, Qian gestured towards the classroom. See this classroom? My father funded it, allowing me to audit the sessions. Li Chang'an had to concede. This was indeed the power of wealth. The institute was a coveted sanctuary for countless students, and here was someone who had simply bought his way in. Qian Zhuang was a friend worth having. Impressive, indeed. Just average, Qian shrugged nonchalantly. I see you are quite confident about this month's assessment. Have you prepared? Not bad. Li Chang'an coughed lightly. Qian looked at him in surprise. I knew it. You must be extraordinarily learned. Otherwise, how could you have joined the Jiazi classroom midway? Just average. Li Chang'an smiled lightly. Qian leaned in closer. Li, I won't say much. Just help me out later, and I'll treat you to a drink at noon. Just a small favor. You're quite gallant. Our instructor Lu Wakai is very strict. If we fail, there will be dire consequences. During their conversation, the classroom gradually filled with students. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue long coat entered, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. Everyone rose in unison. Bowing in respect, greetings, Instructor Lu. Lu Wakai scanned the room, his gaze pausing momentarily on Li Chang'an, then commanded, sit. Li Chang'an joined the others in taking their seats. And sheets of Xian paper suddenly flew from Lu's desk, landing perfectly before each student. The monthly assessment was about to commence, lasting for an hour. Lu struck the table lightly, and a soft glow emerged, forming an hourglass on the desk, with fine grains of light slowly trickling down. Even after many years, Li Chang'an maintained a sound examination habit, first skimming through the questions, then allowing a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Indeed, wasn't this merely an analysis of poetry? Furthermore, a staggering 40% of the material pertained to ascending the Ninth Tower. Fortune favored him. With confidence, Li Chang'an began writing with fervor. Qian Zhuang, glancing over, was utterly astonished. This newcomer was exceptionally skilled. Just look at that upright posture, the flawless grip of the pen, and the subtle smile of confidence at the corner of his mouth. This was a true asset he would cling to. Li Chang'an's pace was remarkably swift. He had memorized the first 10 pieces thoroughly. The final piece was his own creation. Who could understand it better than he? In just half an hour, he had completed all his responses, even offering a hint to Qian Zhuang beside him. It had been ages since he had enjoyed an examination so thoroughly. Li Chang'an found himself reminiscing fondly, deliberately allowing Qian to glance at his answers for ascending the Ninth Tower. What a relief. The only downside was that he couldn't submit his paper early. Li Chang'an meticulously reviewed his responses twice more, ensuring there were no errors before finally putting down his pen. After a tedious wait of another 15 minutes, the time to submit arrived. Once Lu Wakai departed, Qian released a long breath, excitedly patting Li Chang'an on the shoulder. You truly are remarkable, Li. Your speed in answering was exemplary. Let us go, let us go. To my family's tavern for a drink. Li Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. It was just a small matter, nothing to speak of. I have other matters to attend to, we shall talk another day. Bidding farewell to Qian Zhuang, Li Chang'an made his way to the Institute of Heaven and Earth. He still had some questions regarding literary laws to ask in Ne. Upon arriving at the Institute of Heaven and Earth, he noticed several students nodding in his direction. After the onslaught of ascending the ninth tower, who could still underestimate Tai Bai? Even if this year only produced this one poem, it was enough to take pride in. Weren't you in the Cultivation Institute this morning? You didn't sneak out, did you? Zhou Ziyu asked, puzzled. There was just the monthly assessment this morning. Once it was over, I came straight here, Li Chang'an replied, settling back at his desk. The monthly assessment is crucial. It determines the arrangements for February at the Cultivation Institute. Don't take it lightly, and Nan cautioned. Li Chang'an smiled confidently, spreading his hands. Rest assured, the first 10 poems account for 60%, and ascending the ninth tower alone comprises 40%. Tell me, how can I possibly fail? And Nan and Zhou Ziyu chuckled in agreement. That's true. The most challenging part is your own poem, and you just so happen to be the author. You're bound to pass without a doubt. As Zhou Ziyu returned to his seat, Li Chang'an leaned toward Nan. I tried experimenting with the literary laws yesterday, but I encountered some issues. Nan smiled. Do tell. I've seen Vice Master Su and Master Qin demonstrate the literary laws without needing to use literary energy to outline the runes. They simply conjured them. Li Chang'an lowered his voice, glancing around. But when I attempted it myself, it took me half a day just to outline the runes. If this were a battle, how could I possibly fight? And Nan replied, practice makes perfect. Once your literary energy flows as naturally as your own fingers, and you master the literary runes, you too will be able to conjure them effortlessly. Li Chang'an nodded, retreating to his desk to peruse the Analects of Confucius. Next month, on the 15th, I am to participate in the county examination. Only upon passing will my name be inscribed in the annals of literature, thus solidifying my identity within the academy. This is the pivotal step to rectify the existing gaps, and I must not be careless. Before noon, the jade pendant of my identity trembled slightly, indicating the results of the preliminary assessment from the Institute of Self-Cultivation had been released. With unwavering confidence, I glanced at the top of the list, only to discover my name was conspicuously absent. Could it be? Who could possibly have performed better than I? Skeptically, I scrolled down the list, and disbelief washed over me as I rubbed my eyes in astonishment. My name appeared much lower than I had anticipated, with the name of Qian Zhuang glaringly positioned just above mine. A mere passing score. My mind was enveloped in a haze, utterly bewildered. Is this truly the result of my examination? I refused to believe it. Upon scrutinizing the evaluation, I found that my first 10 poems had been nearly flawless, save for the dismal score on ascending the ninth tower. Had it not been for my high initial scores, I would have undoubtedly failed this preliminary assessment. The instructor, Lu Wenkai, had even specifically requested that I rewrite an interpretative essay on ascending the ninth tower, comprising no less than 3,000 words. Fatigued and drained of energy, I felt my gaze wander aimlessly, my smile morphing into something unrecognizable. Echoes of a past joke reverberated in my mind. How laughable. Bai Ji, merely a poet. What does he know of appreciation? Who truly understands? The examiner. In the afternoon, I fervently scribbled at my desk. Nan and Zhou Ziyu, initially curious about my writing, were soon left dumbfounded upon closer inspection. Brotherly, what on earth are you writing? Nan exclaimed. Please, do not speak to me. I snapped back, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It is not our intention to criticize you, but this is rather narcissistic, don't you think? Writing a critique of your own poetry? Even the great masters never did such a thing. Nan gazed at me with incredulity. I kept my head down, irritated. Just let me be, and do not inquire about who he is. The day drifted by in a haze, and I found myself still the most punctual among those who frequented the ninth tower. Exiting the academy, I spotted the figure of Zhang Fuguei and hurried over. Uncle Zhang? At last, I've been awaiting your arrival. Finally, you've emerged, Zhang chuckled, patting my shoulder. Come, follow me. A group of veterans has come along to meet you. I understood immediately. How many has Uncle Zhang brought? 56. The number startled me. We made our way to a dilapidated courtyard in the farthest reaches of the county town, where I encountered the veterans. Contrary to my expectations, their clothing was not in tatters, though they were scantily clad for the biting cold. Their faces bore hints of pallor, indicating that few could afford a full meal. Yet, within their eyes resided an indefinable spirit, their backs straightened like soldiers standing at attention. The courtyard, though small, was nearly filled with the nearly 60 men standing therein. Brothers. This is the young master Li Chang'an whom I have often spoken of. Zhang addressed the 56 veterans. Everyone sit. As soon as he finished speaking, they all promptly sat on the ground, their eyes fixed on Zhang and then on me. I was taken aback, intending to suggest that such formalities were unnecessary. Yet I was astonished by their synchronized actions. They were disciplined. Uncle Zhang, there is no need for such titles. You may simply call me Chang'an, I said. Zhang shook his head with a smile and turned to the seated veterans. Today marks our first day in the county town. Bear with us for now. In a few days, I will ensure that each of you has a roof over your heads and a bed to rest upon. Before I could interject, Zhang patted me on the back. Chang'an, you take the floor and share how we might sustain ourselves in the county town. I hesitated momentarily, casting a perplexed glance at Zhang, but ultimately articulated my thoughts. Uncle Zhang has likely already briefed you. Establishing ourselves through shops is currently unfeasible. However, the streets and alleys are teeming with vendors, making it most suitable for our circumstances. I will share the recipes for candied hawthorn and spicy skewers with everyone. With diligent hands and feet, we will certainly manage to have enough to eat and stay warm. I refrained from elaborating further, as while discussing such matters might seem easy, execution proved to be quite another challenge. The crux of the issue lay in the distribution. No one feared scarcity, but rather inequality. Who would sell the spicy skewers and who would sell the candied hawthorn required deliberation. With a smile, Zhang responded, let us not dwell too long on this. Let us drink instead. Bring forth the wine. Those seated at the back fetched the wine jars from within the house, pouring each person a cup. To young Masterly. Zhang raised his cup. To young Masterly. The 56 veterans echoed in unison, downing their cups in one go. I was taken aback by the fervor of the occasion. Pulling Zhang aside, Uncle Zhang, this seems rather inappropriate. Do not worry. I have everything under control, Zhang reassured me with a knowing glance. Then proceeded to introduce me to each individual. This is Song On Min, a scout. I raised my cup toward the older veteran, Brother Song. This is Ding Cha Wang, an archer. Uncle Ding. This is Tian Huaqiang, a light cavalryman. Brother Tian. I followed Zhang, raising a cup to each person, addressing the older ones as uncle and the younger ones as brother. Although Zhang intentionally poured me only a small cup, as I consumed those little sips one after another, I soon lost all sense of direction, my belly feeling as if it were filled with water. Were it not for Zhang supporting me, I would have collapsed into a stupor long ago. After finishing the final cup, I was flushed all over, my eyes closing as I succumbed to slumber. Throughout the process, Zhang neither intervened nor restrained me, merely pouring wine and introducing individuals. He supported me, channeling his martial energy into my body to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Observing my discomfort, Zhang turned to the 56 veterans. I will escort young Masterly home. We shall resume our discussions upon my return. When I was finally returned home, the alcohol had been expelled from my system thanks to Zhang's martial energy, and all I needed was a good night's rest. After apologizing to Lu Jin and Lu Linglong, Zhang returned to the courtyard where the veterans had gathered. Zhang, the chief. Upon Zhang's return, someone immediately rose to speak. With a grave expression, Zhang declared, I am not your chief, he is. The courtyard fell into an immediate hush, the 56 veterans regarding Zhang with puzzled expressions. Yang's gaze swept across their faces. His voice icy yet imbued with an unmistakable fervor. It is he who has distributed his hard-earned silver among us. Without him, many of our brothers would have gone hungry. Song On Min, your wife just gave birth. Without those 10 taels of silver, both she and the child would have perished in this bitter winter. Young Changshi, your mother has passed away. Without that 5 taels of silver, her remains would still be unburied. As he named each individual, they lowered their heads in silence. In Zhu Daong, Shi Taishu, so many brothers have suffered injuries and disabilities. Without that silver, they would have starved. Do you think that silver belongs to me? Zhang Fuguwei? Zhang's voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. It does not. What level do you think I, Zhang Fuguwei, am at? You have no idea, do you? Running a small tavern barely sustains over 30 mouths, let alone nearly 200 brothers now. In the courtyard, only Zhang Fuguwei's voice reverberates. And the faces of the 56 veterans are devoid of any semblance of ease, replaced instead by a frost-like solemnity and a tinge of shame. On the battlefield, we served the great Jin, only to be treated like dogs by the officials, used up and cast aside. How many of us survived? All my brothers under my command perished in the northern frontier, and I barely returned with half a life. Yet he treats us as human beings, the first to think of allowing us to live with dignity. Zhang Fuguwei thumped his chest and pointed toward the academy. He is a scholar, with a bright future ahead. Old Gu has said he could one day rise to high office. He could easily disregard our fates. Yet, he generously shared his means of making a living with everyone and devised paths for us all. Why? Do you think it's for our worthless lives? It is for that sense of brotherhood. Thus, should I not call him young Masterly? Zhang Fugui slowly approached the crowd, his gaze sharp. It seemed someone was still reluctant. Ding Chao, when young Master Li just toasted you, he bent down and called you Uncle Ding. Yet you stood tall and proud like a lord. Is that appropriate? Zhang Fugui's spittle flew as if he wished to wash Ding Changwang's face with it. Ding Changwang lowered his head, silent. Speak up. Should we not address him as young Master Li? We should. Ding Changwang replied. Does your absence diminish your meal or drink? Are you a useless eunuch? Speak louder. Zhang Fugui glared and growled. We should. Ding Changwang shouted. Shout what? Young Master Li. Excellent. Zhang Fugui's gaze sliced through each face like a knife. The brothers present were all whole-bodied, thus able to enter the county town, while dozens more with missing limbs stood behind, watching to see who would dare to take ill-gotten gains. Anyone lacking conscience can leave right now. The cold wind howled, and silence blanketed the courtyard. Zhang Fugui's words fell like heavy hammers upon every heart. Young Master Li's future is bright. We may not be able to help him much, but at the very least, we can do something for him. There is a saying that old Gu articulated well, where there is light, there are shadows. Young Master Li is destined for brilliance, and we must become his shadows. Should anyone hinder him, do not blame me for being merciless. Song Anmin lifted his head defiantly and declared, Rest assured, Zhang, not for anything else, but for the sake of my wife and children still alive. My life belongs to young Master Li. I shall remember your words, Zhang Fugui replied. Young Master Li has just arrived in the county town, and his foundation is not deep. There are many matters he might overlook, and we must assist him. Song Anmin, take 3 scouts to secretly protect young Master Li's family. I shall provide your funds personally. Yes. The rest of you, prepare for business. Half of you concentrate in areas where young Master Li and his family frequently visit. Keep your eyes sharp. The rest disperse to gather information about the county town. Yes. The next morning, Li Chang'an awoke from a hazy slumber. Despite having consumed much alcohol the previous night, he felt invigorated upon rising, with no discomfort whatsoever. Gently extracting his arm from the little girl's embrace, he proceeded to the study, meticulously detailing the recipes for candied hawthorn and spicy skewers. Uncle Zhang can read. If he practices a few more times with the reference, there should be no issue. His sister-in-law and younger sister were still asleep. It was just before dawn. Li Chang'an steamed buns and kept a small fire in the earthen stove, waiting for the firewood to burn down slowly. Grabbing 2 buns, he quietly left home. The February morning still felt like an icy cavern, and as Li Chang'an stomped his feet, he hurried toward the gathering place of the veterans, munching on a bun. He encountered a delicate girl in a green dress, slender and petite, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the wind. It was her, the one from the noodle shop. The one who played the pipa in the brothel. Miss Yin. Her skin, as white as milk, made her appear fragile, slightly shorter than Ling Long. Seemingly sensing Li Chang'an's gaze, Miss Yin raised her head slightly, her sparkling eyes meeting his. Instinctively, Li Chang'an averted his gaze, but upon realizing, he still nodded in acknowledgement toward her as they passed each other. Miss Yin is early today, the jovial owner of the noodle shop remarked. Indeed. I must also bring a bowl for my grandfather. I'll return the bowl shortly. Her gentle voice was as soothing as a feather. No problem. Would you like clear broth noodles as well? After turning the corner, Li Chang'an heard nothing further. After delivering the written recipe to Uncle Zhang, he hurried to the academy. Once again passing the noodle shop, he unexpectedly encountered Miss Yin, who was returning with a cleaned, empty bowl. Thank you, Uncle Lu. No need for thanks, the owner replied, taking the bowl with a smile, and noticing Li Chang'an, he greeted, Young Master Li, good morning. Good morning, Uncle Lu. Li Chang'an responded with a smile. As Li Chang'an walked away, Miss Yin quietly inquired, which young master is this? I feel I have not seen him before. This is young Master Li Chang'an, who just moved here over a month ago, bringing his sister-in-law and younger sister to settle in the nearby Tonglu Hutong. Uncle Lu explained while skillfully preparing noodles. Young Master Li is a scholar, yet he carries no heirs. I hear he is still unmarried. Miss Yin smiled gently. Uncle Lu, you jest. How could I? I'm not joking. This young Master Li is talented and handsome, and his scholarly accomplishments are commendable, fitting well with Miss Yin's age. The owner enthusiastically took on the role of matchmaker. Miss Yin's fair earlobes turned slightly red, and she lowered her head. Uncle Lu, I am merely a performer playing the pipa in the brothel. How could I be worthy of a scholar? What do you mean, unworthy? Uncle Lu raised his chin. Miss Yin's charming face flushed a hint of crimson. All right, Uncle Lu, I must take my leave now. Upon arriving at the Xioshan Academy, Li Chang'an submitted his meticulously written 3,000-word critique of ascending the ninth tower to Lu Wenkai, only to be intercepted by Qian Zhuang. Brotherly, I must say, you truly value camaraderie. I have many instances of peeking at your work, yet my ranking still surpasses yours by one position. However, I must ask, why did you not invest more effort into ascending the ninth tower, such an important piece? At this moment, Li Chang'an could only respond internally with a dismissive huh. Who knew the original author would not comprehend this poem? The morning's lesson at the Xiaoshan Academy covered one of the 6 arts of Confucius, archery. There were 5 techniques, Bai Shi, Kan Lian, Xuanzhu, Xiangqi, and Jingyi. Bai Shi, the arrow pierces the target, and the arrowhead turns white. Indicating accuracy and power, Kan Lian, 1 arrow is released first, followed by 3 arrows in succession, each linking like pearls. Xuanzhu, the arrow is released swiftly, aiming briefly before shooting accurately. Xiangqi, the minister and the sovereign shoot, standing side by side, with the minister stepping back a foot. Jingyi, for arrows are consecutively shot, all hitting the target. Today, they learned the Xuanzhu technique, focusing on rapid consecutive shooting. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an found himself among the 2 least skilled students in the Jiazi class, alongside Qian Zhuang. Li Chang'an had never touched a bow before and possessed no foundation. Qian Zhuang was simply too heavy, unable to keep up the speed. Brotherly, shall we become sworn brothers? Qian Zhuang, squinting his eyes, remarked. You are the most loyal person I have ever encountered. Not forming a brotherhood with you would leave my thoughts unfulfilled. With your intellect and my business acumen, we would undoubtedly be invincible. Li Chang'an, feeling powerless to retort, continued to draw his bowstring, aiming at the target 5 zhang away. Within 10 breaths, he needed to shoot 10 arrows, all of which must strike the target. This was the stringent instruction of the archery instructor. Failure to accomplish this would mean a day spent in practice. Li Chang'an felt his arms, shoulders, and waist beginning to strain. The duration of his awakening to the literary arts was too brief. The literary force did not circulate through the meridians like martial qi but gathered within the literary palace, resulting in a less pronounced enhancement to his physical conditioning. How he wished for a method to refine his body with literary energy or to return to martial training. He mused while shooting. By noon, Qian Zhuang had completely surrendered, slumped on the ground, devoid of strength even to shout. Li Chang'an fulfilled the requirements and laughed heartily at the resentful gaze of Qian Zhuang. Just as they arrived at the 9th floor in the afternoon, having barely settled, Sun Yin came with the skilled artisans from the 9th floor, all convening on the 1st floor. An air of tension enveloped the room. Why was there a meeting at this juncture? Was something amiss? Who could know? This month did not call for contention for the literary sage rankings. So it should not be a significant matter, right? Keep your voices down, lest we attract Sue's scrutiny. Soon, the 1st floor was filled to capacity. Individuals from the 2nd to 6th floors also took their seats in the aisles between the tables. Anan leaned closer to Li Chang'an and asked, Brotherly, will you contend for the literary sage rankings this month? It's hard to say. What do you mean it's hard to say? I fear the examination from the Cultivation Institute. Anan burst into laughter. Li Chang'an quickly covered Anan's mouth. Are you trying to get me killed? Laughing out loud? Anan ceased laughing. Though her eyes brimmed with bashfulness, her silver teeth clenching audibly, remove your hand. Instinctively, Li Chang'an wiggled his fingers. Ah, brethren, I must say, your skin is so smooth and tender, it's quite addictive to touch. Before he could finish, Anan punched him in the stomach. Brethren, you are too ruthless. You've nearly made me cough up blood. Li Chang'an feigned severe injury. Anan raised her fist before him. If you touch me again, I will lower my fist by a few inches. Li Chang'an immediately felt a chill at the base of his thigh and quickly closed his legs. I want to dare, brethren. Just then, Sun Yin's voice rang out. This afternoon's meeting addresses but one matter. The poetry from the Conwen Bureau has been returned once more. What? Everyone was taken aback, including Li Chang'an. On the 25th of last month, after his ascending the 9th floor was no longer in doubt, the 9th floor had reopened for external tasks. The external task from the Conwen Bureau had been taken on by the 9th floor. He vaguely recalled that a skilled artisan had accepted the task. How could it possibly fail? Sun Yin's tone concealed a tempestuous anger. The poem desired by the Conwen Bureau was intended to accompany the previously promoted work Murmurs. Now, the first draft of Murmurs had been completed, yet the accompanying poem had been rejected 7 times. Sun Yin's piercing gaze scanned all faces present. The Conwen Bureau has elevated the external task status, now requiring it to be published across the southeastern 3 prefectures of the Great Jin. Besides us, The Songwei and Chang'an academies have already accepted this external task. The Confucian Bureau insists we submit the poem by February 15th, at which point it will be personally selected by the master behind murmurs. If it is rejected again, the 9th floor will lose all face. What shall we do next? Should we abandon this external task and allow the other 2 academies to mock us, or should I transfer this external task to our brothers at Jushan? The 1st floor fell silent, everyone sensing the concealed fury in Sun Yin's voice. In January, the 9th floor of Jushan had stood tall, puffing its chest before the entire Bailu Academy. Thanks to Tai Bai's poem, the 9th floor's resources had significantly increased. It was meant to be a time of great expansion, yet they were repeatedly thwarted by an external task. If it were merely an internal issue, it could be tolerated. But now the commissioning Confucian Bureau had lost patience and intended to publicly assign this external task to the Songwei and Chang'an academies. This would be tantamount to offering their face to the adversary. Just a month ago, they had enjoyed unparalleled glory, only to be smacked down so swiftly. Even the most temperate disposition would fray. Was the Confucian Bureau being overly demanding? 7 rejections in succession. It might be better to directly invite a master to intervene. The crux of the matter was that this level of external task would not attract the attention of master-level figures, who were typically loath to expend their literary reputation on such tasks. If this external task were to be handed off, the 9th floor would lose face, which was unacceptable. As discussions erupted, Li Chang'an remained silent in the corner. 7 rejections in a row, all by skilled artisans. It seemed a master's intervention was indeed necessary. He possessed poems, yet the external task from the Confucian Bureau was rather troublesome. It was akin to a prompt for a composition or a reflective writing assignment. One must read a book and then craft poetry that resonates with the book's essence. The thematic depth of the poetry must align with the atmosphere of the narrative. If the narrative were a sweet love story, one could not simply produce a sorrowful elegy. The inherent quality of the poem would be irrelevant. Li Chang'an had in his possession newly added songs of the willow branch, which was commendable, but whether it aligned with murmurs remained uncertain. Sun Yin rubbed his temples and stated, the Confucian Bureau has elevated the external task S level. Thus the remuneration has also increased significantly. I will distribute the initial draft of murmur shortly. If anyone has inspiration to compose poetry, please submit it directly to me. The deadline from the Confucian Bureau is February 15th. While my deadline is the 10th at the latest. If it proves impossible, I shall have no choice but to pass this external task to the other brothers at Jushan. Inspiration can strike anyone. Sometimes, a poem that stumps even a master may be penned by an apprentice. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the academy. A living example is Tai Bai's ascending the 9th floor. A newcomer wrote a work that surpassed the efforts of dozens of masters. Up to this point, the most direct impression of Tai Bai is that of serendipitous brilliance. Whether a second poem of comparable merit can be crafted, however, remains a matter of doubt among the gathered crowd, including Qin Shouman and Sun Yin. It is not impossible, yet it is exceedingly difficult. One cannot force it. The convergence of favorable circumstances is essential for success. At this moment, Sun Yin could only cast a wide net, hoping for the collective ingenuity of the 9th floor to yield a couple of fitting poems. If all else failed, the task would have to be passed to the other brother academies. His own reputation might suffer, but he could not allow the academy's dignity to be tarnished. Soon, the initial draft of murmurs fluttered down from the 7th floor, landing precisely before each individual. Li Chang'an opened the draft before him, which comprised about 100 to 200,000 characters. The 1st floor quickly filled with the sound of pages turning. Everyone present, at the very least, held a 9th grade level of literacy, so reading speed was brisk. Murmurs narrated a poignant love story. 2 childhood friends, a man and a woman, shared a profound connection. With the woman deeply enamored with the man, they married harmoniously, but soon after, the man ventured out into the world, leaving the woman alone at home to await his return. Unfortunately, she received news that he had found another love. Heartbroken, she wept alone, consumed by sorrow. Upon reflecting on this outcome, Li Chang'an could only think of 2 words, a failure. How could such a narrative possibly sell? This was a love story devoid of the classic tropes. Even if the world lacked accidents, no, even a carriage collision could count. There were no traditional romantic elements like serious illness or amnesia. Ultimately, it merely recounted the tale of a heartless lover who moved on, with no repercussions, leaving the devoted lover in solitude, her heart extinguished. Who could bear such a tormenting story? What kind of sales could they expect? It was absurd. Unsurprisingly, soon murmurs filled the air around him. This narrative was, well, difficult to describe. Likely, it appealed mostly to women. He heard that many young ladies enjoyed such tales. How could poetry be composed from this? Was there any semblance of structure? It was all about heartbreak and tears. Could one truly craft something beautiful from that? It felt too constrained, lacking freedom of expression. Just as Li Chang'an set the manuscript down, and Nan's voice broke through, asking if he had any ideas. Perhaps a flicker, Li Chang'an mused, hesitant to elaborate, and then playfully threw a punch his way, prompting Li Chang'an to dodge in alarm. And brother, why are you so irritable today? I just feel like you could use a good thrashing. I'll let Zhou brother take care of that later, and Nan replied, casting aside the initial draft of the manuscript. The narrative made readers feel frustrated and stifled. Li Chang'an understood. It was a reflection of their own displeasure. Calm down. And brother, later, you should visit the brothel and find Kai. Your troubles will surely dissipate. We'll discuss when you invite us to the brothel, and Nan chuckled. But seriously, do you feel inspired? A smidgen, Li Chang'an replied cautiously. To him, the narrative seemed mediocre. Yet it unexpectedly resonated with the verses of new added Song of Willow Branches. He was preparing to refine his approach. At that moment, Sun Yin interjected, stating that the reward offered by the Conwen Book Bureau would be 500 taels for selected works, with an additional 10% bonus if Whispers achieved first-class sales. What? Only 500 taels? Li Chang'an exclaimed, astonished. No wonder the masters are hesitant. Is that even worth their time? He turned to Nan beside him. What was the reward again? 500 taels, plus a 10% bonus on first-class sales, and Nan confirmed. These wealthy patrons don't even value 500 taels? Do they know how many lives could be supported with that? Li Chang'an quickly took out paper and pen. And brother, how many copies must the Conwen Book Bureau sell to be considered first class? About 2 million copies, roughly the same for all major bookstores, and Nan replied. Li Chang'an began to calculate aloud. If each book sells for 21, that's 40 million won for 1,000 taels. With a profit margin of 40%. That's 16,000 taels, and 1,600 taels from that bonus. Adding the initial 500 taels brings the total to 2,100 taels. He reviewed his calculations, confident there were no errors. Although reaching first-class status for Whispers seemed nearly impossible, even 500 taels was a substantial sum. He would accept this commission. Feeling elated, Li Chang'an remained oblivious to the bewildered expressions of the dozen or so people around him. Young man, where does your confidence stem from? You barely glanced at the draft, yet you've already calculated the potential earnings? They murmured. This isn't poetry. You can't just write what you please. Even if you do, if the master doesn't approve, that money won't concern you. Are you not getting ahead of yourself? Sun Yin cleared his throat and added, this external task's reward is just one aspect. There are other benefits that some may not yet grasp. The Conwen Book Bureau covers the southeastern regions, and this manuscript is a priority for the first half of the year. Its influence will be considerable if your poetry is selected. The promotional power would be akin to the support of an entire branch. At this point, the room fell silent. Some felt their hearts racing. The Zhu Mountain Academy had recently launched an all-out campaign for rankings and was currently unable to continue. However, with the Conwen Book Bureau support, they had the means for another battle. This significance far outweighed mere monetary compensation. Masters who sought rankings might disregard these rewards, as they had already established renown and could ascend to literary saint rankings independently based on the quality of their works. Yet, for lesser scholars, such assistance was crucial to gain visibility for their poetry. Thus, both Songyue Academy and Changshan Academy would undoubtedly pay special attention to this. Hoping not to fall behind by Lu Academy's reputation, submit your poetry by the 10th of February directly to me, Sun Yin concluded before disappearing from the first floor. The people surrounding Li Chang'an emerged from their confusion. No one took Li Chang'an's earlier actions seriously. After all, the Conwen Book Bureau had rejected 7 manuscripts previously, and now there was competition from 2 other academies. Who could secure this opportunity? Even if the apprentice, Tai Bai, was exceptional, the chance of breaking through was slim. And Nan patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder. Brotherly, when you get your silver, remember to treat Zhou brother and me at the brothel. With the Conwen Book Bureau's support, you might just make it to the literary saint rankings and perhaps even clinch first place. Thank you for the kind words, and brother. Li Chang'an replied, resigned to his friend's insistence on visiting the brothel. Let us agree that I'll only take care of the tea, not the lodging. As long as you go to the brothel, that's all that matters. Li Chang'an refrained from submitting his poetry immediately. It felt excessive to write it right after reading the draft. Today was the 3rd of February. He could wait until the 7th or 8th. He needed to maintain some semblance of decorum. As the academy dispersed, Li Chang'an politely declined Zhou Ziyu and Nan's invitation for drinks, as he still needed to visit Uncle Zhang to ensure that the candied hawthorn and spicy skewers were ready. Otherwise, catering for 56 people would be quite a challenge. As he emerged from the academy, he spotted Zhang Fugui waiting at the entrance. It was impossible to miss him. His robust, Zhang Fei-like stature made him stand out in the crowd. Uncle Zhang, Chang'an, let us go eat, Zhang Fugui exclaimed, cheerfully patting Li Chang'an on the back. Have you found suitable lodging for everyone? Li Chang'an inquired. I had Song Anmin look for it. He found 2 courtyards. They're a bit out of the way, but the price is reasonable. Tonight, everyone should be able to sleep comfortably. Zhang Fugui replied with a grin. I've just taught a couple of people how to make the candied hawthorn and spicy skewers you sent this morning. If they practice diligently, they should master it in a few days. As 2 individuals passed by a theatrical establishment, Li Chang'an instinctively paused, unconsciously recalling the frail and delicate figure from his memory. Uncle Zhang, shall we venture inside for a moment? Certainly, I too wish to indulge in a performance, Zhang Fugui replied, leading the way into the venue. They chose a table in close proximity to the stage, and soon a waiter approached. Gentlemen, would you prefer wine or tea? A pot of wine, please, Li Chang'an smiled. Additionally, could you bring us a couple of small dishes, along with a plate of peanuts? Very well, gentlemen, please hold on. On stage, 2 performers were engrossed in an unfamiliar play. Li Chang'an mused that he lacked the appreciation for such art, while Zhang Fugui, thoroughly entertained, swayed his head in delight. Li Chang'an poured wine for Zhang Fugui, observing his companion's rapture and unwilling to disrupt his enjoyment. Soon, a figure clad in blue took to the stage, and with only a round stool to sit upon, she cradled a pipa, infusing the atmosphere with a unique charm. Before she even began to play, the audience erupted in applause. Curious, Li Chang'an inquired of the nearby waiter, what is the name of that young lady on stage? The waiter promptly responded, she is our star performer, Miss Yan Qingshi. Many come here solely to hear her play. Yan Qingshi, Li Chang'an repeated the name, directing his gaze towards the stage. The slender figure, holding the pipa, exuded an unexpected strength. As the pipa's notes resonated, the audience fell into a hushed reverence. The sound was like pearls rolling on a jade plate, crisp and melodious, sometimes deep and soothing, at other times high-pitched and urgent. Indeed, the star performer was deserving of her reputation. Upon finishing her piece, Yan Qingshi slightly bowed, her eyes inadvertently meeting Li Chang'an's. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze and exited the stage. Chang'an, who is that young lady? Zhang Fugui, perceptive and sharp, noted where Yan Qingshi's gaze had lingered. I have only met her twice, Li Chang'an replied. Twice, you say? That hardly seems plausible. You did not come to this establishment merely to see her, did you? Zhang Fugui's expression was one of knowing mischief. Li Chang'an chuckled, Uncle Zhang, please refrain from teasing me. I merely heard she played the pipa exceptionally well and seized the opportunity to witness it for myself. There is no ulterior motive. That is precisely my point. There is no other intention, Zhang Fugui said with mock seriousness. As Li Chang'an served more dishes, he remarked, Uncle Zhang, I must commend you. When did you acquire such wit? During their conversation, an elderly gentleman clad in a gray robe appeared on stage, as 2 attendants set a long table before him. The elder's every gesture was meticulous and precise. Once everything was prepared, he began, last time, we spoke of a prodigious son from the Li family of Sichuan. Li Chang'an recalled hearing Zhou Ziyu mention the Li family of Sichuan and felt a spark of interest. However, as he listened, he soon found the tale rather dull. The story bore an unfortunate similarity to the performance of murmurs he had just witnessed, lacking intention and overly straightforward. Li Chang'an shook his head in resignation, realizing it might be time to introduce this world to literature on how to craft a compelling story and 21 models of storytelling. Just then, a raucous shout erupted nearby. Get off the stage quickly. We want to see Miss Yan. You old fool, are you looking for trouble? The clamor continued. What are you staring at? This is our brother Shi from the Longhu gang. If you don't leave, we might just take matters into our own hands. Li Chang'an frowned slightly. Initially drawn to the brothel out of mere curiosity, who would have thought he would encounter such a situation? The Longhu gang had been the subject of much gossip lately. Among the numerous factions in the county, the Longhu gang ranked within the top 5. His own residence in Tonglu Alley lay within their territory. Confronting such troublemakers, reporting to the authorities would prove futile. The Longhu gang had connections, otherwise, how could they openly extort monthly fees from local businesses? This collusion between the underworld and the authorities was exceedingly troublesome. Zhang Fugui was about to rise when Li Chang'an grasped his wrist, gently shaking his head. It would be unwise to provoke the Longhu gang at this moment. Indeed, it was not that they could not be challenged, nor that it was inherently wrong. But it simply lacked wisdom. Zhang Fugui paused, his expression shifting, ultimately letting out a long sigh. If it were just himself, it might have been manageable. But now there were so many brothers relying on him for sustenance, inciting the Longhu gang would make life exceedingly difficult, even if he looked down upon them. Should the authorities become involved, the trouble would escalate significantly. Li Chang'an had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, especially given his precarious position and the need for discretion regarding his identity. His willingness to assist Zhang Fugui stemmed from a deep-seated gratitude, compounded by the fact that both his father and brothers had served in the military, fostering a natural kinship. The veterans were merely offering help within their means. However, he had no ties to the elderly man on stage and saw no reason to invite trouble upon himself, particularly if it could endanger his family. A strong sense of justice must be tempered with self-preservation, lest one be deemed a fool. Just as Li Chang'an prepared to depart with Zhang Fugui, a teapot suddenly hurtled towards the back of his head. What the hell do you mean by leaving now? Do you look down upon me? The teapot, filled with scalding water, could inflict severe burns, or worse. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Before Li Chang'an could react, Zhang Fugui vanished from his side, with a sharp crack. The teapot shattered, scalding tea splattering in all directions. Li Chang'an turned around to see Zhang Fugui delivering swift blows, sending the four seated at the table spinning through the air, crashing to the ground. Li Chang'an reached into his pocket, retrieving 5 taels of silver, placing it on the table for both the table and teapot. With that, he seized Zhang Fugui and left amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Chang'an, forgive my temper. I was too impulsive, Zhang Fugui lamented on their way. Originally, it was nothing, but now I've made it an issue. Uncle Zhang, do not speak like that. You saved me. What wrong is there in that? Li Chang'an replied, shaking his head. If any blame is to be assigned, it lies with those ruffians who stir up trouble. Nonetheless, we left quickly, and those few likely did not even remember our faces. Just be cautious in the coming days. It should pose no significant problem. However, you should refrain from going out too much. You are too easily recognizable. At that moment, Li Chang'an smiled lightly. Zhang Fugui scratched his head, acknowledging that his stature and bushy beard made him quite conspicuous. Li Chang'an returned home, briefly greeting his sister-in-law and younger sister before accompanying Zhang Fugui to the veterans' quarters. He patiently taught them the method for making candied hawthorn, repeating it several times. Then he sought out a few who could cook and instructed them on preparing spicy hot pot. They toiled until the hour of the pig, around 9 p.m., enjoying the dishes they had prepared together. As Li Chang'an prepared to take his leave, Zhang Fugui, unable to wander freely, had Song Anmin escort him home. Watching Li Chang'an depart, Tian Huaqiang and Ding Changwang exchanged hushed words, expressing their newfound respect for the scholar. They had never encountered an educated man who treated them with such regard, let alone a student from the academy. Young Master Li does not disdain our ignorance, teaching us time and again. Such dedication is worth more than silver, Zhang Fugui affirmed, nodding. We must be cautious in the coming days and find more people to protect young Master Li and his family. Today, we inadvertently provoked the Longhu gang. Zhang Fugui recounted the events at the brothel. Tian Huaqiang frowned, stating, we also took a stroll today. The Longhu gang's members are rather mediocre in strength. If conflict arises, it wouldn't be difficult to fight back. The issue lies with their connections to the authorities. Should the officials become involved, we would all be doomed. The suggestion of violence was met with nods of agreement. No one found it inappropriate. This was the demeanor expected of veterans returning from the battlefield, as if deliberating whether to slaughter a chicken for soup. Zhang Fugui nodded, precisely. Our brothers are all at least 8th-tier fighters. Dispatching these petty thugs would pose no challenge. Our only concern is drawing in the officials. There are numerous factions in the county, likely all with ties to the authorities. Otherwise, they would have been eradicated long ago. My brothers should exercise restraint in business dealings. If we can avoid trouble, we should. If not, we can endure a beating. But first, we must secure our meals. Understood. The group replied in unison. In the following 2 days, during the academy's break, Li Chang'an remained at home, dedicating most of his time to preparing for the county examination. His master's letters emphasized the examination's significance as the key to bridging his identity gap. Only by passing the county examination and receiving the sacred anointment could Li Chang'an rightfully claim his scholarly status. Many aristocratic families resembled famished wolves, and the innate scholarly title was the most delectable prize in their eyes. Although the forces that initially sealed off Lin County were few and had yet to uncover any leads, the likelihood of Li Chang'an's identity being exposed remained minimal. However, he understood that it was better to be cautious than to be reckless. Any exposure would render his future akin to that of livestock raised for slaughter. During his leisure, Li Chang'an did not neglect teaching his sister-in-law and younger sister to read and practice writing. He diligently practiced copying Wang Shiji's The Letter of a Clear Snowy Day and The Letter to Kong Shizhong, both of which, while not as renowned as Lan Tingyi Su, were still representative works of his. With each attempt, Li Chang'an felt his understanding of cursive script deepen. Previously, his writing had been precise, yet lacked fluidity. However, as he practiced these calligraphic pieces more frequently, his penmanship began to exude character and grace. Moreover, he did not limit himself solely to the characters in these pieces, but rather applied his newfound skills to a broader range of texts. "Brother, I cannot write this character," Lu Linglong complained, pouting. "I have taught you 5 times already, and you just wrote it yourself moments ago," Li Chang'an replied. "I simply forgot," Lu Linglong retorted, hands on her hips, her lips forming a pout that could hold a water jug. "And you are biased. Just a moment ago, you were holding sister's hand to teach her." Before she could finish, Lu Jin, who had been focusing on her writing, suddenly turned red, her ears flushed with color. "Did I not teach you in the same manner?" Li Chang'an said, setting aside his calligraphy and moving to Lu Linglong's side. Lu Linglong tossed her brush aside and threw her arms around Li Chang'an. "You are being unreasonable," Li Chang'an teased, pinching her nose. "I am being unreasonable." Lu Linglong was unfazed, sticking her tongue out at him before tightly hugging his waist, burying her head in his embrace. Lu Jin watched the two, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Being together as a family is truly wonderful. Li Chang'an personally took to the kitchen, first preparing candied hawthorn, then cooking hot pot, and finally showcasing his skills with a sweet and sour pork dish. After finishing her meal, the little girl Lu Linglong wished for Li Chang'an to enjoy a day of rest every day. After spending 2 carefree days at home, Li Chang'an believed that the members of the Lunghu gang had not discovered his presence, and his previous worries would not come to pass. However, upon returning from the academy, he found Tian Huaqiang and Ding Chanwang quietly standing at the entrance. "Young Master Li." "Ding uncle, brother Tian. What has happened?" Li Chang'an's heart sank, an unsettling feeling enveloping him. Tian Huaqiang gritted his teeth. It was those rascals from the Lunghu gang. They nearly kidnapped the 2 young ladies. Boom. Suddenly, Li Chang'an heard nothing more, his feet faltering as he stumbled through the gate, rushing inside. In the courtyard, Zhang Fugui approached him. "Uncle Zhang, where are my sister-in-law and little sister?" Li Chang'an's voice trembled, filled with anxiety and trepidation. "They're safe. The brothers have been keeping watch nearby. Those rascals did not succeed." But both Jin and Linglong were frightened. Zhang Fugui hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, thank you." Li Chang'an rushed into the house, where Lu Jin was holding Lu Linglong, gently patting her back. Lu Linglong's face was pale, her large eyes swollen from crying, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother." Upon seeing Li Chang'an enter, Lu Linglong cried out and threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Li Chang'an quickly comforted her. It's all right, Linglong. Be good, there is nothing to fear." Noticing Lu Jin's equally pale face, he extended his arms to embrace her as well. "Do not be afraid. Everything is all right now," he whispered tenderly into their ears. Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Jin began to weep as well. After tirelessly comforting Lu Linglong, she could no longer maintain her facade of strength in Li Chang'an's embrace. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, in the midst of a steady rain, the omen read, "Destruction of houses, broken walls, avoid all matters." Li Chang'an kept vigil by the beds of the 2 sisters throughout the night. Even in their sleep, the sisters clung to Li Chang'an's hand as if it were a lifeline. Although Lu Linglong was asleep, she occasionally murmured in fear, while Lu Jin furrowed her brow in worry. After a long wait for the 2 to fall into a deeper slumber, Li Chang'an carefully withdrew his hand and rose slowly. The February rain was icy and biting. As he opened the door to the north room, a wave of cold swept over him. The old soldiers residing in the west room heard the commotion and hurriedly looked over. "Chang'an, what are you planning to do?" Zhang Fugui asked, observing Li Chang'an's bloodshot eyes. Li Chang'an appeared calm, yet anyone could sense the turmoil simmering beneath the surface. "Uncle Zhang, if we swallow our anger, will those rascals let us off the hook? They want tea." Those brats only bully the weak, Zhang Fugui replied darkly. What if we report them to the authorities? Useless. They have connections within the government. What if those rascals were to die? Then it will escalate beyond a minor conflict. The Longhu gang would retaliate. And if the Longhu gang ceased to exist? Li Chang'an slightly lifted his head, gazing at Zhang Fugui, who was taller than him. Zhang Fugui was momentarily taken aback, for he noticed a chilling intensity in Li Chang'an's eyes, colder than the rain outside. My sister-in-law and little sister have taken care of me for 5 years. Li Chang'an stepped out from under the eaves, allowing the rain to drench him. The sky remained dim, as if it were still night. They are my closest family. Zhang Fugui opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Uncle Zhang, I may need your assistance. Li Chang'an suddenly turned back. You see, even if it means battling those scoundrels, my brothers, and I will not hold back. Zhang Fugui and the others stood tall at this declaration. Li Chang'an entered the East Room. I need to think this over. Please keep an eye on my sister-in-law and little sister while I visit the academy. Of course. Li Chang'an changed his clothes, tied his hair up casually, inserted a wooden hairpin, and, holding an oilcloth umbrella, made his way to the academy. Zhang Fugui nodded at Song Anmin, who quietly followed behind. Upon arriving at the academy, Li Chang'an intended to request a leave of absence. Although he had considered leveraging his position as a student to resolve the matter, he ultimately recognized that he was merely an ordinary scholar without any official title. The other party had connections to the government. What use would his status as a student of the Tiandi Academy be? It might even expose his vulnerabilities. He could only devise a solution on his own. However, requesting leave was not straightforward. Lu Wakai, the instructor, was excessively rigid and only allowed Li Chang'an to leave after midday. Before he departed, Lu Wenkai advised, Chang'an, you possess great talent. Do not squander it. Though he had not officially sanctioned Li Chang'an's leave, Li Chang'an still bowed respectfully. The concern evident in Lu Wencai's words was genuine. He was a true mentor. The leave from the Tiandi Academy was swiftly approved, with Vice Master Su not asking further questions, merely advising Li Chang'an to take care of his health. Upon seeing Li Chang'an's worn appearance, Nan rushed over to inquire, Brotherly, what happened to you? Li Chang'an shook his head. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll be fine after a rest. You're definitely hiding something from me. And Nan narrowed his eyes, sensing Li Chang'an's unusual demeanor. Don't worry. Li Chang'an reassured him, patting Nan on the shoulder and nodding to Zhou Ziyu before leaving the academy. Nan instinctively moved to throw a punch. But Zhou Ziyu stopped him. This guy clearly has something on his mind. Don't create trouble now. You noticed too? Of course, who wouldn't he? In the afternoon. The rain ceased, but the sky remained overcast. When Li Chang'an returned home, he faintly heard suppressed voices. Boss Zhang, those Longhu gang rascals are too arrogant. Several of our men have been beaten. We can't retaliate. It's truly infuriating. In this situation, we can barely make ends meet. It's better to strike than to endure this. Upon Li Chang'an's arrival, the others fell silent, clasping their fists in greeting, young Master Li. Li Chang'an returned the greetings and approached Zhang Fugui. Uncle Zhang, what happened? Zhang Fugui's expression was grim, evidently stifling his anger. This morning, those rascals have paraded around here 3 times. And those of us who conduct business outside have been forced to pay monthly dues, seeing that we had no money. They smashed our candied hawthorn and overturned our hot pot. They threatened that if we didn't pay the dues, we wouldn't be allowed to trade. Li Chang'an's breath quickened. They truly were relentless, pushing their luck. Although there was no direct connection between the 2 incidents, they had converged into one. Li Chang'an's hesitation vanished entirely. I'll check on my sister-in-law and little sister first. Uncle Zhang, please arrange for me to meet with the brothers afterward. Of course. In the north room, Lu Jin and Lu Linglong had awakened. Their condition significantly improved. Upon seeing Li Chang'an return, their eyes lit up. Brother, second brother. Li Chang'an approached, grasping their hands tightly, yet still in the gentlest tone, he asked, have you eaten today? Lu Linglong blinked her eyes, looking aggrieved, shaking her head. I couldn't eat without seeing you, brother. Lu Jin merely gazed at Li Chang'an, silent. Let us eat first, and then you can rest, Li Chang'an said, patting their hands. Brother, you should rest too. Your eyes are red, just like a little rabbit. Lu Linglong gently stroked Li Chang'an's face, pouting in concern. Li Chang'an smiled as he affectionately ruffled Lu Linglong's hair, explaining that he had returned home specifically to see them before heading back to the academy in the afternoon. All right then, my sister and I will wait for your return at home, she replied. After steaming buns and serving the leftover dishes, he shared a meal with the veterans. Once they finished eating, Zhang Fugui kept a few men behind to guard the alleyways, ensuring the safety of the Lu sisters, while the rest returned to the veterans' courtyard. Upon entering the familiar courtyard, Li Chang'an noticed that the spirited veterans he once knew now appeared to be simmering with unexpressed anger. Several of them were striking the ground with their fists, while others glared with predatory intensity, resembling wolves ready to pounce. Almost 20 faces bore bruises, and shattered pots lay strewn about. As Li Chang'an entered, everyone rose and cupped their fists in greeting, young masterly. He returned the gesture with a bow. Expressing his apologies, I initially believed this small business would pose no issues, as we have always conducted ourselves this way in Lin County. However, I underestimated the tumultuous winds of Dongyue Prefecture. I apologize for my lack of foresight. As soon as these words were spoken, a cacophony erupted in the courtyard. The disgruntled veterans turned their gazes to Li Chang'an, hastily proclaiming, "What are you saying, young master? It's those ruffians who are at fault." Another added, "Indeed. Young Master Li granted us a chance at survival. We are grateful beyond measure. You have done us a great service. We cannot accept such grand apologies." Zhang Fugui quickly helped Li Chang'an to his feet, exclaiming, "What are you doing? The fault does not lie with you. It is those ruffians who deny us a living." Wiping the rain from his face, Li Chang'an faced the assembly. "This morning, I pondered how we might extricate ourselves from our current predicament. Enduring in silence will not resolve our issues. It will only embolden our adversaries. The books I have perused suggest that rather than suffer in silence, one must eradicate the root of the problem. I hesitated before, but now I am resolute." His voice echoed through the courtyard, imbued with a chilling resolve. Tian Huaqiang clenched his fists, asking, "What shall we do, young masterly?" "Yes, young master, we shall follow your lead." The words "eradicate the root" deeply resonated with all present. They were veterans, warriors who had endured life and death on the northern battlefield. For them, there were but two choices, to advance or to retreat. There was no convoluted reasoning from the powerful. Their nature demanded simplicity and directness. At the utterance of "eradicate the root," the assembly felt a renewed sense of solidarity with Li Chang'an. Zhang Fugui was taken aback by Li Chang'an's straightforwardness. He never expected such words to emerge from him. "Chang'an." Li Chang'an dismissed any pretentious rhetoric, his gaze sweeping across their faces. "I have two reasons. First," he raised a finger, "my sister-in-law and younger sister. Everyone knows they have cared for me for 5 long years, cooking, washing, administering medicine, and even working to earn money for my treatment. In our darkest hours, my younger sister even sold herself to procure silver. My closest family has been bullied by these ruffians. Should I not seek vengeance?" "Vengeance!" Ding Chongwang growled through his bruises, and others echoed his cry. The air trembled with the sound of distant thunder. "Second," Li Chang'an continued, raising a second finger, "those scoundrels deny us a means to live, forcing us toward our demise. Should we not resist? Resist. Let us annihilate these wretches." Tian Huaqiang shouted first, igniting a fervor among the crowd. Li Chang'an lowered his hands, and a sudden silence fell over the courtyard. All eyes turned to him. "Young Master Li, command us. We shall obey." Clenching his fists, Li Chang'an declared, "Since we cannot evade this trouble, we must confront those who bring it upon us. Initially, I planned to deal with just a few individuals who targeted us, but now, my intention is to dismantle the entire Longhu gang." The ground trembled with the weight of his words, and Zhang Fugui and the other veterans looked at him in disbelief. The gravity of this plan was immense, potentially leading to dire consequences. Should they inadvertently attract the attention of the authorities, none present, including Li Chang'an, would escape unscathed. "Chang'an, the Longhu gang has over 500 members. Is it not too perilous to confront them all?" Zhang Fugui voiced the collective concern. Even the most radical veterans nodded in agreement, aware that any misstep could spell disaster. "Brothers, allow me to speak. If there are any doubts, feel free to voice them afterward." Li Chang'an continued, "The key to this operation is discretion. Everything must be conducted in secrecy. Songgu, please select more individuals to investigate the Longhu gang, particularly those in charge. Their connections with the authorities likely stem from these leaders. Keeping a close watch on them may unveil significant opportunities. Moreover, observe the gang leader's daily habits, what he wears, how he eats, his manner of speaking. Even the presence of any women must be noted. Remember, do not act, maintain your cover." Song Anmin nodded solemnly, understanding the critical importance of intelligence. "Uncle Ding, as an archer, I trust you possess expertise in crafting bows. Would you be able to create some?" Li Chang'an inquired. Ding Chongwang pounded his chest with confidence. "Rest assured, young Master Li, I may not boast of many skills, but I am quite adept with bows. They are my means of survival. Excellent. I shall need several skilled hands to craft bowstrings, Li Chang'an affirmed, then turned his attention to Tian Huaqiang, Brother Tian. I entrust the remaining men to you. Young master, instruct us on our tasks. Please, Brother Tian, lead the others to infiltrate the Longhu gang. What? Tian Huaqiang was taken aback, stammering, Young master, what do you mean? Are we not enemies with the Longhu gang? Others echoed his confusion. Indeed. They are the ones who deny us a living. Why should we ally with them? Li Chang'an raised his hand, urging calm. There are several gangs surrounding the Longhu gang, and friction is inevitable. Brother Tian and the others can stoke the flames from within. Do you understand? Enlightenment dawned on Tian Huaqiang, who slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Young master, your mind is sharp. Finally, Li Chang'an turned to Zhang Fugui, Uncle Zhang. Do we have anyone skilled in disguise? Zhang Fugui hesitated before glancing at Song Anmin, who nodded, albeit with uncertainty. Basic disguises are manageable, but for more advanced techniques, we would need to create human skin masks. My skills are somewhat rudimentary. I can only use real skin. Li Chang'an felt a wave of nausea at the thought of such gruesome imagery, struggling to suppress his discomfort. He clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. The priority of this operation is secrecy. Thus, the business of candied hawthorn and spicy skewers will be temporarily suspended. Each of you must focus on your assigned tasks. I will find a way to manage the finances. I now entrust this to all of you. An atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the courtyard, determination gleaming in the eyes of each veteran. This is no trivial matter. Li Chang'an's arrangement exudes restraint yet is suffused with a palpable aura of menace. The onlookers, unaware of Li Chang'an's full intentions, find themselves instinctively believing they have returned to the military, a vague yet powerful illusion. Li Chang'an clasped his fists in salute to everyone. Several groups swiftly dispersed, leaving only Zhang Fugui, Ding Changwang, and a few others. The scene evoked memories of deliberations held within military tents from years past. Zhang Fugui gazed at Li Chang'an. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chang'an resembled a general issuing commands. Ding Changwang, sharing in this sentiment, nodded thoughtfully and directly inquired, Young Master Li, what should we do? Li Chang'an turned his gaze to the 5 individuals behind Ding Changwang. I will sketch the blueprints shortly. Uncle Ding, please help me find a blacksmith to fabricate the components. Additionally, we need to create bowstrings, sturdier ones. If possible, do not fear the tension. Shouldn't we make arrows? Ding Changwang queried. Li Chang'an shook his head. No. Arrows are too conspicuous and cumbersome to carry. The others exchanged puzzled glances. If they were to craft bows, why forego arrows? What use would a bow serve alone? Li Chang'an retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket along with a homemade charcoal pencil, meticulously drawing each component on the table. Springs, narrow iron plates, wheels, string hooks, triggers. Each part was carefully annotated with its dimensions. Ding Changwang, who had survived on the battlefield relying on bows and arrows, his lifeline, was deeply familiar with the craft. Yet the items Li Chang'an illustrated were utterly foreign to him. What is this? He asked, pointing at the concentric circles. Those are springs. They are critical and must be made of high-quality iron with resilience. Li Chang'an added further annotations on the paper. And this? Why is there such a large hole in the iron plate? That is part of the crossbow arm. Ding Changwang's inquiries grew increasingly detailed. Yet he became more bewildered. He could comprehend the larger components, but the myriad of intricate details left him utterly confounded. Especially the circular ring that Li Chang'an referred to as a pulley, which he claimed required several to function together, constituting a pulley system that could draw a very sturdy bow. This contraption was entirely unfamiliar to him. Once Li Chang'an completed the drawings, he handed each person a sheet of paper depicting the components, isolated from one another, rendering them seemingly nonsensical and peculiar. Ding Changwang swallowed hard, sensing the extraordinary nature of Li Chang'an's creation. Young Master Li, what is this? Called a folding crossbow. As dusk fell, Ding Changwang and several archers gathered to ponder over Li Chang'an's sketches. They had little interest in military tactics or strategies, as they were merely foot soldiers, insignificant pawns on the battlefield. However, the folding crossbow crafted by Li Chang'an was their lifeline. Failing to comprehend it fully would leave them vulnerable to ridicule from their comrades. Zhang Fugui escorted Li Chang'an home, and along the way hesitated before finally voicing his concern. Chang'an, have you truly made this decision? All that had transpired thus far was mere prelude. Yet once action commenced, the outcome was uncertain, ranging from boundless opportunities to dire consequences. Uncle Zhang, there is no retreat now, Li Chang'an replied softly. Though my identity as a scholar appears promising, without ascending to the upper echelons, I remain inconsequential. The Longhu gang and their connections within the government will not spare us simply because I am a scholar. My current status is still shrouded in secrecy. Zhang Fugui fell silent for a moment, contemplating, perhaps we could leave the county city? Li Chang'an slowed his pace slightly. We cannot leave. Master has leveraged significant connections to place me in the academy. In another month, my status will be solidified. To depart now would render all our efforts futile. Zhang Fugui refrained from further comment. Li Chang'an and his companions were irrevocably intertwined. If Li Chang'an could not escape, they too were bound to stay. Would they fare better elsewhere when they struggled to find enough to eat here? Uncle Zhang, rest assured, I will not gamble with the lives of my brothers. When confronting the Longhu gang, I shall refrain from reckless actions that could escalate the situation. Understanding Zhang Fugui's concerns, Li Chang'an elaborated, in fact, setting aside government relations. It would likely be quite simple for you to deal with the Longhu gang, wouldn't it? Zhang Fugui observed the lengthening shadow cast by his feet, nodding. If we avoid encirclement by 500 men, we could gradually execute stealthy attacks. They would not survive. The most probable outcome is their loss of 100 or so men, which would send them into disarray. Thus, the crux of my plan lies in blinding the eyes of the authorities, or rather, ensuring they are preoccupied. Everything hinges on Brother Song uncovering the Longhu gang's true nature. As the two walked along the quiet gravel road, they approached the yard where the veterans congregated in Xiwenfang, a relatively secluded area frequented by a mix of characters. Few chose to reside there unless absolutely destitute. As for the silver, I shall forego my share for now and distribute it among everyone. Nearing Tonglu Alley, Zhang Fugui recalled something, Chang'an, regarding the folding crossbow. What will we use instead of crossbow bolts? The most readily available option, Li Chang'an replied, picking up a small stone from the roadside and smoothing it slightly. This should not be too difficult, right? Will it not fly erratically? Zhang Fugui still harbored doubts. While he could certainly kill a man with a well-thrown stone, did Li Chang'an's folding crossbow possess such power? Even if it did, would it be accurate enough to hit a target? It may even be more precise, Li Chang'an smiled. Once Uncle Ding fabricates the components, you shall see for yourself. The next day, Li Chang'an awoke early, the soft light of dawn streaming through the window. Having retired early the previous night, he had scarcely touched the pillow before drifting into slumber. Turning to glance at Lu Jin and Lu Linglong beside him, his eyes gleamed with tenderness. Last night, Lu Linglong had climbed onto the bed, clutching a blanket and tightly grasping Li Chang'an's hand before he could lie down. Lu Jin was drawn over as well, and the three shared 3 separate blankets, yet their hands remained intertwined. Having navigated through their initial panic, the sisters were gradually recovering. But full restoration would require time. Li Chang'an gently attempted to withdraw his hand, not wishing to disturb them, only to find Lu Jin grasping him once more. Turning his head, their eyes met, illuminated by the soft glow of morning, a gentle gaze that struck him to the core. You are awake, Lu Jin whispered. Careful not to wake Lu Linglong, let us rest a while longer. Li Chang'an paused, complying and returning to his previous position, seemingly forgetting to withdraw his hand. Their fingers remained intertwined. The air turned still, punctuated only by the rhythm of their breathing. Li Chang'an's heart raced. In such dim surroundings, especially with a beautiful woman beside him, his baser instincts began to stir. He felt the warmth of perspiration in his palms, slick and clammy, yet he dared not move. Lu Jin shifted closer, her enchanting eyes fixed upon his profile, gradually leaning in. Her breath brushed against his ear. You and Uncle Zhang, you haven't done anything dangerous, have you? Her voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible, perhaps to avoid disturbing Lu Linglong, yet Li Chang'an felt as though electricity coursed through his body, akin to a feather grazing his ear. And no, not at all. He stammered, in fact, I have yet to properly thank Uncle Zhang and the others. Lu Jin appeared oblivious to the intimate nature of their current position. Within the shadows, the two were nearly entwined. Li Chang'an felt suddenly parched, as if ants were crawling within him, stirring an insatiable itch. Promise me, Erlang, no matter what you do, always remember that Linglong and I are waiting for you at home. Her gentle voice resonated like a silken thread, tethering itself to Li Chang'an's heart. Li Chang'an stood frozen. The delicate cadence of Lu Jin's breath caressing his ear, her presence so near that he could almost feel the warmth of her skin. He dared not move, fearing to brush against her lips. For such a touch, he knew, would unleash the tempestuous desires he struggled to contain. She was, after all. Li Chang'an remained silent, when suddenly, from the other side of the room, Lu Linglong smacked her lips. Brother, I'll share half my chicken leg with you. The amorous atmosphere instantly dissipated. Li Chang'an smiled faintly, when unexpectedly, he felt a soft caress against his cheek, fleeting as a dream. Once more, Li Chang'an froze. You. Lu Jian's voice trailed off. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Li Chang'an detected a hint of melancholy in her tone, a lament that should not have been there. As dawn painted the sky, Li Chang'an yearned to recapture the fleeting thrill of the previous moment, only to find Lu Jian had resumed her familiar role as the quintessential wife and mother. She kindled the fire, prepared the meal, roused Lu Linglong from her slumber, and assisted Li Chang'an with his attire before accompanying Lu Linglong to see him off. Linglong and I will be at home. Be careful out there. And return early after your duties, Lu Jian carefully reminded him. Li Chang'an's gaze drifted from her eyes, lingering on her lips. Sensing his gaze, Lu Jian's earlobes flushed crimson. A mixture of shyness and vexation, yet she couldn't resist a gentle tap on Li Chang'an's foot. Li Chang'an feigned pain, clutching his foot and hopping out of the courtyard. Behind him, he heard Lu Linglong's cries, "Sister, don't bully brother. A little tap won't hurt. Besides, isn't she sharing her chicken leg with him?" "Ah. Sister, how did you know?" The sun remained veiled by a gossamer of clouds as if shrouded in muslin, yet Li Chang'an's spirit soared. The oppression and melancholy of the past few days vanished in an instant. I'll submit the 2 songs of willow branches, newly added today. It should be about time. I wonder if they will be selected. Arriving at the Cultivation Institute, Qian Zhuang, usually carefree and nonchalant, appeared deflated, slumped in his seat, a picture of utter despair. "Brother Qian, what's wrong? Did you miss breakfast?" Li Chang'an asked with a smile as he sat down. Qian Zhuang rested his chin on the desk, his eyes shifting towards Li Chang'an. "So, you were all despondent yesterday, on the verge of death, and today you're fine?" "I just didn't sleep well." "I had a good night's sleep and I'm fine," Li Chang'an replied, opening Go Beginner's Guide. "This is what we're covering today. What's your situation?" Qian Zhuang lamented. "My father beat me." "Why?" Instructor Lu told my father about my behavior at the Cultivation Institute. Qian Zhuang's resentful gaze darted towards the entrance, awaiting Lu Wensai's arrival to meet his furious stare. "And then he beat you?" "Not only that, but he also confiscated my silver, saying he'll only give me 100 taels of silver a month from now on." Uffed. Li Chang'an felt like spitting blood. "Only 100 taels a month? How much did he give you before?" At this, Qian Zhuang became even more distressed, writhing his portly frame. "He gave me as much as I wanted." Li Chang'an was truly speechless. "Unlimited, huh? Real tycoon? No explanation." 100 taels a month isn't bad, Li Chang'an consoled, thinking that he didn't have the right to say that since 100 taels of pocket money a month was more than all the silver he had. This kind of blissful annoyance was impossible to empathize with. And this consolation was useless to Qian Zhuang. "I earned so much from my father, and he still cuts my silver. Why am I so unlucky?" "You earned silver for your father?" Li Chang'an was stunned. This brother looked like a prodigal son. How did he become a business expert? "The style is wrong. Do you know the Dongyue Auction House?" "I know, the largest auction house in Dongyue County. Minting money every day. I run it." Qian Zhuang pointed to himself. Li Chang'an's worldview shattered, his eyes wide. "Wait. Brother Qian, with this skill? Why come to the academy? Isn't it a waste of time?" Qian Zhuang sighed heavily. "Do you think I want to? With this effort, I would have opened the auction house elsewhere. But my father said that the literary path is supreme, and although the family has some wealth, I, as the future heir, must have literary cultivation." "Some wealth." Li Chang'an twitched his lips stiffly, unable to retort. The dignified richest man in Dongyue, even the Dongyue auction house was his. Not to mention the Qian's restaurants all over Ding'an Prefecture. "You call that some wealth? What is my hundreds of taels of silver called? Dregs? I've decided." Qian Zhuang straightened up abruptly, his small eyes shining brightly. "I want to do business and completely defeat my father." Li Chang'an was speechless, a new realm of self-destruction. That was Qian Zhuang. "What are you going to do?" "Open a restaurant." "Doesn't your family already have Qian's restaurant?" "That's my father's most proud industry. And I will defeat him in this industry." Qian Zhuang waved his fist ambitiously. Li Chang'an couldn't help but mourn for Qian's father. Having this kind of son, how much worry would he have? "Brotherly, do you have any ideas? I can count you in." Qian Zhuang turned around and winked at Li Chang'an. "What ideas can I have? You're talking about overthrowing Qian's restaurant. What ideas do I have?" "So, if the goal is smaller, you have ideas?" Qian Zhuang keenly caught the loophole in Li Chang'an's words. Li Chang'an shrugged. He really wanted to open Wangfu restaurant in Dongyue County. He had this idea. But now was not the time. "What's not right?" Qian Zhuang became interested. "The time is not right. I have to wait." "Wait for what? Tell me first." "If the idea is good, I can join," Qian Zhuang leaned closer to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an quickly distanced himself. That's enough. I'm not interested in men. When I'm ready to start, I'll tell you. If Qian Zhuang really had the business talent he claimed, it wouldn't hurt to bring him in. But he had to ensure his dominance and not be a pawn for others, especially since the other party was the young master of Qian's restaurant. He couldn't prevent the cuckoo from occupying the magpie's nest. Qian Zhuang pestered Li Chang'an all morning. Brotherly, I feel like we're really destined. It's rare to meet a classmate who is interested in business in the academy, and you happen to be one too. Why don't we swear an oath of brotherhood? Li Chang'an's sleeves were almost torn, and he said helplessly, why are you swearing an oath of brotherhood? Did the chicken provoke you? You want its life? Qian Zhuang was stunned. Li Chang'an took the opportunity to pull out his sleeves and ran away. Qian Zhuang slapped his head and shouted at Li Chang'an's back, that's tradition. Tradition. Arriving at the Heaven and Earth Institute, and Nan and Zhou Ziyu hadn't arrived yet, not knowing where they were loitering. Li Chang'an spread out the Shin paper, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and brushed it. 1 foot of deep red surpasses the winding dust. Naturally, old things are not as good as new. Albizia peach kernels are ultimately hateful. There is someone else inside. Lighting a lamp at the bottom of the well deeply illuminates her. Let us not play chess with the long journey. The delicate dice rests upon the red bean. A profound yearning seeps into the bones. Do you not understand? 2 poems of longing is divided into 2 parts. After much contemplation, Li Chang'an decided against merging them into a single piece. Ultimately, he inscribed the title 2 Poems of Longing at the top. The original title was excessively lengthy, and in the event of needing to explain its origin, it would prove cumbersome. Thus, a direct alteration to 2 Poems of Longing seemed more suitable, aligning with the essence of the poetry. Holding the poem, Li Chang'an ascended the stairs to the 7th floor with brisk steps. Chang'an, what brings you here? Sun Yan lifted his gaze from the desk to regard Li Chang'an, his demeanor considerably more benevolent than their first encounter. Su, the deputy head, received a respectful bow from Li Chang'an, who sought guidance from Su regarding the poetry he had crafted for the whispers at the Kongwen bookstore. Sun Yan furrowed his brow slightly and spoke earnestly. Chang'an, your composition ascending the 9th tower indeed showcases your exceptional talent. Both I and Head Qin, as well as Vice Mountain Master, have been greatly impressed. However, poetry is not something that can be mastered overnight. The success of ascending the 9th tower has set your starting point exceedingly high, to the extent that if your next piece falters, the ensuing critiques may be utterly devastating. Head Qin and I have discussed this and believe it prudent for you to remain in seclusion for a few months. Around June or July, we shall fully support you in your endeavor to once again ascend the ranks of literary fame and solidify your reputation. His words resonated with genuine concern, and Li Chang'an could discern Su's intentions. In typical circumstances, this was indeed wise advice. Fleeting brilliance often leads to rapid decline, and many a genius has plummeted like a meteor after a meteoric rise. Su and Qin's plan was undoubtedly prudent, gradually fortifying one's literary standing. While instant mastery is unattainable, consistently producing high-caliber poetry could amass a devoted following, paving the way for future endeavors. This was a means of sculpting one's own reputation. However, Li Chang'an's situation diverged from the norm. With a wealth of tang and song poetry swirling in his mind, he felt confident that, should his work be featured in the esteemed Jade manuscript, even if he did not claim the top position, he would undoubtedly secure a commendable rank. Thank you, Deputy Su. For your thoughtful consideration, Li Chang'an replied respectfully, yet I still wish to give it a try. Su sighed softly. Achieving early acclaim can lead to a touch of arrogance. It is only natural. Very well, let us observe the outcome. Should it falter, it may serve as a lesson. Since you are resolute, I shall set this aside for now, Sun Yan remarked mildly, noting that several others had already submitted their poetry. Once I have reviewed them all, I shall seek you out for discussion. Thank you, Deputy Su, Li Chang'an said as he placed his work on the side of Sun Yan's desk and departed with utmost respect. As Li Chang'an left, Su shook his head, reflecting on the pitfalls of early success. The youthful exuberance often leads to downfall, and he had witnessed too many instances of this. It seemed Li Chang'an was not exempt from this flaw, despite numerous admonitions. The recent triumph of topping the literary rankings had undeniably instilled a sense of pride in this young man yet to reach maturity. A serious conversation was warranted. Sun Yan sighed again, redirecting his attention back to the poetry before him. In total, there were 12 pieces submitted, including Li Chang'an's. While a cursory glance could allow for quick reading, Sun Yan chose to savor each line, analyzing them meticulously. Even when faced with poetry that elicited frowns, he refrained from casting it aside, instead thoughtfully inscribing comments and suggestions in the margins. He stood on the precipice of mastery, yet held each poem in high regard. After 2 hours of contemplation, he arrived at the final piece, Li Chang'an's 2 poems of longing. Sun Yan turned his head to stretch his limbs, hesitating to pull the poem closer. Truth be told, he was reluctant to read it. To him, Li Chang'an's demeanor appeared somewhat restless, despite his earnest counsel. It seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Youthful pride, indeed. Nevertheless, Sun Yan ultimately reached for 2 poems of longing, intending to identify its shortcomings so that he might engage in a meaningful discourse later. Upon first glance, he was struck not solely by the poetry but by the elegant calligraphy. Sun Yan instinctively inhaled sharply, leaning closer to examine the characters on the rice paper with meticulous attention. Though it was cursive script, it contained elements of running script that infused it with vitality. It employed not only cursive but also regular script, adding an element of tranquil beauty, truly exquisite. The strokes primarily featured a technique of lifting and pressing, occasionally employing a twisting motion at the bends, executed with precision and grace. Before even delving into the content, Sun Yan found himself captivated by Li Chang'an's few dozen characters. It was his first encounter with Li Chang'an's calligraphy, and it evoked a sensation akin to viewing a master calligrapher's work. Calligraphy was not uncommon, yet Li Chang'an's piece was refreshingly original. The character was astonishingly crafted, with its numerous strokes flowing effortlessly, preserving its aesthetic appeal. Sun Yan marveled at the skill displayed. Regrettably, the craftsmanship still bore traces of amateurishness. The transitions, while seemingly decisive, retained a hint of muddiness. Though he lamented this slight flaw, Sun Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a wolf that had spotted its prey. He closed the door and carefully smoothed out the rice paper in his hands. While not yet at the level of a master, Li Chang'an had evidently forged a unique path, an exceptional achievement. Sun Yan rubbed his hands together and prepared to transcribe Li Chang'an's poem, unwilling to mar such a precious piece with critiques, determined to preserve it. This Li Chang'an, this Li Tai Bai, unexpectedly possessed such remarkable calligraphy, distinctly his own. Was this the extent of his genius? As he transcribed, Sun Yan marveled at the work, noting that even without considering the poetry itself, the calligraphy was a masterpiece. Calligraphy and painting are pursuits that no scholar can escape. Practically all literati possess commendable handwriting, yet the specific merits often elude the untrained eye. There exist towering figures who, by comparing the apprentices within the academy, establish standards of craftsmanship, artistry, mastery, and literary merit, extending these evaluations to other domains, gradually garnering widespread acceptance. The hierarchy begins with apprentices, indicating a novice stage with solid foundations. Next, artisans emerge, capable of making a living through their craft and imparting knowledge to disciples, yet they often lack the fluidity of their art. Following this, we encounter masters, whose work resonates with harmony and transcends mere skill, whether in calligraphy or painting. Beyond masters, one reaches the status of a patriarch, founding schools and establishing distinct traditions. In Sun Yan's view, Li Chang'an's calligraphy already approached the pinnacle of craftsmanship. A step further would elevate it to the level of mastery. Whether in poetry, calligraphy, painting, or even the intricacies of board games, achieving mastery in any domain commands the respect of society. Such individuals stand at a vantage point, surveying the world from lofty heights. Sun Yan wrote swiftly, yet as he progressed, his strokes grew increasingly deliberate, especially when he reached the lines "The delicate dice rests upon the red bean. A profound yearning seeps into the bones. Do you not understand?" He was overtaken by shivers, as though expending every ounce of energy to transcribe those 2 lines. Carefully setting Li Chang'an's handwritten piece aside, Sun Yan took his transcribed version and began to read each line anew. A foot of deep red surpasses the dust of the past. Old things born anew are less favored. The phrase evokes imagery of a bride's veil, a red cloth shrouding the notion of a husband's fickleness. Though the technique is subtle, the language is excessively straightforward, lacking the beauty of implicitness in terms of connotation. Sun Yan jotted down his insights in the margins before continuing to read. The peach kernel of the Hahuan tree is indeed a source of resentment. Within it lies another. The Hahuan peach symbolizes the affection between couples, yet it harbors another person inside. This person is homophonous with benevolence, which is quite intriguing. The first poem employs numerous techniques, but the overall ambience still suffers from excessive clarity, missing some lingering resonance, appearing too simplistic. Every word Sun Yin pondered over did not yield a high evaluation. Yet his heart was profoundly stirred. Judging solely from the poetic imagery, it fell far short of ascending the ninth tower. The two are not on the same level. However, Sun Yin had seen the first draft of Murmurs. This poem is evidently a reflection of Murmurs. The alignment between the two is somewhat excessive, suppressing the shock within. Sun Yin continued to read. A light in the well, deep candle shines. When my beloved travels far, do not forget the return date. This line. Sun Yin read several times, shaking his head in amused disbelief. Having just criticized the previous poem for its excessive clarity, this one, in contrast, was too obscure. Who could decipher it? The light in the well is indeed a deep candle, implying a deep admonition. The phrase long journey originally refers to a game, but here it suggests a distant journey. Do not forget the game also puns on do not deviate from the return date. This is a reminder for the beloved not to forget the return date on a long journey. Sun Yin annotated again, then earnestly regarded the last two lines. These lines are the most exquisite. With each reading, they evoke a sense of poignant longing. Delicate dice rest upon red beans. Does the bone-deep yearning know or not? The delicate dice are used in the long journey game, once more reminding the husband not to forget. Does the bone-deep yearning know or not? Speaks of entwined emotions that seep into one's very bones. How did this Chang'an conjure such tender feelings? He has portrayed a woman's reluctance to part so heart-wrenchingly. If one were to argue the elevated intent and exquisite technique of this poem, Sun Yin would be the first to disagree. Yet when it comes to its connection with Murmurs, Sun Yin would concede. If the positions of the first and second poems were swapped, they would mirror the story of Murmurs precisely. Sun Yin harbored a subtle feeling that the final two lines were superior to the entirety of Murmurs. This was no longer a mere pairing of poetry with prose. It felt as though the entire Murmurs existed solely to highlight these two poems. Particularly, as Sun Yin's gaze swept over the final two lines, he couldn't help but shiver with goosebumps. After a long while, he rubbed his forehead, chuckling softly. This Chang'an, so impetuous that it leaves one exasperated. He had intended to speak with him, to gently admonish him to be more grounded. Now, what could he possibly say? Compliment his calligraphy? Or praise his poetry? Yet the words had already been spoken. Sun Yin suddenly felt a severe headache. Ah, whose poetry is this? Just as Sun Yin grappled with how to converse with Chang'an, a voice abruptly came from beside him. Sun Yin jumped, sitting upright. Could you possibly make some noise next time you come by, Master of the Tower? It's a mere few steps. Is it really necessary to employ literary decorum? Didn't I just speak? Chang'an, short and plump, wore a constant smile, appearing amiable. He reached out to take the poetry Sun Yin had carefully set aside, instinctively squinting his eyes. Sun Yin instinctively wanted to snatch it back, but fearing he might ruin the rice paper, he was flustered, unsure whether to reach out or not. Ultimately declaring ownership, though you are the master of the ninth tower, this is still my work. Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Such delicate poetry is yours? No. Then is this your handwriting? Sun Yin helplessly replied. No, since neither the poetry nor the handwriting belongs to you. On what grounds do you claim it as yours? Chang'an swiftly rolled up the rice paper and began to leave. Sun Yin could not sit still. Quickly blocking Chang'an, master of the tower, isn't this a bit unreasonable? I only just received this piece. Chang'an concealed the rice paper behind him, narrowing his small eyes. Whose handwriting is this? Chang'an. That boy? Chang'an paused, then spread the rice paper open again. This time, he did not merely focus on the cursive above, but earnestly read through two poems of longing. Has he written this anew? It's for the external affairs task of the Conwin Book Bureau to compose poetry for Murmurs, Sun Yin replied honestly. Chang'an's brows furrowed slightly. This poetry is somewhat weaker than ascending the ninth tower. The emotions between men and women are overly sorrowful, too delicate, lacking in depth. Sun Yin nodded. I think so too. However, I have seen the first draft of Murmurs. Two poems of longing and this narrative are a match made in heaven. Chang'an read through two poems of longing once more, his expression wavering. Though not as strong as ascending the ninth tower, it still maintained a masterful quality. The brilliance is excessive. Chang'an sighed lightly, pacing back and forth, contemplating various possible outcomes. Should the first poem ascend to the top of the literary saint list, and the second possess the quality of a masterwork, if released, it would surely be thrust into the spotlight. This boy, Chang'an, is still on shaky ground. Failure could lead to an abyss. The two had discussed Chang'an's matters extensively before, yet none had anticipated that merely a month after stirring the winds on the literary saint list, He would produce another masterwork in February. It rendered both of them utterly astonished. All the previously deliberated strategies suddenly became irrelevant. This was the first instance of such a situation arising, where an overly gifted apprentice left the master of the tower and the deputy master of the tower at a loss. And what is his intention? Chang'an inquired. Sun Yin spread his hands. I have discussed his considerations with him, but he insists on submitting the poetry. This should indicate his stance. The room fell into silence. After a long moment, Chang'an slammed the table. If he is not afraid, then what are we worried about? As long as we safeguard him, how bad can it possibly be? I want to see if this boy can truly break the heavens. Sun Yin pointed towards the sky. What will we do if the Central Academy requires talent? Talent? I'll shoulder that responsibility. If I cannot manage, the rest the deputy mountain master. If he cannot manage, the rest the mountain master. Do they truly have the audacity to summon the mountain master from the sacred temple? Chang'an spoke with grandiosity. Yet his actions were not slow. He rolled up Chang'an's poetry and, with a swift movement, vanished from the room, leaving behind an ancient seal that appeared in the void before Sun Yin, causing him to involuntarily retract his foot. Master, is this going too far? Are you using your cultivation to suppress me? If you have the ability, cultivate to the 5th grade and then speak, before the scattering of values. Chang'an was summoned to the 7th floor by Sun Yin. I will submit your poetry to the Confucian Book Bureau. Chang'an hurriedly bowed. Thank you. Deputy Master of the Tower. Rewrite 2 poems of longing. Sun Yin's square face bore a serious expression. Chang'an blinked, momentarily taken aback. That previous page. Write it here. Sun Yin's face turned stern, stating seriously, I believe your handwriting lacks some roundness. Write it here so I can point it out to you. Chang'an suddenly understood. The student has embarrassed himself. Approaching the desk, Chang'an dipped his brush in ink, took a deep breath, and suddenly began to write. Sun Yin stood beside Chang'an, hands clasped behind his back, meticulously observing how he wielded his brush, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. The 2 poems of longing contained but a few dozen characters. Chang'an carefully set down his brush and requested Su, the deputy master, to offer his insights on the completed work. Sun Yin nodded, scrutinizing the freshly inked Xian paper before him. The transitions were not sufficiently crisp, appearing somewhat muddled. The application of the brush was overly rigid, lacking the fluidity akin to flowing clouds and running water. More practice was indeed necessary. His words, laden with substance, left Chang'an greatly impressed. The deputy master possessed such profound skills in calligraphy, earning the student's admiration. Remember to practice diligently upon your return, Sun Yin admonished. One's handwriting reflects one's character. It must not be neglected. The deputy master's teachings were etched firmly in the student's mind. Chang'an bowed respectfully and prepared to take his poem with him. Hold on, Sun Yin interjected, extending his hand to halt him. Chang'an looked at Sun Yin in confusion. Let this poem remain here. I wish to see a piece from you each month, Sun Yin said, withdrawing his hand with an air of nonchalance. I want to observe your diligence. Chang'an sensed something amiss but could not articulate it, so he merely bowed before departing the 7th floor. Once Chang'an left, Sun Yin's straightened posture immediately slumped as he carefully cradled the Xian paper on the table, examining it closely. This brushwork, it takes an unconventional path, splendid indeed. The thought of receiving a piece of calligraphy every month enveloped him in a sense of warmth and comfort, alleviating any discomfort he felt. Perhaps I shall witness the emergence of a calligraphy master? Lord of the building, you may take away but a single piece, yet I shall gain an unceasing collection of masterful works. Contentedly humming a tune, Sun Yin watched as the silver glow of the literary talisman cascaded onto the Xian paper, preserving Chang'an's work meticulously. Unbeknownst to Sun Yin, deep within the 7th floor, Chang'an lay with his eyes narrowed, reclining in a chair, as a golden literary talisman slowly rotated, reflecting Sun Yin's every movement. Let him deliver his work next month. Alas, such is the burden of being the master. As days passed, the competition for the literary saint ranking remained fierce. Although this month, Jushan did not launch a battle for the rankings, numerous scholars remained engaged in the contest. Chang'an also wished to test his mettle with the 2 poems of longing. But the external tasks assigned by the Confucian Bureau had yet to be determined, thus he could not contend for the rankings at this time. Meanwhile, news of the Confucian Bureau's external tasks had spread like wildfire across the 3 prefectures of southeast Dajing. Bailu Songwe and Chang'an academies were no longer content with merely bickering over the literary saint ranking. Such occurrences were not uncommon. The four major academies, along with the Guozijian, were inherently at odds. This time, Wansong Academy and the Guozijian refrained from involvement, leaving the outcome between the three academies uncertain. Songyue seemed to have a greater advantage. Signs would become apparent by the January literary saint ranking. Without Taibai, Bailu Academy would struggle to even break into the top 5. Xiangshan also proved formidable last month. Taibai made a surprising ascent, seizing first place from Songyue, yet 3 of the top 10 were from Xiangshan. It was said that Bailu Academy was initially selected for the external task, only to have their proposal rejected 7 times, leading the Confucian Bureau to assign the task to the other 2 academies. If Bailu Academy's poetry were ultimately not chosen, their reputation would surely suffer. In any gathering of literary men and women, aside from discussing the poetry on the literary saint ranking, the contention among the 3 academies became a favored topic of conversation. This time, the Confucian Bureau had invited Master Huang Qingshan, a renowned storyteller, to lend his expertise. Master Huang's writing was delicate and adept at capturing feminine tenderness, making it somewhat challenging to compose poetry that aligned with the storytelling style. Not merely somewhat challenging. While Master Huang excelled in storytelling, he had also made notable achievements in poetry. One could only hope he had not penned several alternative poems himself. If the submissions from the 3 academies paled in comparison to his own work, it would be quite embarrassing. In the realm of poetry, Huang Qingshan may not be deemed a master, but who could understand his own stories better than he? Given the stakes involving the 3 major academies and the Confucian Bureau, the fervor of discussion reached unprecedented heights. The rivalry for the literary saint ranking was palpable, and this external task from the Confucian Bureau was merely a continuation of the flames ignited by the literary saint ranking battle, awaiting the final results. The victor and the vanquished would soon be clear. Most favored Songyue Academy, followed by Xiangshan Academy, with Bailu Academy trailing last due to their previous 7 failures. Songyue and Xiangshan were secretly propelling matters, eager to see Bailu Academy stumble in this external task. On the 15th of February, in Ding'an Prefecture, Huang Qingshan entered the Confucian Bureau, where numerous individuals greeted him with bows. Huang Qingshan nodded slightly and proceeded directly to the 3rd floor. Master Huang, the manager of the Confucian Bureau, along with a dozen other officials, awaited him at the entrance of the 3rd floor, bowing respectfully. Manager Yu. Huang Qingshan returned the greeting with a bow. The group, a throng of purpose, made their way to the prearranged room. The proprietor is in the capital and could not greet you in person. He has asked me to extend his apologies, Manager Yu mentioned, leading the way while slightly inclining his body. You are too kind, young Master Lin, Huang Qingshan replied with a smile. Upon entering the largest room on the 3rd floor, Manager Yu laid out the poetry submitted by Bailu, Songyue, and Xiangshan Academies on the table. On the 1st day of March, Whispers was set to officially go on sale in all Confucian Bureau bookstores, leaving little time to spare. Manager Yu addressed Huang Qingshan, stating, "The engraving plates for Whispers have been thoroughly proofread. Once printing commences, it will proceed swiftly. However, we still need to prepare the accompanying poetry, and compiling the story into a book will also take time. Today, I must trouble you, Master Huang, to finalize the poetry selections." Huang Qingshan nodded. "That is precisely why I have come today." Yet, as he spoke, Huang Qingshan pulled out a folded piece of Xian paper from his robe, spreading it across the table. "The Confucian Bureau has assigned external tasks to the 3 academies, and I have written 2 poems that can serve as a comparison." Upon hearing this, Manager Yu and the attending officials froze momentarily. "Master Huang, what do you mean by this?" Manager Yu glanced at a middle-aged official beside him, who shook his head in response, compelling him to speak hesitantly. "If we are merely choosing from the poems submitted by the 3 academies, I am confident you would select the most fitting. But now that you have also presented your own poems, I fear." Manager Yu's concern that Huang Qingshan might not be impartial was evident. Huang Qingshan surveyed the crowd, discerning their apprehensive expressions. "Rest assured, since I have brought forth my poetry, it is only right that you assist in evaluating them." He pushed the poems towards Manager Yu. "All is for Whispers, you need not worry. I will compare my 2 poems alongside the submissions from the 3 academies. Should any be superior to mine, I shall select them. If not, they will naturally be set aside. What do you think, Manager Yu?" A standard smile adorned Manager Yu's face as he replied, "You truly humble us. Master Huang, Whispers is your own creation. Who could possibly understand this work better than you? My only concern is, what are you concerned about?" Huang Qingshan inquired. "If all 13 poems from the 3 academies fail to measure up to your esteemed works, Manager Yu's hands fidgeted nervously, his expression stiffening. Wouldn't that severely tarnish the reputations of the three academies? Huang Qingshan let out a cold laugh, a hint of arrogance emanating from him. The academy may be domineering, but can they silence all voices in this vast world? Good is good, and bad is bad. I judge solely by the quality of the poetry, regardless of the academy it hails from. Manager Yu wiped the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, wearing a smile, yet feeling a pang of bitterness within. Indeed, the masters are not to be trifled with. Huang Qingshan slowly rose, stating, I fear my presence may disrupt your deliberations. I shall step out for a cup of tea. Summon me once you have made your decisions. With that, he left the room without affording Manager Yu or the others a chance to respond. The individuals within the room exchanged glances. One of the managers expressed dissatisfaction, lamenting that what was once a straightforward task had morphed into a convoluted affair. With 13 poems from 3 academies, it should have sufficed for Master Huang to make a selection, providing clarity for all. Yet now, Master Huang felt the need to interject, leaving them in a quandary. Another manager shook his head helplessly, conceding that they would have to wait and see before discussing further. How could they compete? Who could know their own works better than Master Huang? One manager spread his hands in resignation, suggesting it might be more prudent to select his own poems outright rather than squander time assigning external tasks to the academy. Speaking of which, the actions of the Bailu Academy bewildered him further. Both Songyue and Xiangshan Academies submitted 6 poems each, while Bailu Academy presented only 1. Manager Yu was the first to sift through Bailu Academy's poetry, suspecting they had already conceded defeat and felt embarrassed for not having more to offer. Recently, Bailu Academy seemed to be facing some issues, though he could not quite articulate them. Never mind, it was not for them to deliberate, and they should each select a poem quickly. Silence swiftly enveloped the room, save for the rustling of paper as the poems were passed around. Manager Yu's gaze fell upon a poem titled 2 Poems of Longing. As the manager of the Congwen Book Bureau, while he was not a poet of great renown, years of exposure had endowed him with a certain standard for evaluating poetry. 2 Poems of Longing, composed of 56 characters split into 2 verses, drew his attention. After reading them, only the final 2 lines lingered in his mind, prompting him to read them once more, delicate dice resting on red beans. Do you know the depth of longing that pierces to the bone? It felt as if a woman's soft voice whispered in his ear, embedding longing deep within, gradually spilling forth. It was indeed those 2 lines that consumed his thoughts. He could hear the murmurs of the other managers nearby, discussing the merits of Tears of the Red Candle from Songyue Academy, which employed a clever double entendre fitting for a lovesick woman in a tale. Do you find it commendable? One asked. Having perused 3 poems, I find it the most suitable thus far. Let us examine the rest. Perhaps there are even better ones yet to be seen, as we have not yet reviewed Xiangshan's. Have you all seen Master Huang's 2 poems, Murmurs 1 and Murmurs 2? Who can rival Master Huang's understanding of his own narrative? Although he stands at the threshold of artistry according to the Academy's standards, these 2 poems are indeed remarkably apart. As they reviewed the poems, the speed was swift. They were not masters of literary profundity, and it was unlikely anyone could articulate the myriad nuances embedded within the verses. Yet, discerning quality from lack thereof was certainly within their capabilities. After several rounds of reading, they found themselves torn between 4 poems, each having its supporters who could articulate their reasoning. Sighing, one remarked, as anticipated, it is a difficult decision. They resolved to summon Master Huang to make the final choice himself, as his 2 poems were among those considered. Manager Yu, how fares the poem you hold? Is it from Bailu Academy? Is it so poorly written that it was merely a means to fulfill an obligation? The managers turned their attention to the somewhat dazed Manager Yu. He handed over 2 poems of longing, declaring, I have made my choice. Isn't that rather hasty? There are still many poems to review, they cautioned. Once you have finished with Bailu Academy's contributions, then you may select, he urged, grasping Huang Qingshan's 2 poems. Since they were struggling to reach a consensus, opting for Huang's works seemed the most prudent course of action. After all, he was one of the few masters within the bureau, a veritable treasure to the establishment, and a slight preference could be afforded. Regrettably, after reading Huang Qingshan's 2 poems, Manager Yu could not help but sigh. Defeated, Huang Qingshan was indeed a master of narrative, and having composed poetry for his own tale. These 2 verses were intricately structured and resonated perfectly with their theme. However, they paled in comparison to those 2 striking lines. The earlier lines of 2 poems of longing were evenly matched with Huang Qingshan's verses, Yet the final 2 lines served as a brilliant touch, leaving one in awe. Manager Yu was certain that delicate dice resting on red beans. Do you know the depth of longing that pierces to the bone? Would undoubtedly become beloved lines for countless lovesick women. Upon reflection, they were so exquisite that they could captivate one's very soul. Manager Yu set down the poem, directing his gaze toward the gathered managers. What do you think? 2 poems of longing was gradually circulated among them. As each person read it, their expressions shifted. The final 2 lines were a stroke of genius. One manager exclaimed in admiration. Observing their reactions, Manager Yu understood the inevitable outcome. Please summon Master Huang. Huang Qingshan, having finished 2 cups of tea, sauntered into the room. Have you reached a decision? Manager Yu presented 2 poems of longing. Master Huang, what do you think of these 2? Oh, Huang Qingshan replied, somewhat taken aback. The 2 poems he crafted during the writing of Murmurs had been nurtured with great care, polished with the help of friends, ultimately culminating in their present form. Could it be that the poems presented by the Academy truly surpassed his own? Huang Qingshan was skeptical. While he did not consider himself a master of poetry, he knew well that the Bureau could not afford the services of an Academy master for external tasks. Could there truly be someone whose poetry rivaled his own? He was keen to find out. With a discerning gaze, Huang Qingshan examined the poem in his hand. 2 poems of longing. The title was unremarkable, and he refrained from forming a judgment. Like his own, it was divided into 2 verses. After reading the first poem, he furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, the first poem of 2 poems of longing is rather fitting. However, upon completing the second, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. This. Huang Qingshan's beard quivered violently, and the paper in his hand slowly descended to the table. Master Huang, Manager Yu quickly spoke up, fearing Huang Qingshan's heightened emotions might lead to an unfortunate incident. Huang Qingshan wore a complex expression, ultimately closing his eyes and letting out a deep sigh. As expected from Bailu Academy, I cannot contest this loss. May I inquire, who penned 2 poems of longing? I cannot believe that the author of Delicate Dice Resting on Red Beans. Do you know the depth of longing that pierces to the bone? Is a nameless individual. Manager Yu nodded at the manager beside him, who promptly exited the room. To ensure fairness, these poems were only marked by their respective academies. To learn the authorship, they would need to inquire further with Bailu Academy, Manager Yu explained. Huang Qingshan nodded, heavily sitting back in his chair, murmuring the final 2 lines of the poem as if lost in contemplation. The others settled down as well, awaiting the result. Soon, the departing manager returned, wearing an odd expression. The Foreign Affairs Pavilion of Bailu Academy has informed us that the author of this poem is Tai Bai. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Tai Bai. It is he. How could it be him? No one was unaware of Tai Bai's illustrious name. In the first month of the year, a legendary newcomer surged into the literary sage rankings, ascending from the 100th position to the pinnacle, toppling numerous masters along the way. Their inaugural poem claimed the summit of the literary sage rankings, prompting even the esteemed literary authority to declare it comparable to the works of Su Yuanqing. Who in the realm is unaware of this? It is no surprise. Among the myriad of scholars, Tai Bai undoubtedly stands as one of the most radiant figures, possessing the caliber of a master, yet devoid of the title. Huang Qingshan, reclining in his chair, sighed deeply. He had long regarded Tai Bai with indifference. Although a poem reaching the apex of the literary sage rankings is astonishing, it ultimately lacks profound depth. However, in retrospect, it appears that there is indeed merit beneath the illustrious reputation. I have no grounds for grievance, based solely on those final 2 lines of poetry. The ultimate victor is none other than Tai Bai. Manager Yu exhaled in relief, pleased that Huang Qingshan was able to acknowledge this. His greatest concern was that Master Huang might remain obstinate, leading to a stalemate detrimental to all parties involved. But now, that worry dissipated. At that moment, Huang Qingshan abruptly turned to Manager Yu and inquired, how long will it take to carve the plate for whispers? With the weight lifted from his heart, Manager Yu's face broke into an authentic smile, assuring, rest easy, Master Huang, we have already prepared the carving plate for whispers. You misunderstand my intent, Huang Qingshan clarified. I meant to ask how long it would take from the initial preparation to the completion of the carving. Manager Yu was momentarily taken aback, a sense of unease creeping in. Huang Qingshan's inquiry pertained to the internal matters of the bookshop, which he ought not to have questioned. Nevertheless, considering the smooth collaboration between Huang Qingshan and the bookshop, he offered an explanation, approximately 5 days, but given the need for printing, the timeline is rather tight. However, rest assured, whispers will certainly be available for sale on the 1st of March. Huang Qingshan straightened his back, gazing intently at Manager Yu. So, if we were to prepare a new carving plate, would it still be feasible? Manager Yu's heart sank, and he leaped to his feet. Huang. Master Huang, are you implying? It seemed the situation was veering towards the worst possible outcome. Huang Qingshan nodded decisively, his tone resolute. Instantly plunging Manager Yu into despair, I must revise whispers. Taibai's poetry has profoundly moved me. Whispers can indeed be improved. But, Manager Yu's complexion shifted dramatically, and the other managers present were equally taken aback. The announcement of whispers being available for sale on the 1st of March had already spread like wildfire. Any delay would pose a significant blow to the bookshop's reputation. A responsibility no one could bear. I absolutely must revise it, Huang Qingshan declared, rising to roll up 2 poems of longing, striding towards the exit. Prepare a private chamber for me. Let no one disturb me. I shall toil through the night to produce the revisions and deliver the updated manuscript to you by tomorrow. Inside the room, Manager Yu and the others exchanged glances. After a while, Manager Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. This Taibai truly knows how to stir things up. The following day, Li Chang'an walked along the path to the academy, disguised as an ordinary laborer. Song Anmin happened to stroll behind Li Chang'an. Following the instructions from the young master, he had been causing minor disturbances in the vicinity, and indeed, those meandering through the alley were unwittingly led astray, too preoccupied with their own affairs. Li Chang'an nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Song. Adjusting the position of his burden, Song Anmin continued to speak in hushed tones. I have nearly investigated the details of the Longhu gang. There are 37 prominent leaders, and the chief has met with an 8th-rank official surnamed Zhao 3 times in recent days. The other leaders have yet to show any signs of contact with government personnel. With his gaze fixed ahead, Li Chang'an ambled forward at a measured pace. How have the others been faring? All the brothers have scattered. Zhang Tuer has given each of them 2 taels of silver, so they need not worry about food or clothing. Brother Song, please keep a close eye on a few of the leaders, especially those who share similar height and build. As Li Chang'an spoke, he recalled the previously mentioned art of disguise, leading Song Anmin to surmise, are we too? Li Chang'an nodded, pausing at a roadside stall. Once Song Anmin moved ahead, he followed suit, the 2 switching positions. The situation with Brother Tian should be stirring as well. The greatest force near the Longhu gang belongs to the Shizuan faction. Understood, Song Anmin affirmed, tightening the straps of his burden as he stepped into a nearby alley. Today at the Shoshin Institute, the lesson focused on techniques, aligning perfectly with Li Chang'an's intent. The students of the Jiazi class wore furrowed brows, clearly struggling, with several being pulled out of the classroom by the instructor for reflection. In contrast, Li Chang'an and Qian Zhuozhuang exhibited remarkable comprehension, earning high praise from the instructor. Qian Zhuozhuang winked at Li Chang'an. Brotherly, I see now, we are kindred spirits. How did you deduce that? Li Chang'an organized his papers and prepared to head to the Tiandi Institute. Qian Zhuozhuang hurriedly trotted alongside him. What I mentioned last time about going into the restaurant business, have you given it any thought? You are quite eager, aren't you? How can I not be? Qian Zhuozhuang exclaimed, pulling out a small stack of silver notes, grinning. All my hidden savings are right here. If I don't prepare soon, I fear I might spend it all unwittingly. Li Chang'an cast a glance at the stack, nearly choking in disbelief. Each note was worth no less than 100 taels. With some even totaling 500 taels, he could distinctly see a note worth 1,000 taels among them. Brother Qian, that was merely a small venture. With so much silver in your possession, what are you planning to do? Small ventures yield great profits. Recently, I saw a vendor selling spicy skewers on the street. Qian Zhuozhuang persisted. I sampled a small bowl and knew immediately it was a lucrative business. Unfortunately, they vanished after only a couple of days. Li Chang'an remained impassive. You tried them? Those spicy skewers are fairly inexpensive. How much profit could there be? Everyone succumbs to the allure of food. At such a low price, one could earn a small profit from the common folk. Moreover, one could creatively elevate the spicy skewers, commissioning poetry or prose for a gourmet twist, thus attracting the wealthy elite. Qian Zhuozhuang rambled on, utterly oblivious to the fact that he himself was the largest wealthy elite in Dongwei County. Li Chang'an finally recognized Qian Zhuozhuang's business acumen. This fellow truly possessed a knack for commerce, so distinct from the students at the Shoshin Institute. I've been quite busy lately. Let's discuss it again after mid-March. Another month of waiting? Qian Zhuozhuang lamented. Patience is a virtue, Li Chang'an remarked as he departed from the Xiaoshan Institute. Qian Zhuang pondered for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands. Ah, how profoundly sensible. Upon arriving at the Tiandi Institute, Li Chang'an was summoned to the 7th floor by Su Nian. Your 2 poems of longing has been selected by the Congyuan bookstore. Whispers will be published on the 1st of March. Thank you, Deputy Manager. Li Chang'an bowed respectfully. Su Nian waved a hand, indicating that Li Chang'an need not be so formal. You are a student of the master. Technically, I should be considered your senior. Li Chang'an nodded, acknowledging. I have met with my senior. Being the master's direct disciple, his status differed entirely from that of the student Su Nian referred to. Yet the master had simply prohibited him from sharing his knowledge. Su Nian poured 2 cups of tea, lifting one for himself while the other floated gracefully to Li Chang'an. The literary sage rankings in March are also referred to as the Hidden Dragon rankings. Do you know why? Li Chang'an accepted the teacup with both hands. I humbly ask my senior to enlighten me. Every March, the masters from the 4 great academies and the Guozijian refrain from participating. Su Nian took a sip of his tea, signifying his willingness to make way for newcomers. Li Chang'an pondered the implication. Was it truly to nurture exceptional talents? Indeed. Su Nian nodded, as the 4 esteemed academies in the Guozijian occupied a significant majority of the scholarly realm in the Great Qin, with their masters withholding their efforts. The few who would emerge in March would be few and far between, perfectly positioned to foster the next generation. Su Nian elaborated that due to the influence of the Congyuan Book Bureau, Li Chang'an's 2 poems of longing also had a chance to make an impression in March. If he could secure a position among the top 5, the Jushan Treasury would grant him the privilege to select 2 treasures. A peculiar smile crept across Li Chang'an's face. Securing a top 5 position meant surpassing those 5 extraordinary newcomers. What was he trying to prove? Nevertheless, he thought, one must seize opportunities when they arise. He quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, thanking his senior brother. Su Nian remarked that it was the master of the pavilion who had advocated for him, and Li Chang'an should remember to express his thanks at their next meeting. After finishing his tea, Su Nian dismissed him. Half an hour later, Su Nian arrived on the 1st floor, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Once all gazes were directed toward him, Su Nian announced that the external affairs task had been secured by their academy. He deemed it a fortunate outcome but expressed his hope that there would not be another occasion like it, emphasizing the importance of valuing all external tasks. As his words settled, whispers erupted among the crowd, questioning who had accomplished this task. Wow, that is no small feat. I heard Master Huang Qingshan even pen poetry for it. Could it be one of our Academy's masters who triumphed over the others? They speculated that someone of great caliber must have intervened to ensure their academy's prestige remained intact. And Nan nudged Li Chang'an's shoulder playfully, asking, Li brother, who snatched your task away? Li Chang'an appeared bewildered. What do you mean? Which task was taken from me? And Nan raised an eyebrow at his confused expression and decided to let it go, suggesting that if this time did not work out, there would be another opportunity to invite him to the Jiaofeng Sea. The surrounding students chuckled amiably. Zhou Ziyu also relayed a message through his identity token, encouraging him not to be disheartened and to continue striving. Li Chang'an couldn't help but feel exasperated by his 2 mischievous friends, questioning why they doubted him. After all, he was the top scholar on the January literary sage list. Gradually, the murmurs on the 1st floor quieted, and everyone turned to Su Nian, inquiring, Deputy Master, may I ask which classmate secured this task? And Nan also shifted his gaze to Su Nian, eager to learn who could best master Huang, known for his work whispers. At that moment, Li Chang'an poked at Nan with a book, and Nan turned, puzzled. What is it? Li Chang'an whispered, Tonight, we are going to the Jiaofeng Sea. And Nan's voice trailed off in surprise. You finally come around? You're actually joining us at the Jiaofeng Sea? The surrounding tables echoed with the sound of books dropping. Didn't I promise you? Li Chang'an straightened, asserting that a man of integrity could not break his word. And Nan's eyes narrowed in scrutiny, trying to discern his intent. But let me be clear, I'm only here for the tea gathering, no personal attendance. Li Chang'an stated with utmost seriousness. Chapter 77. A new approach to the tea gathering. The 9th floor was once again graced by the presence of Tai Bai. Ascending to the pinnacle of the January literary sage list could be seen as a stroke of genius. Yet now, he had produced another poem, securing victory over the 3 academies and the original author of the text. This was not merely a fleeting moment of brilliance, but a testament to genuine talent. Everyone had received the initial draft of Whispers simultaneously, and the skilled artisans above had been privy to it for several days. Yet, this Tai Bai had once again astonished all. The competition was fierce, and the envy palpable. The academy was perceived as an ideal place by outsiders, yet the sheer number of students within fostered immense internal competition. Not everyone had the privilege to vie for official positions, nor could all attract the academy's favor. The Shoshin Academy served merely as a stage for learning, and only those who excelled in assessments could gain entry to the Tiandi Academy. Just the East U branch of the Tiandi Academy consisted of 4 mountains, each housing 10 pavilions. Those who entered the Tiandi Academy were already the Ciarmi de la Ciarmi, making it an arduous task to stand out among such exceptional peers. Yet Taibai, a newcomer to the Tiandi Academy for just over a month, ascended with an astonishing momentum that exceeded all expectations. With 2 poems of longing chosen by the Conwen Book Bureau, it seemed the March literary sage list was poised for another upheaval. If his achievements were marginally greater, envy would still linger, but now, Taibai's accomplishments were so far beyond the ordinary that jealousy had transformed into a powerless sigh. The notion of Taibai fading into obscurity was utterly inconceivable. To dare to undermine a classmate could invoke the Academy's ruthless scrutiny, which had even targeted top-tier 4th-grade masters. Those who failed to cultivate a good rapport with a peer destined for greatness would find themselves with no opportunities in the future. After dispersing, Li Chang'an finally escaped the intense scrutiny of his peers, following Zhou Ziyu and Anan directly to the Jiaofeng Sea. The Jiaofeng Sea, which was part of the Ministry of Rites, stood apart from the opulent brothels outside, nestled within high-walled courtyards. Today is your first visit, Li brother. Let us enjoy a light evening at Mist Zai's Lingxi courtyard, Anan exclaimed joyfully, leading the way. Li Chang'an trailed behind, taken aback by the grandeur of the establishment, which far surpassed the modest area he resided in. To his surprise, even a mere courtesan's courtyard was so expansive. Outside stood tall guards, and within were several beautiful maidens, each one capable of rivaling the courtesans of lesser establishments. When they arrived, Mist Zai was presiding over the evening's tea gathering. The tea gathering, also known as the tea meeting, involved sipping tea and chatting in a refined manner. The more upscale the establishment, the more elegant the gathering. Particularly in a government-sanctioned venue like the Jiaofeng Sea, the pursuit of elegance was taken to the highest level. Typically, the courtesan would not easily show herself, allowing her personal maid to host the event, largely governed by a series of drinking games. Those who excelled during the evening had the chance to win the courtesan's favor. However, as the courtesan held the privilege of choosing her patrons, Mist Sai herself took charge tonight, prompting the men in attendance to strive to impress her. The 3 friends found a stone table to sit at, and a nearby maid approached Nan, promptly reciting the evening's drinking game. Today's theme was poetry, centered on the topic of love, and Nan remained silent, quietly observing the enchanting figure seated at the forefront, adorned in a stunning 3-colored brocade. Zhou Ziyu chuckled, remarking that Mist Zai was indeed Nan's cherished secret, and no matter how hard the others tried, they could only admire her from afar. Unable to even touch her finger, Li Chang'an, intrigued by the long-awaited Mist Zai, sought to discern what made her so captivating to Nan. His first impression was of her delicate beauty. She was tall and slender, surpassing even his sister-in-law and younger sister, yet her features were exquisitely refined and charming. A faint azure birthmark adorned her nose, adding a unique allure. The name Tsai evoked the image of willows swaying gracefully, exuding a fragility that stirred a sense of tenderness. No wonder Nan was so enamored. Li Chang'an asked the maid to send a message home, informing them that he would be drinking with classmates tonight and would return at an uncertain hour, so they need not wait for him. The 3 did not participate in the initial round of the poetry game, instead choosing to wait in quiet anticipation. Upon the arrival of Nan, Kai Yi's eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance. As the poetry contest concluded, she rose gracefully to take her leave, witnessing the absence of opportunities for intimate exchanges that evening. The guests departed one by one, filled with regret. At that moment, Kai Yi's personal maid approached, inviting the 3 gentlemen into the inner courtyard. The trio followed the maid into the east wing, where they removed their boots and stepped onto the soft, fur-covered floor, making themselves comfortable. Today, we shall heed Brother Li's guidance, Nan declared, settling into a low square table as if he were at home. Kai Yi had changed from her resplendent peacock attire into a modest yet elegant garment. After bowing respectfully to Li Chang'an and Zhou Ziyu, she took her place beside Nan. Her 2 personal maids seated themselves next to Li Chang'an and Zhou Ziyu, attending to their needs. Li Chang'an subtly distanced himself, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my lady, but I can manage." Zhou Ziyu, however, swiftly gathered the maid into his embrace, laughing heartily. "Brotherly, you seem rather restrained. Could it be that you are still a virgin?" At this remark, the women in the east wing turned their astonished gazes towards Li Chang'an, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the great Jin, one could wed at the age of 15. The tall and handsome Li, who was in the company of Zhou and Un, could not possibly remain untouched. The very notion was inconceivable. "Are we still planning to drink tonight?" Li Chang'an rolled his eyes, exasperated. Yet he allowed the maid to continue serving, albeit only pouring wine and refilling dishes, refraining from the more intimate gestures like Zhou Ziyu. He did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Otherwise, he would not have entertained thoughts of Lu Jin. However, the idea of losing his virginity in a pleasure house felt utterly unpalatable to him. Zhou Ziyu raised his cup. "Come, let us drink first, and then decide." The trio clinked their glasses, and Nan, with an arm around Kai Yi's slender waist, inquired of Li Chang'an, "What shall we partake in tonight?" "Let it not be poetry contests. With you here, the literati of Dongwei County would surely face defeat." Zhou Ziyu suggested, "Let us play a game of dice. 3 alone is not enough. Let us summon the maids outside to join us." The moment he spoke, Kai Yi and her 2 maids turned their inquisitive gazes toward Li Chang'an, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. To have Zhou Ziyu extolling such praises, this newcomer Li seemed to possess a uniqueness that set him apart from typical scholars, shrouded in an air of mystery. And Nan whispered something into Kai Yi's ear, causing her eyes to brighten, her lips parting in surprise. "What? Are you intrigued?" And Nan teased, biting gently at Kai Yi's delicate earlobe. Kai Yi's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath quickening as she bowed her head in shyness, allowing Nan to indulge in his playful advances. Li Chang'an felt compelled to avert his gaze. One was a fragile courtesan, the other more beautiful than many women, and their antics were striking. They resembled 2 exquisite lilies, breathtaking in their beauty. "Enough, enough. If this continues, I shall take my leave," Li Chang'an exclaimed, taking a bite of food, insisting that poetry contests and similar amusements were rather dull. "Let us engage in something more entertaining." And Nan and Zhou Ziyu turned their attention to him eagerly. "What shall we play?" "Russian roulette." Li Chang'an replied with a mysterious smile. "What kind of peculiar game is that?" All but Li Chang'an wore puzzled expressions, having never heard of such a strange name. He instructed one of the maids to bring 6 cups and a die. The rules were simple. Li Chang'an inscribed numbers on the die and corresponding numbers on the cups. The player would roll the die, pouring wine into the cup that bore the same number. The next player would continue rolling. If a cup was empty, they would fill it, and if it was full, they would drink it down. Do you understand? The rules were straightforward, and Zhou Ziyu and Nan's eyes lit up with excitement. This is indeed a novel concept. Let us hurry. They promptly brought in another square table specifically for this game of Russian roulette. Observing their eager expressions, Li Chang'an smiled faintly. These novices would soon find themselves outmatched. In a past life, he had been renowned as the king of dice games. 2/4 of an hour later, Li Chang'an felt utterly baffled as he regarded Zhou Ziyu. "Are you cheating?" Zhou Ziyu laughed heartily, embracing the maid. "I am a martial man, nearly promoted to the 7th rank. Do you think I cannot control the force of the die within the bamboo tube?" Li Chang'an turned to Nan. "What about you? Do you have some secret?" And Nan shrugged, her laughter a delightful melody. "Apologies, I've made some progress in my studies of literature recently." Li Chang'an frowned. "This will not do. We must change the game. What shall we play now?" "Let us play a game of rock, paper, scissors." A quarter of an hour later, Li Chang'an's face flushed, feeling dizzy. He waved his hands. No, let us change again." "What now?" "Counting frogs." Yet another quarter of an hour passed, and Kai Yi and her maids had already succumbed to intoxication and retired. Zhou Ziyu called in other maids for another round of spirited revelry. Li Chang'an, unable to endure any longer, leaned on a maid's shoulder, his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. It was his idea to introduce this game. Yet he had not emerged victorious even once since they had grasped the rules. "I refuse to believe it. You 2 must lose today." "Aha. Brotherly has finally called himself I. Come, let us see who is the true I here." As morning sunlight streamed through the window, Li Chang'an felt a heavy fog clouding his mind, his body weighed down, making even the slightest movement a challenge. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt leaden. "Shoo, don't shake." A low murmur escaped from beside him, and in an instant, clarity surged through his mind. Yet his body remained unresponsive. At last, with great effort, he managed to open his eyes and look down at his chest. A chill coursed from his spine to the back of his head. A pair of enchanting, jade-like eyes blinked open, hazily locking onto his own. The tousled hair and dreamy gaze of this woman, more beautiful than any courtesan, left Li Chang'an frozen in shock. In that moment, he would have preferred any maid sprawled across him than the current predicament. Awakening to a physical reaction while this stunning visage rested upon him was a fate he could scarcely bear. In mere moments, this ethereal beauty would surely awaken fully. The last time he had merely covered her mouth, he had nearly lost his very essence. Now, in this situation, was it not certain that his rebellious spirit would be entirely extinguished? As expected, the dreamy look in Nan's eyes dissipated within 2 breaths, replaced by an icy fury. Li Chang'an's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. Before Nan's anger could reach its peak, he pushed her away, rubbing his eyes. What the devil? You're sleeping on me. I thought I was being haunted. Stay calm. You must remain calm. The fault lies not with me, but with her. Besides, I was the one pinned beneath a man all night. I suffered the greater loss. Yes, just like that. Li Chang'an fixed his gaze on the icy Nan. Adopting an accusatory expression, what were you up to last night? Huh. And Nan, caught between anger and amusement, clenched her fists tightly. Let me make it clear. I have no taste for men. Li Chang'an shook his head, rose to his feet, and patted his chest. I give up. You drool in your sleep at night. And Nan fell silent, yet the murderous intent in his eyes was almost palpable. What are you staring at? Li Chang'an retorted, there's still time. Go find your Tsai girl and catch some more sleep. It was one thing to share a bed with a brother, but why did Nan have to sleep on top of him? Don't do that again, or who would dare to drink with you? Li Chang'an tidied his clothes and prepared to leave. And Nan's voice, icy as if echoing from a frozen cavern, articulated slowly, Are you really preparing to leave? Of course, what else would I do here? Li Chang'an felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. His heart racing, yet his expression remained composed. All right, I need to hurry home. I don't have time to dawdle with you. Where do I settle the bill? Should I just hand you the money directly? He fished out a banknote from his waist. Here is the banknote. You can settle it for me. Li Tai Bai. And Nan bit down hard on his silver teeth and hurled a wine bottle at him. Startled, Li Chang'an bolted. And Nan, enough? You were the one who slept on me all night. Wasn't it comfortable? My back still aches. The bottle shattered against the door with a crash. Li Chang'an trembled in distress. That was money, after all. Would 100 taels be enough? Li Tai Bai, you rascal. And Nan seized the wine bottle and flung open the door, aiming at Li Chang'an. I don't have a rascal. Or should I call you that? Li Chang'an stumbled out of the courtyard, his voice trailing far behind as he vanished from sight. The door of the adjacent room creaked open, and Tsai's personal maid bowed respectfully to Nan. Taking a deep breath, Nan entered the room with a frostbitten expression. Tsai lay nestled under the covers, propped against the headboard. Without her adornments, her cascading hair fell over her shoulders, amplifying her frail beauty. Young masterin. Tsai gazed timidly at Nan. Nan discarded his outer garment and dove beneath the covers. Tsai's body tensed instantly, her breath quickening, her fair skin flushed with the delicate hue of peach blossoms. Her eyes shimmering with a vague starlight as she stared at the canopy above. Suddenly, Tsai's body quaked violently, her delicate hand reaching into the covers to halt Nan's actions. Don't move. Nan's voice carried an unyielding command. Tsai could only lean against the headboard, biting her lip, allowing Nan to stir within the covers. After a moment, a soft, lingering moan escaped her lips. Once Nan settled, Tsai weakly drew closer. Young masterin. Others call me young master. Do you still not understand? Nan's willow leaf eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Should I eliminate him? Tsai looked up in surprise. But he is Tai Bai. Nan smiled knowingly. What? Are you truly taken with him? Tsai hastily lowered her head and nestled beside Nan, softly responding. How could that be? How could it not? He is Tai Bai, renowned as soon as he stepped onto the scene. Nan's hand wandered over Tsai's form as he mused, and soon, he will have poetry published, likely stirring the literary world once more. Such a brilliant and unconventional fellow. Did you hear him last night? He said please to the maid, outside the teachings bureau. Li Chang'an felt unwell, not exactly chilled, but genuinely uncomfortable. What puzzled him most was why he felt intimidated, despite Nan being male. Something was amiss. Had he unconsciously perceived Nan as a woman? The thought of Nan and Tsai embracing last night sent shivers down his spine. He recalled Nan's misty willow leaf eyes, disheveled hair, and exquisitely delicate features. No. Li Chang'an quickly slapped his face, trying to dispel such chaotic feelings from his mind. How terrifying. He hurried home, knowing that his sister-in-law and younger sister would surely worry since he had not returned last night. He resolved never to let such a situation occur again. Drinking was a nuisance. On the streets of the early morning, few pedestrians lingered as a thin mist enveloped the world. As Li Chang'an passed a brothel, two figures approached him, an elderly storyteller and the people-playing maiden, Yin Qingshi. Li Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement and quickened his pace. Yin Qingshi glanced at him, a flicker of confusion passing through her bright eyes. "Are you out and about this early, Mr. Li? Did you stay out last night? Excuse me, is this Mr. Li?" The old man's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Li Chang'an halted, realizing the elder was calling him. The old man approached and bowed respectfully. "Last time at the brothel, I inadvertently involved you, and I have felt guilty these past few days. I wish to apologize in person but had no means to find you. Now that I see you're unharmed, I can finally rest easy." Li Chang'an helped the elderly man up. "You are overthinking it. The fault lies not with you, but with the Longhu gang." The old man's face was lined with deep wrinkles, and his tone was filled with remorse. "Do you have time today, Mr. Li? I would like to invite you to a meal to express my apologies. There's no need for such trouble. Your sentiment is appreciated." Li Chang'an declined. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." As he turned to depart, a soft, feather-like voice called from behind. "Mr. Li, my grandfather and I sincerely wish to invite you. Please do not refuse." The voice held a hint of pleading, not for her sake, but for her grandfather's. Li Chang'an paused. The feather-like voice continued, "Tonight, I will cook. If you do not mind, please come to the back door of the brothel after dusk. I will be waiting for you." Upon returning home, Lu Jiyin was as gentle and considerate as ever, preparing warm water and fresh clothes for Li Chang'an. Lu Linglong pouted. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Li Chang'an, silently expressing her discontent. "Sister." Lu Linglong tugged at Lu Jiyin's hand, sulkingly saying, "Brother didn't come home all night, and you still coddle him." Lu Jiyin patted Lu Linglong's little head. Erlang is not that kind of person." "That's not what I meant. I just worry." "Worry about what?" "Just worry." Lu Linglong turned away, her hair flowing gently in the breeze. She should be angry. Her troublesome brother had not returned all night. Did he perhaps embrace another woman? Would there still be a place for Linglong then? Yet, her brother had just recovered from a severe illness. Was he drinking too much outside? Would he sleep poorly and catch a chill? A young girl's thoughts were as changeable as the clouds in the sky. After washing off the scent of alcohol, Li Chang'an felt refreshed. He hurriedly finished breakfast and softly said, "I'm sorry for making you worry. I will try to avoid such situations in the future. Socializing with classmates is necessary." And Erlang remembers to send a message home. Lu Jiyin adjusted Li Chang'an's collar. Suddenly, an image of this morning's events flashed through his mind, causing him to shiver. Shaking his head, "Drinking causes problems. Even if I drink too much next time, I will ensure someone brings me back." Lu Jiyin leaned closer, a delicate scent reminiscent of jasmine enveloping him. "Erlang, Linglong, and I are merely concerned for your health." An overwhelming impulse surged within Li Chang'an. He abruptly embraced Lu Jiyin tightly, inhaling her fragrance. Lu Jiyin gasped but did not resist, surrendering to Li Chang'an's embrace. Feeling as though all her strength had been drained away, melting into his arms. A blush instantaneously enveloped her delicate face, swiftly cascading down her neck. "Oh, I too wish for a hug," exclaimed Lu Linglong, who witnessed the scene in the room and promptly dashed over. The enchanting atmosphere abruptly stiffened. Li Chang'an had no choice but to release Lu Jiyin and envelop Lu Linglong in a warm embrace. This felt right, he mused inwardly. "What did you say, brother?" Lu Linglong looked up, her large eyes blinking playfully as she gazed at Li Chang'an. "And nothing, you must listen to your sister at home, understand?" He gently ruffled her hair. "If you feel bored, you may take a stroll nearby, but do not wander too far." Got it," Lu Linglong mumbled, burying her head deeply in Li Chang'an's embrace. Li Chang'an turned to Lu Jiyin. "I will return a bit later tonight. Something happened at the brothel last time, and someone has invited me to dinner. I'll be back after the meal." Lu Jiyin, still flushed with embarrassment from Li Chang'an's boldness, smiled as she pulled Lu Linglong from his arms, smoothing out her slightly wrinkled attire. "Off to the academy now, and be careful." Bolstered by the courage drawn from his sister-in-law and younger sister, Li Chang'an strode confidently towards the academy. Yet, for reasons unknown, as the afternoon approached, his heart began to tremble with unease. Previously eager to leave the Cultivation Academy, he now found himself yearning for its comforting familiarity, not for any particular reason, but simply for the cherished feeling of being alive. Finally, after dawdling for half an hour, Li Chang'an took a deep breath. embracing the tragic resolve of a warrior embarking on an irreversible journey, and stepped through the grand entrance of the 9th floor. Smack! Upon entering, someone abruptly slapped his shoulder. Li Chang'an nearly leapt 3 feet into the air, every hair on his body standing on end, his heart racing. What the hell, Zhou? What are you doing? What the hell? What does that even mean? Zhou Ziyu laughed as he draped an arm over Li Chang'an's shoulder. Did you drink well last night? Well, not really. I woke up early, and where were you? Li Chang'an feigned calmness, though his eyes discreetly darted toward Nan's position, who appeared unfazed. Sitting nonchalantly as if nothing had transpired. I went to find the enchanting Miao Zue, Zhou Ziyu grinned. Before leaving, I even had an arrange for a maid to attend to you. How was it? He nudged Li Chang'an with a mischievous grin. Li Chang'an could only muster a weak retort. He didn't arrange a maid for me. Instead, he seems to have volunteered himself. Approaching the table, Li Chang'an sat rigidly. Every muscle tense, refusing to turn his head sideways. The courage he had drawn from his sister-in-law and younger sister seemed to have vanished inexplicably. Did you sleep well last night? A voice broke the silence, lacking its usual warmth, feeling somewhat distant. Li Chang'an forced a smile. What do you think? It was. All right. Is your back still hurting? And Nan glanced over, his gaze briefly assessing the stiff Li Chang'an. Would you like me to give it a rub? Li Chang'an almost choked on his breath. No need for such courtesy, and what is so courteous about it? And Nan's unique fragrance enveloped Li Chang'an, straightening his back as a gentle pressure settled on his lower back. We're brothers. What is the harm in sharing a bed? Isn't that rightly? Li Chang'an felt a chill creeping up his neck, akin to a serpent poised to strike at the slightest provocation. Ayan, he stammered. Shall we do it again tonight? No sleeping on the floor. How about the bed instead? And Nan's fingers slowly glided up Li Chang'an's back. A shiver coursed through him, tormenting his heart. Just tell me what we should do. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth. I was completely out of it last night. Who knows what happened? What did you two do last night? Zhou Ziyu's voice intruded, abruptly halting the peculiar tension between Li Chang'an and Nan. Weren't you the one who despised being touched by others? Why are you now so attached to Li? Zhou Ziyu smirked. Li is just a regular man. And Nan swiftly distanced himself from Li Chang'an, whispering, I'll tell you later when I figure it out. You owe me one. Li Chang'an instinctively nodded, then sensed something amiss. They were both men. Even if Nan was more beautiful than a courtesan, he was still a man. What do I owe you? Zhou Ziyu draped an arm over Li Chang'an's shoulder, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Didn't display some extraordinary prowess last night? Li Chang'an felt a tightening in his stomach. What do you mean? Once, I stayed over at Lingxi Courtyard, and then single-handedly entertained Kai, Yi, and 2 maids until dawn. Zhou Ziyu raised his eyebrows. From that moment on, I vowed never to stay there again. And is indeed a true man. A true man? Li Chang'an regarded Zhou Ziyu skeptically. Absolutely, a true man. Have you seen his? Not exactly, but the literary talisman says it all. Who would casually inspect another's? Oh, the talisman can differentiate genders? Li Chang'an inquired. Astonished. Of course. The male's talisman has dragon patterns, while the female's features a phoenix. I suspected this as well, but when it revealed his talent. It was indeed a dragon. Zhou Ziyu asserted confidently. What are you two discussing? And Nan's voice drifted in. Haha, the weather is quite fine today. Li Chang'an chuckled, patting Zhou Ziyu on the back. Zhou Ziyu scratched his head, gazing skyward. Indeed, no rain, quite pleasant. As the tension dissipated, a weight lifted from Li Chang'an's heart. While on his way to accept an invitation from Yin Qingshi and her grandfather, he felt a newfound lightness in his step. Unbeknownst to him, the announcement of the final results from the Confucian Book Bureau sparked astonishing discussions among scholars in the southeastern 3 prefectures of the Great Jin. Another tie-by. Is he truly destined to ascend to literary prominence? Master Huang Qingshan presented his own poetry, yet Taibai's composition ultimately outshone his. This is madness. 3 academies, including Master Huang, yet Taibai prevails. To think, just a month ago he topped the literary sage list. Has Taibai's talent truly reached such staggering heights? The discussions rapidly spread throughout the southeastern prefectures of the Great Jin. A month later, Taibai's name echoed across the land. And just as everyone assumed he would take time to recuperate, he unexpectedly unveiled another poem, overshadowing the Songyue and Xiangshan academies. What a display of arrogance. A display of unyielding dominance. I heard from the staff at Confucian Book Bureau that the originally planned engraving board was urgently redone. No way. Though the Confucian Book Bureau did not confirm this, the rumor spread rapidly. After reading Taibai's poem, Master Huang revised the manuscript once more. Is this a nightmare? Can Tai Bai's brilliance truly be contained no longer? The piece ascending the 9th floor could be deemed the culmination of years of preparation. Yet the poem from Chang'an Book Bureau, who could still claim the same? This external task was publicly announced merely over half a month ago. Now, I believe, Tai Bai genuinely possesses extraordinary talent. The commotion outside was deafening, and within the academy, the uproar reached a fever pitch. It seemed that Tai Bai had no concept of rest. Merely a month later, he produced yet another poem, as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. The esteemed Master Wenzong of the Great Jin, renowned for his meticulous craftsmanship, typically took months to refine a single piece. Yet, Tai Bai defied convention, achieving prominence in January and continuing in February. However, though the poem was penned in February, the competition would only take place in March. The eastern branch of the White Deer Academy marveled at Tai Bai's brilliance. Was it mere coincidence that we were deliberately set back 7 times, allowing the Chang'an Bureau to amplify the situation? Why, you may ask. This would afford Tai Bai the opportunity to surpass the other 2 academies. Truly, he is a genius. In stark contrast to the excitement at the White Deer Academy, the Songyue and Xiangshan academies simmered with frustration. Although it was merely a setback for the branch, the outside world would inevitably judge the Songyue and Xiangshan academies as inferior to the White Deer Academy. Such an affront to their reputation was unbearable. They had submitted 6 poems, yet not a single one was selected. The outside chatter was rife with disdain. It was not just a matter of pride, but the very prestige of the academy was at stake. Tai Bai's arrogance could not be allowed to continue unchecked. He must be suppressed. Simultaneously, both major academies, without any prior consultation, resolved to curb Tai Bai's rising influence. The emergence of such a prodigious talent could potentially revitalize the already waning fortunes of the White Deer Academy. Master of the building, they remarked, there's no need for undue anxiety regarding this external task, as it lacks the intervention of a master. Indeed, with the March Xianlong rankings, all 4 academies and the Guozijian would showcase exceptional newcomers, and no matter how audacious Tai Bai might be, he could hardly achieve significant acclaim. What do you understand? They countered. Even if Tai Bai cannot claim the top spot in March, as long as he ranks among the frontrunners on the Wenxing list, his influence will solidify. My concerns are not for other months, but precisely for March, when our Master Wenzong will be unable to intervene, thereby granting Tai Bai an unchallenged position. Immediate preparations must be made within the academy to ensure that Tai Bai is relegated beyond the top 20. Furthermore, let us reach out to masters beyond the academy to see if they are willing to intervene. News from Chang'an Academy indicates that they plan to manipulate the literary narrative to suppress Tai Bai, so we shall take action in the realm of storytelling. Master of the building. The narrative is the domain of the Chang'an Bureau. How can we possibly suppress it? The better the Chang'an Bureau's tale sells, the stronger Tai Bai's reputation will become. We must not allow him to gain momentum. The Great Jin is not solely reliant on one publishing house. We must swiftly approach Tonkei and Bailu Publishing, offering our full support, in hopes that they can launch a new tale to counteract the Chang'an Bureau. If Tai Bai fails to gain an advantage on the Wenxing list, and should the Chang'an Bureau falter again, then Tai Bai will not be able to stir the waters in March. We must sever his ascent. Li Chang'an arrived at the back door of the brothel, where Yin Qishir awaited him. Esteemed sir, please follow me, she said, bowing slightly before leading him inside. They traversed a narrow alley, passing several modest homes, finally arriving at an unassuming courtyard. Yin Qishir's grandfather stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Li Chang'an, he clasped his hands in greeting. Young Master Li Chang'an returned the gesture. Yin Qishir led the way. The surroundings here could not compare to the Tonglu Hatong. The environment was less than ideal, yet it brimmed with the vibrancy of everyday life. On the table in the inner room lay several dishes. Yin Qishir went to the kitchen to warm the remaining food. You are too kind, old sir, Li Chang'an remarked, somewhat astonished that such effort was necessary even for an apology. Please do not mind the simplicity of the fare, Yan's grandfather insisted. I merely wish to repay the kindness you showed that day. Li Chang'an urged him to take the seat of honor. Once they were settled, Yan's grandfather spoke slowly. Last time, my troubles inadvertently brought distress upon you, young master. Allow me to toast to your health. Since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable, Li Chang'an replied, taking a sip. The Long Lake Gang has wielded too much power in this area for too long. I worry that they might retaliate against you, young master. Thus, I have been anxious until today, when I see you unharmed, and my heart can finally rest. Yan's grandfather raised his cup once more. I am but a humble commoner, scraping by in this brothel. The silver you left me. I hope you can grant me a little more time to repay. Li Chang'an paused, suddenly understanding why he had been invited for this meal. He was profoundly moved. Even as an ordinary person, even as a victim himself, there remained a scale of morality within him, even at the risk of his own livelihood. This was the inherent kindness of the common folk. Old sir, that silver was intended as compensation for the furniture and teapots. You need not concern yourself. Yan's grandfather finished his drink. Indeed, but my means are limited, and I am powerless against the Long Lake gang. However, I must repay this silver, no matter what. Come, let us eat. Qingshir's culinary skills are quite commendable. I hope they suit your taste. Li Chang'an sampled the stir-fried cabbage, crisp and slightly sweet, truly delightful. You are too modest. Miss Yan's skills would be first-rate even in a grand establishment. At that moment, Yan Qingshir appeared with a plate of braised pork. You flatter me, young master. Yan's grandfather frequently raised his cup, and Yan Qingshir also offered one. Li Chang'an reciprocated each toast. Old sir, there is no need for such formality. This meal is already sufficient. Before Yan's grandfather could speak, Li Chang'an continued, I have some suggestions regarding the storytelling I heard you perform the other day, though I am uncertain if they are appropriate. Please, young master, share your thoughts, Yan's grandfather encouraged. Yan Qingshir looked at Li Chang'an, her almond eyes filled with curiosity. Could this young master Li truly understand the nuances of storytelling? While you are undoubtedly well-versed in the craft, I believe storytelling, at its core, is merely about narrating tales. Li Chang'an gathered his thoughts. If we are to tell stories, we should avoid a straightforward narrative and instead incorporate some twists and turns. After all, people are drawn to the extraordinary and gripping. For instance, the tale of the Chang'an son of the Li family in Sichuan you recounted was filled with mundane details that may not captivate an audience. Why not introduce some unforeseen events, such as facing formidable foes, enduring hardships, and ultimately triumphing over adversity? Since it is a folk tale, why not elevate the element of surprise to its zenith? Upon hearing this, Yan's grandfather's eyes brightened with realization. I did not expect a student from the academy to possess such insight into this humble craft. Yan Qingshir regarded Li Chang'an with renewed admiration, having initially thought he was merely speaking casually but now recognizing his genuine understanding. Li Chang'an savored a piece of braised pork. Ultimately, the story of the Chang'an son of the Li family is rather distant from our common folk. I suggest you tell the tale of an ordinary person instead. Is there really anything noteworthy about an ordinary person? Yan's grandfather inquired, puzzled. Which is more engaging, the tale of the Li family's Chang'an son who ascends to nobility, or that of an ordinary individual who rises to prominence? Li Chang'an's question left Yan's grandfather speechless. After a moment, he sighed and raised his cup once more. Today, after hearing your insights, I feel enlightened. At this point, Li Chang'an recalled a page from the book Jade on Sheep Fat, the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, and thought perhaps it could be adapted for the publishing house. While tales may not hold the same weight as poetry in garnering fame, they still possess their own merits, especially when compared to the poetry that dominates the Wenxing list. If one could indeed attain the esteemed standards set by the publishing house, the ensuing reputation would be nothing short of astonishing. Otherwise, countless literati would not have dedicated themselves to the craft for so long. After satisfying his hunger, Li Chang'an rose to take his leave. Grandpa Yan expressed his gratitude profusely, escorting Li Chang'an to the door, while Yan Qingshir continued to accompany him outside. Thank you, young Master Li. It has been ages since my grandfather has been this joyful, she remarked. Miss Yan, it was merely a trifling effort, Li Chang'an replied modestly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, an enveloping silence fell upon them. Yan Qingshir, petite in stature, standing just over 5 feet, was notably shorter than her sister-in-law and younger sister, who both stood at 5 feet 8 inches. Yet, she possessed an indescribable charm, particularly evident in her bright eyes that seemed perpetually filled with hope. Upon reaching the back entrance of the theater, Yan Qingshir once more bowed respectfully. Young master, do take care. Li Chang'an nodded and began his journey home, only to suddenly recall something, turning back to call out, Miss Yan. She paused, inquiring, what is it? Young master? Regarding the 5 tales of silver mentioned by Grandpa Yan, let us consider it settled. Life is challenging for everyone. There is no need to dwell on it, he stated earnestly. To his surprise, Yan Qingshir responded with equal seriousness. What you have said today is a kindness to both me and my grandfather. We may be insignificant, but we do not wish to appear ungrateful. Her bright almond-shaped eyes gazed at Li Chang'an, a hint of stubbornness evident in her demeanor. Then let us agree on a monthly repayment of 51. Otherwise, I shall forego the silver altogether, she declared. With that, Li Chang'an turned on his heel, not allowing her the opportunity to speak further. I shall come for the account each month. The meal today was quite delightful. Yan Qingshi opened her mouth to respond, but found herself speechless, watching Li Chang'an's retreating figure. The following 3 days unfolded with a return to normalcy. On the 20th of the second month, as the weather warmed and a light rain fell, Li Chang'an departed home as per usual. Upon exiting the Tonglu alley, Zhang Fugui approached him, stating, "The Longhu gang and Shitsuan sect have clashed, drawing a large crowd." Raindrops pattered rhythmically against his oilcloth umbrella, and Li Chang'an felt a tremor of anticipation. "So, the moment has arrived. Everything is as you predicted, Chang'an. Tian Huaqiang has asked me to inquire about our next steps," Zhang Fugui said, walking alongside him. Li Chang'an fell into contemplation, recognizing that all preceding events had merely served as a prelude. The true test lay ahead, where decisions made could determine the fates of many. He sensed an intangible weight settling upon his shoulders. Perceptive of Li Chang'an's gravity, Zhang Fugui offered no encouragement but continued to walk beside him at a measured pace. In the northern battlefields, countless lives were lost daily, where human existence was treated as inconsequential. However, for one like Li Chang'an, who had never witnessed bloodshed and lived a mundane life, taking that first step felt insurmountably daunting. Zhang Fugui harbored concerns. If Li Chang'an's spirit faltered, would he become like those literati on the northern front, indifferent to the value of life? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, Li Chang'an eventually spoke, his voice hoarse. "Rather than prolonging this, which may endanger my family and brothers further, it is better to sever ties swiftly while our adversaries remain unsuspecting." Zhang Fugui understood that these words were more for Li Chang'an's own reassurance than for him. At last, Li Chang'an halted, requesting Zhang Fugui to inform Brother Tian that they would act tonight, and to advise Uncle Ding to be prepared. "We must not afford these two factions any opportunity to regroup. Let us escalate the conflict further. Brother Song will wait for the chaos to erupt before taking action." Li Chang'an articulated his plan clearly, and Zhang Fugui diligently noted each point. "Uncle Zhang, what is the power of the folding crossbow?" he inquired. At this, Zhang Fugui's expression faltered momentarily before he responded with a mix of awe and trepidation. "Within 10 zhang, it can deliver a blow equivalent to an 8th grade martial artist's full strength, nearing 7th grade. The key is, with the precision you engineered, even without prior use. Once familiarized, it boasts near-perfect accuracy within 10 zhang." Recalling the moment he first acquired the folding crossbow, sent a shiver of excitement through Zhang Fugui. Such formidable force, combined with ease of use, made it an exceptional weapon. Following Li Chang'an's advice on projectile trajectory, Brother Ding became enamored with it after just a few trials. Nearly all the brothers had practiced with it. It was far superior to traditional bows. The folding mechanism allowed for easy disassembly and portability. The bolts were transformed into polished stones, with each brother carrying a pouch filled with countless small stones. Such a lethal device was indeed excessive for dealing with ruffians. He found himself pondering the ingenuity behind Li Chang'an's mind. How could he create such a terrifying instrument of destruction? As they continued walking, Li Chang'an suddenly remarked, "Those who have noted our appearances, as well as those who intend to harm my sister-in-law and younger sister." Zhang Fugui turned to him, awaiting further elaboration. "They should perish in this conflict. Death will befall those from the same small territory. Will that not raise suspicion? Might it expose us?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "As long as we increase the casualty count, 5 or 6 lives will not draw undue attention." Zhang Fugui hesitated, glancing anxiously at Li Chang'an. Though he appeared calm, his tightly clenched umbrella and the prominent veins on his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Each word from Li Chang'an seemed to extract every ounce of strength from him. "To increase the casualty count," he repeated. The seemingly light phrase belied the gravity of taking 5 or 6 lives without drawing scrutiny. At least 20 or 30 would need to perish for it to go unnoticed. "Chang'an, shall I apprehend those few individuals first?" Zhang Fugui pondered aloud, a flicker of intent crossing his mind. His feelings toward Li Chang'an were complex. He viewed him with a protective affection akin to that of an elder to a younger relative, while recognizing his potential to lead their band of brothers. With Gu Weidao's occasional guidance, these thoughts crystallized further. The brothers' attitudes toward Li Chang'an shifted in light of the impending action against the Longhu gang. Though still youthful, his grasp of the larger picture was unparalleled. He resembled a general on the northern battlefield rather than merely a boy. This was not a mere assassination or slaughter. It was a miniature war. With time, as Li Chang'an's influence grew, the appellation bestowed upon him might very well transform into Lord. Li Chang'an pursed his lips and nodded. Very well. I shall request leave from the academy. I will remain in Xiwenfang today. Zhang Fugui nodded and departed swiftly. His conspicuous stature was ill-suited to follow Li Chang'an closely. Before long, Song Anmin emerged from a nearby alley, trailing Li Chang'an at a distance to ensure his safety. Upon reaching the academy, Li Chang'an did not head to the self-cultivation hall, but instead made his way directly to the Tiandi courtyard. Another leave of absence? Sun Yan raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his gaze. The academy allows ample rest. Is there something you cannot attend to during this time? I have recently found some inspiration in my studies and have ideas regarding poetry that compel me to step outside, Li Chang'an replied, bowing his head in respect. Sun Yan's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Are you certain? Indeed, Li Chang'an affirmed. You only recently penned 2 poems of longing, did you not? Sun Yan remarked. A hint of exasperation creeping into his tone. News of Li Chang'an's rising fame had spread, and whispers circulated that Songwei Academy and Xiangshan Academy sought to undermine his ascent. Yet here was Li Chang'an, poised to release yet another poem. Even after discussions with the building's overseers, they had allowed him to roam freely. However, this brilliance was overwhelming, sharp enough to instill fear in him. Could the protection promised by the vice master truly withstand such intensity? How many days should he request for leave? 2 days? Li Chang'an replied uncertainly. Go ahead. Sun Yan gestured dismissively. If anything arises, come find me at the academy. Thank you, vice master. Li Chang'an bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Sun Yan sighed deeply and then sent a message to the Xioshan Academy, stating that the Tiandi Academy had assigned a task to Li Chang'an, lasting for 2 days. Li Chang'an departed from the 9th pavilion. Zhou Ziyu and Anan observed his retreating figure. Has Li brother fallen ill again? Zhou Ziyu murmured. Anan cast a glance at Li Chang'an. Who knows? But to be fair, Li brother is indeed unique at the 9th pavilion. He can simply request leave, and the vice master will approve it. Zhou Ziyu clicked his tongue in admiration. Anan rolled his eyes. If you could also compose a poem that ascends to the top of the literary sage rankings. Even if you claim to seek inspiration at the Songfang Bureau, the vice master would surely grant you permission. Despite his words, a hint of suspicion flickered in Anan's beautiful willow-shaped eyes. It seemed that this individual had been suppressing something all along. Li Chang'an was indeed repressing something within. Tremors, panic, hesitation, ruthlessness, and a hint of excitement, of which he was scarcely aware. Walking down the street with an oilcloth umbrella, though his gaze remained fixed ahead, his eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Not far from him, Song Anmin and several veterans followed closely. Upon entering Xiwenfang, the silhouettes of veterans occasionally emerged from walls or corners, all bowing towards Li Chang'an, addressing him as young master. Li Chang'an nodded in acknowledgement to each. Upon reaching the courtyard, apart from the group led by Tian Huaqiang, everyone else had arrived. Ding Changwang's eyes sparkled with fervor. The more he studied the folding crossbow during this period, the greater his admiration for Li Chang'an grew. Upon seeing Li Chang'an, he immediately bowed respectfully, young master. Uncle Ding, Li Chang'an replied, ascending the steps under the scrutiny of numerous veterans. Young master, please issue your command. Song Anmin spoke first. We await your orders, young master. All the veterans in the courtyard saluted in unison. Li Chang'an lowered his umbrella, allowing the rain to drench him. The weather had warmed. Yet the drizzling rain still bore a chill. His gaze traversed the assembled veterans, and his tone grew solemn. You have all returned from the northern frontier, seasoned by countless battles. Utilizing your skills against petty thugs is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet this is a war, and regardless of its scale being negligible, we must not be complacent. The conflict between the 2 major factions has already been ignited, with this layer of protection. As long as your actions remain discreet, the officials will remain oblivious. With that, Li Chang'an bowed deeply. Should this operation fail, there will be another opportunity. Thus, I implore you all to return safely. Thud, thud, thud. As Li Chang'an's words faded, all the veterans struck their chest with a fist, then departed silently. Brother Song, keep a close watch on those leaders. This evening, we must seize the opportunity to act. We must stealthily swap the pillars, Li Chang'an instructed. Song Anmin nodded. Rest assured, young master. When it comes to business, we may be a bit inexperienced, but in such matters, we are quite adept. I entrust this to you, Brother Song. Li Chang'an said earnestly. This conflict is a catalyst. Although it will soon be suppressed by the authorities, the deaths of dozens within the 2 factions is not unexpected. This is the first layer of our operation, with Uncle Ding's archers responsible for precise kills. The most crucial are you, Brother Song, and Brother Tian. Brother Song will replace some of the leaders of the Longhu gang, while Brother Tian can openly vie for a higher position within the gang following this conflict. Only at this moment did Li Chaman reveal the entire plan, even though they had their suspicions beforehand, upon hearing it articulated. Both Zhang Fuguei and Song Anmin felt a chill run down their spines, though Li Chang'an had never been on the battlefield. To label his strategies as mere theoretical musings would be an understatement. Yet, this very theoretical approach projected a terrifying aspect. While ordinary people might deem these minor conflicts unworthy of such mobilization, Li Chang'an had resolutely chosen this path, ruthless enough to instill fear. Even when confronting insignificant thugs, he remained meticulously cautious. It was as if he were a prodigy born for the battlefield. Song Anmin turned and walked into the rain curtain. In the courtyard, only Li Chang'an and Zhang Fuguei remained. Uncle Zhang, do you believe my actions are justified? Zhang Fuguei replied, I regard you as my own kin. Though you may ultimately face life and death in the future, I hope you do not stain your hands with blood too early. Yet, seeing you this way, I feel a sense of relief. For family, for brothers, your actions are commendable. Because of you, the casualties of our brothers will be minimized, and after this operation, at least everyone will enjoy a period of peace. Li Chaman nodded, his shoulders gradually relaxing. He gazed at the rain-soaked sky and sighed. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Fuguei voiced his concern. According to your plan, are we seeking to replace the Longhu gang? Indeed, Li Chang'an affirmed, to ensure the enemy poses no threat. The most prudent course is to render the enemy non-existent. He cast his gaze upon the budding willow tree in the courtyard. This conflict is merely the first step. Once we ascertain the relationship between the Longhu gang's leader and that 8th rank official, we can proceed to the next phase. Ultimately, the Longhu gang is but a shell, already having undergone a transformation within. Zhang Fuguei furrowed his brow slightly. Must we engage in such underhanded dealings in the future? Of course not. Li Chang'an shook his head. Gangsters wielding power and oppressing the common folk. What is the endgame? Is it not simply for wealth? If we were to change the landscape, we could operate within our territory according to our own rules. For the sake of profit, we have the more lucrative wongfujing. There is no need to extract those monthly dues. Li Chang'an turned and walked under the eaves, lifting 2 bamboo stools for himself and Zhang Fuguei to sit on. During this time, Brother Song has uncovered much. These gangs are merely tools for the authorities to extract wealth, feeding upon the common people's blood. While I cannot guarantee the same in other areas, at least in those we control, we can provide a way for ordinary people to live and allow our brothers to hold their heads high. At this point, Li Chang'an recalled Yin Qingshi's grandfather. That elderly man, barely scraping by, lived in constant fear of thugs, bearing unnecessary burdens. Yet, even so, he still wished to return those 5 taels to Li Chang'an, even though it would only add to his woes. We govern ourselves? Zhang Fuguei's eyes brightened with a newfound glimmer. The term was so foreign it left him momentarily dazed. When had they ever governed themselves alongside these brothers? We govern ourselves, Li Chang'an affirmed with a nod. Rather than entrusting our fate to the benevolence of others, we ought to take charge ourselves. Zhang Fuguei's heart involuntarily raced. The silence that had long enveloped him on the northern frontier seemed to awaken anew. He gazed at Li Chang'an with increasingly complex emotions. The two fell silent, waiting patiently for the outcome. The spring rain fell incessantly, showing no signs of abating. By noon, no one had returned. Zhang Fuguei took 2 pancakes, and they shared a meal. At the 3rd hour of the afternoon, a veteran appeared in the courtyard. Young master. The Longhu gang and the Shitsuan faction are already in a chaotic battle. Old Ding has commenced the attack. Shortly after the veteran departed, another veteran who had previously acted as a scout arrived. 8 members of the Longhu gang have perished, all killed with folding crossbows. The Shitsuan faction lost 5. As per your instructions, using long knives. Though it was still afternoon, the sky had darkened as if it were evening. Sitting on the bamboo stool, Li Chang'an stared at the willow tree in the courtyard, silent and tight-lipped, his lips slightly pale. Each report, though consisting merely of cold numbers, represented lives that had been extinguished. This was no game. It was the stark reality of existence. He had persistently sought solace in self-deception, convincing himself that apart from his closest kin, others were merely NPCs. Yet, when those lives were lost due to his words, he found those reassurances utterly unconvincing. A faint metallic taste surged in his throat. At that moment, another veteran approached, but this time it was not to report. He was escorting 5 individuals. They were the thugs from the brothel incident, and those who had sought to harm his sister-in-law and younger sibling.